The evening news reports on a bizarre incident causing panic in the city. A giant pig is seen rampaging through the streets of Buchan. Clinging desperately to its back is a young woman in a red hoodie. And the person at the center of this strange event is this girl. She now sits on a bench with a stoic classmate and the world's sulkiest pig. In her hand, she holds a simple ruler and a strange snake-like ring. The ring seems to pulse with a mysterious, dormant power. Her companion stands close, a silent protector as they face their goal. Before them lies a dark, unwelcoming tunnel, a gateway to the unknown. Together, they step forward into the encroaching darkness. The air grows heavy, thick with an unseen menace. Her companion's sharp senses pick up a presence in the gloom. And from the depths, a shadowy figure begins to emerge. It's a grotesque creature, a being of slime and misplaced eyeballs. Each heavy, wet step echoes through the confined space. The girl recognizes it instantly, her voice trembling. A specter. She grips her ruler tightly, the strange ring on her finger poised for action. But her companion seems utterly unimpressed by this low-level threat. Apparently, he's just trying to get this over with so he can clock in for his part-time job. The creature lets out a final, gurgling shriek as it's dispatched with ease. The ring's power surges, engulfing the ruler in a brilliant blue flame. She wields it like a sword, her expression one of fierce determination. Even her stoic companion seems to acknowledge the power she now holds. The giant pig, however, seems completely unfazed by this development. A fierce cry escapes her lips, her eyes burning with newfound resolve. The unlikely trio surges forward, a united front against the darkness. But another, larger specter rises to meet them, its roar echoing in the tunnel. The slimy monstrosity charges, its heavy footsteps shaking the ground. In a move no one asked for, the pig launches itself like a cannonball. It curls into a spinning projectile, a porcine wrecking ball of fury. The pig connects with a surprisingly effective face-first slam. Her companion seizes the opportunity, channeling his own power. He unleashes a devastating arc of energy, slicing the creature apart. The specter dissolves into a grotesque shower of colorful goo. The girl joins the fray, swinging her glowing ruler like a seasoned warrior. She brings it down with a final, purifying strike of light. Her expression is one of pure, unyielding concentration. A voice reveals a hidden truth about their world. That his part-time job is hunting evil spirits, of course. The narrative then jumps back to a story from a very long time ago. The story begins in a time of myth, with a bear and a tiger pleading to become human. Lord Huaneng offered them a path, to consume sacred mugwort and garlic. Inside a dark cave, the bear committed to the trial, but the tiger was miserable. Unable to endure, the tiger fled, leaving the bear to persevere alone. And through her unwavering faith, the bear's wish was granted. She had a son with Huaneng, who would become Dangun, founder of the Korean kingdom. This is the famous Dangun mythology, a cornerstone of Korean history. But there is a part of this story that has never been passed down. A story that begins when both animals entered the cave, filled with the same hope. For in that darkness, a different choice was made, setting a new fate in motion. But the bear and tiger were not the only ones with this dream. Word spread, and soon a menagerie of creatures gathered at the cave. Each came with their own selfish dreams of wealth and indulgence. But their weak resolve meant most didn't last even a few days. These beasts that failed were cast out, their eyes glowing with a new hunger. They began to lurk in the shadows of the human world, deceiving and preying on those they once wished to join. Some even consumed human flesh, believing it held the key to their transformation. They were driven by a deep resentment for the families they could never have, and their envy often focused on the most innocent of lives. In a wrecked home, a man with 9 ethereal tails holds a child before an old woman. He is a powerful spirit, and he has finally found the one he calls the Hunter. The Hunter believed she had exterminated all the beasts pretending to be human. The spirit looks down at the infant, commenting on how precious the child is, but his eyes glow with malice as he speaks of avenging his wife's resentment. The old woman reveals the child is her granddaughter, daring him to try anything. His expression turns to one of cold, detached indifference. She accuses him of living a life of bloodshed, devoid of any remorse. In response, she slips a golden archer's ring onto her thumb, preparing for a fight. The grandmother draws a heavy bow, her voice firm as she declares it's time for him to die. His face contorts into a mask of pure, unadulterated malice. He taunts her, daring her to shoot through her own granddaughter's heart. Though her hands tremble, she reminds him of her 60 years of experience. With unwavering resolve, she releases the bowstring. The arrow flies true, aimed directly at the spirit and the child. But in a stunning twist, the arrow phases right through the infant. The glowing projectile passes harmlessly, a phantom of light and energy. It was never a physical weapon, but a strike against the spirit itself. The fox staggers back in disbelief, his perfect plan completely undone. As the beast falters, the grandmother secures her precious grandchild. Holding the child, she declares that a beast who eats humans deserves no peace. His fate, she says, is to drift as dust, paying for his many sins. But the spirit finds the concept of sins absolutely hilarious. He reveals that her arrow didn't just strike down one life that day. It had, in fact, claimed two. The hunter had killed his wife, who was carrying their unborn cub. In his eyes, the true sinner is the hunter herself. He unleashes a terrifying roar, placing a curse upon her entire bloodline. The grandmother can only watch in horror as the dark energy envelops them. A spectral beast now looms over her family, a shadow that will never leave. The spirit's voice echoes, promising a shared and terrible grief. The hunter's face drains of color, the weight of his words crashing down, all for this innocent child who sleeps unaware of her doomed fate. The curse is set with a condition. When the child turns 17, he promises an inescapable, violent end for her granddaughter. The dark energy of the curse consumes them, sealing the child's destiny. The arrow that started it all clatters to the ground, its purpose served. And in the aftermath, the hunter is left alone in the terrible silence. But her relief turns to dread as she notices a faint, ominous glow. A mark appears on the child's neck, a permanent brand of the fox's hatred. The hunter's eyes widen in sheer terror, the curse's true nature dawning on her. The mark of the fox burns itself onto the child's skin, an eternal brand of hatred. The story then jumps forward 16 years to the bustling city of modern-day Seoul. What was once a fiery brand of dark energy has now faded into 3 simple moles on a young woman's neck. We meet Lee Nara, who has just turned 17 years old. She sleeps peacefully in her sunlit room, completely unaware of her grim destiny. Oblivious to her impending doom, as teenagers often are, a sinister figure appears at her door, wishing her a very unhappy birthday. Nara is violently jolted awake, screaming at whatever horror is on her phone. The clock on her phone reads 8:21, confirming she is very, very late. Nara bursts from her room in a panic, screaming for her mom. But the horror wasn't a monster, just a party popper to the face. Her parents are there to wish her a happy birthday, but she's got no time for celebrations. Her uncle, however, stops her in her tracks with a surprise birthday gift. Her heart pounds with anticipation, hoping it's the new phone she's been dreaming of. Instead, she unwraps a pair of shiny 10-kilogram chrome dumbbells. Her uncle proudly declares that strength is power, a sentiment Nara does not share. Her mother then offers a second gift, a necklace meant to ward off the curse. Nara's eyes sparkle at the sight of the beautiful jewelry, her mood instantly lifted. The gift is a rather questionable-looking voodoo necklace. Her mother insists it will prevent bullying, her expression unnervingly serious. The family shares a heartfelt hug, emotional that she's finally 17. Her uncle cheerfully admits he was worried she wouldn't even make it this far. He casually mentions the fox's curse, a phrase that catches Nara's attention. But Nara just laughs it off, dismissing it as an old superstition. Her mother embraces her one last time, a quiet, happy birthday on her lips. Nara's only concern is the curse of bombing her upcoming exams. But today is the day the prophecy spoke of, her 17th birthday. And on her neck, the 3 moles glow faintly, a sign of the curse's awakening. The prophecy states that on her 17th birthday, she will die. But in the classroom, Nara is lost in a daydream, blissfully unaware. To her, it's just another ordinary day at her very ordinary school. The spring air is filled with the gentle drift of cherry blossoms. She enjoys the warmth of the sun, a perfect picture of youthful peace. Elsewhere, the boys play soccer with their usual chaotic energy, and Nara enjoys the simple pleasure of taking selfies with her friends. It's a picture of perfect, ordinary high school life, the kind that never lasts. But the ordinary is about to be shattered by a single, stray ball. The soccer ball bounces to a stop right at Nara's feet. She looks over to the field where the boys are calling for the ball. A sudden spark of inspiration lights up her eyes. With surprising grace and power, she winds up for a perfect kick. She makes a silent declaration to the world. A kick so powerful it celebrates her birthday by launching her shoe. The boys on the field can only watch as an object soars through the sky. Their expressions shift from curiosity to utter confusion, and then to the dawning horror of realization. As her shoe makes a perfect landing on some poor, unsuspecting student, the victim of the flying footwear turns, his expression unreadable. Nara can only offer a panicked apology, standing awkwardly on one foot. He calmly picks up the offending shoe, the weapon of her social demise. In a scene straight out of a fairy tale, he returns her lost slipper, but he pauses, examining the shoe with an unnerving intensity. Her friends recognize him instantly. The popular first-year Nam Gyunwoo. Apparently, he's the school's resident heartthrob, and everyone knows his name. The moment hangs in the air, a perfect storm of teenage awkwardness. But then he shatters the silence by speaking her name. Lee Nara. Nara is stunned, wondering how this stranger could possibly know who she is. His gaze is fixed, his expression unreadable as he stares at her. His eyes lock onto the 3 moles on her neck, the mark of the curse. In his vision, the moles seem to weep blood, a sign of her dark fate. Without warning, he pulls her into a sudden, shocking embrace. Nara is frozen, completely bewildered by his sudden closeness. He leans in, his face just inches from her neck, and takes a deep breath. Her mind short-circuits, realizing the school heartthrob is sniffing her. He pulls back abruptly, covering his mouth as if struck by a revelation. Gyunwoo recognizes a familiar scent, one he's encountered somewhere before. Nara can only panic, insisting there's absolutely nothing to smell at all. And just like that, he leaves her standing alone under the cherry blossoms. Gyunwoo walks away without a second glance, his fan club watching in awe. But with their idol gone, the crowd immediately finds a new target. Nara is swarmed by her classmates, desperate to know what the heartthrob said. Mortified, she frantically sniffs her sleeve, searching for this mysterious scent. But she finds nothing, leaving her even more confused than before. Left to her own devices, she sulks while putting her shoe back on. But as her hand touches the tree, a strange purple energy begins to glow. A dark, viscous substance bubbles from the bark, unnoticed by anyone. The clock is ticking, and the curse is just 4 hours from its deadly conclusion. From that dark energy, a small, grotesque spirit begins to take shape. But it is merely a symptom of a much larger, more malicious presence. The school day, however, continues on as if nothing is wrong. Inside the classroom, the teacher's lecture drones on in the afternoon light. Nara is lost in thought, still replaying the strange encounter from earlier. Her mind drifts back to the boy who returned her shoe. The very same boy who now sits just a few desks away, Nam Gyunwoo. He's not just handsome, but a star athlete on the field. He carries an effortless confidence that seems to captivate everyone around him, so much so that even the upperclassmen come to worship at his window. Nara finds herself captivated, thinking he looks cool even while studying. He is, after all, the most popular guy in the entire school. But as she gets a closer look, she realizes something is off. His notes are a bizarre collection of doodles and random thoughts about lunch. He ponders the menu with the intensity of a philosopher, particularly his love for sausages. Nara can only conclude that the school's heartthrob is, in fact, a total weirdo. And it seems his eccentricities don't just stop there. Later, she spots him under a cherry blossom tree, looking deeply troubled. He's genuinely lamenting the tragedy of having bean sprouts for lunch. He walks away with a heavy sigh, leaving Nara to wonder about this strange, sad boy. Nara watches him leave, trying to convince herself he wasn't talking to her. She concludes that the school's most popular guy just talks to himself a lot. The final bell rings, signaling the end of another seemingly ordinary day. But not before the teacher assigns recycling duty to the student who was late, which means Nara gets the glamorous job of hauling trash after class. Her mundane task is interrupted, however, when a voice calls out her name. She turns, her eyes widening in surprise at who's been waiting for her. It's Nam Gyunwoo, leaning against a wall with an unnervingly confident look. He gets right in her face, claiming he's finally identified her mysterious scent. Nara is completely frozen, a single bead of sweat betraying her panic. Nara finally snaps, demanding to know why he keeps insulting her personal hygiene. But Gyunwoo's expression is dead serious as he identifies the scent. It's a fox. She's stunned into silence, the moles on her neck suddenly feeling like a brand. He gestures to the mark, the one her family has worried about for years. His eyes glow with an ethereal light as he names it. The Fox's Curse. A grim countdown begins, her name tied to a rapidly approaching deadline. The clock starts ticking down from 5, each second an eternity. Her mother's worried words about curses and bad luck echo in her mind. The trash bag slips from her numb fingers, hitting the pavement with a thud. And in that moment, the full weight of the prophecy crashes down on her. The countdown continues, the number 4 flashing before her eyes. Nara tries to laugh it off, dismissing curses as childish superstitions. But Gyunwoo isn't letting her go, grabbing her wrist with sudden urgency. The clock ticks down again, only 3 seconds remaining. He pulls her back, demanding to know if she's truly blind to her own fate. Her bravado shatters, replaced by the terrified plea of a girl in the dark. But their conversation is violently interrupted as the wall behind them explodes. 2 seconds left until the prophecy is fulfilled. A massive truck smashes through the bricks because, of course, it's a truck. Nara can only stare in abject terror, her life flashing before her eyes. The driver is just a puppet, his face consumed by a dark, bubbling entity. And behind the wheel is a smile that promises nothing but destruction. 1 second remains until the prophecy is fulfilled. Gyunwoo pulls her close, a desperate attempt to shield her from the impact. They're thrown clear just as the truck obliterates the space where they stood. Metal and concrete scream as the vehicle plows into the school building. Nara lands hard, the shock and pain of the impact rattling her to the core. Gyunwoo gets to one knee, his expression a mix of pain and fury, but he's already back on his feet, leaving Nara to wonder what's happening. Without hesitation, Gyunwoo sprints toward the wreckage, leaving Nara behind. Gyunwoo's face is a mask of cold fury, a cut on his cheek the only sign of the chaos. But from behind him, Nara peeks out, her voice trembling with fear. Her confusion quickly turns to a dawning, impossible horror, because she's looking down at her own broken body lying on the pavement. The question hangs in the air, a terrifying realization taking hold. The prophecy has been fulfilled, right on schedule. Lee Nara, on her 17th birthday, is officially deceased. But Gyunwoo raises a hand, not in surrender, but in frustration, and delivers a spiritual slap right across her ghostly face. He screams at her to snap out of it, because dying is no excuse to lose focus. He delivers another slap, desperately trying to bring her back to reality. He kneels over her body, trying to slap some sense into her ghost. Nara's spirit can only stare in disbelief, her shock turning to outrage. But Gyunwoo's focus is elsewhere, drawn by a sinister, cackling sound. From the truck's cabin, the dark entity begins to ooze from its host. Blobs of the malevolent substance float through the air, surrounding them. The viscous energy coalesces, dripping with a palpable ancient evil. A voice echoes from the darkness, speaking a single triumphant word. It declares that its long, patient wait is finally over. The spirit reveals itself, a shadowy fox that's waited 17 years for this moment. Nara's spirit stands over the wreckage, a ghost at her own funeral. Her mind reels, unable to comprehend this nightmarish new reality. The fox spirit gloats, announcing the hunter's descendant has finally come of age. It declares its intention to finally claim the soul it has waited so long for. Nara can only point to herself in disbelief, the target of an ancient grudge. A swirling vortex of dark energy suddenly lunges toward her ghostly form. Black tendrils wrap around her, pulling her into an inescapable, shadowy grip. But just as she's being consumed, Gyunwoo launches himself into action. He becomes a spinning blur of motion, hurtling through the air to intercept. Nara screams for help, her spirit being dragged into the abyss by the curse. Gyunwoo clenches his fist, channeling a surge of raw spiritual power. He unleashes a devastating punch, shattering the dark tendrils with a blast of light. The fox spirit can only cry out in disbelief as its shadowy form is obliterated. Gyunwoo stands firm, his expression cold and unyielding amidst the chaos. Freed from the curse's grip, Nara's spirit drifts gently down from the sky. Gyunwoo moves in an instant, reaching out to catch her falling form. He pulls her into his arms, breaking her fall and her understanding of reality. Nara can only stare, utterly bewildered to be held by the boy who just saved her. She asks if he can see her, and he confirms it with a look of pure annoyance. And then, because this day isn't weird enough, he starts using her as a human flail. Nara's world is literally upside down as she demands to know what's happening. Gyunwoo's only response is a grim command to stay still. He plants his foot, gathering a surge of spiritual energy from the ground, and then he launches them both into a spinning, disorienting leap. Nara can only scream as he turns her into a high-speed, supernatural centrifuge, all while her physical body lies broken and still on the cold pavement below. With a final, powerful rotation, he slams her spirit directly into her corpse. The impact is jarring, a violent reunion of soul and flesh. Her ghostly form settles into its mortal shell, the shockwaves fading. He then asks if that little bit of spiritual chiropractic has brought her back to her senses. Gyunwoo's voice cuts through the chaos, desperately trying to reach Nara, but she's still lost in the haze, trapped between life and death. Elsewhere, the fox spirit seethes with rage at this unexpected turn of events. Its perfect plan, 17 years in the making, has been completely ruined. All because this one boy decided to get in the way of its revenge. But the spirit is far from finished, vowing to try again. A fiery mark appears on Nara's back, a symbol of the spirit's renewed focus. It makes a solemn promise to see her dead, no matter the cost. Nara's consciousness is plunged into a terrifying vision of fire and chaos. And as her eyes snap open, they glow with a light that isn't entirely her own. A silent scream tears through her as she's ripped back to consciousness. She jolts upright in bed, gasping for air, the vision still fresh. Fragments of the horror flash through her mind. A fox, a truck, her own death. She desperately clings to the idea that it was all just a bad dream. But one look around the room shatters that fragile hope. This traditional tidy space is a world away from her own bedroom. She scans the unfamiliar shelves, trying to make sense of her surroundings. Then, a voice from outside calls a name that makes her blood run cold. The dawning horror is unmistakable. She's in Nam Gyunwoo's room. Heavy footsteps approach as someone outside demands to know about Curry. Priorities, I guess. Nara's mind races, trying to figure out how she ended up in this stranger's room. With no time to think, she makes a desperate dive for the nearest wardrobe. The bedroom door is thrown open with a terrifying, splintering crash. Huddled in the darkness, Nara's heart pounds, certain she's about to face Gyunwoo's mother. The figure steps inside, wondering aloud where the boy could have gone. But it's not a person at all, but a tiger holding a knife in its teeth. As you do, Nara's eyes widen, her brain struggling to process the impossible sight. The tiger pauses, convinced it heard something, its senses on high alert. She can only hold her breath, frozen by a level of fear she's never known. And from the doorway, another pair of eyes widen in shock at the intruder. The tiger turns, its powerful shoulders tensing at the sound from the doorway. Its eyes glow with a predatory light, a snarl twisting its lips. But that aggression instantly melts into pure, unadulterated panic. It takes a hesitant step, sensing something deeply wrong with this situation. Yet its attention is still drawn to the wardrobe, where it knows someone is hiding. Inside, Nara's mind struggles to process the sight of a talking tiger. She wonders if this is all just a nightmare, a fever dream born from her own death. Suddenly, the doors are thrown open, revealing the silhouette of Nam Gyunwoo. A hand grabs her wrist and Nara lets out a terrified scream. She's unceremoniously yanked from her hiding spot, because privacy is clearly not a thing in this house. Gyunwoo stands in the doorway, his expression less than welcoming. Nara peeks out from her hiding spot, her face a perfect picture of panic. She tries to warn him about the tiger, but he just pulls her behind him. Gyunwoo dismisses her warning, clearly not believing a word she's saying. But Nara insists, adamant that she saw a massive beast in his room. Just then, a striped tail whips past them, catching her attention. And on the floor sits not a monster, but an impossibly cute tiger cub. Nara is ecstatic, though she swears the one she saw was much, much bigger. Gyunwoo, however, looks like he's completely run out of patience for this nonsense. With a menacing glare, he declares that what she's looking at is just a cat. He turns to the tiny tiger, demanding it confirm its new identity as a simple kitty. The creature sweats profusely, clearly unimpressed with its sudden demotion in the animal kingdom. Under duress, it lets out the most pathetic, unconvincing meow ever uttered. Gyunwoo gestures to Nara, as if this terrible acting performance should clear everything up. The tiger even starts scratching itself, but Nara still isn't buying the charade. Their bizarre standoff is interrupted by a woman at the door, asking if Nara is his girlfriend. She introduces herself as Nam Oran, Gyunwoo's mother, looking absolutely thrilled by the prospect. Nara quickly clarifies they're just classmates, her mind still reeling from the day's events. She begins to doubt her own sanity, wondering if she really did imagine a talking tiger. But that thought is quickly replaced by the observation that his mom is incredibly beautiful. Nara offers a polite bow, the 3 moles on her neck clearly visible. But Gyunwoo's mother examines her with an unnerving, analytical gaze. Her eyes narrow, seeing something far deeper than a simple schoolgirl. She finds it interesting that her son brought a friend home, asking for Nara's name. Gyunwoo quickly tries to intervene, insisting that Nara is busy and has to leave. He even speaks for her, a move that screams, "Get out now," with zero subtlety. But his mother shuts down the escape plan with a single, unyielding word. Her eyes flare with a sudden, otherworldly light, revealing her true nature. Nara can only stare, frozen by the sudden shift in the room's atmosphere, because Nam Oran's gaze is fixed on one thing: the mark of the fox's curse. She insists that Nara stay for dinner, an offer that sounds more like a command. Just then, the front door opens, and his mother announces the arrival of his brothers. We meet Nam Ahan, the office worker, and Nam Hando, a high school sophomore. Nara's eyes widen in stunned recognition, because she knows the younger brother, Hando Sunbai, a senior at her school. She whispers to Gyunwoo, asking if this is really his brother, and he begrudgingly confirms. It turns out Hando is a famous aspiring actor, and apparently this family is just full of heartthrobs. A quick flashback reveals Nara has admired him from afar at school. He walks through the halls like a celebrity, followed by a legion of fans. But seeing him this close, Nara realizes she never truly appreciated his star power. Her mind is completely short-circuited by the sheer celebrity aura. She's completely captivated, realizing he's even more handsome up close. Their mother cheerfully announces that Nara will be joining them for dinner. With the decision made, she's ushered toward the dining room. The eldest brother, Ihan, looks less than thrilled about this development, and so begins the most awkward family dinner in human history. Nara's only defense is to stuff her face and hope no one speaks to her. But it's hard to ignore the fact that Gyunwoo's mother is staring a hole through her. Hando isn't even eating, just glaring at the table like it personally offended him. And the so-called cat is happily chowing down on fish right on the dinner table. Gyunwoo, meanwhile, has been completely silent, just picking at his food. Nara's internal monologue is just a constant scream for her mom and the sweet release of home. But the eldest brother, Ihan, finally breaks the silence, telling her to relax and eat. Nara is immediately smitten, deciding this handsome, kind man must be an actual angel. But as she looks closer, she notices something odd on his shoulder. A single, pristine white feather is sticking out of his suit jacket. Trying to be helpful, she points it out, but he doesn't seem to know what she's talking about. So she reaches over and, with a gentle pluck, removes the feather for him. The rest of the table reacts as if she just pulled the pin on a grenade. Gyunwoo screams for her to stop, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated panic. But it's not a feather she's holding. It's an entire, magnificent wing. She can only stare in disbelief, her mind struggling to comprehend the impossible. Aihan lets out a cry of pure agony, his composure completely shattered. Because from his back, a pair of majestic wings has suddenly unfurled. Nara's jaw drops, her scream lost in the sheer spectacle before her. Her mind races to the only possible conclusion: he must be an actual angel. He floats there in a shower of light and feathers, looking thoroughly unimpressed. This is clearly not the grand, celestial reveal he ever wanted. And then his angelic form is unceremoniously replaced by a chicken hat. He spins away in a flurry of feathers and poultry-themed humiliation. His angelic form is replaced by a majestic, squawking chicken. It lands on the dinner table in a flurry of feathers, looking very out of place. Nara can only stare, her brain struggling to process this latest absurdity. The chicken adjusts its glasses, clearly embarrassed to have its secret revealed. The realization finally hits her. The handsome office worker is now poultry. Yeonwoo just sighs, recognizing this as a complete and utter disaster. Aihan, in his chicken form, stares back with the dignity of a disgraced CEO. Nara frantically points, demanding to know what is happening, but Gyunwoo is unfazed. He calmly states the obvious, confirming that yes, it is, in fact, a chicken. She insists that's not what she meant, disgusted by the feathers now floating in the air. Gyunwoo scolds his brother for the impromptu poultry transformation at the dinner table. The chicken then turns on Nara, frantically accusing her of triggering his transformation. But his mother calmly reveals the truth. It's because Nara is a hunter's descendant. The revelation sends a shockwave of disbelief through the entire family. The mother seems to find this all very interesting, while Nara is completely lost. The tiger cub, however, sees an opportunity to finally drop its feline disguise. And in a puff of smoke, the cub transforms into a small child in a tiger onesie. His excitement, however, immediately sends him toppling backward off his chair. He pops right back up, completely unfazed by the fall. Adorable yet terrifying. Nara, on the other hand, has officially reached her weirdness quota for the day. The mother calmly points out that the little tiger boy's disguise is incomplete. The child, Yuri, looks down in dismay, his perfect transformation ruined by a single striped tail. She uses this as a lesson, claiming their weakness stems from not eating enough garlic. Aihan, now human again, questions how they could possibly eat more than they already do, because their dinner table is a horrifying testament to the versatility of garlic. From garlic-stuffed fish to every conceivable side dish, every single meal is an overwhelming assault of the pungent bulb. It seems there is no food that cannot be improved or ruined with garlic. They even have it for dessert, because of course they have garlic cake. This family's diet seems to consist of garlic with a side of more garlic. But Hando, the aspiring actor, has finally reached his breaking point with the garlic. He launches into a dramatic critique, lamenting the food's lack of flavor and balance. He even declares the meal an act of terrorism against his refined palate. Nara, however, can only think about how handsome he is, even during a food-related meltdown. His mother is less than impressed, her expression hardening at his complaints. With a terrifying glare, she gives him a simple command: just eat it. But Hando refuses, sparking a silent, stubborn war across the dinner table. The mother's patience snaps, her aura turning dark and fiery as she looms over them, and in a truly bizarre display of parental authority, she spits directly at her son. The projectile hits Hando square in the face, a nightmare for someone with OCD. Nara can only stare, her brain completely failing to process this new level of weird. Hando, the aspiring actor, is frozen in disgust, his perfect face now sullied. His mind shatters, the single thought of being unclean consuming him entirely. And in a horrifying twist, his obsession with cleanliness triggers a transformation. The handsome actor is gone, replaced by a pig screaming about how filthy everything is. Nara just watches, her internal list of impossible things I've seen today getting ridiculously long. But then the pig's snout twitches, catching the scent of the food he just rejected. And with a sudden change of heart, he dives face first into the garlic-laden meal. Nara's mind confirms the undeniable truth. The school heartthrob is now a pig. A pig who, ironically, now finds the terrorist meal absolutely delicious. He proceeds to inhale the entire meal with an almost religious fervor. In a matter of moments, every single dish on the table is licked clean. The family sits in the aftermath, a bizarre portrait of beasts, humans, and one very overwhelmed girl. The mother smiles sweetly, asking her son if the food tastes better now. Hando holds up his sparkling plate, his pride clearly wounded by his own appetite. But he refuses to admit defeat, insisting the meal was still terrible. He laments that his mother is treating him like a common pig. Nara can only state the obvious. He literally is a pig right now. Later, the family confronts their mother, a chaotic scene of animalistic outrage. Hando screams in her face, blaming her for the entire disaster. Family meetings here are a bit more feral, but the mother's patience has finally run out, her expression turning to stone. Her eyes burn with rage as she prepares to lay down the law. With a single word, she unleashes a roar that silences all of them. The resulting shockwave sends the entire dinner party flying in every direction. Nara is thrown back, her mind struggling to process this new level of family drama. But through the chaos, one terrifying thought finally becomes crystal clear. She wasn't just imagining things back in Gyunwoo's room, because his mother is, in fact, a literal, full-grown, very angry tiger. She then proceeds to lecture her animal children on their lack of manners. She asks when they'll learn to act human, a question that's just a little bit ironic, because in the face of the impossible, a teenager's first instinct is to hit record. Nara sits frozen, her phone the only witness to this fever dream of a family. Her brothers, a pig and a chicken, share a look of mutual barnyard despair, but her candid photo is met with a unified roar of animalistic fury. Terrified, she asks the one question on her mind. Is she about to become dinner? The tiger mother, however, seems genuinely confused by the suggestion. She explains that there has been a rather significant misunderstanding. To clear things up, she starts with a history lesson on the legend of Dangun. She reveals that the famous story of the tiger and the bear left out a few key players, and so she properly introduces her family of mythological beasts to the hunter's descendant. She explains they are descendants of beasts who ate the sacred food of the gods. But unlike the bear from the legend, they fled the cave before the trial was over. They are the ones who failed to become human. Talk about a major skill issue. But Aihan cuts her off, demanding to know why she's telling their life story. Gyunwoo agrees, furious that she's revealing their secret to a random classmate. Nara can only look at Gyunwoo, the boy she thought she knew. She finally asks the question that's been burning in her mind. Is he even human? He stands before her, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. And then a small, knowing smile spreads across his face. Nara asks again, desperate for an answer that makes any sense at all. Gyunwoo remains silent, his expression giving nothing away. She presses on, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and genuine curiosity. She asks the million-dollar question, is he human or an animal like the rest of them? Her question is met with looks of pure, unadulterated offense from the barnyard gallery. Aihan the chicken adjusts his glasses, clearly embarrassed by the whole situation. He turns to Gyunwoo, complaining that they're being treated like common livestock. But Hando the pig steps in, insisting that of course they're human. He then gets right in her face, asking if she's ever seen a talking pig before. A question that answers itself, really. Aihan then offers some sage advice, telling Nara not to judge by appearances. Nara can only stare, trying to process a lecture on prejudice from a talking chicken. Aihan gives her a look of pure, intellectual poultry disapproval. But Nara isn't buying it, pointing out he's a little too convincing as a chicken. She turns back to Gyunwoo, who finally gives her a one-word answer. He confirms with a smug smile that he is, in fact, human. Nara looks at him, her expression screaming, "Are you absolutely sure about that?" He leans in, turning the question back on her with a sudden intensity. But before she can answer, their mother prepares to drop some wisdom. She declares that it doesn't matter whether they are beasts or humans. The tiger matriarch continues, her gaze fixed on the girl before her. Just as it doesn't matter if Nara is an ordinary student or a hunter. The tiger mother explains it's all a matter of perspective, her paws resting heavily on Nara's shoulders. She paints a picture of a beast, a nine-tailed fox holding a child, and on the other side, a hunter, drawing her bow against the darkness. She declares that a meeting between these two forces can only be called fate. But, she continues, if the meeting is between one human and another human, then the encounter takes on a different name. It's no longer fate, but destiny. Nara is left speechless, caught in the weight of that single word. His mother leans in close, asking Nara which path she believes she's on. No pressure or anything. Her expression is unreadable, a mix of curiosity and something much older. The mark on her neck is a constant, silent reminder of her fate. Gyunwoo's mother seems to have a personal, long-standing grudge against foxes. She presents Nara with a strange, glowing talisman. The design is less than intimidating, featuring a cartoon rabbit. Oren explains that by surviving the curse, Nara's life has changed forever. She gives Nara the talisman, a direct line to them in times of trouble. a supernatural panic button disguised as a piece of paper. Nara is left to process this impossible, terrifying new reality. With the history lesson over, Oren finally sends her on her way. Nara stands alone outside the strange house, clutching her only lifeline. Nara stares at the talisman, wondering how this cartoon rabbit is supposed to be a panic button. But as she holds it, a sudden, chilling dread washes over her entire body. And with a flick of her wrist, she makes a very clear decision. She wants absolutely no part in this supernatural family drama. She runs as fast as she can, trying to escape the impossible truth she just witnessed. But from the window above, the family of beasts watches her desperate flight. Aihan wonders if it's wise to just let her go, but his mother seems unconcerned. She calmly predicts that the girl will eventually have no choice but to return. Hando isn't so sure, pointing out that Nara looks pretty determined to leave. But Oren just smiles, certain that fate has already sealed Nara's return. She finally stops, gasping for air after her desperate escape. Because Oren's final warning echoes in the air, the fox will kill her. But the talisman she threw away seems to have a mind of its own. It twists and folds, preparing to make a very determined return. And with supernatural speed, it launches itself right back at her. The supernatural panic button lands perfectly in her backpack. So much for free will. She finally makes it home, only to be greeted by her mother's scolding. Lying in bed, she tries to process the absolute insanity of her day. She remembers the terror of being hit by a truck on her birthday, and the horrifying moment a fox spirit nearly claimed her soul for good. She even remembers the jarring, violent moment she was brought back from the dead, and the unforgettable experience of meeting a family of shape-shifting animals. Lying in bed, she desperately hopes that it was all just a terrible nightmare. But the memories are far too vivid, and sleep is a luxury she can't afford. Eventually, however, the sheer exhaustion of her own resurrection finally takes over. She's jolted awake by her mother, who wonders if school is still on the agenda. A quick glance at her phone confirms she is, in fact, incredibly late. Her mom calmly suggests breakfast because what's another 10 minutes at this point? But Nara bolts from the house, making a desperate dash for the bus. It's the universal punishment for high schoolers. Oversleep and you forfeit breakfast? She rushes through her morning routine, a blur of motion and regret. She runs with one shoe half on, a classic sign of being incredibly late. She tries to convince herself that this is just another ordinary morning. Gasping for breath, she makes a desperate sprint for the bus stop. She finally arrives, completely winded, checking the time in a panic. But as she catches her breath, she notices something perched on the man beside her. Her eyes widen, her brain refusing to process the impossible sight. A grotesque, pale spirit crouches on his shoulders, completely unseen by its host. The creature turns its hollow eyes on her, realizing it's finally been seen. Terrified, Nara quickly looks away, pretending she saw nothing at all. Her mind races, trying to comprehend what she's seeing in broad daylight. A curtain of long black hair suddenly falls into her line of sight. It's a ghost, clinging possessively to the oblivious man's shoulders. Her eyes widen, the impossible reality sinking in with chilling certainty. She glances around, realizing with dawning horror that she's the only one who can see it. Her gaze darts back, unable to look away from the terrifying sight. The spirit leans in close, its hollow face just inches from her own. Its eyes burn with a jealous rage as it threatens to blind her for looking. Nara squeezes her eyes shut, desperately trying to pretend it isn't real. She forces a smile, grabbing a drink to feign normalcy. A classic nothing to see here maneuver. She chugs her drink, desperately trying to ignore the silent, terrifying entity beside her. But the spirit's eyes flare red, demanding her attention with a single word. It then offers some helpful advice on how to properly open a bottle. Even ghosts are critics, apparently. The bus arrives, and the oblivious man boards with his supernatural passenger. The spirit looks back, asking why she isn't getting on, its host completely unaware. Nara can only watch as the bus pulls away, leaving her stranded with her new reality. She stands alone, the weight of this impossible morning crashing down on her, because this is a morning where everything has irrevocably changed. She remembers Oren's words, a chilling reminder of what she's become, and the tiger matriarch's prophecy echoes in her mind. Her life will never be the same. She runs through the streets, a world of unseen spirits now visible to her. The horrifying truth finally sinks in. She can see ghosts. She finally makes it to school, hoping for some semblance of normalcy. She rushes down the empty halls, her heart still pounding in her chest. She glances back, praying that the spirits of the city didn't follow her. Taking a deep breath, she prepares to face the day, or what's left of it. But as she opens the classroom door, she's met with an unexpected sight. A grim, ancient spirit stands before her, its eyes glowing with malice. So much for a safe haven. Nara can only stare, her newfound ability turning school into a haunted house. Her world is officially a waking nightmare, and class hasn't even started. She peers into her classroom, only to find it's a horrifying collection of ghosts. A long-haired spirit with glowing eyes and a stitched mouth stands among the desks. Another spirit, a pale boy with an afro, stares with a vacant, unsettling expression. But her friend waves her over, completely oblivious to the classroom's new residents. Nara stays hidden behind the door, her face a mask of pure disbelief. She quickly slams the door shut, hoping to block out the impossible sight. She leans against the door, her mind reeling from this horrifying new reality. The path she walked every day, the door she always opened, has suddenly become a completely different, terrifying world. Her ordinary life as a 17-year-old has been completely and utterly ruined. But inside the classroom, the lesson has already begun. The teacher calmly writes out a series of equations on the board. He turns to the class, asking for a volunteer to solve the problem. But Nara is frozen in her seat, her face a mask of pure terror, because she's not just surrounded by students, but by a crowd of spirits. One of them looms over her, judging her inability to do simple math. Her hand trembles as she tries to work through the problem on her paper. The ancient spirit weeps dramatically, lamenting the future of the nation. Another ghost whispers that a nearby student has no chance of getting into college. A third complains he died building this school, just to see students slack off. Talk about a tough crowd. One spirit even offers her a lunchbox, insisting she needs to eat before studying. Soon, she has an entire spectral study group offering unsolicited advice. Nara's mind finally snaps, unable to handle this supernatural torment. More ghosts begin phasing through the walls, drawn to the spectacle. Her classmates can only see a girl who survived an accident. She sees a ghostly circus. The spirits crowd around her, a suffocating circle of undead judgment. But her constant trembling finally makes a few of the ghosts suspicious. A terrifying thought begins to form in the spirit's mind. It leans in close, asking the one question Nara has been dreading. Her terrified silence is all the confirmation they need. The spirits whisper among themselves, their suspicions growing with every passing second. Nara realizes with dawning horror that her secret is about to be exposed. But just as the ghosts close in, a chair scrapes across the classroom floor. Gyunwoo stands up, his sudden movement drawing the attention of the entire class. The teacher can only stare, completely baffled by this mid-lesson interruption. Without a word, Gyunwoo begins walking through the aisle, his purpose clear. The teacher calls out, demanding to know where he thinks he's going. But Gyunwoo ignores him, his path set on a single, terrified destination. Nara looks up, completely bewildered as he stops right in front of her desk. He looks down at her, his expression cold and completely unreadable. The spirits shrink back as Gyunwoo stands between them and Nara. With tears in her eyes, she can only whisper his name, a desperate plea for help. Gyunwoo's expression remains cold, his gaze fixed on the spectral crowd. His eyes narrow, a silent, menacing warning to every ghost in the room. The ancient spirits suddenly look very nervous, their bravado completely gone. Even the toughest-looking ghosts are sweating, realizing they've made a huge mistake. One of the spirits, however, seems to be enjoying the show a little too much. Gyunwoo raises a hand, a faint blue aura beginning to emanate from his palm. And with a single gesture, he unleashes a spiritual wave that vacuums them all up. Nara can only watch in stunned silence as her supernatural problem is literally swept away. A vortex of dark energy erupts from his hand, ensnaring every ghost in the room. The spirits cry out, helplessly crushed together in the swirling, shadowy mass. Gyunwoo stands unfazed, the spiritual storm settling around him like dust. He then unceremoniously dumps the entire spectral collection in a corner. With the problem solved, he walks past Nara and heads for the door. He doesn't offer a single word of explanation, his face an unreadable mask. Nara can only watch him go, completely stunned by what she just witnessed. Later, beneath the falling cherry blossoms, the school day finally ends. But as Gyunwoo leads her away, one persistent ghost blocks their path. It offers them a lunchbox, insisting they eat before they go. Even the undead have priorities, it seems. Nara clings to his arm, her only anchor in this terrifying new world. Gyunwoo lets out a long, weary sigh, accepting his new role as ghost tour guide. The spirit details the day's menu, but Gyunwoo is completely unfazed by the offer. His simple acknowledgement sends the ghost into a state of pure, terrifying joy. He explains this is just Mrs. Lunchbox, a spirit obsessed with making sure students eat. He then points out Mr. Kim, the ghost of a worker who died building the school. The lonely spirit can only look on, remembering the school he helped create. And then there's Mr. Park, a guardian spirit who just really loves watching kids study. Gyunwoo tells her that there is another world just beyond what she can see. Nara looks back, the weight of that truth finally beginning to sink in. She sits beneath the cherry blossoms, a quiet moment in a world turned upside down. Nara decides that at least some of the ghosts seem pretty harmless. But Gyunwoo explains that just like people, some spirits are good and some are bad. And he warns her that there are truly evil ones out there. Her mind flashes back to the terrifying fox spirit that tried to steal her soul. Gyunwoo suddenly slams his hand against the wall, trapping her against the stairs. He leans in close, his sudden proximity catching her completely off guard. She asks what he's doing as he begins to sniff her hair. Personal space is not his strong suit. His eyes are sharp and focused, searching for something she can't see. He pulls back, confirming that he doesn't know why the fox is after her, but she isn't safe yet. He explains that he can tell by the lingering scent of the fox. Nara's hope for a normal life shatters as she asks if it's really not over. He asks about the talisman his mother gave her, surprised she parted with it so easily. A wave of panic hits Nara as she wonders just how valuable that little paper was. She remembers tossing it aside but quickly lies that it's safe at home. Gyunwoo gives her a chillingly simple instruction. Put it on her door if she wants to survive. She looks down at him, the weight of her new reality crashing down on her. Walking home, she worries about the consequences of her little white lie. But the smell of dinner offers a brief, welcome return to normalcy. Her mother greets her from the kitchen, a comforting sight in a world gone mad. She agrees to wash up, the simple routine a welcome anchor after a day of chaos. But as night falls over the city, that fragile sense of normalcy begins to fade. Because high above the quiet streets, something is sniffing the air. Its senses are locked onto a scent drifting up from below. A grotesque spirit clings to the shadows, its glowing eyes fixed on a single target. It drops to the ground with a silent, slimy thud, its hunt officially underway. The creature stalks through the empty streets, drawn toward Nara's home. It phases into the kitchen, drooling over the meal, the world's worst uninvited dinner guest. The spirit follows the scent through the house, heading straight for a closed door. And inside, Nara washes her hands, completely unaware that she's no longer alone. The creature slithers up through the floor, a silent, shadowy intruder in her home. Its senses are overwhelmed by one thought: the delicious smell of its prey. Nara washes her face, completely unaware of the grotesque spirit looming just below. The creature sees her not as a person, but as a glowing purple aura, a beacon in the dark. She grumbles to herself, annoyed by the simple act of washing up. Thinking a family member has walked in, she yells for them to give her some privacy. She even lands a solid slap, telling the intruder to get out. An unorthodox, yet effective, exorcism technique. The spirit phases through the door, looking more embarrassed than angry. It wanders into the kitchen, where Nara's mother is preparing dinner. But as her mom leaves for the store, the spirit looks on with a tear in its eye, utterly heartbroken. The spirit watches as the door creaks shut, leaving it all alone in the house. Its wide, sorrowful eyes are filled with a strange, lonely longing. But then a thought strikes it, a sudden, urgent concern for the stove. It rushes to the kitchen, determined to watch over the simmering pot. Just then, Nara emerges from the bathroom looking thoroughly annoyed. She marches right past the spirit, who's now sprouting mushrooms while playing chef. She bursts into another room, yelling at her uncle for not knocking. The man panics, yanking the cables from his computer with a terrified scream. His monitors go dark in a desperate attempt to hide his research. Nara grabs him by the shirt, clearly unimpressed with his frantic cover-up. Nara looks down, her expression a perfect blend of annoyance and exhaustion. Her uncle demands she learn some manners, but Nara is completely unfazed. She heads for the stairs, muttering that payback is long overdue in this house. A smug little laugh escapes her, enjoying her small victory over her uncle. She mocks him from afar, feeling triumphant in their little family squabble. But as she turns, a grotesque spirit looms at the top of the stairs. Nara freezes, her mind struggling to process this new, horrifying house guest. Its eyes glow as it repeats the one word it just learned: knock. Even ghosts can be passive-aggressive, apparently. She realizes with dawning horror that this one feels different, more menacing. She scrambles up the stairs, desperately trying to escape the creature now hot on her heels. She throws herself into her room, slamming the door shut behind her. But a ghostly hand phases right through the wood, grabbing her by the arm. Her mind can only ask one question, over and over again. She remembers Gyunwoo's chilling words from earlier that day, and she has a sinking feeling this is one of the bad ghosts he warned her about. Trapped in her own room, she can only look up in absolute terror. The spirit taunts her from the other side, but she screams for it to stay out. A black, viscous substance begins to ooze through the door and walls. The goo coalesces, forming a massive, shadowy shape right before her eyes. The creature fully materializes, its grotesque face looming over her, sniffing the air with delight. Nara can only scream, trapped in her room with the horrifying creature. But a small, feathered necklace on her door begins to glow with a protective light. The charm flies off the door, striking the spirit directly on its nose. Its strange, mask-like pendant pulses with a brilliant, purifying energy. Nara's terror turns to relief as she realizes her voodoo necklace actually works. The spirit recoils, thrashing wildly as the charm's power repels it. But the effect is temporary, and its shadowy hands reach for her once more. Thinking fast, Nara grabs the nearest weapon she can find, a pair of dumbbells. She unleashes her ultimate holy attack, the Chroma Dumbbell Cross. But her exorcism is cut short by the simple fact that they're way too heavy. The creature's shadowy hands lunge forward, ready to claim their prize. It grabs her by the throat, her scream choked off by its crushing grip. In a desperate move, she grabs her school backpack, her only shield. The spirit yanks her into the air, but she clings to the bag with all her might. She screams for her uncle, her last hope against the monster in her room. But her uncle is a little preoccupied with his cultural studies. He's completely lost in his own world, blissfully unaware of the exorcism next door. The spirit's hand phases through her, grabbing at the glowing blue form within. It begins to pull her very soul from her body, but Nara just looks annoyed. Her physical form slumps to the ground, completely unconscious. Nara's spirit looks down, realizing this out-of-body thing is becoming a habit. The creature looms over her, its intentions made clear. It's here for dinner. It pulls her spiritual form away, a horrifying tug-of-war for her very existence. She screams in defiance, demanding to know why she's on the menu. But suddenly the creature's shadowy arm is sliced clean in two. A brilliant flash of light obliterates the spirit's attack completely. Nara's eyes widen, witnessing the impossible intervention, because from her backpack, a powerful force has just been unleashed. Her spirit is suddenly yanked back with an incredible, unseen force, and slammed into her body as the spirit is violently thrown across the room. The cartoon rabbit talisman floats in the air, the source of the protective light. She recognizes the paper, certain she had thrown it away in a panic. But the supernatural panic button clearly has a mind of its own. It drifts down into her hands, leaving her to wonder how it's even here. She remembers Oren's words, a clear instruction for moments just like this. Her only goal now is to get to the door and follow that advice. But the grotesque spirit is still between her and her only escape. Trapped and terrified, she realizes she's completely cut off from safety. So she improvises, grabbing the deadliest weapons a student can find. Office supplies. With a pen in hand, she warns the creature to stay back, hoping it's mightier than the sword. She unleashes a volley of pens, a desperate stationary-based assault. The spirit just stands there as they bounce off, looking thoroughly unimpressed. Its patience finally snaps, and it lets out a horrifying, soul-shaking roar. Seeing her chance, Nara makes a desperate sprint for the door, talisman in hand. But the creature is faster, its hand closing around her head to pull her soul free once more. Her spiritual form's eyes snap open with a sudden, desperate realization. Her gaze is locked on her one and only goal. The door to her room. The spirit mocks her, pointing out that her only escape is also a door. How ironic. It declares her its prize, its grip tightening as it prepares to devour her soul. But Nara screams back in defiance, promising the monster it just made a huge mistake. She holds up the glowing talisman, a final desperate gambit. With her last ounce of strength, she slaps the paper onto her bedroom door. Her face is a mask of pure, unadulterated defiance. The spirit can only stare, its attack momentarily forgotten. It looks back at the door, completely baffled by this strange paper. Nara looks up, offering a surprisingly polite apology for what's about to happen, because the talisman suddenly erupts with a blinding, supernatural light. The cartoon rabbit becomes the center of a glowing, mystical circuit board. A pillar of pure energy shoots from the door, turning it into a gateway of light. The spirit turns, its hunger replaced by a dawning, all-consuming terror. The door explodes inward, a gateway of pure, chaotic energy. And from the blinding light, a hand reaches through the portal. It grabs the spirit by the face, stopping its assault in an instant. Nara can only watch, stunned by the impossible arrival of her rescuer. Gyunwoo steps through the doorway, a silent guardian against the darkness. His eyes are cold and focused, a silent promise of what's to come. Her spirit can only whisper his name, a mix of shock and desperate hope. The once terrifying spirit is now sweating bullets, realizing it picked the wrong house. He holds the creature at bay, a calm protector in a room of chaos. Nara's spirit screams for help, her soul still hanging in the balance. Gyunwoo's hand crackles with a brilliant blue energy. He raises his hand, his expression hardening with deadly intent. He creates a barrier of pure energy, shielding Nara from the monster. But then the scene shifts, a memory of a much simpler time. He asks about homework, a mundane question in a life-or-death moment. But the monster's roar shatters the illusion, a horrifying backdrop to his question. She screams for him to look behind him, her voice filled with terror. Gyunwoo, however, looks completely unbothered by the giant ghost. Priorities, I guess. Without even turning, he throws a lightning-charged punch right behind him. The attack connects, and the spirit's shadowy form simply evaporates into dust. But the other spirit, the one from the kitchen, reappears, weeping over its vaporized hands. Its shadowy limbs begin to regenerate, glowing with a renewed malevolent energy. With a roar of pure fury, it prepares to launch another attack. It lunges straight for Nara, who can only cower on the floor, trapped. But Gyunwoo meets its charge head-on, his fist crackling with brilliant blue light. He lands a devastating blow, driving the creature straight into the ground. He looks down at the spirit, his expression making it clear this fight is over. With a single stomp, he unleashes a pillar of energy, erasing the ghost from existence. Talk about a spiritual cleansing. Nara can only stare, her brain struggling to process the sheer power she just witnessed. The spirit's remains deflate behind him as Gyunwoo stands victorious, the silent protector of her room. But the mushroom spirit from the kitchen lets out a furious roar, ready for round 2. Gyunwoo, however, just prepares another punch, his expression promising a swift end. He unleashes a devastating uppercut, shattering the very floor beneath them. Nara can only watch in awe as the room fills with strange, colorful motes of light. The mushroom spirit dissolves with a final gurgling scream of defeat. But from its remains, 2 glowing blue orbs of energy begin to form. And in a bizarre twist, they transform into a handful of tiny, cartoonish ghosts. Nara looks back as a protective blue aura envelops the entire room. Gyunwoo stands calmly, the source of the strange, peaceful energy. She looks around, completely lost, asking what in the world is happening now. Gyunwoo explains that these are the souls the creature had devoured. The freed spirits ascend into the darkness, finally finding their peace. He clarifies that when an evil ghost eats a soul, it becomes a more powerful entity. And this little blob is what's left of the monster he just defeated. Cute, isn't it? He pulls out a small container, preparing to capture the residual spirit. The tiny monster is sucked into the vial, its silent screams echoing in the light. With a satisfying pop, the creature is sealed away, its rampage officially over. But the spirit isn't going down without a fight, trying to ooze its way to freedom. Gyunwoo channels his energy, sending a jolt of power through the container. He gives the bottle a good shake, a supernatural cocktail of punishment and containment. Gyunwoo stands in the aftermath, the room still glowing with residual energy. Nara looks up, desperately asking if the nightmare is finally over. He holds up the vial, confirming the spirit is safely contained within. He explains that the creature is caught and the danger has passed. With his job done, he announces his departure and heads for her closet. Nara points to the actual exit, helpfully reminding him where the door is. But he ignores her, disappearing into her wardrobe like he's heading to Narnia. She's left completely baffled by his bizarre choice of exit strategy. She cautiously approaches the closet, calling out his name in confusion. Peeking inside, she finds nothing but clothes and lingering questions. She stares into the empty space, wondering where he could have possibly gone. She calls out his name, leaning deep into the darkness of her wardrobe. But she doesn't find the back of her closet. She finds an entirely different room. Her mind struggles to comprehend this impossible sunlit space. She quickly pulls back, her heart pounding with utter disbelief. She's back in her own messy room, staring at a perfectly normal closet. But she has to know for sure, diving back in for a second look, only to come face to face with Gyunwoo, who asks what she's doing in his room. He stands there, arms crossed, completely unfazed by her sudden appearance. And Nara finally realizes her closet is a magical doorway straight to his... Gyunwoo explains it's all thanks to the rabbit hole talisman. He clarifies that the paper has the power to connect 2 doors. She looks back at her closet, finally understanding its true purpose. He casually invites her to come in, as if this is a perfectly normal commute. She steps through, only to be greeted by his mother, Orin. The tiger matriarch asks if she enjoyed her first real ghost hunt. Nara can only stare, the sheer terror of the night finally hitting her. The dam finally breaks and tears begin to stream down her face. She breaks down completely, asking why this terrifying new reality is her life now. Gyunwoo presents the captured spirit, as Oran notes that Nara is a natural ghost magnet. Her voice breaks as she asks the universe the one question on her mind. Why me? Orin offers a chillingly simple answer. Because she's a delicious meal. She explains that the spirits, called Eonkwi, are driven by an insatiable hunger. Their only purpose in their twisted existence is to eat. And because the fox failed to devour her soul, it's now a beacon for them all. Her spirit now shines with a unique, powerful energy. To the monsters wandering in the dark, she's a brilliant beam of light. A 5-star meal, basically. And every hungry ghost in the city is now drawn to her irresistible glow. Oran delivers the final, devastating truth. Nara is now a being meant to be eaten. And the cursed mark on her neck is the brand that proves it. Oran explains that from now on, spirits will hunt her relentlessly. She can only imagine the endless parade of monsters coming for her soul, Lost and terrified, she has no idea how to survive this new reality. Oren offers some comforting words. Nara is going to die very soon, for sure. She delivers the news with a smirk, calling the whole thing a terrible pity. The single word hangs in the air, sending a chill down her spine. Her mind flashes through all the things she'll never get to experience. The horrifying truth sinks in. Her life is over just after her 17th birthday. But just as she spirals into despair, Gyunwoo tells her not to worry. Because from this day forward, Gyunwoo will be her personal protector. Gyunwoo's expression is a mask of pure, unadulterated annoyance. He doesn't seem thrilled about his new role as a supernatural bodyguard. The full weight of the announcement finally hits him with a jolt. He points to himself in disbelief, but his mother's smirk confirms his fate. He demands to know why he's been chosen, but Oren has a simple answer. It's all because of that cartoon rabbit talisman, the new magical doorway. Gyunwoo can only mutter about what a massive hassle this is all going to be, but his mother's sharp gaze tells him she heard every single word. Her tiger spirit manifests, asking if he has a problem with the arrangement. You know, casually. Gyunwoo immediately chokes on his words, suddenly rethinking his life choices. Nara's mind races, remembering Gyunwoo's power against both the fox and the spirit. A simple, life-altering equation forms in her mind. His protection means her survival. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she bows deeply, much to Gyunwoo's awkwardness. But Oren reminds her that in this world, nothing ever comes for free. Nara nervously asks if her soul is the payment, but Oren simply scoffs at the idea. She explains that in exchange for her life, there is something else she must do. Her task is simple yet impossible. Bring Oran the legendary Dangun's relic. Nara has absolutely no idea what she's talking about. A relic? From who now? Oran reveals a shocking truth. Nara's own grandmother was a renowned fox hunter, and her power came from a single artifact, the thumb ring once used by Dangun himself. Oren shows her an image of the relic, a strange golden thumb ring. But Nara insists her grandmother is gone, and she knows nothing of any ring. Oren just smiles, confident that the relic is tied to Nara's bloodline. Her eyes seem to hold a vision of the future, or perhaps the past. She explains that the relic is sentient and will recognize its true owner, and that it will soon find its way back to Nara's hand. A vision shows Nara wielding a simple ruler, now a glowing supernatural weapon. So much for needing a legendary sword. With the terms laid out, Oren asks if they have a deal. Nara looks terrified but knows she has no other choice, because above all else, she desperately wants to live. Back in her room, Nara wonders about the grandmother she barely knew. She recalls how her own mother always seemed to resent the woman. A memory surfaces of her mom complaining about her long, unexplained absences, and now, Nara finally understands the reason for those 6-month trips. But that leaves one burning question: where is this legendary relic? Overwhelmed by the impossible task, she decides the mystery can wait until morning. She gets ready for bed, trying to find a moment of normalcy. But her mind is still racing with the impossible truths of her new life. Her gaze falls upon the closet, now a permanent gateway to her bodyguard's room. The cartoon rabbit is a constant reminder that her commute just got really weird. She turns, a sudden, unsettling thought striking her. Her gaze is fixed on the closet, the new gateway to her protector, and she realizes this new arrangement is going to be a huge problem. The next morning, she gets ready for school, trying to maintain some normalcy. But a voice from the closet immediately shatters that illusion. Gyunwoo peeks through the portal, asking for her Korean homework. He strolls in, grabs her notebook, and announces he's borrowing it. Nara can only yell at him for barging in, pointing at his bizarre exit. So much for personal space. She's left staring at the closet, completely speechless. Her new bodyguard is already proving to be an incredible nuisance. Meanwhile, in a traditional home hidden among the city's modern sprawl, Oran works late into the night, the captured spirit sitting on her desk. Suddenly, the vial flares with energy, heralding an unexpected visitor. She looks up, her expression one of pure, undisguised annoyance. A man in a trench coat appears in a swirl of wind, making a rather dramatic entrance. She asks the newcomer Pungbek if using the door is really that difficult. He smirks, remarking that such logic is surprisingly human of her. He then reminds her that she is, after all, a beast. She shoots back that it's something humans refer to as manners. Apparently, a foreign concept to him. Oren tells him if he wants to be human, he needs to work harder at cleansing the world. He delivers a grave warning, explaining that their time is running out, because soon, the legendary figure Dangun will descend upon the world, a celestial event that will cast its judgment over the entire city. Pungbek explains that if they fail to accumulate enough good deeds, Oren listens intently, her expression hardening at the familiar threat. Then for the rest of their lives, they will be trapped in their current forms. Forever unable to achieve their goal of becoming truly human, skincare routines won't save them now. They will be forced to live out their days as beasts, hiding in plain sight. A montage reveals others like them, blending seamlessly into the human world. But back in her room, Nara is wide awake, a strange energy hovering over her. She's jolted awake by a strange purple light emanating from her closet. The source is Gyun-woo, shredding on his electric guitar in the middle of the night. She burrows under her covers trying to block out the unholy racket. But the sound is inescapable, a personal concert she never asked for. Finally snapping, she throws open the closet door, demanding to know what he's thinking. She finds her stoic protector lost in a rock and roll fantasy on his bed. He's completely in his own world, oblivious to his audience of one. An evil, sleep-deprived idea begins to form in her mind. She quietly slips through the portal, her annoyance turning into a plan for revenge. But he spots her, yelling about personal space, a concept he clearly forgot about this morning. She tells the aspiring pop star to keep it down so she can finally get some sleep. He grumbles back that it's rock music, not pop. Even supernatural bodyguards have standards. With the musical debate finally settled, she turns over, hoping for some peace. The night passes, and Nara sleeps soundly for the first time in what feels like forever. But later, she quietly calls out, wondering if her new protector is still awake. Her gaze softens, the terror of the day replaced by a quiet vulnerability. She whispers a heartfelt thank you into the darkness for saving her life. With her gratitude expressed, she wishes him a good night and finally drifts off. In the room next door, connected by a magical closet, Gyun-woo lies in silence. But his eyes are wide open. He heard every single word. He lies awake, her words echoing in the quiet room. He reflects on the strange new connection between their rooms. On one side of the portal, Nara sleeps, finally at peace. And on the other, Gyun-woo has also found a moment of rest. They sleep in their own beds, connected by a strange magical doorway. The next morning, they walk to school together, a new and awkward routine. Their arrival, however, does not go unnoticed by their classmates. Nara trembles with anxiety, while Gyun-woo looks as stoic as ever. The school's gossip mill immediately goes into overdrive at the sight. Her friend can only stare in disbelief, wondering what she's missed. The students can only ask one question. Are they actually dating? Even the school's resident ghost is stunned by this shocking development. In fact, she seems to be taking this news a little too personally. But the story of their morning commute started a little differently. Earlier that day, just outside a quiet suburban home, a different girl cautiously steps out, ready for school. She finds Gyun-woo waiting for her, his patience already wearing thin. She happily asks if he was waiting, completely missing his annoyed expression. He coldly tells her to just get moving, his tone leaving no room for argument. And so they arrive at school, the stage set for a day of awkward rumors. Her friends immediately corner her, demanding to know about her relationship with Gyun-woo. She can't exactly explain her new supernatural bodyguard situation. Her friend presses on, completely unaware of Nara's life-or-death predicament. Nara panics, insisting there's absolutely nothing going on between them. But her friends can smell a lie from a mile away, their expressions smug. She tries to hold her ground, her patience wearing dangerously thin. But it's not just her friends who are suspicious. The school ghost has an opinion too. The spirit leans in close, its glowing eyes staring straight into her soul. It lets out a furious scream, its spectral voice rattling the very air. Talk about a jealous ex. And Nara is sent flying by the sheer force of the ghostly accusation. Nara is left completely drained, utterly exhausted by her new normal. But the jealous spirit isn't finished, stomping down the hall with a vengeance. She finds her target, Gyun-woo, standing alone in the hallway. The ghost gets right in his face, a silent, spectral confrontation. She explains with a pained expression that she failed to catch something. With tears in her eyes, she blames her own weakness and his rejection. Gyun-woo is completely lost, having no idea what she's talking about. He asks what's wrong, but she just accuses him of making things worse. Later, in a quiet, forgotten corner of the school, the ghost sulks on the stairs, stewing in her supernatural heartbreak. The jealous ghost seethes, convinced Nara is a wicked, annoying girl. She wonders if she should intervene to help someone, but a presence in the darkness above catches her attention. A disembodied voice offers its assistance from the shadows. The ghost looks up, confused, asking what kind of help it's offering. A shadowy entity materializes, promising to kill Nara for her. The ghost seems to consider the offer, asking how it would be done. The creature simply replies that it will be easy. Making friends in the afterlife seems complicated. Dark, shadowy tendrils begin to creep up the stairs surrounding her. And with a final, chilling promise, the creature lunges, engulfing her completely. The staircase is suddenly empty, the only trace of the ghost a faint, ominous glow. In her place, a new creature forms, a grotesque fusion of shadow and sorrow. Its new, colorful eyes blink open, a strange and unsettling sight. The creature's form bubbles and shifts, driven by a deep, rumbling hunger. Its senses flare to life, its many eyes searching for its next meal. But devouring one ghost was just an appetizer. It's not nearly enough. It slithers up the stairs, a being of pure, insatiable appetite. From the window, it spots a new target sitting alone in the schoolyard. A small, lonely water spirit sits beneath the cherry blossoms, completely unaware. The shadowy predator drips down the wall, closing in for another kill. The shadowy mass lands with a splat, its new form coalescing on the ground. The jealous ghost's face is now its own, twisted into a horrifying, hungry grin. It approaches the small water spirit, its intentions hidden behind a silent advance. The little ghost, ever the host, offers up its meal, completely oblivious to the danger. The creature accepts the offering, its gaze cold and predatory. With a horrifying "thank you," it unhinges its jaw and devours the spirit whole. Table manners are clearly not its strong suit. As the day ends, the school grounds fall silent and empty. The gymnasium is deserted, bathed in the warm light of the setting sun. A single faucet drips in the quiet, a lonely sound in the abandoned building. But one student remains, lost in thought, sensing that something is deeply wrong. But in class, Nara can't shake the feeling that something is off. The school is far too quiet. The day ends like any other. A simple farewell marking the final bell. As students file out of the building, the eerie silence remains. Gyunwoo asks Nara if she's noticed the complete absence of their usual spectral residents. He speculates that maybe they've all gathered for some ghostly get-together, but he quickly brushes it off, his only concern being how tired he is. Nara points out that even the friendly lunch lady ghost is missing from her post. The cherry blossom tree stands alone, its usual spectral guardian nowhere in sight. A sudden, dawning horror spreads across Gyunwoo's face. This isn't a coincidence. He reaches into his jacket, his hand closing around his tools. The school day isn't over yet. He pulls out a special marker, drawing a single unbroken line on the concrete. Gyunwoo quickly sketches a perfect circle, a makeshift sanctuary on the school grounds. He gently pushes Nara inside, a protective gesture she doesn't understand. He explains it's a barrier, a space where the hungry Yongkui can't see her. With a final stern warning, he tells her to stay put while he investigates. Nara's face fills with worry, sensing the gravity of the situation. She calls out as he turns his back, heading into the now silent school. He stops just before the entrance, a silent pause before the storm. Gyunwoo stands in the doorway, a lone figure against the darkness within. The school hallways are empty and silent, a chilling sign that the hunt has already begun. Gyunwoo's expression hardens, his hunt for the ghost eater officially underway. He ascends the stairs, the silence of the school a heavy, ominous weight. His senses lead him to a single location, the boys' bathroom. He cautiously peeks through the door, preparing for whatever lies within. The room is empty, but the air is thick with a strange, fearful energy. He approaches a single closed stall, the source of the disturbance. He calls out to the unseen presence, letting it know that hiding is futile. He throws the door open, ready to confront the monster he's been tracking. But what he finds on the other side leaves him completely stunned. Because crammed into the stall are all the missing school ghosts, terrified out of their wits. He can only ask what they're all doing crammed into a single bathroom stall. But the terrified spirits immediately shush him, their eyes wide with panic. They warn him that a dangerous Yongkui is roaming the school, hunting them down. The word hangs in the air, confirming Gyunwoo's worst fears. The entire spectral student body is hiding in here, a ghostly game of sardines. But their hiding spot is compromised as the creature bursts through the ceiling above. Its shadowy tendrils lash out, grabbing the terrified ghosts from their sanctuary. The spirits are absorbed into its swirling, colorful mass, their forms dissolving. Gyunwoo's shock turns to cold fury as he prepares to intervene. The creature grows larger, empowered by the souls it just devoured. Its new form towers over Gyunwoo, a grotesque, shark-like beast of pure hunger. Its thoughts are a singular, desperate question, echoing in the silence. It demands to know where Nara is, its voice a chorus of stolen souls. Meanwhile, Nara waits patiently inside her little chalk circle of safety. She texts Gyunwoo, her fear growing with every unanswered message. But Gyunwoo is a little busy right now, and her texts go completely ignored. The creature recognizes him, accusing him of ruining its revenge. It clarifies that it has no interest in him or any other human. It offers him a simple choice: give up Nara or die. Seems like a pretty easy decision. Gyunwoo responds with a lightning-fast punch, delivering his answer directly to its face. The creature's mass consumes the spirits one by one, starting with Mr. Kim, then Mr. Park, another familiar face erased from the school's halls. Gyunwoo can only watch, his shock quickly turning into cold fury. Even the kindly lunch lady ghost is devoured by the insatiable monster. His eyes narrow, a silent promise of the retribution that's about to come. A fiery aura erupts around him as he prepares to end this hunt for good. The creature's form shifts and grows, empowered by its recent meal. It takes a heavy step forward, its shadowy claws digging into the floor. The ghost eater now resembles a monstrous fox, its hunger far from satisfied. But it pauses, confused, wondering where Nara's delicious aura has gone. Gyunwoo stands over the creature, calmly asking what just happened. He follows up with a lightning-fast kick, sending the beast flying. The creature's shadowy form contorts, absorbing the full force of the blow. Gyunwoo's expression hardens, realizing he should have ended this sooner. But a familiar, ghostly face appears, complaining about the pain. It's Mr. Park, his soul now a part of the monster's grotesque form. Guess he's not getting tenure now. Gyunwoo freezes, stunned to see the teacher's spirit trapped within the beast. The monster whips around, its attack fueled by the pain of its stolen souls. Gyunwoo prepares to counter, but the creature's speed catches him off guard. He's sent flying back, crashing hard into the bathroom wall. Gyunwoo pushes himself up, his expression hardening with a new resolve. The creature lets out a chilling laugh, the lunch lady's spirit now visible on its shoulder. With a sickening gulp, it begins to absorb her too, another soul added to its collection. It explains its hasty meal is the only reason the spirits are still recognizable. So, supernatural indigestion. Good to know. Gyunwoo's eyes narrow, his voice dangerously calm as he acknowledges the monster's mistake. He plants his foot, channeling a surge of raw power through the tiled floor. His fist crackles with brilliant blue lightning, his patience officially gone. He unleashes a devastating uppercut, sending a shockwave through the creature's form. His face twists into a furious snarl, the protector finally letting loose. He follows up with a relentless barrage of punches, a storm of pure, righteous fury. He brings his fist down like a hammer, a final devastating blow. The creature reels back, the force of the impact shaking its very core. Its shadowy form convulses, a sickening gag echoing in the silence. And it spits out one of the souls it so greedily devoured. The freed spirit lands on the ground with a rather undignified splat. Gyunwoo stands ready, but the monster seems to have lost its appetite. The ghost sits up, looking a little worse for wear, but surprisingly intact. He gives Gyunwoo a thumbs up, a silent thank you for the violent rescue. He then begins to sink into the floor, his job apparently done. Guess it's time to clock out. His hand remains for a final sparkling thumbs up before disappearing completely. Gyunwoo watches as the last of the freed spirit fades away. The creature just scoffs, claiming the old ghost didn't taste good anyway. But Gyunwoo realizes something is wrong with this picture. After eating so many souls, this is no longer an ordinary evil ghost. It's retained its intelligence, its sense of self, and its purpose. The monster leans in, asking if he's ready for the real fight to begin. Gyunwoo simply accepts, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He promises to beat the creature until every last soul is coughed up. But suddenly, the bathroom fixtures decide to get in on the action. Gyunwoo whips around, sensing a new and frankly bizarre threat from behind. A toilet morphs into a giant maw, lunging at Gyunwoo with blinding speed. He dodges, questioning if he's seeing an illusion or if the plumbing is really out to get him. The creature complements his reflexes, its tail now wielding the porcelain predator. Gyunwoo recognizes the ability, identifying it as a form of fox transformation magic. The monster gives a chilling warning, telling him to watch where he steps, because the very floor beneath him erupts into a massive, tooth-filled trap. He leaps into the air, narrowly avoiding the jaws snapping up from below. His eyes widen, realizing the entire room has become the monster's hunting ground. Even the ceiling light fixture transforms, its fluorescent bulbs now a row of deadly fangs. Trapped, Gyunwoo unleashes a blast of energy, determined to punch his way out of this death trap. Gyunwoo lands gracefully, his eyes locked on the ever-shifting battlefield. He pivots, smashing a shadowy tendril that lunges from the bathroom wall. His expression is pure, cold fury, a promise of what's to come. Another attack comes from above, a grotesque eel made of shadow and stolen souls. Gyunwoo meets it head-on, his lightning-charged kick shattering its fanged maw. He channels his power, his fist becoming a conduit for raw, destructive energy. With a final, gravity-defying blow, he slams his fist into the creature's core. The monster lets out a guttural growl, its shadowy form writhing in agony. Gyunwoo watches, his gaze unwavering, waiting to see if the attack was enough. This bathroom is going to need a serious remodel. The creature's eye narrows, its gaze filled with a newfound grudging respect. But the creature retaliates, its shadowy form lashing out with incredible speed. Gyunwoo's eyes widen in shock as the attack breaks through his guard. He's sent flying across the room, the force of the blow undeniable. His gaze is fixed on the monster, a dawning realization in his eyes. Outside, Nara grows more anxious, her worried texts going unanswered. She looks up at the school, the silence stretching on for far too long. She can only whisper his name, her fear growing with every passing second. Back in the bathroom, the dust settles on a scene of utter destruction. Gyunwoo is on one knee, clutching his side, the battle clearly taking its toll. The monster looms over him, admitting it aimed for his liver but missed. Guess it's not a licensed surgeon. The creature's eye widens, sensing a sudden, dangerous shift in the air. But Gyunwoo just grins, a feral, terrifying expression on his face. The monster snarls, realizing its opponent is far from defeated. It finally understands the truth. Gyunwoo isn't human either. The two beings face off. The trashed bathroom now an arena for monsters. Hope the janitor gets hazard pay for this. The creature can't comprehend why one of its own kind would go to such lengths to protect a mere human. It demands to know why he's interfering with its personal vendetta. Gyunwoo's expression is unreadable, his gaze cold and unwavering. And then, a horrifying possibility dawns on the Ghost Eater. The creature asks if he's trying to win the favor of humans. Its glowing eyes narrow in the darkness. A silent, condescending judgment. It looms over him, questioning why a fellow beast would stoop so low. It paints a picture of a monster hiding in plain sight, his true nature cast only in shadow. But the moment that truth is revealed, the illusion of acceptance shatters completely. All that's left is the raw, unfiltered disgust and fear of the very people they try to love. The monster then turns the question on him, wondering how Nara would react to his true form. Gyunwoo's silence is an answer in itself. He knows the bitter truth all too well. The creature scoffs, accusing him of acting like a pet, desperate for human affection. It bares its teeth, a chilling reminder that they were made to be predators, not protectors. Gyunwoo's eyes narrow, telling the creature his reasons are his own. He calls out its hypocrisy, reminding it of its own past devouring humans. Pot, meat kettle. He declares that he is nothing like the monster, gathering a storm of energy in his hand. The power coalesces, forming a brilliant blue blade of pure energy around his arm. He clenches his fist, daring the creature to attack, promising to shatter it completely. The Ghost Eater roars in fury, its own insult thrown back in its face. Gyunwoo charges forward, a blur of motion and righteous anger. He meets the monster's attack by shoving his fist straight into its gaping maw. The energy erupts from the back of its head in a devastating, explosive blow. Outside, Nara looks up as a brilliant flash of light bursts from the school window. Nara screams his name, her eyes wide with terror at the sight of the blast. Her foot stops just short of crossing the line of her protective circle. She remembers his final stern warning to stay put no matter what. Torn between her fear for him and his direct order, she hesitates. She stays put, her frantic text the only thing she can do to help. But her quiet vigil is shattered by the screech of an approaching bicycle. A student on a bike nearly runs her over, sending her sprawling to the ground. So much for a safe space. The rider quickly apologizes as she picks herself up from the pavement. But as she looks up, her expression shifts from pain to sudden recognition. It's a face she knows, a silver-haired boy she clearly wasn't expecting to see. The silver-haired boy looks down, asking what she's doing here. Nara recognizes him instantly, calling him by name, Hando. But his bike has broken the chalk circle, shattering her only protection. He's completely oblivious, asking what's wrong as she stares in horror. She stammers out an insult instead of his name. Smooth. Real smooth. And just like that, the cursed mark on her neck flares to life. Inside the school, the Ghost Eater's senses ignite, locking onto her brilliant aura. Its chorus of stolen voices whispers a single chilling phrase, "Found you." It completely ignores Gyunwoo, phasing right through the wall to get to its prize. The monster abandons the fight, leaving Gyunwoo to realize the battle has just moved outside. Gyunwoo's eyes widen in horror, screaming Nara's name as he realizes his mistake. Outside, Nara and Hando look up as a shadowy mass pours from the school window. Hando is completely baffled, but Nara's expression is one of dawning terror. The Ghost Eater materializes before them, a towering beast of shadow and stolen souls. Nara recognizes the fox-like form, her worst nightmare returning in a new, twisted shape. The creature leans in, its voice a chorus of the dead, happy to have finally found her. She stares up in disbelief, wondering if this is the same monster from that night. With a final, chilling command to die, the beast lunges, its massive jaws wide open. Nara can only scream, bracing for the end as the darkness closes in. But the attack is stopped, a sharp blade intercepting the monster's deadly bite. Nara peeks from behind her savior, completely bewildered by the sudden rescue. Hando stands between her and the monster, a strange power repelling its attack. His expression is cold and focused, revealing a side Nara has never seen. The Ghost Eater recoils, utterly baffled by this unexpected resistance. It can't comprehend the strange new power that just blocked its path. Hando looks at the creature with pure disdain, calling it repulsive. Apparently, he's a harsh critic. A brilliant golden light emanates from his hand, the source of his power. The light strikes the monster, which flinches back in pain. The creature is blasted backward, sent reeling by the force of the attack. It lands on all fours, its shadowy form seething with rage. Hando declares that the monster's ugliness is no match for his own beauty. He basks in his own radiant, self-proclaimed magnificence. A brilliant aura surrounds him, a testament to his unapproachable good looks. Both Nara and the monster can only stare, completely baffled by this display. Nara is utterly unimpressed by his narcissistic performance. Even the soul-devouring beast is confused by this strange new human. But Hando's smug expression suddenly falters as he notices something. A single drop of the creature's shadowy essence has landed on his hand. His cool facade shatters as he lets out a horrified scream. Guess he's not a fan of getting dirty. He furiously scrubs his hand, disgusted by the monster's filth. His disgust is so intense, he imagines his hand has turned into a pig's trotter. The monster mocks his bizarre reaction, but Hando vehemently denies the vision. Just then, Gyunwoo bursts from the school, screaming Hando's name. He orders Hando to protect Nara, charging headfirst into the fray. The creature begins to gloat, but its taunt is cut short by confusion. Because Hando has already grabbed Nara and is making a swift getaway on his bike, he pedals with all his might, putting as much distance as possible between them and the beast. But Nara looks back in concern, asking if they're just abandoning Gyunwoo. Hando is completely baffled, having no memory of putting her on the bike. So much for a heroic rescue. He explains his logic. Fighting that filthy thing will literally turn him into a pig. Hando declares with fierce determination that he will not let that happen. The Ghost Eater gives chase, demanding they stop running away. Nara urges him to pedal faster, while he blames her for this entire mess. They careen down the sidewalk, scattering students in their desperate escape. But as they swerve, Nara loses her grip, slipping from the back of the bike. She tumbles backward, her eyes wide with shock as she begins to fall. A hand suddenly snatches her tie, yanking her back from the brink. Hando pulls her forward, gruffly telling her to hold on tight. So chivalry isn't dead, just really aggressive. She clings to him for dear life as they continue their frantic getaway. But the monster is relentless, bursting through a brick wall right behind them. Hando and Nara look back, their desperate escape suddenly cut short. The Ghost Eater's massive jaws lunge forward, ready to swallow them whole. It slams down right behind their bike, its hunger driving it forward. Shadowy tendrils erupt from the ground, ensnaring the two students completely. But Gyunwoo arrives just in time, delivering a powerful kick to the beast's head. The impact sends a wave of black ooze splashing over Hando and Nara. Hando lets out a horrified scream, his worst fear suddenly realized. His eyes are wide with terror as the monster's filth covers his face. He looks down to see his stomach suddenly begin to swell and distend. Well, this is awkward. His entire body begins to morph, his clothes straining against his new, expanding form. Hando panics, realizing he can't risk a full transformation in public. Nara helpfully points out that he seems to be getting fatter. He screams back, fully aware of his horrifying predicament. The Ghost Eater watches, realizing it's stumbled upon another non-human. Gyunwoo sprints after them, his frustration at Hando's cowardice clear. The monster lunges, its massive jaws ready to devour the fleeing students. Hando pedals with a newfound sense of urgency, his life on the line. Nara stares in disbelief as a curly pink tail bursts from his pants. So much for keeping a low profile. He barrels down the street, yelling for everyone to get out of his way. Onlookers can only stare, completely baffled by the bizarre spectacle. Their chaotic escape sends students scattering in every direction. But their path is blocked by a woman and her child, frozen in their path. Her eyes widen in terror, bracing for an impact that seems unavoidable. The baby sleeps on, blissfully unaware of the chaos unfolding. Hando grits his teeth, his panic giving way to sheer desperation. He wrenches the handlebars, swerving at the last possible second. The bike slams against the curb, the impact sending them airborne. They launch over a massive staircase, the Ghost Eater still right on their tail. The chase continues through the air, high above the city streets. Guess this bike has a flight mode. Hando and Nara are now soaring through the sky on a surprisingly aerodynamic bicycle. Hando and Nara scream in terror as their bicycle continues its improbable flight. They land hard on a rooftop, the impact nearly sending Nara flying off the back. The bike bounces across the tiles, a desperate escape with the monster in hot pursuit. But their path leads them straight towards a dead end in a trash-filled alley. Their eyes widen in horror as they brace for a very messy crash landing. The bike smashes into the garbage with explosive force, sending debris everywhere. They're sent flying, a chaotic tumble through a storm of discarded food and trash bags. Nara lands squarely on Hondo's back, using him as a surprisingly soft cushion. She pinches her nose, disgusted by the smell of garbage and, well, him, and in a final, horrifying transformation, Hando becomes a giant pig, screaming at his filthy predicament. The Ghost Eater cackles, enjoying the chase as Hando pedals for his porcine life. But help is on the way as Gyunwoo scales a nearby building with impossible speed. He launches himself into the air, a human missile aimed at the chaotic scene below. Gyunwoo lands with a ground-shattering impact, bringing the getaway to a screeching halt. Nara and Hando can only stare in shock as their protector blocks their path. With their escape cut off, Hando slams on the brakes, stopping just short of him. Gyunwoo turns to face the monster, a brilliant blue aura erupting around him. Nara looks on, a shiver running down her spine as she senses his terrifying power. He stands as a silent sentinel, his focus locked entirely on the enemy. Gyunwoo turns to Hando, telling the cowardly pig that it's time to stop running and fight. Hando glares, clearly annoyed at being bossed around by Gyunwoo. The Ghost Eater lets out a furious roar, lunging at the cornered students. It screams for them to get out of its way, its massive jaws ready to devour them. But Gyunwoo stands his ground, completely unfazed by the oncoming threat. Suddenly, Hando leaps into action, delivering a surprisingly powerful kick. Guess he's more than just bacon. His hoof connects with a sickening crunch, sending a shockwave through the monster's head. As Hando is thrown back, Gyunwoo prepares his own attack, his fists crackling with lightning. His face is a mask of pure fury, ready to unleash the storm he's been gathering. The energy condenses into a single brilliant point of destructive power. He unleashes a devastating uppercut, sending a pillar of lightning straight into the beast's jaw. The creature's eye widens in shock as the lightning tears through its very being. The blast rips through its shadowy form, a direct hit that seems to end the fight for good. Its body dissolves into nothing, leaving the three students in a suddenly quiet alley. Nara can only stare, her mind struggling to process the raw power she just witnessed. But from the dissipating shadows, a single hateful eye glares back at them. A tendril of darkness lashes out, ensnaring Nara before anyone can react. Gyunwoo's victory turns to horror as he realizes his fatal mistake. Even Hando is stunned, his heroic pig kick apparently not the final blow. But another face appears in the chaos, the original jealous ghost, just as confused as Nara. The two girls are lifted into the air, a final desperate prize for the defeated monster. The jealous ghost can only wonder if this is the end for her, but Gyunwoo lets out a desperate roar, his eyes fixed only on Nara. Her body suddenly goes limp, falling from the monster's grasp. She plummets towards the ground, completely unconscious. She lands with a sickening thud, her form still and lifeless. Gyunwoo rushes to her side, desperately calling out her name. Hando can only stare in horror, convinced she's already gone. Gyunwoo snaps at him, but Hando insists she looks dead. Not the most helpful bedside manner. He confirms she's still breathing, but his expression is grim. Because the monster didn't kill her, it stole her soul. Gyunwoo scans the empty street, knowing the soul-stealing monster is close. He places a hand on a nearby tree, focusing his senses on the world around him. Then he unleashes a powerful punch, testing the very fabric of reality. Hando can only stare, utterly confused by this new brand of landscaping. He moves to a street sign, striking it with the same focused energy. The pig boy asks what he's doing, a question on everyone's mind. Gyunwoo explains the monster is using fox magic to hide the soul. So he begins punching everything in sight, hoping to break the illusion. Hando warns him he'll break his hand, offering some sound medical advice. But Gyunwoo is lost in his search, his desperation overriding any pain. His knuckles are raw and bloody, but the pain means nothing. He strikes again, sending another shockwave through the concrete. His eyes are wild with desperation, focused on a single goal. He moves to the next object, his fist a relentless hammer. He finally pauses, cursing his failure as he leans against the wall. He scans the empty street, calling out to the hidden soul. Meanwhile, Nara's soul drifts in an endless silent void. A voice calls her name and she looks up, her eyes grotesquely sealed. She wonders if this is it, if she's finally crossed over to the other side. But a familiar, cranky face appears, telling her to get a grip. Afterlife roommates, what a concept. The jealous ghost is joined by a chorus of other trapped souls, all screaming for Nara to run. But a shadowy tendril wraps around her ankle, pulling her deeper into the void. Her eyes snap open, the strange seal that bound them suddenly broken. She's dragged down into the darkness, completely helpless against the current. Her soul plummets through the endless, silent abyss of the monster's mind. She tumbles headfirst, falling towards an unknown destination. But a brilliant light appears below, a beacon in the suffocating dark. She's pulled through an opening, a tear in the fabric of this soul prison. She can only watch, confused, as she falls into the light, and lands in someone else's memory, witnessing a moment of tragic loss. A man with tears in his eyes apologizes, admitting he can no longer keep his promise. He holds the body of a fox, pierced by an arrow, vowing revenge on the humans who killed his family. His grief turns to pure rage as he declares his intent to devour them all. Nara watches in shock, realizing she's trapped inside the fox monster's memories. She looks down into a scene from the past. The fox spirit kneeling before an old woman. He calls her grandma, his many tails spread out behind him in submission. The woman holding a baby condemns him for his sins, promising a grim afterlife. Overcome by darkness, the fox spirit begins to lose himself to his rage. His form twists into a monstrous beast as he screams a curse upon her entire bloodline. Talk about holding a grudge. The creature lunges, ready to attack the woman and the child she protects. But a brilliant light suddenly engulfs her, pulling her from the memory. She tumbles through the void, her soul sent spinning into another scene. As she floats in the darkness, the truth of the fox's grudge settles in, a generations-long vendetta that became the curse on her very skin. But the vision shifts, and a new, desperate voice cries out in protest. Nara watches a memory of her mother leaving home with her as a child. Her grandmother pleads with her, warning that the curse will be fatal. The argument escalates, a desperate plea to end the conversation. But Nara's mother is resolute, tired of living in fear of the supernatural. She vows to give her daughter a normal life, free from the family's dark past. Nara's soul can only watch the painful memory of her family being torn apart. She recognizes the scene but questions why her past exists inside the fox's mind. Before she can process it, shadowy tendrils erupt from the darkness around her. The monster reveals the truth. It's been dormant inside her for her entire life. So much for personal space. It explains that it has seen everything, every moment of her existence. It speaks of her happy, loved childhood, a life its own child was denied. Its voice is filled with a bitter jealousy, hating her for the life she was given. Back in the real world, Gyunwoo's eyes glow, his senses stretching out across the city. Elsewhere, Nara's grandmother is startled by her cat's frantic barking. She looks down, sensing that the animal's panic is more than just a random fit. Her eyes snap open, sensing a presence that isn't physically there. She calls out into the empty room, demanding to know who has entered. But the voice isn't in her house, it's inside the monster's mind. Nara screams out, desperately trying to make her grandmother hear her. Her soul reaches across the void, somehow bridging the gap between worlds. The grandmother's eyes widen in shock, hearing a voice from the past. Nara cries out that the fox monster has devoured her soul. Her grandmother's face contorts in pure, unadulterated horror. Even the monster is confused, wondering how she's communicating from inside its own mind. This wasn't part of the plan. The memory plays on, her mother trying to calm a terrified grandmother. Nara screams for her grandmother, a desperate plea from inside the monster's soul. And somehow, across time and space, her grandmother hears her crying out in terror. A strange golden ring on the old woman's thumb begins to glow with a faint, warm light. A hand reaches through the darkness, and the two generations connect across the void. The grandmother begs her to fight, to not let the darkness of the curse consume her. On Nara's hand, a matching ring flares to life, pulsing with brilliant blue energy. Well, that's a convenient family heirloom. The power surges through her, her eyes wide with a newfound, defiant strength. A pillar of light erupts between them, a spiritual tug-of-war against the abyss. In the endless dark, a grandmother's love becomes a lifeline for her lost child. Back in the alley, that same light bursts from Nara's body, stunning Gyunwoo and Hondo. Gyunwoo can only watch, stunned by this sudden surge of power from Nara. Inside the void, Nara is now the one on the offensive, her aura pushing back the darkness. The Ghost Eater panics, realizing its own mind is no longer under its control. Apparently, the tenant is evicting the landlord. Nara looks at the beast, finally understanding the source of its centuries-old pain. But she clenches her fist, questioning why she has to pay for her ancestors' mistakes. With a defiant scream, she unleashes a wave of pure energy, striking the monster head-on. The blast tears through the creature's form, a direct hit from within its own soul. A hand reaches down from the light, offering her a path back to the living world. Back in the alley, Gyunwoo slams his hand into the last remnants of the monster's shadow. He clenches his fist, grabbing hold of its dissipating essence, refusing to let it escape. He reaches into her very being, pulling her soul back from the brink of the abyss. His face is a mask of pure concentration, the effort taking a visible toll. With a final, desperate pull, he secures her soul, whispering his victory. Nearby, Hando holds the other rescued ghost, the alley now a makeshift recovery ward. Gyunwoo desperately tries to wake her, his voice filled with frantic relief. Her eyes slowly flutter open, returning to the world of the living. She begins to explain the truth of the curse, a story Gyunwoo can't believe. But the monster's remains begin to bubble, not quite ready to call it a day. It erupts in a brilliant flash, releasing every soul it had ever consumed. The school's spectral staff rains down, a rather undignified return to form. The freed souls stir, wondering if their long nightmare is finally over. All that remains of the fox monster is a pathetic, inky remnant of its former self. The tiny creature makes a last-ditch effort to escape, flying towards Hando. But the pig boy is ready, brandishing a strange can with grim determination. The can unleashes a vortex, sucking the screaming creature into its depths. Gyunwoo and Nara can only watch, surprised by this sudden act of supernatural pest control. Hando holds up the can, now a prison for the centuries-old curse. He gives the creature a final disgusted glare, offering some last words. With a click, he seals the container, trapping the monster's essence for good. Gyunwoo looks on as the dust settles, believing the long battle is finally over. In the quiet aftermath, Nara looks up at Gyunwoo, her voice barely a whisper. She closes her eyes, asking him to make what comes next as painless as possible. He admits that's a promise he might not be able to keep. And then he just unceremoniously throws her. So much for a tender moment. She plummets towards the ground, right into the crowd of very confused ghosts. She lands with a painful thud, her reunion with the spectral staff less than graceful. Nara lets out a pained cry, wondering what she did to deserve this. But Gyunwoo's work isn't done, as a faint light begins to gather in his fist. The energy intensifies, crackling with a familiar, brilliant blue power. His expression is grim, preparing to unleash whatever he has planned next. Hando can only watch, stunned by the brilliant blue energy filling the alley. The freed ghosts look on in awe, their confusion turning to wonder. Others are less calm, screaming as the power surges around them. Gyunwoo has created a ritual circle, with Nara at its very center. He draws a brilliant light from her, pulling it into his waiting hand. The energy coalesces, a single, pure essence being extracted from her soul. Her eyes snap open, the process complete, leaving her unharmed. She looks at the glowing object in his hand, asking what he's just done. Her gaze is fixed on the light, her mind struggling to comprehend the sight. In his palm rests a golden ring, the very same one that saved her life. The ring itself seems to be a living creature, a tiny golden spirit of immense power. Gyunwoo recognizes the artifact instantly, calling it the Hunter's Thumb Ring. Nara is completely baffled, having no idea what he's talking about. But Hando knows, identifying it as a sacred relic of the legendary Dangun. Nara holds the glowing ring, admitting she's never seen it before in her life. As the sun sets, the unlikely group begins their long walk away from the chaos. The three students walk in silence, the weight of the battle heavy on their shoulders. Back at the school, Nara waves a final goodbye to the spectral staff she helped save. Even the jealous ghost, the one who started it all, looks on with a new expression. She offers a shy, flustered thank you, her grudge seemingly washed away. Guess a near-death experience will do that to you. The ghost turns away, a blush of gratitude on her spectral face. Nara offers a warm, genuine smile, the danger finally behind them. The unlikely trio walks away. Nara's cheerful wave, a stark contrast to her companion's exhaustion, but a sudden growl from Gyunwoo's stomach breaks the quiet evening. After a day of fighting for their lives, a simple meal is all they want. Nara wastes no time, digging into a cup of noodles with ravenous hunger. The three sit in a convenience store, a moment of peace after the chaos. Even monster hunters need a ramen break. Gyunwoo finally asks about the glowing artifact in her hand. Nara looks down at the ring, a gentle, knowing smile on her face. She explains it was a gift from her grandmother, passed across worlds while she was trapped in the void. She recalls the moment her grandmother's hand reached out to her through the void. Nara explains that her grandmother recognized her, a connection that defied all logic. Gyunwoo is completely baffled by this impossible claim. Hando bluntly asks if she hit her head, wondering how a memory could be sentient. But Nara simply dismisses their questions, the details unimportant to her. She was just happy to have spoken with her grandmother, even for a fleeting moment. Gyunwoo looks on, a quiet contemplation in his eyes. Elsewhere, under a blood-red sky, the day's events have not gone unnoticed. A woman holds the container, examining the trapped essence of the fox monster. Seated on a throne, she offers her approval, confirming the ancient beast has been caught. She reports to her followers that the hunter's thumb ring has been successfully retrieved. The golden artifact rests on a red cushion, practically humming with latent power. The woman looks upon it with a satisfied, almost predatory smile. She explains it's a sacred relic of Dangun, amplifying spiritual power by over 100 times. The man in the suit looks on in utter disbelief at the sheer scale of that power. Hando realizes this could be the key to finally controlling his porcine transformations. With a triumphant grin, the woman claims the relic, slipping it onto her thumb. The ring settles onto her hand, a perfect and powerful fit for its new master. Hando and the suited man can only watch, their expressions a mix of awe and unease. The entire room seems to vibrate with its immense energy, leaving the others speechless. But her triumph is cut short by confusion as the ring fails to respond. Instead of granting her power, the relic glows with a defiant, rejecting light. It violently shoots off her thumb, a golden bullet fired into the air. Hando and the suited man can only watch in shock as their leader is denied. She can't comprehend it. The sacred relic has deemed her unworthy. Guess it has high standards. The ring travels an impossible distance, bouncing across a wooden surface. It lands right in front of a young girl in a school uniform who looks up in surprise. She stares at the golden artifact, completely baffled by its sudden appearance. But a new voice cuts through the tension, a silver-haired boy mocking his mother's failure. He reaches for the ring, a confident smirk on his face as he offers to try his luck. But the young girl is faster, her hand darting out to claim the prize for herself. The man in the suit slaps her hand away, reminding her to respect the pecking order. She can only pout, her attempt to jump the line thoroughly thwarted. The silver-haired boy argues for a younger siblings first policy, clearly just trying to cause trouble. But the suited man silences them all, declaring that as the eldest, he will be the one to try. The woman scoffs at his arrogance, doubting he could succeed where she failed. He simply picks up the ring, his confidence unwavering as he prepares to test his worth. As he slips it on, the ring erupts in a brilliant, almost violent pink light. The woman's eyes widen in disbelief, a flicker of shock on her face. A blinding light fills the room as massive wings burst from his back. Guess he was worthy after all. But his grand transformation ends with him as a chicken falling into a chair. So much for being worthy. The woman looks on, completely unimpressed by this poultry-based power-up. The ring rejects its new feathered owner, bouncing across the floor. It lands perfectly in the hands of the youngest girl, who looks up in surprise. The golden artifact glows warmly, its long journey seemingly at an end. The silver-haired boy declares that the relic has finally chosen its true master. But their leader isn't celebrating, sensing something deeply ominous about this turn of events. The girl looks down at the ring, wondering if it's really as special as they say. She holds the strange, animal-shaped artifact up to the light for a closer look. She notes that it isn't even gold, unaware of the power now resting on her thumb. Back in the convenience store, Gyunwoo decides to test the relic for himself. He and Nara can only stare as the ring begins to glow on his thumb. But the power isn't for him. It erupts miles away, back in the hands of its chosen master. The young girl's eyes widen, reflecting the raw, untamed power now surging through her. The rest of her strange family can only watch in stunned silence. Even the other children are left speechless by the sheer magnitude of the display. The energy lifts her from her seat, her hair whipping around as the power intensifies. But the golden light suddenly shifts, turning a malevolent, ominous red. The sacred relic's power explodes outward in a violent wave of dark, corrupted energy. Well, that escalated quickly. The leader's face is splattered with the dark substance, her shock turning to absolute horror. The suited man recoils, the scent of blood suddenly filling the air. The silver-haired boy screams, a chicken suddenly fused to his shoulder. Another is consumed by a pig mask, his body no longer his own. The young girl realizes she's losing control, her own power turning against her. The dark energy pools transporting her to another place entirely. She finds herself in a strange red void as a figure descends from above. A legendary hunter clad in furs and animal spirits materializes before her. He reaches out, welcoming her as the successor he has long awaited. Looks like the family reunion just got weirder. She can only stare in terror, asking who this powerful being is. He reveals his identity. The first hunter, her ancestral god. The entire family looks on in shock at the ancestral deity of hunters. He floats above them, promising to reveal a truth they do not know. The young girl can only wonder what secret he could possibly be referring to. A transition panel hints at a revelation about the state of the world. He roars that beasts wear human skins to sow chaos among mankind. His gaze sweeps across the table, a silent, knowing judgment. The deity's eyes narrow, his ancient senses detecting something amiss. The girl panics, trying to stop him before he exposes her family's secret. The chicken, however, seems to be buffering this new information. But it's too late, as the pig and chicken revert to their true animal forms. The ancient hunter's face twists in disgust at what he sees before him. He scolds the young girl, telling her not to keep livestock inside the house. A rather pointed insult. He declares that as the relic's new master, her destiny is to hunt these very beasts. A brilliant red light coalesces in her hand, forming a string of pure energy. The power shapes itself into a bow, a gift from the god she never asked for. The family's leader can only watch in awe, recognizing a true divine possession. But the girl simply refuses, turning down the job offer of a lifetime. The ancient deity is completely stunned by her rejection. Apparently, no wasn't an option he considered. Elsewhere, a young man with dark hair watches the scene unfold with quiet intensity. The hunter god roars that this is her destiny, a fate she cannot escape. She places the ring on the table, a clear and simple refusal. She has plans: university, a job, a normal life, not this hunter nonsense. The hunter god is utterly baffled by her modern-day priorities. He asks if she'd truly reject a divine gift for such trivial things. She confirms it without hesitation. So he resorts to threats, warning of a divine illness for those who defy the gods. She imagines a grim future, horrified by the curse he's laying on her. He continues, describing a life of poverty and misery. He's really selling this job. She recoils from his cruelty, pushing back from the table in shock. She picks up the ring, questioning what kind of god torments people into service. She holds the relic close, her fear mixing with a newfound defiance. She looks the ancient god in the eye, continuing her simple refusal. She declares that she has no desire to kill anyone, and as she speaks, the ring on her thumb shifts its energy. The violent red bow transforms into a brilliant, serene blue. The hunter god stares in disbelief, realizing the relic has accepted her wish. But he knows this power will attract evil, a beacon for the darkest forces. He looks upon the girl, seeing only a pure heart with no malice. He can only hope she survives the coming trials, admitting his own limitations. He finally relents, telling her the power is hers to command as she sees fit. Guess divine threats have their limits. As he begins to fade, he offers one final piece of advice to the relic's new master. His final warning echoes through the void. Do not trust the beasts. Back in the convenience store, Gyunwoo confirms the divine presence is gone. The pig and chicken are back to normal, claiming their fear was just method acting. The girl wonders what this all means, holding the relic that chose her. She tries to summon the god again, but the others panic, fearing his return. They debate summoning him again, but quickly decide against it. Probably a wise choice. Elsewhere, a new player notes that the ring has ended up with Nara. She smiles, confident that the pacifist hunter will soon lose the relic to her. Meanwhile, Hando tries to wash away the day's filth, complete with a quality stamp. His transformation is still very much a part of him, a constant, horrifying reminder. He washes away the filth of the battle, a quiet moment of reflection. But his introspection quickly turns to his favorite subject, himself. He strikes a pose, complimenting his own reflection with unwavering confidence. As he dries off, the strange stamp on his back is clearly visible. A close-up reveals the mark, looking suspiciously like a grade for prime-cut meat. Elsewhere, the captured fox monster's essence swirls in a jar, noted for its high power level. The man in the trench coat examines the prize, impressed by its rarity. He asks his leader where she managed to capture a legendary nine-tailed fox. She simply smiles, dismissing his question as a trade secret. He returns her gaze, a silent acknowledgement of the games they both play. He turns to leave, promising to see her again soon. She calls out his name, a single word hanging in the air, Pung Bak. She asks about another creature she entrusted to his care. He pauses in the doorway, his back still turned to her. He simply throws her own words back at her. A trade secret. The woman's expression hardens, clearly not amused by his games. The scene shifts, leaving the shadowy dealings behind for now. Elsewhere, Nara and Gyunwoo are studying, but something is glowing on their desk. A simple pencil in Nara's hand erupts with a familiar blue energy. She marvels at the sight, but Gyunwoo looks utterly unimpressed. Some people are just hard to please. She playfully asks if she looks like a magical girl, getting a very dry response from Gyunwoo. She ties up her hair, preparing to demonstrate her new monster fighting technique. Her weapon of choice is a pencil, loaded into a makeshift hair tie slingshot. Gyunwoo just wants her to do her homework, clearly unimpressed with her antics. But she ignores him, letting the super-powered projectile fly with a determined cry. The pencil transforms into a spear of pure energy, rocketing across the room. It slams into a picture frame on the wall with explosive force. The impact sends ripples of blue light through the air, distorting reality itself. And then it vanishes completely, leaving a shimmering hole in its wake. They both stare in stunned silence, wondering where the pencil just went. So much for a simple study session. The energy-infused pencil soars through the night sky over the city. It ricochets off buildings at impossible speeds, a blue blur of pure power. The projectile finally lands, embedding itself in the ground miles away. Back in the room, Gyunwoo can only ask how she managed to do that. He tells her to try it again, just as baffled as she is by this new power. Nara demonstrates her highly advanced hair tie slingshot technique once more. She lets it fly, and the pencil vanishes in another flash of brilliant light. Elsewhere, a silver-haired boy opens a door, asking if Nara is leaving. His eyes widen in shock as a brilliant blue light erupts right in front of him. The pencil slams into him, a long-distance delivery of pure energy. So much for Postal Service privacy. The pencil pierces through a red garment, its energy swirling on impact. A woman in traditional robes glares back, furious at this sudden pointed intrusion. The other children look up as the entire room begins to violently shake. A massive tiger spirit roars from above, its fury directed at the intruders. The very foundations of the house begin to crumble under the weight of her rage. The tiger looms over Gyunwoo, who can only apologize while holding an unconscious Nara. A simple white bag rests on the same red cloth, a strange and sudden shift in the scene. The woman lies on a divan, wondering how the magical arrow simply disappeared. She recalls an old saying that the hunter's arrow is drawn to evil energy. She scolds them for their recklessness, warning they could have hit a good person like her. Right. Nara processes the woman's words, realizing her arrow seeks out evil, and the source of that evil energy appears to be a simple bag of trash. The hunter god's final warning echoes in her mind. Do not trust the beasts. With the chaos settled for now, the woman tells them it's time to leave. Back in her own room, Nara finally gets a moment of quiet solitude. She collapses onto her bed, the day's events finally catching up to her. She decides her homework can wait, a problem for future Nara. But as she tries to rest, a sudden craving takes hold of her. She heads to the kitchen, searching for a late-night snack. Her eyes land on the perfect treat, a sweet reward for surviving the day. She hums to herself, enjoying a well-deserved late-night snack. But she's not alone. A shadowy figure materializes right behind her. Her snack drops from her mouth as she finally senses the uninvited guest. She wonders how this strange, ghostly creature even got into her house. Her first instinct is to simply pretend it isn't there and slowly back away. A solid plan, really. But a strange voice calls out, complaining that something hurts. Nara freezes, her heart pounding in her chest as she listens. The creature holds up a glowing object, asking if it belongs to her. Her eyes widen in horrified recognition. It's the very same pencil she launched into the unknown just moments ago. The creature begs her to pull the pencil out, its voice a chorus of agony. It screams that she's a liar, its glowing eyes filled with a desperate, unending pain. And then the face shifts, revealing a young girl with fangs, screaming a terrified apology. Nara jolts awake in her bed, the morning sun a stark contrast to her nightmare. She gasps for air, her heart still racing from the phantom encounter. A new day begins, but the night's events still linger in her mind. A single white butterfly flutters past, a serene image in the morning light. She walks through the quiet streets, the weight of her strange new life on her shoulders. She mutters to herself, annoyed that ghosts are now invading her dreams. Guess there's no escaping the supernatural 9 to 5. She wonders if removing the pencil from that creature would finally give her some peace. A single leaf drifts down from the sky, landing gently on her head. She plucks it from her hair, her gaze following its path upward. Her eyes land on a gnarled tree, where a shadowy creature watches her from the branches. Its large, yellow eyes are filled with a strange, desperate energy. Nara freezes, her mind struggling to process the impossible sight. A narrator's voice explains the butterfly effect, how small actions can have massive consequences. And the pencil she fired as a joke has become the catalyst for a storm. A voice cries out from the tree, a desperate accusation aimed directly at her. Her blood runs cold as she recognizes the creature from her nightmare. So much for a good night's sleep. She finds herself standing before a derelict house, a place she remembers as being abandoned for years. She recalls how the building's creepy exterior always forced her to take a different route. She wonders why she's here now, at a place even adults are too scared to approach. The old rumors echo in her mind, a place of disease, death, and endless accidents. And as it turns out, those rumors are about to be tested. Because inside, a group of delinquents has made the haunted house their new hangout. One of them, Minsu, proudly boasts about finding the abandoned location. A girl with blonde hair offers some praise, which he eagerly soaks up. But their companion is less than impressed, complaining about the creepy atmosphere. Minsu just mocks him for being scared, a classic case of playground intimidation. The girl simply tells them to put out the cigarette, more concerned about the smell than any ghosts. Minsu holds up his cigarette, insisting he hasn't even lit it. But his friend points out the thick smoke that's suddenly filling the room. The smoke coalesces above them, forming a horrifying, spectral figure. A wide, jagged smile splits its featureless face, a silent promise of pain. The two boys can only scream, their bravado instantly shattered by the sight. Their cries echo from the haunted house, another story added to its dark legend. The next day, Nara finds herself standing before that very same house. A missing persons poster confirms her fears. The delinquents never made it out. She's terrified, but the memory of her nightmare pushes her forward. Against her better judgment, she pushes open the gate, calling out into the darkness. Her eyes widen as she takes in the sheer scale of the property. A massive gnarled tree dominates the courtyard, far more imposing up close. And there, embedded in its trunk, is the very same pencil she launched from her room. She can hardly believe it. Her nightmare wasn't a dream at all. The woman's words echo in her mind. The hunter's arrow is drawn to evil. A cold dread washes over her as she realizes what that means. This place, this tree, it's radiating a dark and powerful energy. But the alternative is being haunted by that screaming ghost every night. A truly terrible roommate situation. Stealing her nerves, she calls out, offering to help the creature in pain. The pencil glows faintly, a beacon in the heart of the darkness she's about to enter. She hesitates at the threshold, her courage warring with a deep sense of dread. Peeking inside, she hopes against hope that the haunted house is, in fact, unoccupied. She decides on a simple plan. Get in, get the pencil, and get out. But as she sprints across the yard, the ground beneath her suddenly gives way. Her eyes widen in shock, her quick mission turning into a sudden free fall. She plummets through the darkness, landing hard on the roof of a derelict car. She pushes herself up, groaning in pain amidst the shattered glass and debris. Looking around, she realizes she's fallen into a hidden basement garage. So much for a stable foundation. Above, the creature from her nightmare peers into the hole, calling down into the darkness. Its glowing yellow eyes stare intently, searching for the source of the commotion. Nara trembles in the pitch-black basement, her eyes wide with fear. She's trapped, a lone figure on a wrecked car in a pool of dim light. Her mind races, focused on a single desperate question. How to escape? Using her phone as a flashlight, she begins to search for a way out. But the sheer size of the garage sends a shiver down her spine. She scans the endless darkness, her hope for a simple exit quickly fading. Her light falls upon the wall, revealing something that doesn't belong. Massive tree roots have burst through the concrete, twisting through the foundation. She follows the beam, realizing the gnarled roots are absolutely everywhere. And at their base, a cluster of melted candles suggests a recent and very creepy visitor. The sight of the candles sends a wave of pure terror through Nara. She peers into the darkness, wondering if the person who lit them is still here. She calls out, her voice trembling as she asks if anyone is there. A faint light in the distance offers a glimmer of hope, a potential way out. But her instincts scream at her, confirming she is not alone in this place. She whips around, her phone's flashlight cutting through the oppressive dark. And the light illuminates the faces of the missing delinquents, their expressions unnervingly blank. A scream of pure, unadulterated horror rips from her throat. It's not just them. She's surrounded by a silent crowd of lost souls. So much for a quick in-and-out mission. Their faces are gaunt and lifeless, their eyes hollowed out by the darkness of this place. Their faces are slack, their eyes rolled back in a mindless trance. Nara's mind reels, trying to find a rational explanation for the horror. Her light reveals the source, a withered figure trapped in the tree's roots. She looks up, her confusion growing with every passing second. Elsewhere, a question hangs in the air, a detail that doesn't add up. In a car miles away, a new player asks what his companions find so strange. He points out a critical flaw. The fox was caught, so why is Nara still cursed? Back in the basement, Nara is completely unaware of this larger mystery, but on her neck 3 small dots glow, a sign that the curse is still very much alive. The woman in the car confirms his observation, her expression grim. The man in the suit listens intently, his expression unreadable. Even the silver-haired boy pauses his game, intrigued by the question. Gyunwoo's eyes narrow, a critical detail finally clicking into place. He thinks of the can Hando used, the one that supposedly sealed the fox away. But Nara is far from that conversation, trapped in a waking nightmare. Her light reveals strange gourds and vessels tangled within the roots. Each one is sealed, held tight by the gnarled ancient wood. It's a collection, a grotesque gallery of captured spirits. One jar is filled with countless eyes, staring out from their prison. Well, that's not unsettling at all. And high above, at the heart of the tree, a single container glows with immense power. Nara can only stare, her mind reeling from the grotesque scene before her. But her attention is drawn upward as a pair of feet dangle just above her head. A strange penguin-like creature floats in the darkness, its gaze unnervingly blank. The full horror of the basement is revealed, a prison of souls built into the tree's roots. She struggles to comprehend the sheer scale of the evil in this place. She questions the delinquents' strange behavior, their eyes completely vacant. It's clear they're not in their right minds, lost to whatever power resides here. But one of them suddenly speaks, asking if she's all right. So much for being a mindless zombie. His eyes twitch erratically, a sign that something else is pulling the strings. His face splits into a monstrous grin, revealing a maw of sharpened teeth. The delinquent sways on his feet, his eyes unfocused as Nara stares in confusion. He takes a slow, deliberate step forward, the sound echoing in the silence. The entire group closes in, a silent, shuffling horde of possessed teenagers. A vacant, unnerving smile spreads across the leader's face. With a collective snarl, the entire group lunges for her. A scream of pure terror rips through the oppressive darkness of the basement, but a sudden force erupts, blasting the possessed teens away from her. She scrambles to her feet, warning whatever is in the shadows to stay back. A new voice calls out as a small, shadowy figure descends from above. Well, this is a new level of creepy. Nara points, her fear turning to recognition. It's the creature from her nightmare. The creature offers a deal. If it helps her, she must pull out the pencil. It points to the massive tree root, showing her the only path to escape. The gnarled root snakes its way up towards the hole, a twisted ladder out of the abyss. Nara looks up, realizing this creepy alliance is her only way out of the darkness. Below, the possessed delinquents watch her every move, their hunger palpable. The creature urges her to hurry, and with no other choice, Nara begins her ascent. But as she climbs, the hands of the possessed teens reach out from the darkness. They grab her leg, yanking her back down into the horde. So much for a clean getaway. Their faces contort in a monstrous frenzy as they pull her into their grasp. Their grip tightens, a desperate attempt to drag her back into the endless dark. Nara screams in terror as the hands of the damned pull her back down. But she fights back, planting a solid kick right in the face of her attacker. The impact sends him flying, a human bowling ball clearing her path. She scrambles back onto the route, continuing her desperate climb to freedom. Looking back, she wonders who these poor souls were before this place claimed them. She clings to the root, exhausted and wondering if a pencil is really worth all this. With a final burst of strength, she reaches for the light for the world above. Her hand breaks through the surface, emerging from the heart of the gnarled tree. She pulls herself out of the darkness, gasping in the open air, finally safe. She collapses to the ground, taking a moment to process that she actually survived. She looks up at the gnarled tree, her objective finally within reach. The pencil glows faintly, the source of all this chaos just waiting to be removed. She hesitates, wondering if she can really trust the creature that led her here. But before she can decide, a hand shoots out from the darkness, grabbing her ankle. It's one of the delinquents, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. Nara can only stare in horror, her brief moment of safety completely shattered. She screams as she's dragged back towards the abyss she just escaped. But she's not going down without a fight, kicking back with all her might. The girl's eyes are wide with desperation, tears streaming down her face. Looks like being possessed isn't a great time. Nara's shock is absolute, her mind struggling to process this relentless assault. The girl's eyes are wide with terror, tears streaming down her face. Nara realizes her attacker isn't a monster, but a terrified victim. She kicks the hand away, a desperate move to break free from the grip. Stumbling back, she regains her footing, her mind racing. With no time to waste, she lunges for the pencil, her one and only goal. She yanks it free, and a dark, inky substance erupts from the tree. But the pencil isn't clean. It has impaled the very creature from her nightmare. The small, multi-eyed being writhes in agony on the end of her pencil. Nara recoils in disgust, wondering what this horrifying bug even is. So much for a simple extraction. The creature dissolves into nothing, leaving only the pencil and a splash of ink. The ancient tree begins to shake, its entire frame groaning in protest. Nara can only look up, her relief turning back into pure, unadulterated shock. The hand of the delinquent girl is suddenly pulled back into the tree's trunk. Gnarled, living roots wrap around her arm, dragging her into the wood. The tree seals itself shut, leaving only a faint shimmer where she disappeared. And then, silence falls over the courtyard, leaving Nara alone with the ancient horror. A fine dust begins to drift down from the now still branches above. She looks up, her expression a mix of confusion and lingering fear. She cautiously asks if the nightmare is finally over, but a massive furry arm swings at her from the side. Guess the answer is no. Nara looks up in shock as a massive glowing blue foot lands right beside her. A strange, almost cartoonish spherical head emerges from the dust and shadows. It's a monstrous blue creature with glowing eyes and a terrifying, jagged grin. The beast thanks her, claiming she's freed it after 70 long years of imprisonment. Nara's blood runs cold, realizing she may have just made a very, very big mistake. The creature's fist clenches, its body crackling with immense, newly freed power. It begins to grow, its form swelling to an even more intimidating size before her eyes. It roars out a name, Pungbek, vowing revenge for its 70-year confinement. The monster's face contorts with pure rage, its eyes burning with ancient hatred. Nara can only stare in terror, wondering what kind of demon she's just unleashed upon the world. Nara can only kneel, the horrifying truth dawning on her. The beast roars, fueled by decades of watching its family suffer in the tree. Its rage finally boils over, its eyes fixed on an unseen target. It bellows a challenge to a figure standing on the ledge above. And there he is. Pung Baek, the very man the monster swore to destroy. His expression is cold and unyielding, a hunter facing his escaped prey. The monster repeats its demand, its patience wearing thin. But Pung Baek remains still, a silent statue of authority. He's really milking this dramatic entrance. He finally speaks, questioning how his seal could have possibly been broken. The monster has had enough of the theatrics, screaming for the fight to begin. The monster roars its promise of vengeance, a 70-year grudge finally unleashed. But Pung Baek doesn't wait for an invitation. Leaping from the wall in a flash of light, he lands with the force of a meteor, slamming the beast's head into the dirt. Nara can only watch, her mind struggling to keep up with the sudden escalation. Pung Baek looks down, his only question being how his precious seal was broken. Nara holds up the glowing pencil, the very obvious answer to that question. She slowly looks up, realizing she's the one who kicked this hornet's nest. Pung Baek grinds his heel into the monster's head, a clear show of dominance. Talk about putting your foot down. He coldly orders the creature to crawl back into its prison. But the look in the monster's eye is not one of defeat. It's pure, unyielding hatred. But the monster shoves back with all its might, refusing to be subdued. Pung Baek's condescending smirk vanishes, replaced by genuine surprise. The hunter is sent skidding across the courtyard, thrown off by the beast's raw power. The monster roars, throwing Pung Baek's own words back at him as it prepares to strike. A massive blue fist slams down with earth-shattering force. The ground cracks and splinters, a testament to the creature's unleashed fury. But Pung Baek is unfazed, offering one last chance for the beast to surrender. The monster can only stare, its defiance clear despite the overwhelming odds. Looks like crawling isn't on its to-do list. It answers not with words, but with a massive blast of pure, untamed energy. The hunter is engulfed in the point-blank attack, a brilliant flash of blue light. But Pung Baek's expression is one of pure, unadulterated annoyance. He stops the monster's furious assault with a single outstretched hand. He unleashes a torrent of energy, a divine judgment from above. The once mighty beast is left defeated, shrunken, and utterly humiliated. Well, that was a short-lived rebellion. Nara can only stare, completely floored by the man's incredible power. She struggles to comprehend what she's just seen, questioning if he's even human. Deciding she's seen enough supernatural nonsense for one day, she tries to sneak off to call the police. But a single quiet command from Pung Baek freezes her in her tracks. He calmly points out that she's covered in dirt, a bizarrely normal observation. Nara looks up, her fear mixing with confusion at this strange, powerful man. He turns his intense gaze on Nara, demanding to know what she saw underground. She stammers a denial, her face pale with fear and exhaustion. But he presses on, asking if she was the one who released the beast. Her mind races in terror. All she did was pull out a simple pencil. His unwavering stare tells her he's not buying her simple explanation. But their interrogation is cut short as the blue beast lunges forward once more. Pung Baek doesn't even flinch, dismissing the creature's efforts as completely useless. Enraged, the monster roars, preparing to unleash a new, more powerful assault. Its massive fist ignites, channeling a torrent of raw, fiery energy. Guess it's done playing nice. The flaming punch rockets towards Pung Baek, a desperate final gambit. Nara is caught in the blast, screaming as the flames erupt around her. Pung Baek's patience is gone, warning the beast to stop playing with fire. He unleashes his own fiery aura, his expression one of pure, unbridled rage. But in the chaos, a cloud of dust obscures the scene. The blue monster uses the distraction, leaping away with Nara in its grasp. It lands heavily, using the girl as a human shield against the hunter. Nara struggles against its grip, screaming for the creature to release her. Pung Baek can only watch, his expression hardening at this new development. The beast drags her through a doorway, retreating into the darkness of the house. A classic hostage situation. She reaches out a desperate hand, her hope for escape fading with the light. The door slams shut, the sound echoing through the desolate courtyard. But Pung Baek moves in a blur, his patience completely exhausted. He smashes through the door, refusing to let his prey escape. He vows to dismember the beast, his voice a low and dangerous promise. He takes a single, deliberate step into the darkness of the house. But his path is blocked by a tiny, very out-of-place crab. Guess this is the final boss. Pung Baek can only stare, completely baffled by this crustacean interruption. The world around him begins to shift, the dark hallway dissolving into a void. He suddenly finds himself on a shore, staring out at an endless ocean. His expression hardens, realizing he's been transported far from the fight. The dark hallway gives way to a bright, heart-shaped door. Pung-bak finds himself on a sunny beach miles away from the fight. He scoffs, realizing the beast has played a clever trick on him. Back in the house, the monster gloats about its successful rabbit hole trap. It complains about its 70-year hunger, dragging Nara deeper into its domain. The beast turns to its hostage, suggesting they find something to eat. Well, this just got 10 times worse. Nara looks up in terror, questioning its unsettling offer. The creature's gaze lands on a dusty, unused stove. It scans the empty cupboards, searching for any sign of food. A horrifying realization begins to dawn on Nara. Nara's worst fear is confirmed as she asks if she's on the menu. She quickly changes her tune, offering a cheerful farewell and wishing him luck. The beast tries to calm her, insisting he's not a bad guy. He points to a wall of photos, recounting the history of the family he protected. He asks if she recognizes the final descendant, a young boy named Park Gang-ho. Nara panics, wondering how she could possibly know this long-dead family. The creature introduces himself as their guardian deity, and Nara decides to play along. A solid plan, until it isn't. But the deity's gaze shifts, a sudden spark of recognition in his eyes. He points to a single black and white photo tucked away in a corner, and Nara stares in disbelief at the image of a much younger version of herself. The monster claims he was there, a witness to this impossible moment. He points to the photo, a perfect image of a younger, wide-eyed Nara. Nara can only stare, questioning how her own face ended up in this haunted house. The deity points out the impossible detail. Even her clothes are identical. She turns to the beast, demanding to know how this could possibly be real. He leans in, his glowing eyes intense as he reminds her of a promise she can't recall. Her confusion enrages him, his face contorting as he accuses her of mocking him. But his anger vanishes, replaced by a sudden whimsical curiosity about her power. His train of thought is broken by a strange sound, a faint melody in the air. Nara freezes, realizing the sound is coming from her own pocket. So much for a silent escape. Her phone screen lights up, a desperate call for help from Gyunwoo. The monster spots the source of the sound, his attention snapping towards her pocket. She quickly answers, trying to play it cool in front of her giant blue captor. But her facade breaks as she screams a desperate plea for help into the phone. The beast snatches the phone from her hand, cutting off her only lifeline. With a single squeeze, he crushes the device into a useless pile of glass and plastic. He roars at her, accusing her of trying to trick him. So much for customer service. He declares that as the house's guardian, she's safest right here with him. But his words only confirm her worst fears. This isn't a rescue, it's a prison. A new voice cuts in as the blonde delinquent appears, warning Nara not to trust the beast. Nara recognizes the girl from the basement, who now seems completely lucid. The girl screams a desperate warning, revealing the beast is their true captor. The so-called guardian deity is utterly stunned by this sudden accusation. She calls him a fraud, a monster who devoured the very family he swore to protect. Enraged by the truth, the beast swats her aside with a single brutal blow. Nara can only watch in horror, the monster's friendly facade completely shattered. He furiously denies the claims, trying to pin all the blame back on Pung-bek. The blonde girl lies motionless on the floor, silenced for speaking the truth. He looms over his victim, desperately trying to convince Nara it was all a lie. But the other two delinquents suddenly appear, tackling the beast from behind. Looks like the whole gang is here. Minsu suddenly appears at a window, yelling for Nara to come his way. He gestures frantically, offering her a desperate chance to escape. Seeing her opening, Nara makes a break for it, sprinting towards the light. The beast roars in fury, easily shaking off the two boys on its back. It slams them both into the ground with devastating, earth-shattering force. One of the boys is thrown headfirst into the wall, his consciousness fading. Minsu hits the floorboards hard, knocked out cold by the monster's rage. So much for that escape plan. Nara can only stare, frozen in horror by the sudden brutal violence. The beast warns her not to be fooled, claiming they're Pung-bek's brainwashed followers. But Minsu is back at the window, screaming that the blue creature is the real monster. The beast voices a low command, telling her she can't leave this place. Her mind is a whirlwind of confusion, questioning who the real villain is. The creature looms over her, desperately pleading for her trust. Pung-bek's cold accusation echoes in her memory, questioning her actions. She recalls the woman's explanation of the hunter's arrow, a weapon that is instinctively drawn to the source of all evil, and her pencil landed squarely in the heart of this ancient, twisted tree. Minsu's terrified voice cuts through the chaos, offering a path out. The blonde girl's warning repeats in her head, a desperate plea not to trust the beast. This is getting more confusing than a family reunion. Minsu reaches out from the window, a final desperate offer of escape. Her eyes widen in terror, her choice finally made. She scrambles for the window, a desperate bid for freedom. But the beast's voice is a low growl, forbidding her from leaving. He snatches her back from the edge, his patience completely gone. She's thrown across the room, her escape brutally cut short. She slumps against the wall, stunned by the sudden violence. The creature roars in frustration, questioning why she won't trust him. Minsu can only watch from the window, his rescue plan in tatters. But a new figure appears, his face obscured by the shadow of his cap. His eyes glow with a strange light, revealing he's no ordinary bystander. The newcomer's voice is cold, telling the beast that no one will ever believe its story. He stands framed in the window, telling the creature to look at the state it's in. With the delinquents unconscious on the floor, he explains that truth doesn't matter. He points out that the girl has already made up her mind, and the family this creature swore to protect has also passed their judgment. The verdict is in. Everyone has decided that the guardian is the true monster. The beast's confusion boils over into pure, unadulterated rage. It roars, refusing to listen to another word of the man's accusations. But the newcomer is suddenly blasted backwards, sent flying out of the window. He lands flat on his back, a rather ungraceful end to his dramatic speech. A psychic link connects Pungbak and the mysterious newcomer, their glowing eyes locked in a silent challenge. Miles away, Pungbak stands atop a skyscraper, realizing he needs to get back to the fight and fast. And just like that, he's gone, a blur of motion leaving the rooftop completely empty. Back in the haunted house, the blue beast pants with rage, standing over a defeated Nara. He vows that once he's had a meal, he'll crush Pungbak's smug face. Dinner and a show, how lovely. The massive creature looms over Nara, her hope for escape completely gone. She lies still on the floor, her consciousness finally giving way to the exhaustion and terror. But outside, a small car screeches to a halt on the street. The man in the suit steps out, his gaze fixed on the derelict, vine-covered mansion. Inside, Gyunwoo and the woman look around, confirming that they finally found the source of the trouble. The woman confirms their location, claiming to feel Nara's spiritual energy from within. But the silver-haired boy reveals she's just using a tracking app. So much for ancient mysticism. She orders them to arm themselves from a trunk full of supernatural weapons. The silver-haired boy chooses a bat covered in powerful, glowing talismans. The man in the suit slips on a pair of gloves, his expression all business. The woman draws a gleaming katana, ready for the fight ahead. She issues a deadly warning to anyone who dares to harm her precious relic. But Gyunwoo is already ahead of them, vaulting the wall without a moment's hesitation. His expression is grim, his mind focused on a single, unwavering goal. For him, saving Nara is the only thing that matters right now. The rescue squad storms the courtyard, with a desperate Gyunwoo leading the charge. The woman in traditional robes stops, her eyes drawn to the gnarled ancient tree. She confirms her suspicions, sensing the powerful and unusual energy radiating from it. With no time to waste, the group approaches the main entrance of the house. Gyunwoo carefully pushes the door open, his gaze cutting through the darkness. The hallway is a mess of debris and shadows, a silent, foreboding welcome. He pulls back, reporting that the coast seems to be clear for now. But as he steps forward, the man in the suit grabs his shoulder, holding him back. Gyunwoo demands to know why, but the man issues a stern warning not to enter. He points out a hidden seal on the door, a rabbit hole trap for the spiritually gifted. He explains that the moment they step through, they'll be teleported to an unknown destination. Gyunwoo asks if he can disarm it, and the man in the suit scoffs at the very question. He pulls out a white feather, confidently stating he can break the old pattern in 5 minutes. He corrects himself, claiming 3 minutes is all he needs as he traces a glowing sigil in the air. His grand plan is to disrupt the seal using the energy of chicken blood. A classic, I'm sure. He moves to apply his strange magic, but his meticulous work is about to be interrupted. The woman in traditional robes simply rips the entire door from its hinges with one hand. She declares they don't have time for his games and tells him to get out of the way. The man is furious, insisting they should use their heads like civilized people. Meanwhile, inside the house, the blonde delinquent slowly regains consciousness on the floor. The woman confirms the bodies on the floor aren't corpses, just unconscious victims. A closer look reveals the delinquents are battered but still breathing. The silver-haired boy is horrified, questioning how living people could be embedded in the wall. The man in the suit can only stare, finding the entire scene grotesque. The woman explains that undoing this ancient, mischievous spell will take some time. But Gyunwoo's eyes dart around the room, his panic rising when he can't find Nara. He breaks away from the group, determined to find her on his own. A faint noise from behind a closed door catches his attention. He calls out her name, wondering if she's hiding just beyond his reach. The doorknob rattles ominously, a clear sign that someone's home. Gyunwoo carefully peers through a crack in the door, his expression tense. Inside, the blue beast floats in a dilapidated kitchen, rummaging through a fridge. His eyes widen with a chilling realization. That's definitely not Nara. The creature pulls out food, completely oblivious to his audience. But Gyunwoo's attention is drawn to a familiar talisman on the fridge door. The beast's glowing hand reaches for a package of fresh meat. A quick flash reveals he used the talisman to teleport his hand into a supermarket. He marvels at his prize, impressed by the wonders of modern food preservation. The entire rescue squad now crowds the doorway, trying to make sense of the scene. Looks like personal space is not a priority. They identify the creature as a dokaibi, a goblin from Korean folklore, as it begins to devour its stolen meal. The dokaibi's eye widens, its feast suddenly and violently interrupted. The silver-haired boy is a blur of motion, bringing his enchanted bat down with incredible force. The weapon connects with a deafening crack, slamming the beast square in the head. Gyunwoo roars, his voice filled with desperation as he demands to know where Nara is. The creature holds its throbbing head, questioning who these new intruders are. The man in the suit follows up, leaping over the debris to land another solid blow. The dokaibi howls in fury, stunned by the coordinated assault, but it retaliates with a single powerful swipe, sending the man flying. The man's weapon begins to crackle with raw energy. Guess he's got a few tricks up his sleeve. He unleashes the electrified attack, slamming the charged weapon directly into the monster's chest. The dokaibi roars in agony as the electricity courses through its body. The silver-haired boy is stunned, realizing his first powerful blow did absolutely nothing. Enraged, the beast lunges forward ready to retaliate, but the boy is faster, swinging his enchanted bat with everything he has. The impact is immense, shattering the floor as he slams the weapon into the creature's head. He's thrown back by the recoil, his arm trembling from the sheer force of the blow. He can only stare in disbelief, wondering how this monster is so impossibly strong. The dokaibi looms over him, furious that they dared to interrupt his meal. Apparently that's a capital offense, but before it can strike, a palm slams into its face with blinding force. The woman in traditional robes enters the fray, her eyes burning with deadly intent. The force of her blow sends the dokaibi flying, shattering the wall like it's made of paper. It crashes to the floorboards, completely stunned by the sudden overwhelming power. A perfect red handprint is left on its face, a humiliating mark of its defeat. The woman's gaze is cold as she demands to know where her sacred relic is. She orders Gyunwoo and the silver-haired boy to find Nara, leaving the monster to her. A confident smirk plays on her lips as she declares she'll take care of this one herself. The man in the suit offers his support, but she quickly tells him to stay back. She casually stretches, ready to get a little exercise after a long car ride. The dokaibi finally rises, questioning how a human could possess such power and asking if Pungbake sent her. Her confidence vanishes, replaced by shock as she wonders how this creature knows that name. The dokaibi repeats its accusation, demanding to know if she's one of Pungbaek's minions. The woman scoffs at the term, clarifying their relationship is more of a professional partnership. But the beast isn't interested in the details, calling her Pungbaek's dog regardless. She grows frustrated, questioning if the creature even understands the meaning of words. Done with the conversation, the dokaibi roars a promise to kill them all and lunges forward. But its massive fist is stopped cold by her single outstretched hand. The monster's eyes widen in disbelief, stunned by her impossible defense. Up close, it realizes her power isn't spiritual at all. She grits her teeth, confirming it's nothing more than pure, unadulterated strength. And if it's a simple contest of power, she declares there's no way she can possibly lose. The man in the suit can only watch, stunned by her incredible fighting spirit. Even the dokaibi is forced to admit she's far stronger than she looks. She smirks, revealing she hasn't even begun to tap into her full power. The two trade taunts, each claiming to be holding back their true strength. Sparks fly as they lock hands, a pure contest of will and raw power. The beast's massive hand completely envelops hers, but she doesn't yield an inch. With a grunt of effort, she begins to overpower him, the floor cracking under the strain. The monster's eyes widen in disbelief, questioning what kind of human she could possibly be. She answers with a feral grin, revealing a hint of something not quite human. Looks like she's done playing nice. She slams his head into the ground, shattering the floorboards with a single brutal motion. While the battle rages below, Gyunwoo and the silver-haired boy race upstairs. Gyunwoo realizes the entire house is shaking, warning that it's about to collapse. The silver-haired boy complains about the dust because priorities are important even in a crisis. They reach a landing and Gyunwoo screams her name down the derelict hallway. His voice is raw with desperation, his only focus on finding her in the chaos. A faint voice calls back, guiding him to a nearby room. They burst through the door and find her, but their relief is short-lived. Nara is unconscious on a bed, bound tightly with thick ropes. Gyunwoo rushes to her side, his panic returning with full force. They look down at her still form, finally having found her in the heart of the nightmare. The silver-haired boy is stunned to find her sleeping, and even snoring, in the middle of a crisis. Gyunwoo calls out her name, trying to break through her deep slumber. He desperately urges her to snap out of whatever trance she's in. His voice finally cuts through the darkness of her unconscious mind. Nara's eyes snap open, pulled back to the waking world. Gyunwoo quickly works to untie her, his face etched with concern. She stares at him, relief washing over her as she realizes he's really here. He questions her, his voice a mix of worry and frustration over her silence. Overwhelmed, Nara collapses into his arms, clinging to him for dear life. Gyunwoo is taken aback by the sudden, desperate embrace. She trembles in his arms, the terror of her ordeal finally catching up to her. Her grip is desperate, a silent testament to the horrors she's just endured. She recounts the pain and fear, the scratches on her leg a stark reminder of her fight. She struggles to compose herself, the weight of the nightmare still heavy on her mind. But Gyunwoo's expression shifts, a critical realization dawning on him. He'd forgotten just how dangerous this world is, and he promises her she's safe now. Meanwhile, downstairs, the dokebi roars, demanding the intruders leave its house. The woman in robes takes a direct hit, a furry blue fist connecting with her face. She's more annoyed than hurt, scoffing at the idea of a goblin playing house god. With a furious roar, she delivers a devastating counterattack right to its jaw. She grabs the beast by the head, offering to give it a grand tour of its own house. The first stop on the tour is the hallway, which they enter through the wall. Next up is the master bedroom, with another equally explosive entrance. She grits her teeth, putting every ounce of her incredible strength into the assault. The dokebi roars back, mockingly asking how she's enjoying the view. But her human form gives way to the massive, spectral spirit of a roaring tiger. The spirit's jaws slam down with earth-shattering force, crushing the beast below. The dokebi can only stare in shock, realizing he's fighting a tiger. Well, this escalated quickly. The entire floor gives way, burying both combatants under tons of rubble. Upstairs, the kids can only stare down at the new hole in the floor, utterly confused. The floor gives way completely, sending the kids plummeting into the darkness below. Nara can only scream as the world falls out from under her feet. Gyunwoo instinctively wraps his arms around her, shielding her as they fall. They crash through the debris, landing hard in the watery ruins of the basement. He takes the brunt of the impact, his body cushioning her from the fall. Nara stares down at him, her first thought being that he's surprisingly heavy. Romance is alive and well. The silver-haired boy breaks the moment, telling them to cut the drama. But a new voice cuts in as Pungbek descends from above, now sporting a pair of angelic wings. He lands amidst the wreckage, surveying the destruction he helped create. His eyes land on a pile of empty vessels, the former prisons of countless spirits. The woman in robes stands over the defeated dokebi, demanding answers. The beast explains this place is a prison, and it was merely Pungbak's storage unit. He reveals Pungbak farmed evil spirits here, letting them devour each other for his own consumption. She refuses to believe the lie, questioning why her partner would commit such an act. But the dokebi recalls Pungbak's cold words, taking the spirits for himself. So much for a noble cause. The final, chilling detail, Pungbek told the beast they were delicious. The dokebi reveals the truth. Pungbek is dying, nothing more than an empty shell. As if on cue, a figure takes a deliberate step forward in the darkness. Pungbek approaches as the beast explains he eats spirits to prolong his own life. And in doing so, the hunter has become the very thing he was meant to destroy. The dokebi's words ring true as a flashback reveals Pungbek's decaying form. For years he had been a protector, purifying the world of evil spirits. But his reward for a lifetime of service was a slow, agonizing death. His mind screamed a single desperate thought. He did not want to die. He couldn't accept the idea of simply fading into nothingness. After everything he had done, he questioned if this was truly the end. In his desperation, he turned to the gods, pleading for a miracle. But his prayers went unanswered, met only with a deafening silence. Guess the gods' customer service line was busy. His body began to fail, breaking down under the weight of his curse. And in his desperate struggle to survive, he began to seek other, darker methods. He even drank Yongqi, a forbidden elixir of corrupted spirits. Pungbek was overjoyed by its immediate, life-restoring effects. A monstrous, sharp-toothed grin spread across his face, a sign of his fall. The single, desperate thought echoed in his mind. He could live. He no longer had to beg pathetically or bow his head in misery. He could survive even without the power of the gods. This dark path was his new, twisted form of salvation. For him, this was a liberation from his divine duty. He shattered the shackles of the very gods who had abandoned him. So much for a heavenly pension plan. And his descent into darkness all started with a single sip. Then 2 sips, as his addiction to the dark elixir began to grow. He sank deeper into the abyss, filling his body with the forbidden power. But the relief was temporary, replaced by an insatiable, agonizing hunger. His desperation grew, his mind consumed by a single, maddening need. The thirst became a blinding pain, and he left a trail of bodies in his wake. Until one day, he discovered the ancient tree, a beacon in his darkness. It was overflowing with the very energy he craved, a 300-year-old vintage. So he sealed the guardian deity, trapping it within its own sacred ground. And with the guardian gone, he massacred the very family it swore to protect. He treated their souls like a farmer harvesting ripe fruit. He feasted on the corrupted souls, a grotesque banquet aged for centuries. Back in the present, Pungbek decides it's finally time to clean up this mess. He thanks the group for gathering everyone together, saving him the trouble. The woman in robes scoffs, welcoming the master of backstabbing to the party. She asks if he enjoyed the free meals they unknowingly provided for him. The silver-haired boy realizes with horror they were nothing but worker ants. Pungbek coldly admits he simply encouraged their desperate desire to be human. He saw them as nothing more than beasts and treated them accordingly. The woman's patience finally snaps, declaring his condescending tone ends now. But Nara cuts in, yelling that calling a beast is just plain rude. Pungbek's cold gaze falls on Nara, demanding she show her face. But it's Gyunwoo who speaks, chiding her for revealing herself. Pungbek continues his monologue, stating it's time to discard what's useless. He reveals he's already secured all the Yonqui he needs from this place. His men have already packed it all away, ready for transport. And now all that's left is to tie up the loose ends. His subordinate begins dousing the now empty tree in gasoline. Pungbek declares that the tree and everyone present are now expendable. Guess their employee benefits package just got canceled. His final chilling verdict: they will all be disposed of. A strange ethereal energy begins to fill the darkened basement. The defeated Dokaibi is suddenly engulfed in a strange, ethereal blue fire. The beast cries out, its body burning with an unnatural, intense heat. Outside, the ancient tree erupts into a massive, raging inferno. One of Pungbek's men watches the blaze through a live feed on his phone. He stares in shock, realizing the final phase of the plan has begun. His men put on a show for any onlookers, screaming about the fire. Back in the basement, the group realizes they're trapped in a collapsing, burning tomb. Nara can only look up in terror, her hope completely extinguished. Pungbek looks down on them, his final command a cold, simple death sentence. And with his work done, the hunter turns to leave them to their fiery fate. But the man in the suit isn't going down without a fight, unleashing a spell of his own. Pungbek is suddenly ensnared, crimson chains of energy binding him in midair. The spell yanks him down, forcing the once mighty hunter to his knees. The woman in robes follows up, landing a brutal punch right across his face. The impact forces a black, viscous substance to splatter from his body. She stares in disgust, realizing he's completely saturated with the corrupted Yonqui. Pungbek's face twists in rage, the dark energy consuming him from within. His former allies can only watch, their partnership officially and violently dissolved. He vows to kill them himself, his body now wreathed in a dark, malevolent aura. He unleashes his true power, summoning a massive black serpent from the shadows. Looks like the final boss just revealed his second form. The black serpent's attack is devastating, slamming the woman into the rubble. The man in the suit is taken down just as brutally, his spells utterly useless. But the Dokaibi rises from the flames, grabbing Pungbek in a final desperate hold. Pungbek seems unimpressed, questioning how the beast can even stand. The guardian vows to use his last ounce of strength to end the hunter's life. He declares they will both burn to ash in this collapsing tomb. Talk about a murder-suicide pact. But a flash of blue lightning cuts through the chaos as Gyunwoo intervenes. He furiously demands to know why Pungbek lives such a selfish, destructive life. His electrified fist slams into the hunter, a desperate attempt to stop the madness. Pungbek can only sneer, looking down on them all as insignificant worms. The entire team unleashes their fury, a desperate combined assault on the fallen hunter. But Pungbek effortlessly seizes Gyunwoo by the throat, his strength overwhelming. He questions if the boy could ever understand the pain of abandonment and betrayal. A memory flashes, a time when Pungbek himself was a loyal, unquestioning servant. Gyunwoo fires back, accusing Pungbek of being discarded by someone else, just like them. The words strike a chord, a flicker of something in the hunter's corrupted gaze. For a brief moment, the monster's mask cracks, revealing the man beneath. He remembers the vow he once made, a promise broken by the very gods he served. But Gyunwoo isn't here for a therapy session, unleashing a final, desperate attack. A brilliant beam of light pierces the hunter's chest, a divine judgment delivered by human hands. Nara confirms it, her voice steady as she points to the source of his weakness. Pungbek stares in disbelief at the simple pencil lodged in his chest, and Gyunwoo follows up, unleashing a furious lightning-charged strike. The plan is simple. Find the single weak point and apply overwhelming pressure. The pencil creates a single point of vulnerability in the hunter's corrupted form. Gyunwoo's fist acts as the hammer, driving the point home with brutal force. The hunter's arrogant facade finally cracks under the combined, desperate assault. The corrupted Aonkwi erupts from his body, screaming in silent agony. Even his former partners can only stare, stunned by the sudden turn of events. Pungbek collapses, a fallen god drowning in the very darkness he consumed. Pungbek's mind reels, unable to comprehend what's happening to him. The darkness pouring from him is no longer just black, but a vibrant, chaotic swirl of color. He questions the very nature of this strange, purifying energy. He tries to contain the power, but it slips through his fingers like sand. His body begins to fracture, the vessel he fought so hard to preserve now collapsing. In his mind, he traces this failure back to a single pivotal moment. It all started, he realizes, with the arrival of that one girl. He looms over Nara, accusing her of being the source of his ruin. He lists her transgressions, from freeing the beast to landing this final, decisive blow. With his body dissolving, he makes a final, chilling vow to remember her face. But Nara fires back, yelling that his empty threats don't scare her in the slightest. The woman in robes agrees, promising the traitor there won't be a next time. But Pungbek unleashes one final, desperate blast of dark, corrupted power. The entire mansion explodes, consumed by a massive, raging inferno. The man in the suit looks up in horror as the ceiling begins to give way. He screams a desperate warning as the burning structure collapses around them. Pungbek's face smirks through the flames, promising they'll meet again. Guess he's not the type to go down quietly. The silver-haired boy dives for cover, dodging massive chunks of falling debris. Even the woman in robes is forced to shield herself from the overwhelming heat. Nara collapses to her knees, coughing as the smoke and flames close in. The woman in robes roars in frustration, questioning Pungbek's cowardly escape. The silver-haired boy dodges a flaming chunk of the ceiling, the inferno closing in. He tries to steady his nerves, reminding himself that he's a survivor. He reasons that even in this hell, there must be a path to freedom. His eyes land on a large stone container, a strange object amidst the chaos. The man in the suit urges Gyunwoo to focus, their priority now simple survival. Nara looks around in despair, questioning how they could possibly escape this fiery tomb, but a voice cuts through the roar of the flames, calling for their attention. The silver-haired boy drags the heavy stone box, declaring he's found their exit. He urges them forward with a triumphant grin. Guess he's the hero of the hour. A closer look reveals a familiar red talisman on the stone lid. The man in the suit praises him for finding a refrigerator with a rabbit hole talisman. So that's what that was. Gyunwoo turns to Nara, offering her his hand. He tells her it's finally time to go home, but their hope is shattered as a massive slab of rock crushes their only exit. The entire group can only stare at the smoking remains of their escape plan. The woman looks to the man in the suit for a new plan, but he's completely out of ideas. Gyunwoo suggests Pungbek's entrance, but it's already been consumed by the inferno. The silver-haired boy's face falls as he realizes their only exit is gone. Well, so much for that brilliant idea. But his despair is cut short by a sudden movement in the shadows. But amidst the fire and ruin, a pile of rubble begins to shift and groan. A massive wooden door rises from the debris, an impossible sight in the chaos. A familiar glowing talisman is etched into its surface, another rabbit hole. The door swings open on its own, revealing a path out of the inferno. This last-minute miracle was forged by a familiar ethereal blue hand. The dokebi stands before them, his body wreathed in fading blue flames. Nara stares in disbelief, questioning if their former captor is now their savior. The beast confirms it, explaining he used his last ounce of power to create their escape. Talk about a redemption arc. She pleads with him to come with them, insisting he can still be saved. But he refuses, revealing his life is tied to the burning tree. When it dies, so does he. He laments his failure, unable to protect the family he swore to serve. But even as he fades, he vows to fulfill his duty one last time. His final act will be to protect the house's last guest, Nara. He urges them to leave, his voice a fading command. His body dissolves into ethereal blue particles, his power completely spent. Nara can only watch, horrified that his sacrifice seems so futile. The others scream for them to move, their escape route closing fast. Gyunwoo pulls her towards the exit as the inferno collapses around them. They look back one last time at their unlikely, and very blue, savior. And with a final flash of light, the guardian deity is gone forever. Through the portal, the last of the Dokaibi's power dissolves into nothingness. They emerge into the quiet of the night, leaving the inferno far behind them. Nara's foot lands beside a strange, paper-like object lying on the ground. She picks it up, revealing the flattened, ghostly face of a young girl. It's a strange memento, a soul trapped in a two-dimensional prison. A memory surfaces of the Dokaibi, happily recalling how the family once loved him. He had introduced himself as their guardian, a protector of their home. Nara recounts his story, admitting she dismissed his claims out of fear. So much for trusting your gut. She's filled with regret, wishing she had been braver in that moment. She wonders if her courage could have changed his tragic fate as a single butterfly takes flight. She looks back with a heavy heart, whispering a final, silent apology, but a hand suddenly presses against Gyunwoo's back, shoving him forward. The rest of the squad tumbles out of the portal, landing in a heap on the other side. They've been teleported to a street in Busan, far from the inferno. The woman in robes quickly realizes two of their party are missing. They turn back to the doorway, their confusion growing. Nara and Gyunwoo are still on the other side, silhouetted against the light. The two look at each other, wondering what just happened. They find themselves in a quiet, traditional courtyard, completely alone. Guess the portal had a two-person limit. A new face appears, a young man with an unnervingly calm gaze. The house that was just a raging inferno now stands perfectly intact. Even the garden is pristine, the ancient tree no longer a twisted wreck. Gyunwoo's instincts scream that this peaceful scene is a dangerous illusion. He tries the door, desperate to get back to their friends on the other side. But Nara feels a sudden chill, sensing they're no longer alone. A small boy stands in the yard holding an old-fashioned camera. He looks up at her, asking if she recognizes the guardian of this house. A memory flashes of the Dokaibi, pointing to a wall of old photographs. The boy is the last descendant of the family the beast swore to protect. And a single date appears, revealing they've been sent back to 1954. Well, this is an unexpected detour. A title card announces the impossible. A door to the past has opened. Nara and Gyunwoo are confronted by the young boy, who asks who they are. Back in the present, the rest of the squad stares out, wondering where their friends have gone. The man in the suit guesses the portal had a two-person limit. Guess they should have read the fine print. From the perspective of 1954, a single question hangs in the air. Nara tries to explain the situation, her frantic gestures and modern slang only confusing the boy. Even the guardian deity trapped within the tree is baffled by their sudden arrival. She desperately tries to warn him, explaining that Pungbak is a monster and his family is in danger. But the boy refutes her claim, calling him Dr. Pungbak, a title that stops Nara cold. A flashback reveals the chilling truth. Pungbak first entered their lives as a kind doctor, treating the boy's sick mother. The boy defends the kind doctor, telling Nara her frantic warnings are useless. Gyunwoo urges her to leave, knowing their story is far too insane to be believed. She realizes the bitter irony. She's asking for the same trust she denied the Dokaibi. In a flash, she understands the Guardian's desperation and his unheard pleas. But in this moment, something inside her finally shifts. Her eyes burn with a new clarity, a fierce and unwavering resolve. She looks at the boy, promising she now sees the truth of Pungbak's evil. She recalls her own past failures, running, hiding, and doing nothing. But now, her fist clenches, wrapped in the Guardian's ethereal blue flames. Looks like she got a posthumous power-up. She stands before the boy, her protective instincts finally taking over. The young boy can only stare, completely stunned by her sudden change in demeanor. Even the guardian deity watching from within the tree is left utterly speechless. She holds up a writhing piece of dark energy, a fragment of Pungbak's corruption. Her voice is firm as she declares she's done running away from the fight. With a surge of newfound power, she clenches her fist around the darkness. The vile energy is instantly purified, vanishing in a flash of brilliant light. Gyunwoo watches from the doorway, questioning how she did that with her bare hands. The boy is utterly bewildered, asking what kind of trick she just performed. Nara meets his gaze, asking for his trust in a world he cannot yet see. She then offers him a small, familiar object, a token from a forgotten time. She holds the flattened soul, explaining that without prejudice you can see the truth. But just as she speaks, a pair of polished shoes steps onto the dusty ground. A man in a sharp suit approaches the house, carrying a doctor's briefcase. His eyes are cold and intense. It's a younger, more human Pungbak. Back at the portal, Gyunwoo watches in horror as the door begins to close on its own. He screams for Nara to hurry, their only escape route rapidly vanishing. But Nara looks back, calling out a final message to the trapped guardian. She makes a solemn vow to the ancient tree, promising to return and set him free. She begs him to wait for her, a desperate promise to rewrite his tragic fate. From within his prison, the Dokaibi is baffled by this strange girl's words. Pungbak stands outside the gate, completely baffled by her parting words. He pushes the door open, his expression shifting to a calm, professional demeanor. The young boy runs out to greet him, happily calling out to his doctor. Pungbak seems to brush off the strange voice, offering a simple hello to the child. Meanwhile, the trapped Dokaibi ponders the girl's strange promise to set him free. And just like that, Nara and Gyunwoo are gone, leaving only confusion in their wake. Pungbek asks about guests, and the boy says 2 people were just there before vanishing into thin air. The guardian deity recalls this time, trapped and helpless within the ancient tree. But his imprisonment was bearable as long as he could watch over the family he loved. The young boy proudly shows his ailing mother the photographs he's taken. A moment of simple joy. The boy shows his ailing mother a photo, bringing the beauty of spring to her bedside. He explains he took it for her, a small gesture to brighten her confined world. But his father enters with a real bouquet, determined not to be outdone by a photograph. The boy pouts, calling out the unfairness of a rule that only applies to him. His mother gently declares her son the winner, preferring a memory that will never wilt. She holds him close, telling him he's the reason she has happy dreams every night. Her greatest wish was simple, for her son to grow up healthy and strong. She dreamed of him one day leaving home to see the world for himself. A world of peaceful fields and simple, honest work under the warm sun. A world where he would capture the same moments of love he was given. She dreamed he would one day become a photographer, capturing the warmth of the world. The young boy eagerly promises to make her proud, his passion for photography already clear. His mother smiles, vowing to watch over him no matter what. But that promise would be tested far too soon, as illness claims her life. Tragedy strikes again, and the boy is forced to mourn his father as well. Now completely alone in the world, a new figure steps in to take control. The orphaned boy becomes prey, trapped under the care of a viper in a suit. In his desperation, he runs to the only friend he has left, pleading for help. And from within the tree, the guardian deity makes a solemn vow to protect this child. As the boy weeps, the Dokebi's power begins to manifest, a final desperate shield. The guardian deity offers to give the boy his power, a final desperate gift. He bestows this gift upon the last descendant of the family he swore to protect. He knows this act will leave him as nothing more than an empty shell. But in this moment, his own fate is meaningless. All that matters is fulfilling his duty and saving the child. He urges the boy to escape, to see the world beyond the fence. His final command is a desperate plea. Leave this house and never look back. With his newfound power, the boy shatters his camera. Guess his photography career is over. Years later, a man who is clearly the boy grown up lets the last fragments fall. His face is cold and hard, revealing the tragic origin of the silver-haired boy. The guardian deity could only watch as the child he saved vanished forever. With the boy gone, an unnatural silence fell over the entire estate. The house became a tomb, burying all the happy memories within its walls. Years turned into decades, and the abandoned home was reclaimed by nature. But through it all, the guardian remained trapped, completely and utterly alone. He huddled in the hollow of the tree, a lonely spirit watching the seasons pass. His mind was consumed by a single agonizing thought: he had failed to protect anyone. He saw himself as a useless being, powerless to change his own fate. His sorrow festered into a deep, burning rage at his own helplessness. His silent prison became a torture chamber, and he screamed for any kind of release. He screams for death, a final release from his endless torment. His spirit shrinks, a lonely form adrift in an ocean of black. He questions his own existence, wondering why he was not allowed to fade away. Alone in the void, he waits for an end that never comes. But elsewhere, a strange blue energy streaks across the modern world. A brilliant light suddenly pierces his personal darkness. His eyes widen, seeing something other than despair for the first time in ages. A familiar pencil, charged with power, slams into the fabric of his prison. He now holds the object, a bizarre delivery from a very determined mailman. Back in reality, the mansion is nothing but a smoldering ruin. Gyunwoo and Nara step through the portal, emerging into the aftermath of the inferno. He notes that the destruction has ironically cleared a path forward for them. They carefully make their way through the smoldering ruins of the once grand estate. Nara can only stare, the scale of the devastation finally sinking in. All that remains of the ancient tree is a massive, charred stump. They stand before it, confirming the Guardian's prison is now just ash. But Gyunwoo spots a faint blue light flickering amidst the blackened wood. They move closer, drawn to the impossible glimmer of life in the ruins. A tiny, ethereal form of the Dokaebi sits on the stump, reborn from the ashes. Guess his warranty wasn't voided after all. Their despair turns to joy as they realize their unlikely savior somehow survived. The tiny spirit huddles on the stump, a fragile flame in the darkness. Its eyes are open, but there's no recognition in its vacant gaze. It floats aimlessly, a ghost of its former self amidst the dying embers. Nara calls out to the tiny guardian, her voice filled with desperate hope. It looks up, a flicker of awareness in its glowing eyes as it makes a sound. But Gyunwoo explains the grim reality. Its memories are gone, and its life is fading. She cradles the fading light in her hands, refusing to accept its tragic fate. Gyunwoo delivers the final verdict. Without the tree, there is no hope. So, they'll need a miracle and a very good gardener. Their moment is shattered by a police officer demanding they leave the scene. They turn back, caught between the mundane world and the magical secret in their hands. The officer questions them, asking if they were somehow caught in the blaze. The entire area is a chaotic scene of emergency services and curious onlookers. The police already have a lead. A witness reported seeing an arsonist with a gas can. Gyunwoo plays dumb while Nara carefully conceals the tiny glowing spirit. Nearby, local residents gossip, glad the neighborhood eyesore is finally gone. But their words stop Nara cold as they mention a homeowner who refused to sell. She rushes over, desperately asking if the owner managed to survive the inferno. The neighbors reveal the homeowner was a famous photographer. They struggled to recall his name, a detail lost to local gossip. But Nara knows, whispering the name of the silver-haired boy. Ganho. A news report confirms the impossible. Park Ganho lived a full life, passing away at 82. Following the lead, Gyunwoo and Nara arrive at a museum hosting his final exhibition. Nara realizes the boy she met in the past survived, but Gyunwoo remains skeptical. An ethereal blue butterfly appears, a familiar and guiding light in the darkness. It leads them deeper into the museum, as if pulling them towards a specific memory. They wander through the gallery, surrounded by a lifetime of captured moments. The tiny dokebi in Nara's hand suddenly stirs, its vacant eyes showing a flicker of life. It's drawn to a photograph of white flowers, its own light resonating with the image. A memory surfaces of a young Ganho and his mother, sharing a quiet, tender moment. She holds the same photo, explaining she loves it because it's a memory that will never wilt. The young Ganho looks down at the strange memento Nara left behind. He compares the flattened soul to the photograph she showed him, a choice before him. In that moment, he decides to place his trust in the strange girl from the future. Heeding her warning, he walks out the door, leaving his haunted home behind forever. He carries with him the memory of his mother's final wish. She dreamed he would one day escape the confines of his gilded cage, to see the world and meet the people who lived simple, honest lives. And so he did, camera in hand, fulfilling a promise made long ago. He dedicated his life to capturing the quiet, beautiful moments of others, filling his photos with the warmth and stories his mother had always wished for him. He lived a full life, a photographer who captured the world's warmth. They stand before his final masterpiece, a tribute to the mother he lost. The tiny spirit remembers the Guardian's final desperate command, a plea to escape, to see the world beyond the fence of his prison. They move to the next photo, a portrait of the family he fought to save. The plaque simply reads, "Family Tree," a testament to a forgotten past. A moment of peace, captured just before their world was torn apart. Nara smiles, proud that the boy she met fulfilled his mother's dream. But Gyunwoo brings her back to reality, reminding her of the time paradox. He's not exactly a kid anymore. A new voice cuts in as a stranger comments on the magnificent tree. The stranger explains the photo was her grandfather's favorite, holding a special meaning. Nara is stunned, the word grandfather echoing in her mind. The girl introduces herself as Jia, asking if Nara is related to the boy from the past. Gyunwoo realizes with a start that the family's lineage was never broken after all. As Jia greets other guests, the tiny dokaibi in Nara's hand begins to glow brightly. It sees her, the last living descendant of the family it swore to protect. A profound sense of peace washes over the tiny spirit, its long vigil finally over. With a final, relieved thought, its ethereal form begins to break apart. Its essence disperses into countless particles of light, its duty fulfilled. Nara can only watch as the last of the guardian deity fades into nothingness. Well, so much for their tiny blue travel buddy. The last of the guardian's energy settles into the photograph, a final, peaceful reunion. Nara smiles through her tears. Relieved, the lonely guardian is finally back with his family. She wonders if he truly survived, but Gyunwoo admits they'll never really know. But he adds that in the end, the guardian seemed happy. He'll now exist only as a memory, a part of a moment frozen in time. A memory that will never fade, free from the pain of his long vigil. A call from their friends breaks the moment, asking if they're safe. Nara explains they took a different exit from the rabbit hole portal. She wonders if their journey was just a series of coincidences or a genuine miracle. But she realizes that miracles aren't born from divine intervention or simple chance. They are forged not by fate, but by the simple, unwavering power of human will. Elsewhere, a framed photograph hangs on a wall, a new face in this tangled story. Sometime later, a train speeds across the countryside carrying the survivors. The rest of the squad travels together, having confirmed their friends are safe. The woman in robes questions the man in the suit, asking why he ever trusted Pungbaek. He admits his own failing, taking full responsibility for being deceived. He notes that while some might forgive the betrayal, One of them never will. He looks to the silver-haired boy, Ganho, but calls him by another name, Hando. Ganyo finally speaks, musing on how disappointed Pungbek must be in his failure. He admits his own resentment, but knows their mission is far from over. So much for a quiet retirement. The man in the suit scoffs at the idea of helping humans, his priorities clearly elsewhere. The woman in robes agrees, admitting that volunteering isn't exactly her style. But the man in the suit reveals he's already been preparing, reactivating their old network. He's already recreated their secret group chat, getting the band back together. He confirms they've secured 2 of Dangun's relics, crucial pieces of their puzzle. The woman declares they'll find their own path to becoming human, free from Pungbak's influence. The scene shifts, focusing on a small vial containing a strange glowing substance. Elsewhere, a man in a flashy jacket stands before a new group of powerful figures. Looks like we've found the villain's lounge. A man with long, dark hair asks the newcomer if he's enjoying his new body. But the man in the jacket scoffs, complaining that his new form feels like wearing rags. The long-haired man smirks, telling him to find a more suitable body on his own time. The man in the jacket's face contorts into a grotesque grin, eagerly anticipating the hunt. A hand materializes from a vortex of swirling blue energy, announcing a new arrival. A woman with dark hair recognizes the display, identifying it as a fox transformation. The newcomer, a man in a sharp suit, fully appears, knowing they didn't save him out of kindness. He reveals his true form, 9 ethereal foxtails swirling behind him as he demands their price. The long-haired man leans forward, casually stating his request is nothing special. The man in the red jacket chimes in, telling him to simply continue his old habits. The woman finishes the thought with a predatory smile. Devour humans. And the man in the hoodie delivers the final command. Plunge the world into chaos. The long-haired man issues a single chilling command. Leave the girl named Nara alone. He declares with a predatory gaze that her soul belongs to him. The 9-tailed fox can only scoff, amused by this sudden claim. The scene shifts to a memory of a swirling crystal orb, one of Dangun's sacred relics. A blue-haired man stares at the relic, a troublesome inheritance from his mother. He knows possessing it makes him a target, and he desperately weighs his options. But as he contemplates his next move, he's completely distracted. The baby beside him is mesmerized by the glowing object in the box. A sudden surge of energy makes the child's hair stand on end. The man panics as he realizes the baby has swallowed the priceless, dangerous relic. Guess, do not eat labels don't work on toddlers. Deep in the mountains near the DMZ, a father and son lived a life of isolation. The boy, a child of the wilderness, stalks his next meal with intense focus, but his body crackles with an unnatural electric energy. A voice calls out through the trees, a father returning home to his son, Gyunwoo. The young Gyunwoo freezes, caught mid-hunt with a squirrel in his mouth. He abandons his prey, leaping through the canopy with practiced ease. With a joyful cry, he launches himself towards his waiting father. But their reunion is met with a massive jolt of electricity, shocking them both. Guess that's one way to give your dad a heart attack. The boy demands to know why his father was so late, completely unfazed by the shock. The father smiles, carrying his son on his shoulders as they head home together. His father asks how Gyunwoo passed the time while he was away. The boy's days were filled with simple, wild joys like swimming with the fish. He spent his time climbing trees, a true child of the forest, and chasing after whatever small creatures crossed his path. Standard kid stuff if you're raised by wolves. His father gently chides him, asking if he's been eating raw meat again. Gyunwoo feigns ignorance, the memory lost to the simple bliss of his isolated life. But his father always brought back a taste of the outside world, a rare treat. Over dinner, his father asks about his hunt, but the Eonkui was too elusive. The man's face is filled with guilt, apologizing for leaving his son so alone. But Gyunwoo is unfazed, his only request being a pizza for next time. Priorities, people. The young Gyunwoo asks his father if he's tired, a simple question from a child. But his next question cuts deeper, asking if his father still misses his mother. The man tries to deny it, but Gyunwoo calls him out, revealing he talks about her in his sleep. Under a brilliant, star-filled sky, the conversation turns to the past. The boy asks why his father chose his mother, a question the man says he had no control over. He recalls the moment he first saw her, admitting he was instantly captivated. A memory of a beautiful woman with flowing hair, a love that was irreplaceable. He explains she was the kind of person who made him believe in destiny. He defines it as something immutable, a force stronger than the stars themselves. He tells his son that one day he too will understand that feeling. Guess the kid's got some big shoes to fill in the romance department. Gyunwoo admits he wasn't really curious about his mother. He just loves seeing the happiness on his father's face when he speaks of her. The night passes, their quiet conversation hanging in the mountain air. And with the dawn of a new day, their peaceful life continues. But his father must leave again, shouldering his pack for another hunt. The young Gyunwoo asks why he hunts the dangerous Eonkwi. He questions if catching them is truly the path to becoming human. But his father turns, a gentle smile on his face as he corrects the boy. He explains he hunts them simply because he believes it's the right thing to do. He teaches his son that being human is about helping others, not just appearances, a lesson that will shape the boy's entire future. The boy processes his father's words, a simple yet profound truth taking root. As his father departs, Gyunwoo waves goodbye with one last, very important request. Taking his father's lesson to heart, he decides to help the creatures of the forest. He shares his food, explaining the simple rules of the world as he understands them. He continues his mission of kindness, enthusiastically feeding a very startled rabbit. The young boy takes a moment to appreciate the simple beauty of his isolated world. He feels a sense of fulfillment, proud of living a day filled with love and kindness. But as night falls on their remote home, his promise for tomorrow hangs in the air. 3 nights pass, and his father still hasn't returned from his hunt. The young boy waits alone, a growing sense of dread telling him this time is different. On the 5th night, his lonely wait was interrupted by a stranger. An old woman approaches, commenting on how well he imitates being human. She stands before the boy, a solemn visitor in their isolated home. But Gyunwoo's instincts scream that this woman is dangerous. His wild senses confirm it. Something about her scent is wrong. She tries to calm him, insisting she's not a threat to him. The woman claims she was an old comrade of his father, but her next words are heavy with a sorrow he doesn't yet understand. His father had returned, but only as ashes in a cold white urn. And in that moment, the boy's world shrinks to a single heartbreaking truth. His entire world was gone, and the boy was utterly alone. He questions if this cold, silent urn was the destiny his father spoke of. The woman offers to take him in, a strange kindness in his darkest hour. But the boy, raised in the wild, questions her motives, asking why she would help. She simply turns his father's own words back on him, a lesson in trust. And so, she leads him away from the mountains and back to civilization. Time to learn about indoor plumbing. He tells her his name, a legacy from the father he just lost, a name that would define the man he was destined to become. Gyunwoo. That name echoes through the years, pulling him from the depths of memory. Nara brings him back to the present, shaking him from his somber thoughts. Nara gently chides him for getting lost in his thoughts, but he suddenly yanks her back by her backpack, saving her from danger. She was about to step right in front of a moving bus. He asks if she's grateful for the save, and she can only agree. Nara notes that he's been treating her much better lately. She wonders if he's finally becoming a kinder person. Gyunwoo seems to brush off the compliment, looking away. But there's a very specific reason for his change in attitude. A flashback reveals his true motive. He needs to copy her homework. Ah, the purest form of high school friendship. He stands in her room, notebook in hand, his mission accomplished. His eyes land on a framed photograph, a portrait of Nara's family. And in that moment, a crucial piece of the puzzle clicks into place. He recalls learning that she is the granddaughter of a legendary hunter. As they walk, she suddenly asks him about the meaning of destiny. His father's words echo in his mind, a lesson from a lifetime ago, a promise that one day he too would meet his own unchangeable fate. They stop at a crosswalk, the world pausing for a brief, silent moment. Standing side by side, a quiet space opens up between them and the crowd. She looks over at him, completely unaware of the storm brewing in his thoughts, and he wonders if this is what his father meant. Nah, couldn't be. The light turns green, and the moment is broken. Elsewhere, a new kind of monster dons a human disguise. A trio of these creatures believes their creepy new look is flawless. One questions their mission, wondering why their boss would target someone Pungbake has claimed. The school bell rings, signaling the start of a new day. The 3 creatures enter the school grounds, planning to split up and find their prey. Their target is a girl they know only by name, Nara. Meanwhile, on the school rooftop, a different kind of drama unfolds. A boy corners a girl, ignoring the bell in favor of a private moment. He tells her he missed her, and they share a quiet kiss. Ah, young love. Completely oblivious to the monsters in the hallways. But the boy pulls back, completely caught off guard by her affection. He glances around nervously, feeling the distinct sensation of being watched. The girl dismisses his fears, certain they're completely alone on the rooftop. But they're not, as a group of ghostly observers debates who gets to eat first. The long-haired spirit seethes with rage at the sight of their public display of affection. Her companions debate the morality of it all, one lamenting the lack of decorum. The other ghost argues you should live life to the fullest, but he's quickly cut off. The more traditional spirit smacks him, threatening him with a second death. Guess ghosts can still get grounded. He clamps a hand over his friend's mouth, silencing his crude commentary. The spirits turn back to the couple, their hunt for Nara completely derailed by high school drama. The long-haired spirit turns, her voice dripping with venom as she asks if she was the subject of their pity. Her companions immediately try to backtrack, their ghostly forms sweating with fear. But her sorrow turns to rage, tears of blood streaming down her face as she laments her lonely fate. Her silent scream echoes through the void, a curse on the world that wronged her. She clings to the rooftop fence, wailing about the injustice of it all. Even in the afterlife, some things are just unfair. She remembers her lonely existence, a ghost who never even got to hold a boy's hand. Alone on an endless staircase, she questions the cruelty of her fate. But as she asks why she's the only one unhappy, a brilliant light appears behind her. A figure emerges from the light, walking up the stairs towards her lonely vigil. Her despair vanishes in an instant as she recognizes the boy, her ghostly cheeks flushing as she whispers Gyunwoo's name. She calls him her only light, the one thing that makes her miserable world bearable. But her moment of peace is shattered as Nara appears, calling out his name. The ghost's face twists in rage, her spectral jealousy flaring up once again. She watches them from the shadows, her mind racing with the possibility they're dating. Her ghostly heart sinks, the sight of them together filling her with despair. She sits alone on the stairs, feeling as if her last joy is being stolen from her. Her world goes dark, convinced that her only light has been extinguished forever. But a new voice cuts through her sorrow as someone approaches from behind. It's Nara, who can apparently see her, asking if something is wrong. Well, this is an awkward turn of events. The ghost is completely flustered, trying to deny her obvious distress as Nara looks on with concern. Nara offers her help, a genuine kindness that catches the spirit off guard. The ghost can only lament how unfair it is for one person to be so pretty and kind. She even recalls how Nara recently saved her and her friends from a fox spirit. But that kindness only fuels her envy, a feeling she knows is awful. She asks aloud if her misfortune is why she doesn't deserve to be happy. The ghost begins her story, revealing her life was shattered when her parents died in a car crash. She was forced to become the head of the family, raising her 5 younger siblings alone. Her own childhood ended as she quit school to care for them during the day. At night, she worked tirelessly in a factory just to make ends meet. Even on her days off, she washed dishes, dedicating every waking moment to her family. Her boss noticed her exhaustion, commenting on her difficult life. He offered to finish her work, a small kindness that meant the world. In her eyes, the young and gentle man was a beacon of light. He handed over her salary, a simple envelope holding her family's survival. He'd even added a bonus, telling her to treat her siblings. But then he grew serious, his confession hanging in the air. She recalls that her life wasn't always a series of tragedies. Her heart pounded with hope, a feeling she hadn't felt in years. Finally, a win for the good guys, right? There were brief moments of light she would never forget. But just as she thought happiness was within reach, her body gave out. The ghost reveals her tragic end. She literally died from overwork. But even in death, her love for her siblings kept her tethered to the world. She watched over them, a spectral guardian nagging her brother to study hard. Following her sibling is how she ended up haunting this particular high school. Nara is overwhelmed with emotion, moved by the ghost's selfless love. But the ghost admits her family wasn't the only reason she stayed. She confesses that Gyunwoo became the one joy in her lonely existence. Convinced their love is impossible, she decides to finally let go and pass on. But Nara calls out from the top of the stairs, unwilling to let her fade away. She pleads with the ghost to stay, at least long enough to see her sibling graduate. But their conversation is cut short as a hand shoves Nara from behind. She tumbles down the stairs, a shadowy figure watching from the top. It's one of the creatures from before, its mission finally in sight. Her slipper flies off, a small detail in the sudden violent chaos. But instead of hitting the ground, she finds herself floating in a strange void. The ghost hovers over her, desperately asking if she's all right. She looks down at her own hands, confused by this strange new reality. Suddenly, a warm human hand reaches out through the darkness. It touches Nara's face and her eyes snap open in shock. She finds herself at the bottom of the stairs, completely alone. Well, that was a weird trip. The ghost realizes with a jolt that she's no longer just a spectator. She's inside Nara's body. A familiar voice cuts through her confusion, chiding her for tripping again. She looks up to see Gyunwoo, offering a hand to help her up. For the ghost, this is a moment she has only ever dreamed of. Her own hand, now solid and real, reaches out to meet his. Their fingers intertwine, a simple touch that feels like an electric shock. She can feel the warmth of his skin, a sensation she never thought she'd experience. As he pulls her to her feet, her legs give way beneath her. She stumbles forward, falling directly into his arms. Well, that escalated quickly. Overwhelmed, the lonely spirit is finally held by the boy she's watched from afar. She wonders how long it's been since she felt the warmth of another person. For a panicked moment, she wonders if he can somehow see the real her. But Gyunwoo is only concerned, asking if she's hurt from the fall. She quickly remembers he only sees Nara, stammering that she twisted her ankle. He offers his arm for support, and she shyly accepts his help. Her heart pounds, overwhelmed by the simple act of touching the boy she adores. In her mind, the ghost celebrates this incredible stroke of luck. She looks down at Nara's unconscious spirit, floating in the void. She sarcastically thanks Nara for lending her body. Guess possession is 9/10 of the law. The ghost decides she's going to enjoy this for as long as she can. Looking through Nara's eyes, the ghost believes the heavens have finally granted her wish. She knows this is a fleeting opportunity, a chance she may never get again. Deciding this is her last chance at happiness, she vows to see it through to the end. In her fantasy, she leans in close, about to steal a moment she's only ever dreamed of. Back in reality, she clings to Gyunwoo's arm, savoring every second of this borrowed time. Her eyes sparkle with a mix of adoration and a newfound mischievous resolve. Her sudden change in behavior doesn't go unnoticed, drawing shocked stares from other students. She follows him to class, her actions growing bolder as she invades his personal space. In her mind, she catalogs every detail, from his sharp jawline to the veins on his hand. Guess someone has a very specific type. She gazes at him with pure adoration, completely lost in her own fantasy. Gyunwoo, trying to focus, asks why she's staring at him so intensely. She leans in closer, boldly telling him her gaze is meant to be seductive. Hopping onto his desk, she suggests they go to the rooftop for some privacy. She explains it's a popular spot for couples, a clear hint at her intentions. But Gyunwoo just walks away, completely baffled by her sudden romantic interest. The ghost realizes her subtle approach isn't working and decides to be more direct. Time for Plan B, which is apparently just Plan A, but louder. She throws her arms around him from behind, a desperate and public display of affection. Their classmates can only stare in shock, wondering what's wrong with Nara today. Gyunwoo's patience finally snaps, his irritation reaching a boiling point. He violently shoves her away, demanding to know what she's doing. Gyunwoo turns, completely flustered by her bizarre and aggressive behavior. He stumbles out of the classroom, leaving her to wonder if she was too forward. The ghost realizes that reality doesn't quite follow the rules of romance novels. Nara's friends rush over, completely bewildered by her sudden personality change. They check her for a fever, asking if she's been drinking to explain her actions. But the ghost brushes them off, her mind focused on a rapidly ticking clock. In the void, her true form reveals a growing sense of desperation. She knows that once the real Nara wakes up, her borrowed time is over. A dark resolve fills her eyes. She has to make Gyunwoo hers before it's too late. Nara's friends share a look of grim resolve, determined to figure out what's wrong. Elsewhere, Gyunwoo leans against a wall, finally catching his breath after his escape. He realizes with a jolt that her sudden affection almost made him reveal his true form. He replays the moment in his mind, trying to understand her bizarrely clingy behavior. She had leaned against him with a strange, unfamiliar smile on her face. His instincts were screaming that something about her was fundamentally off. But a confusing thought cuts through his panic. As weird as it is, he might actually like it. His mind goes blank as he tries to process the impossible conclusion. He looks at her adoring expression and wonders if Nara actually has feelings for him. Teenage brains always jumping to the simplest, most wrong conclusion. The scene shifts to a quiet bedroom, the day's chaos giving way to a silent night. The clock on the wall ticks past 11 at night. The day's chaos finally over, but Gyunwoo is wide awake, haunted by a single agonizing question. He lies in the dark, wondering if Nara's bizarre behavior meant she actually likes him. Meanwhile, in a desolate factory, another group debriefs their own failed mission. The three creatures report back, one scolding the other for failing to get a piece of Nara. The scout explains he couldn't get close because she was clinging to Gyunwoo all day. He recalls their boss's orders to leave Nara alone, but proposes a clever loophole. If Nara is off limits, then they can just eat the boy she was with instead. Back at Nara's home, her grandfather calls out, telling her to get ready for bed. The ghost, still in Nara's body, collapses onto the bed, exhausted from her big day out. Guess playing human is tiring work. She reflects that even though her plan failed, it was still a happy day. But as she lies in bed, she feels a pang of regret for missing her one chance. The ghost's true form looks on, her borrowed time coming to an end. She thanks the unconscious Nara, grateful for the brief moment of happiness. Deciding to do one last thing, she considers changing Nara's clothes for her. She opens the bedroom closet looking for something to change into. But inside, she finds a strange, glowing talisman stuck to the wall. She leans in closer, completely baffled by the bizarre discovery. Her eyes widen as she realizes what she's looking at. The closet isn't a closet at all. but a hidden portal to another room. Narnia's got nothing on this. She peers through the opening, wondering where this strange passage leads. On the other side, Gyunwoo lies asleep in his own room. He's completely unaware of the drama unfolding just a wall away. The ghost's eyes widen in disbelief as she recognizes him. She stumbles back, trying to understand why he's in a room connected to Nara's. The truth sinks in. Their bedrooms are somehow connected. So much for personal space. In the void, her spectral form looms over Nara, demanding answers about their relationship. Her jealousy boils over, accusing Nara of lying about being just friends. Her rage intensifies, convinced she's been deceived all along. But as the ghost seethes, Nara's spirit finally begins to stir, her eyes snapping open. She sees this as a divine opportunity, a chance to finally be close to him. But her spectral form panics, realizing she's just impulsively broken into his room. Gyunwoo remains completely oblivious, lost in a peaceful, dreamless sleep. The ghost decides to enjoy the view, admiring every detail of his face up close. Her heart pounds in Nara's chest as she whispers his name, a sound he can't hear. She moves closer, hovering over him in the quiet, moonlit room. Deciding to seize the moment, she resolves to steal just one single kiss. She leans in, the distance between them closing with agonizing slowness. Her eyes are filled with a desperate, longing resolve to make this dream real. But just as their lips are about to meet, Gyunwoo's eyes snap open, calling out Nara's name. Well, that's awkward. Her eyes widen in panic, her perfect moment shattered by reality. She's frozen above him, caught in the most awkward position imaginable. But in her mind, she celebrates a victory, her first ever kiss, until she realizes it wasn't his lips she felt, but the palm of his hand. His eyes glow with a dangerous light, his instincts screaming at the intrusion. He shoves her back, demanding to know if she's completely lost her mind. But she just looks at him, whispering his name with pure adoration. His anger subsides, replaced by a sudden, intense focus. His hand moves from her mouth, gently tracing the side of her face. He cups her cheeks, and she can only stare, completely lost in his gaze. Talk about mixed signals. His gentle touch vanishes, replaced by a cold, hard glare as he demands to know who she really is. The narrative rewinds, showing Gyunwoo hours earlier, unable to find sleep. The clock ticks away the minutes, but his mind is racing, sleep a distant memory. He's haunted by a single, impossible question. Does Nara actually like him? He recalls her strange, clingy behavior from the day, and a smile creeps onto his face. He catches himself, completely baffled by his own sudden happiness. He buries his face in his pillow, flustered by the unfamiliar feeling. Our boy is down bad and doesn't even know it. Her face fills his thoughts, his heart pounding in his chest. He's a mess of confusion and sweat, completely overwhelmed by these new emotions. And as he wrestles with his feelings, the ghost makes her move, stepping through the portal into his room. He lies in the dark, her name echoing in his thoughts. But he's not asleep, feigning ignorance as she quietly steps into his room. He wonders what she's doing here, his mind racing with 100 questions. The ghost in Nara's body whispers his name with pure adoration. She leans in close, testing to see if he's awake, while he internally panics. But then she takes a step further, climbing directly onto his bed. She straddles him, and Gyunwoo's confusion officially skyrockets into red alert territory. He's sweating bullets, completely baffled by her sudden, aggressive move. His heart pounds in his chest as he grips the sheets, his composure cracking. Even his toes curl with tension, overwhelmed by the bizarre situation. He questions her strange behavior, a nagging doubt solidifying in his mind. But as he looks closer, a sudden, chilling realization dawns on him. Her eyes, her expression, everything is just slightly, fundamentally wrong. His instincts take over as he realizes the truth. This isn't Nara. He knows the real Nara would never act this way, never be this forward. His patience gone, he demands to know who is really in front of him. The ghost tries to play it off, feigning ignorance with a nervous smile. But Gyunwoo's gaze is unyielding, his voice low and dangerous as he repeats the question. Her facade crumbles as he states it plainly. She is not Nara. Well, so much for her big romantic moment. In the void, the ghost panics, wondering how he could have possibly seen through her disguise. His hand crackles with electricity, his voice a low threat to the imposter. Gyunwoo's eyes are cold as he begins a final chilling countdown. The ghost panics, asking if he's really going to strike Nara's body. He ignores her pleas, his voice echoing as he continues the count. She desperately reminds him that attacking her means hurting Nara too. But Gyunwoo's resolve is absolute, his countdown reaching its grim end. With no other choice, the ghost screams in surrender, agreeing to leave. A surge of energy forces her spectral form out of Nara's unconscious body. He looks at the terrified spirit and recognizes her as the ghost from school. She offers a panicked apology before phasing through the wall to escape. Well, so much for her big romantic getaway. He orders her to stop, but she's already phasing through the wall to make her escape. The ghost catches her breath, wondering why he was so terrifyingly angry. She recalls his rage, realizing it was because he knew she wasn't Nara. A sudden thought hits her. Would he have been okay with it if it was the real Nara? Back in the room, Gyunwoo tries to wake the real Nara from her forced slumber. She groans softly, finally beginning to stir from the strange, dark void. Gyunwoo lets out a quiet sigh of relief, his anger fading as he watches over her. She's still fast asleep, completely oblivious to her body's recent joyride. He sits beside her, recognizing the peaceful expression as the one he truly knows. She sleeps soundly, resting on a bed of soft blue fur. Wait, is that his tail? In her dreams, Nara feels a profound sense of comfort and peace. She's nestled in a bed of soft blue fur, a strange but welcome warmth. The fur seems to wrap around her hand, a gentle and ticklish embrace. But her peaceful dream takes a strange turn as she bites down on something. She wakes with a start, finding herself back in her own room. Confused and dazed, she wonders how she got home, her hair a total mess. She realizes with a jolt that she has no memory of the previous day. The next day at school, she finally gets her answers, confronting the ghost. The spirit offers a tearful apology, promising it will never happen again. Nara desperately asks if anything happened, while the ghost begs for forgiveness. But the ghost's desperate plea is met with a single firm refusal. Gyunwoo says he can't let a possessing spirit roam free, offering to help her move on. Permanently. The ghost begs him to reconsider, wanting only to watch her younger sibling grow up. Nara steps in to defend her, explaining the spirit's only motive was family. She recounts the ghost's tragic life, hoping to appeal to his sense of pity. But Gyunwoo's answer is a cold, unwavering rejection. Nara insists the possession was an accident, and that the ghost meant no harm. She then argues that a kiss is a small price to pay for a dead person's last wish. That's a new one. Gyunwoo can only stare, completely baffled by her bizarre logic. He points out the obvious flaw in her plan. The kiss would be with her. Nara stammers, completely flustered by the implication of his words. He scoffs at her logic, asking if he should have just let it happen. But their argument is cut short by a voice calling out from across the schoolyard. The school principal is lecturing a student for smoking in a restricted area. The student looks thoroughly annoyed, brushing off the morning lecture. He fires back a crude insult, telling the principal to worry about his own problems. Talk about having no respect for your elders. The ghost watches with a heavy heart, revealing the boy is her younger brother. Nara and Gyunwoo are stunned as the ghost admits she's constantly worried for him. She explains he's the school's biggest troublemaker, a fighter and an extortionist. Tears well in her spectral eyes as she confesses this is why she can't move on. The ghost laments that her brother is completely twisted, unaware of her sacrifice. The boy, Seokwoo, dares the principal to expel him, completely unbothered, but a voice cuts through the tension, calling out his full name. Nara steps forward, slapping the cigarette right out of his mouth. The sudden move shocks everyone, from the ghost to Gyunwoo and the principal. Seokwoo stares in disbelief as Nara glares back, calling him an idiot. His shock quickly turns to pure, unadulterated rage, but Nara doesn't back down, yelling at him to get a grip for his sister's sake. He's completely confused, but she insists his sister is always with him. A look of pure terror crosses his face as he realizes he doesn't have a sister. Well, this is going to be a fun conversation. Nara can only stare, completely stunned by this unexpected revelation. She turns back to the ghost, her fists clenched in silent, simmering rage. The ghost calmly presents the principal, revealing he is her younger brother. Nara's expression darkens, realizing she's been completely played for a fool. The spirit is already nagging her brother about his messy hair and clothes. Guess old habits die hard, even when you're dead. The principal smiles, admitting he can still hear her voice, which gave him strength. It was that strength that helped him raise their other siblings and build a good life. Old photographs reveal the truth of her sacrifice, a young woman raising a family alone. He never forgot his sister, keeping her memory alive in his heart. Gyunwoo's cold resolve finally melts, suggesting it's time to let her move on. Gyunwoo admits it's a relief that her brother grew up so well. Nara looks over at him, a quiet understanding passing between them. The scene shifts back to the night before, with Nara still asleep on his bed. She's completely oblivious, lost in a deep and peaceful slumber. He lies beside her, debating whether he should carry her back to her room. His hand hovers near hers, a silent tension filling the small space. He reaches out, almost giving in to an impulse he doesn't understand. But he pulls back at the last second, clenching his fist in frustration. He watches her sleep, his resolve wavering with every passing moment. But his quiet contemplation is shattered as she grabs his hand and starts chewing on it. Guess she was having a tasty dream. He can only watch with a soft smile, completely disarmed by her bizarre, sleepy antics. The story shifts, presenting a grim scientific study. The Mice Utopia Experiment. An ethologist created a perfect world for mice with unlimited resources for thousands. But as the population exploded, the perfect society began to show its cracks. A social hierarchy formed, with the strong hoarding resources from the weak. The constant competition led to a complete societal breakdown, filled with violence. Some mice gave up entirely, while even the dominant ones suffered from the stress. After peaking, the population entered a steep and irreversible decline. Even with space and food again, the survivors had lost all social bonds. The experiment was stopped just short of total extinction. A utopia turned into a tomb. The story returns to the mundane reality of a high school classroom. A student reads out the test answers, and the collective groan of the class echoes through the room. For one student, the results are particularly grim. A test paper covered in red ink. Nara stares in horror at her score of 40, her academic world crashing down around her. Her friend, however, proudly flashes a test with a near-perfect 96. Not to be outdone, her other friend boasts a perfect 100, leaving Nara feeling even worse. They try to console her, but she can only lament how she's falling behind everyone else. In her mind, the other students glow with success, while she's left alone in the dark. She spirals into despair, questioning if she can even get into college. Ah, the joys of teenage angst. But a sharp voice cuts through her thoughts, telling her it's what she gets for slacking off. Nara turns, her voice sharp as she demands to know who said that. The words came from her two friends, their backs turned to her. They feign ignorance, asking what she could possibly be talking about. She confronts them, repeating the cruel words she just heard. But they deny it completely, playing dumb with practiced ease. And then, the friendly facade begins to crack completely. Their eyes glow with a sinister light as they ask if they're wrong. So much for friendship. Nara is frozen in shock, the world twisting around her. One friend boasts about the endless academies she attends out of duty. The other scoffs, asking if Nara really thought she could compete with them. They mock her efforts, calling her shameless as she begs them to stop. A sinister voice cuts through the chaos, announcing the start of an experiment. The world around Nara dissolves, leaving her completely and utterly alone. She finds herself in a vast, empty classroom that stretches on forever. A glowing handprint with the number 1 appears on her back. She calls out into the silence, wondering where everyone has gone. Her eyes land on the chalkboard where a chilling message is written. It's a game of hide and seek with a warning to beware of serial killers. Fun. Elsewhere, another student finds himself in the same game, marked as number 2. He looks out the window, wondering why the world has suddenly gone dark. He opens the door, wondering if this is all just some elaborate prank. But a glance out the window confirms this is no joke. He's just one person in a vast, impossibly large and empty school. The building stretches on in every direction, a concrete and glass labyrinth. The world has become a bottomless pit, a prison of endless classrooms. Elsewhere, 2 more students, numbers 3 and 4, call out into the darkness. One is thrilled by the adventure, while the other is worried about the lack of phone signal. Priorities, I guess. They spot a lone figure at the end of the hall, a potential source of answers. One of them calls out, her voice echoing in the oppressive silence. But the figure is a small, shadowy child with a single ominous wing. The shadowy figure reveals itself, a grotesque child with a bloodied axe. The 2 girls turn and flee, their adventure now a desperate race for survival. He gives chase, his voice a sing-song taunt for them to hide well. The killer raises his axe, warning them not to be found in this deadly game. But the commotion draws the attention of another student, number 2. He turns, his voice calm as he announces he's found the source of the noise. But he's not talking to the girls. He's facing a new threat down the hall. A trio of identical killers emerges, surprised by his lack of fear. Looks like the welcoming committee is here. He glares at them, his voice cold as he asks if they're responsible for this chaos. The creatures grin, seeing not a threat but their next meal. The masked killers leap through the air, thanking him in advance for the meal. But their attack is met with a single, devastating punch to the face. He moves like a whirlwind, effortlessly dodging their clumsy swings. One of the creatures, now unmasked, tries to land a blow, but he's far too slow. The student's fist connects again, turning the creature's face into a work of modern art. He weaves through their attacks, a blur of controlled, brutal violence. His eyes are cold and focused, completely unfazed by the monstrous sight. He ducks under a sledgehammer, preparing to end the fight decisively. In seconds, the hallway is littered with their unconscious forms. Well, that was anticlimactic. One of the creatures looks up in disbelief, confused why their food is fighting back. He cracks his knuckles, his voice dripping with contempt as he asks if they really tried to eat him. The smaller creature points, telling its much larger ally to handle this one. It orders the giant to devour him, revealing a massive, stitched-up monster from the shadows. The student glances back, a bead of sweat betraying his momentary unease. The new monster looms over them, a grotesque giant of stitched flesh and mismatched parts. Its empty eyes fixate on the student, its voice a low rumble as it calls him delicious. But instead of attacking the student, it grabs its smaller companion, thanking it for the meal. Well, that's one way to deal with an annoying coworker. The giant shoves the screaming creature into its mouth, the sound of crunching filling the hall. Blood splatters against the wall as the smaller monster is brutally devoured. The student can only stare in shock, wondering why these creatures are turning on each other. The student doesn't hesitate, driving his fist deep into the giant's stitched gut. He follows up with a powerful spinning kick aimed at the creature's core, but the monster barely flinches, its stitched smile widening as it looks down. It swats him away like an insect, sending him crashing through the hallway wall. He lies in the debris, a confident smirk on his face. Guess that didn't hurt as much as it looked. The giant grabs him, lifting the boy towards its gaping, hungry maw. With brutal force, it smashes him into the concrete floor below. It holds his seemingly lifeless body, questioning if the fight is already over. But the student's head lifts, bloodied but defiant, asking if it's really that hungry. He then thanks the creature for the meal, preparing to turn the tables in the most literal way possible. His eyes glow with rage, promising to force-feed the monster its own medicine. He channels a ball of pure energy, preparing to unleash it from inside the beast's maw. A torrent of blue lightning erupts from his hands, a focused and devastating blast. The energy tears through the giant from the inside, a brutal and explosive end. Its head is completely obliterated, its stitched form dissolving into nothing. He stands over the remains, a puddle of goo and a swarm of rats. The student looks around in disgust, wondering if he's just cleared out a rat's nest. Elsewhere, a terrified girl hides under a desk as the childlike killers search the room. She tries to make sense of the horror, questioning if these things are even human. But from her hiding spot, she sees a new figure appear at the classroom door. The new girl puts a finger to her lips, a silent plea for quiet. The hiding student looks up, completely baffled by this sudden appearance. But her hiding spot is compromised as a killer peeks over the desk. It closes in, its grotesque face just inches from her own. The creature lunges forward, ready to claim its prize in this deadly game. But the desk is sent flying, a last-second save from her new ally. The killers turn, surprised by this sudden, bold interference. The rescuer yells for her to run as the classroom fills with identical monsters. Looks like class is in session, and the subject is survival. They sprint down the hallway, realizing these things are not human. The girl reveals their true nature. They are rat monsters, and the hunt is on. The rescuer clarifies they're not just rats, but monsters that have eaten nails. They race up the stairs, only to find their escape route has been completely blocked. Looking back, they see the horde of creatures swarming up the staircase towards them. The unmasked monsters scramble upwards, their faces twisted into manic, hungry grins. The rescued girl panics, trapped between the approaching horde and a dead end. But her new ally stays calm, telling her to stand back as she brandishes a small axe. With a single powerful swing, she smashes the ropes holding the lockers in place. She shoves the heavy furniture over the edge, sending it tumbling down the stairs. The creatures look up, their dumb smiles unwavering as disaster hurtles towards them. The lockers crash down, crushing the horde in a wave of metal and splintered wood. The impact is brutal, sending the rat-like creatures tumbling through the air. The rescued girl can only stare in awe at the pile of wreckage below. Her new ally calmly produces a key, unlocking one of the remaining lockers. She climbs inside, telling the other girl to follow if she wants an explanation. The locker opens into a hidden passage, a sight that barely phases her anymore. She asks if this is the way out, but her hope is quickly shut down. The passage leads to a surprisingly spacious hideout, a safe haven from the rats. She asks if the girl actually lives here, a question met with weary resignation. The girl Kim Hyuna explains she was suddenly dragged into this nightmare a month ago. When she came to her senses, she was trapped in this endless prison, the rat hole. Hyuna grimly explains the name she's given this nightmarish prison, the rat hole. She compares them to lab rats, revealing that around 30 people have been trapped here so far. The rescued girl asks the obvious question, but Hyuna's silence is a chilling answer. She finally confirms the grim truth. Almost everyone was eaten by the rats. This hell, she explains, was created by a being known only as Game. The name hangs in the air as a sinister figure with a rat on his shoulder appears. Elsewhere, the two surviving creatures confirm this is a dungeon run by the Rat King, Game. They explain that only the strongest survivors of this competition can reach the throne. The student, completely unfazed, asks what prize awaits the winner of this death game. The creature screams the answer with manic glee. Absolute, unrivaled power. Atop a mountain of desks sits a throne, a prize reserved for the number 1 rank. The student puts the pieces together, realizing the Rat King must be at the throne. The creature confirms this, adding that the only escape is also found there. He understands that to get out, he must first claim the seat of absolute power. With his path clear, he orders the creatures to lead him to the Rat King. His new underlings eagerly comply, establishing a very clear, very violent hierarchy. The 2 creatures lead him down a dark, foreboding hallway, but their journey is cut short as a severed head rolls to a stop at his feet. A hand reaches down, grabbing the head by the hair, lamenting the untrustworthy nature of rats. A new figure emerges, holding the head as he scoffs at their lack of loyalty. The student stares down the newcomer, demanding to know if he's the Rat King. The man smirks, confirming he is indeed the master of this twisted domain. But before another word is spoken, a blast of energy sends the student reeling. A swarm of shadowy creatures erupts from the Rat King's hand, lunging forward. The student is caught off guard as the monstrous rats latch onto his body. The Rat King mocks his strength, reminding him that in this place he's just another lab rat. Covered in the vermin, the student demands a reason for this madness. The Rat King's grin widens as he reveals his true motive. He's curious about a girl named Nara. The student's tough facade shatters, his eyes wide with panic at the mention of her name. The Rat King confirms his worst fears, revealing that the experiment on Nara has already begun. The Rat King's grin widens, offering a twisted choice to his new subject. He wants to see the darkness within, trying to awaken some hidden power. Gyunwoo is completely overwhelmed, buried under a tide of monstrous vermin. A silent scream of defiance echoes in his mind, rejecting the intrusion. With a surge of will, he forces the swarm back, refusing to be consumed. He's left breathless and shaken, the mental assault finally over. But the world around him shifts, transporting him to a quiet, rural home from his past. He clutches his head, realizing the Rat King has invaded his memories. Guess mind games are part of the welcome package. A familiar voice calls his name, and he looks up to see a figure from his youth. The figure offers a gentle smile, welcoming Gyunwoo back to a place he long left behind. Gyunwoo stares in disbelief, whispering the name of his father. Memories of a happier time flood his mind, a life he thought was lost forever. The figure smiles warmly, remarking on how much his son has grown. He offers a heartfelt apology for leaving Gyunwoo to fend for himself, but the gentle facade crumbles, replaced by a cold, accusatory stare. The figure's words cut deep, reminding Gyunwoo of his constant loneliness. He forces Gyunwoo to remember their past, and the reason they lived in hiding. The illusion continues its cruel lecture, twisting the knife of his past trauma. He points a finger, accusing Gyunwoo of being a danger to those he loves. The Rat King forces him to relive his darkest memory, the death of a loved one. The illusion forces him to watch a young boy weep over a fallen loved one. His grandmother's lifeless eyes stare into the void, a memory seared into his mind. Gyunwoo's younger self can only stare in horror, his world completely shattered. He collapses onto her body, a child's grief echoing in the oppressive silence. A raw, desperate scream tears from his throat, a sound of pure, undiluted agony. The scene shifts back to the school, where 2 girls hide in a restroom. They huddle in a stall, debating whether it's safe to move. Spoiler alert, it's not. The memory of the axe-wielding child is still fresh, a terrifying reminder of the stakes. But their hiding spot is compromised as the stall door slowly creaks open. They look up in terror, realizing their brief moment of safety is officially over. The sound of footsteps echoes through the silent restroom. The girls hold their breath, realizing someone has just walked in. They peek under the stall, spotting a pair of ordinary sneakers. But more feet appear, confirming they are far from alone. One of them wonders if they've found a potential rescuer. But the face that peers through the crack is anything but friendly. They scramble back, trapped with nowhere left to run. The creature smiles, applying lip gloss as if she's found new friends. Guess even killers need to look their best. The 2 girls are frozen, their minds struggling to process the horror. The new arrivals draw their weapons, simple box cutters glinting in the dim light. One of the creatures announces their discovery, her eyes wide with a terrifying, toothy grin. More of them appear, one even stopping to apply makeup. Their voice is a chorus of taunts. The 2 girls are completely surrounded, a gang of killers waiting just outside the stall. Back in the hideout, a monitor displays the faces of the 2 trapped girls, numbers 3 and 4. The rescued girl recognizes them instantly, her voice filled with disbelief. On screen, her friends are trapped in a desperate, silent scream. She looks up, a single horrifying thought consuming her. Her friends are about to die. But Hyuna remains seated, her voice cutting through the panic with a single cynical question. She asks if those girls would feel the same way about her. Friendship is a luxury in a place like this. The rescued girl is stunned as Hyuna explains the cold, hard truth. Only one can claim the throne. Hyuna explains the brutal truth of the rat hole, a desperate climb for a single throne. At first, people work together, clinging to the hope of a shared escape. But that hope is a fragile thing, easily broken by self-preservation. In the end, everyone betrays everyone, kicking their friends aside to save themselves. The rescued girl is left speechless, the grim reality of their situation sinking in. She remembers her own friends' cruel words, realizing they were never truly on her side. Hyuna confirms her fears, explaining that this entire world is designed to test them. She advises the girl to just stay put, offering a gamer's guide to survival. Don't play. But the girl's eyes fill with a new resolve, refusing to hide while her friends are in danger. She grabs a handful of pens, ready to fight back with whatever she can find. She reasons that if they're monsters and not human, she can fight without holding back. Hyuna is completely stunned, demanding to know what she thinks she's doing. Nara stands firm, now armed with office supplies, declaring her intent to help. But Hyuna calls her an idiot, reminding her that only one person can escape this hell. Nara's resolve is unwavering. She's going to save everyone and go home together. The scene cuts back to Gyunwoo, still trapped in the Rat King's cruel illusion. He remembers his grandmother, a good person who was always there for him, even if her sense of style was questionable at best. He kneels over her lifeless form, tormented by the fact she died to protect him. His father left, and then his grandmother was taken, leaving him utterly alone. The memory leaves a young Gyunwoo standing in the void, utterly and completely alone. His deepest, most primal fear echoes in the darkness, the terror of being abandoned. Back in the present, that same terror is reflected in Gyunwoo's wide, horrified eyes. A sinister, smiling face with glowing red eyes emerges from the shadows. The Rat King's grin widens, savoring the psychological torment he's inflicting. He looms over the kneeling Gyunwoo, identifying the fear of loss as his greatest weakness. This fear of abandonment, he declares, is the very core of Gyunwoo's darkness. The Rat King leans in, mocking his concern for others as a selfish act. He calls Gyunwoo a coward, driven not by love but by a desperate need not to be alone. Gyunwoo denies it, but a dark, viscous substance begins to seep from his very being. Gyunwoo screams in defiance, the darkness erupting from him in a violent surge. The Rat King watches, surprised as the very ground transforms around them. The darkness manifests as a forest of sharp thorns, trapping them in Gyunwoo's pain. The villain smirks, questioning the thorns that surround a boy who craves love. He reaches forward, determined to uncover the secrets Gyunwoo is hiding. His hand sinks into the shadowy mass, a direct intrusion into Gyunwoo's soul. He pulls Gyunwoo closer, promising to explore the very depths of his abyss. But the tables turn as the Rat King is pulled into the darkness himself. He falls with a manic grin, eager to witness Gyunwoo's true, ugly nature. Guess he's never heard of "be careful what you wish for." But what he finds isn't a scared child, but a monstrous wolf with glowing eyes. The Rat King floats in the void, facing the true form of Gyunwoo's darkness. He scoffs, asking if a simple wolf is the big secret Gyunwoo was hiding. His curiosity turns to the thorns, wondering about their strange purpose. But another hand grabs his wrist, stopping him cold. The Rat King looks over, completely baffled by this new arrival. A figure stands between them, a memory of Gyunwoo's father demanding he stop. The father explains he raised his son in hiding, away from the world. He taught the boy humanity, and these thorns are the result of that struggle. The Rat King's grin widens, his interest now dangerously piqued. Guess "don't touch" is just an invitation to him. With a surge of power, he shatters the thorn, ignoring the warning completely. In the real world, Gyunwoo's body goes limp, a puppet with its strings cut. But in his mind, a seal shatters, and a primal eye snaps open with rage. The Rat King can only stare as the unrestrained beast lunges forward, its massive jaws clamp down, tearing through the villain's psychic form. The Rat King is stunned, his body dissolving into a black, viscous ooze. He finally understands the terrifying truth of Gyunwoo's power. The boy wasn't hiding his nature, he had sealed the monster away himself. The wolf brutally devours him, a fitting end for a psychic intruder. Guess he bit off more than he could chew. Back in the hallway, the Rat King screams as that same darkness erupts from his body. He realizes with dawning horror that his own dreamscape is collapsing around him. The dark energy erupts from Gyunwoo, sending the Rat King flying back. Gyunwoo's body transforms, his face twisting into a feral, monstrous visage. He unleashes a brutal punch that caves in the Rat King's face. The beast within is now in control, driven by pure, unrestrained fury. A flurry of blows batters the villain, each one a sonic boom of raw power. The Rat King can only stare in disbelief, his experiment gone horribly wrong. His own terrified reflection is the last thing he sees in the monster's eyes. He finally understands the truth. He didn't awaken a power. He unleashed a demon. But the Rat King isn't the only one watching this terrifying transformation. Well, this just got a lot more complicated. The beast taunts its prey, asking if he enjoys the murderous intent he worked so hard to awaken. Gyunwoo's fists land with brutal, concussive force, a relentless barrage against the Rat King. But the villain just laughs, his face twisting as he praises Gyunwoo's new, monstrous form. With a final, devastating uppercut, Gyunwoo sends the Rat King flying. The villain's form shatters, his body exploding into a cloud of shadowy vermin. He stands over the remains, the Rat King seemingly defeated by his own minions. Well, that's just embarrassing. But from the swarm, a voice echoes, admitting he may have awakened something truly monstrous. The Rat King questions if Gyunwoo is even sentient anymore, or just a creature of pure instinct. He then issues a challenge, a final event prepared for this newly unleashed beast. He dares Gyunwoo to find him, revealing a grotesque wall of stitched-up creatures. The path forward is a gauntlet of horrors, a twisted invitation from a king to his new favorite monster. The wolf inside whispers, telling him there's no need to suppress his true nature. It urges him to feel the power he now wields, to embrace the instinct. His human and beast forms merge, the voice asking if this isn't true freedom. He stands before the wall of stitched horrors, a predator facing his new hunting ground. The beast within gives a single gleeful command: go wild. With a feral grin, Gyunwoo launches himself into the monstrous crowd. His fist connects, sending teeth and black ooze flying in every direction. He tears through the gauntlet, a blur of unrestrained, brutal efficiency. The hunt has begun, and the boy has become the apex predator. He rips through another creature, the monster within finally unleashed. The voice in his head urges him to take revenge on those who violated his territory. It whispers for him to repay the pain he's been forced to endure. With a final guttural roar, the beast within gives a simple command: kill them all. He launches forward, a blur of motion and unrestrained fury. Blue energy trails behind him as he carves a path through the horde of monsters. The classroom windows are painted with the black blood of his victims. He stands alone in the aftermath, surrounded by the carnage he's created. The voice confirms what he has now become: a true predator. Elsewhere, Nara's rescue mission has gone horribly wrong. Her friends cornered and terrified. Looks like the pen wasn't mightier than the sword after all. A rat-like killer grins with delight, brandishing a box cutter as it closes in on fresh prey. The killer holds the girl by her hair, the box cutter's blade glinting just below her eye. Its face twists into a hungry grin, its voice a gleeful chant for its next meal. But a sudden blast of blue energy slams into its back, sending it flying across the room. The creature reverts to its true form, a simple rat taken down by a well-aimed pencil. Well, that's one way to prove a point. The other killers turn, their manic smiles now fixed on the new arrival. Nara stands at the doorway, her makeshift weapon glowing with an otherworldly light. She calls them out, her voice filled with a newfound defiant courage. Another blast erupts from her hand, scattering the creatures like bowling pins. Her friends can only stare in disbelief, whispering her name in utter confusion. But Nara is already gone, leading the enraged horde on a desperate chase up the stairs. Nara sprints down the hall, the cackling horde of killers hot on her heels. The creatures give chase, their box cutters held high, ready to strike. Their faces are twisted into identical manic grins, hungry for the kill. The chase leads them to the rooftop, a precarious ledge over a bottomless chasm. One of the creatures points down, realizing too late that they've been led into a trap. With nowhere else to go, the three monsters plummet into the darkness below. Well, that's one way to take out the trash. Her friend stares down in disbelief, realizing Nara's desperate plan actually worked. Hyuna appears beside her, admitting that Nara is more capable than she thought. Her friends rush to her side, embracing her in a wave of relief and gratitude. Hyuna can only watch, her cynical worldview shattered by this act of genuine friendship. The scene shifts to Nara's friends, their faces pressed against a window in shock. They see Hyuna on the roof, panicking that she's about to jump. But Hyuna is just as confused, wondering what's gotten into them. Her mind struggles to process their bizarre, panicked reaction. But their concern was just a facade. The so-called friends are now recording the scene. A sinister smile reveals the truth. In this place, friendship is just an illusion. The scene cuts back to Nara and the rescued girls heading for the rooftop exit. But Hyuna watches them go, her cynical voice echoing in her mind. She knows they'll eventually betray each other for the throne, just like everyone else. She retreats to her hideout, choosing the safety of solitude over the pain of betrayal. Hyuna can only stare, completely stunned as a hand reaches out to her. It's Nara. her smile unwavering as she asks Hyuna to escape with them. But Hyuna's desperate warning is drowned out by the giant monster looming behind Nara. Well, so much for a touching reunion. The girls turn to find the hallway completely blocked by a horde of stitched horrors. One of the creatures lunges forward, its massive jaws snapping shut towards Nara. She's shoved out of the way at the last second, narrowly avoiding the attack. A blur of blue energy slams into the monster, sending it reeling back in a spray of black ooze. Gunwoo stands between them, the beast within now fully in control. He leaps over the crowd of monsters, a predator descending upon his new hunting ground. With a flurry of lightning-fast blows, he carves a path of pure destruction through the horde. Nara's friends can only stare in horror, questioning what they're seeing. The hallway is a graveyard of monsters, and at the end of it all stands Gunwoo. Black ooze drips from his body, his hand twisted into a monstrous claw. His face is a mask of shadow and rage, a single eye glowing with feral light. Nara watches, her heart sinking as she recognizes the boy but not the beast. Her friends, however, see only a monster and scream for everyone to run. But there's nowhere to go as the creature turns and begins to approach them. A predatory snarl twists his face, revealing a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth. Looks like someone missed breakfast. But from within Nara, a familiar glowing spirit begins to emerge. The beast lunges, its roar echoing down the hall, ready to tear them apart. Nara screams his name, refusing to run as the monstrous claw descends upon her. But she's confused, questioning why his name instinctively came from her lips. The beast hesitates, the sound of his full name cutting through its primal rage. Its massive claw stops just short of her face, the attack frozen in midair. Instead of running, she steps forward, embracing the monster without a hint of fear. But the beast within only grins, its feral instinct still fighting for control. The voice in his head returns, urging him to embrace his true, wolf-like nature. It tells him to give in to his rage, to kill without hesitation or remorse. It whispers for him to take whatever he desires. A truly terrible suggestion. And from the shadows, a hooded figure watches, pleased that his plan is finally unfolding. Looks like the Rat King wasn't the final boss after all. The hooded figure's voice echoes, daring the beast to finally emerge. It goads him on, demanding he show the world his true, monstrous form. The beast's claws dig into Nara's back, its embrace turning into a crushing grip. Her eyes widen in a silent gasp, the pain finally registering. Gyunwoo's face is a void of shadow, the boy she knew completely consumed. His claws clench tighter, drawing blood as his feral instincts take over. She finally cries out, the agony of his attack breaking her composure. Her friends can only watch in horror, screaming her name from a distance. Hyuna is paralyzed by fear, regretting her decision to follow the hero. The monster roars, its eyes now glowing with a terrifying blood-red light. His claws dig deeper, tearing through her uniform as blood stains the fabric. Nara cries out in agony, the embrace turning into a brutal, crushing force. But through the pain, she screams his full name, a desperate plea for him to fight back. The beast's glowing red eye flickers, a sign that her voice has pierced the rage. A guttural roar escapes its lips, but the sound is now laced with confusion. In his mind's eye, he sees not a victim, but a familiar glowing spirit. The boy within finally recognizes her, his feral expression softening into shock. The monstrous grip loosens and he gently lets her go, the beast's control finally broken. Her friends immediately rush in, pulling a wounded Nara away from the now confused monster. From the shadows, the hooded figure watches in fury, his grand experiment suddenly derailed. The hooded figure can only watch, realizing his experiment has become dangerously unpredictable. He stares down at his own hands, now twisted into blood-soaked monstrous claws. The beast within is just as lost as the boy, questioning what is happening to him. Her friends try to pull Nara away, urging her to escape from the monster before them. The deep bloody gashes on her back are a stark reminder of the beast's brutal attack. The wounds are deep, a testament to the terrifying power he can no longer control. The rage finally fades, replaced by the horrifying realization of what he's just done. In his mind, he sees her spirit being pulled away and a familiar panic begins to set in. A silent plea echoes through his mind, a desperate command for her not to go. His deepest fear resurfaces, the raw, primal terror of being left completely alone again. He takes a single, deliberate step forward, his intentions unclear. Her friends scream in terror, seeing only a monster coming for them. They scramble up the stairs, desperate to escape the shadowy figure below. He watches them from the shadows, his glowing eyes tracking their every move. One of the girls screams at him to stay back, her fear turning to anger. But he just tilts his head, a silent, unnerving gesture. Hyuna senses a change, realizing this isn't the same mindless rage from before. Nara clings to a sliver of hope, remembering he responded to her voice. Her friends ignore her hope, focused only on reaching the rooftop exit. And Gyunwoo follows, his slow, steady pace more terrifying than any sprint. They reach the top of the stairs, but their escape is cut short by a new welcoming committee. A gang of identical grinning creatures blocks their path, identifying them as fresh meat. Hyuna's face falls, realizing there's no end to the rats in this nightmarish maze. With the creatures chanting for a meal, she grips her axe, knowing they have to fight their way through. Nara reaches for her pencil case, wondering if her newfound power is enough to clear a path. She steels her nerves, preparing to take on the horde one monster at a time. But before she can act, Gyunwoo's monstrous form appears silently behind them. His eyes glow with feral intensity, the beast within now fully in command. The rat creatures can only stare in confusion, their hunt suddenly interrupted by a far greater predator. With a flash of blue energy, Gyunwoo tears through the crowd, a whirlwind of brutal protective rage. He moves like a shadow, a blur of black energy and brutal force. The girls can only watch, wondering if this monster is actually on their side. Seeing their chance, they make a break for it, leaving the beast to his bloody work. But the beast roars, a sound of pure, untamed rage that echoes through the halls. Elsewhere, the hooded figure watches from his throne, annoyed that his new pet won't obey. But his frustration quickly turns to glee. An unpredictable toy is always more fun. Meanwhile, the girls finally reach the rooftop, their escape seemingly within reach. Hyuna points to their final objective, declaring it's the only way out of this hell. Before them stands a mountain of desks with a single illuminated throne at its peak. The path to freedom is a treacherous climb up a monument to their imprisonment. Well, no one said it would be easy. One of the girls looks up, her voice trembling at the sheer height of the structure. The throne sits at the very peak, a distant, almost impossible goal. But their path is blocked by a new arrival, a boy with an axe slung over his shoulder. He greets Hyuna with a smirk, asking if she's finally ready to join the competition. A handprint on his back marks him as number 18 in this deadly game. He taunts Hyuna, introducing himself as Oh Jung-ho and mocking her solitary nature. Nara's friends, however, are more focused on how handsome their potential new killer is. Jung-ho's attention then shifts to Nara, recognizing her as a newcomer to this hell. He offers his help, revealing this is his third time playing this twisted game. Nara cautiously accepts his handshake, introducing herself to the veteran player. But their introduction is interrupted by a wave of pure, murderous intent. Gyunwoo's glowing eyes fixate on their clasped hands, a silent, territorial warning. The beast lunges forward, its monstrous face inches from the terrified Jung-ho. A maw of razor-sharp teeth opens, a promise of a very painful, very immediate end. Jung-ho scrambles back, his bravado gone as he questions what he's even looking at. But the beast just grins, savoring the fear of its newfound rival. Well, that's one way to make a first impression. Nara calls out his name, trying to reach the boy she knows is still inside. She asks if he's truly abandoned his humanity, her voice a desperate plea. But he ignores her, leaping toward the throne as she calls out in confusion. Atop the mountain, the hooded figure announces the start of the final test. Jung-ho explains the rules, identifying the figure on the throne as the Rat King. The Rat King announces the simple, brutal objective: be the first to claim his seat. His voice echoes across the rooftop, addressing the other students gathered for the game. He offers a twisted form of encouragement, promising victory to those who never give up. His words hang in the air, a hollow promise that their efforts won't be betrayed. Nara looks around in shock, realizing just how many people are trapped in this competition. With the prize in sight, the Rat King's voice booms, officially starting the final game. He gives one last sinister command: run for the throne if you want to live. Gyunwoo crouches, the beast within coiled like a spring, ready to be unleashed. The Rat King's challenge is issued, his eyes fixed on the monster he's created. Gyunwoo's body is a canvas of shadow and rage, the beast coiled and ready to strike. He begins his solitary climb, his gaze locked on the distant figure of the Rat King. The other players watch from below, dismissing him as a rookie and a perfect meat shield. They see an opportunity, planning to use his reckless charge as a distraction. But the path is far from clear, as a horde of killers emerges from the shadows of the desks. The Rat King stands among them, a conductor ready to begin his symphony of slaughter. With a final declaration, the game officially begins for everyone trapped on the rooftop. He gives his hungry children a simple command: it's time for a feast. The horde charges down the mountain, a wave of manic grins and sharpened steel. But Gyunwoo meets their charge with a feral roar, ready to unleash his own brand of chaos. Gyunwoo leaps into the fray, a lone wolf against a ravenous pack. A torrent of blue lightning rips through the horde, a brutal display of power. The beast within grins, reveling in the chaos as he tears his enemies apart. The heads of the doll-like creatures are sent flying, bouncing across the desks. The other players can only stare in horror as the grim trophies rain down. One student questions if Gyunwoo is even human, his voice a mix of awe and terror. Seeing their chance, the other players decide to use the monster as a distraction. Well, teamwork makes the dream work, I guess. Nara's group and the other girls follow suit, beginning their own climb. The game devolves into a mad scramble as everyone rushes for the throne. A determined player pants, vowing that this time he will be the one to win. He's focused on one thing: escaping this hell and surviving. The thought of going home is the only thing driving him forward, but his climb is cut short by two hammer-wielding killers from above. A single brutal blow sends him crashing to the ground. The hammer's head is lodged deep in his chest, his hope extinguished. The horde swarms him, his screams for help lost in the chaos. Well, so much for being the one to win. Two other students watch the brutal execution, their faces pale with terror. The blood-splattered killers turn their attention upwards, their smiles widening. With the monsters now closing in, the students realize they're next. They ready their weapons, preparing to fight for their lives on the mountain of desks. The two students are frozen in fear as the killers close in. But in a selfless act, one shoves his friend to safety, taking the fall himself. He's immediately swarmed, his defiant screams lost as the creatures descend upon him. The surviving student can only look back in horror, his friend's sacrifice weighing on him. His mind flashes back, questioning the single choice that led him to this hell. He remembers the thrill of a joyride, a moment of reckless freedom. But that freedom ended in a bloody crash, his last memory of the real world. Back in the present, he watches his friend's brutal end, a grim reminder of the stakes. Fueled by guilt and a desperate will to live, he continues his climb. He promises to change, begging for a second chance he knows he doesn't deserve. The hammers spin through the air, a deadly, whirling attack. They find their mark with a sickening crunch, shattering bone and hope. The student's last breath is a desperate whisper for his mother. From above, two other girls watch the brutal display, frozen in terror. But another player steps forward, his axe dripping with a grim promise. He declares a new rule. He's at the front of the line and passing is forbidden. He warns the others to stay put, a smug grin on his face. Looks like we've found the final boss of the school bullies. But a couple of students aren't impressed, challenging his one-man blockade. The man's face twists into a mask of fury, welcoming their defiance. One of the challengers makes his move, vowing to get through, one way or another. One of the girls watches the chaos, her face a mask of horror as she realizes everyone has gone mad. She laments her broken hope for teamwork as the axe-wielding bully clashes with another student. A brutal punch connects, sending blood flying as the fight for the throne turns vicious. A blood-soaked hand grips an axe, a grim mockery of the idea of cooperation. The girls watch the carnage, one confirming that it's always the same. Only the faces change. The bully licks the blood from his knuckles, a perfect example of how desperation breeds monsters. His friend can only stare, her voice a whisper as she concludes this place is truly hell. The bully glares at the crowd, his blood-splattered face daring anyone else to challenge him. Two other students grip their weapons, their expressions a mix of fear and defiance. But the rest of the players can only stare in terror, completely intimidated by his brutal display. He taunts the others, telling them to play dead if they want to live. His rage is fueled by a promise of revenge on those who wronged him in the real world. But his monologue is cut short as Gyunwoo's monstrous form appears behind him. A single devastating punch connects, shattering the bully's smug expression. He's sent flying down the mountain of desks, his reign ending as quickly as it began. Gyunwoo stands alone, the source of the overwhelming, brutal force. The other players can only stare at the broken form below, stunned by the display. But the beast seems just as surprised, realizing he was barely even trying. Guess he doesn't know his own strength. He looks down at the crowd, accepting the horrifying truth of what he's become. The other players are paralyzed with fear, realizing a new apex predator has just entered the game. He accepts a simple, painful truth. He scares people. The voice in his head explains that for beings like them, the human reaction is always the same. It's a predictable cocktail of disgust and raw, primal fear. The beast poses a question, wondering how humans would react to him now. But it's not just any human he's worried about. It's her. From the crowd, Nara's voice cuts through the chaos, calling his name. He realizes that no matter what monstrous form he takes, she's the only one who still sees the boy inside. But the beast isn't done, its focus still locked on hunting down the Rat King. A gentle hand rests on its head, a silent promise that everything will be okay. The boy and the beast stand as one, a silent agreement passing between them. The wolf within reluctantly follows, a grumpy but necessary travel companion. The shadows recede, the monstrous form giving way to the boy underneath. He remembers his father's words, that humanity is about helping others. He recalls his grandmother's kindness, who saw him, not a monster, In the chaos, he remembers his own name, his true identity. He is Nam Gyunwoo, and he stands tall, ready to finish this fight. The feral glow in his eyes is replaced by a quiet, human resolve. He continues his climb, no longer a beast, but a boy with a purpose. The rage is gone, replaced by a cold, focused determination. Nara and her friend watch in disbelief, finally recognizing the boy who just saved them. He looks back, a silent promise in his eyes to hold on just a little longer. Nara's eyes fill with a new resolve, vowing to protect her friends. She turns to the others, her voice a beacon of hope in the chaos. But Gyunwoo has already turned away, his focus locked on the throne. The Rat King acknowledges his power, daring Gyunwoo to come and destroy him. He taunts him, saying the game is simple. Just take the throne and leave. But Gyunwoo isn't interested in the prize. His only target is the man on the throne. He lists the villain's crimes, starting with trapping innocent people in this hell. He continues, accusing him of forcing them to kill and betray one another. Gyunwoo's voice is filled with cold fury, vowing to end the Rat King's sick game. But the Rat King just scoffs, claiming this isn't a hobby, but a mirror to humanity. He explains this world is built on hate and anger, showing the spirits of the fallen. It's a place where people kill or are killed, fueled by pure human malice. He then reveals his origin story, born amidst the chaos of the Korean War. He grew strong by feeding on the raw hatred and anger of dying soldiers. These souls, he explains, are the very essence of what created him. He consumes one, admitting today's souls aren't as potent, but still a decent snack. He asks what could possibly be sweeter than a soul steeped in pure malice. Gyunwoo screams for the demon to come down, but the Rat King has a different opinion. Humans are the real monsters. The Rat King declares that humans are the true source of endless conflict. He unleashes a torrent of shadowy rats, a familiar attack aimed at our hero. The creatures swarm over him, a suffocating tide of vermin. But Gyunwoo channels his power, his fist crackling with blue lightning. He declares he won't fall for the same trick twice, unleashing a powerful blow. The blast of energy rips through the swarm, scattering the creatures into the air. The Rat King looks on in annoyance, his attack completely neutralized. Guess he should have tried a different move. With the opening created, Gyunwoo leaps forward, ready to press his advantage. His foot connects with brutal force, sending the villain reeling. His face is a mask of pure fury, the beast's power still coursing through him. Gyunwoo unleashes a devastating thunderstrike, slamming the Rat King into the ground. He looks up, his voice filled with rage, questioning their endless cruelty. The Rat King spits blood, his defiance unbroken even in defeat. Another lightning-charged blow sends a shockwave through the villain's body. Gyunwoo roars, demanding to know why they only find joy in tormenting others. The Rat King can only scream as the relentless assault continues. But the villain's body begins to dissolve, reforming into a monstrous new shape. He rises, now a hulking mass of darkness, asking if the boy is done playing. Gyunwoo can only stare, wondering if this is the demon's true form. The Rat King reveals his final form, an embodiment of humanity's ugliest emotions. Guess he's not a fan of self-reflection. The Rat King claims it was humanity's hypocrisy that made him this way. He rants that humans are just beasts hiding their ugly, true selves. But Gyunwoo's expression hardens, refusing to accept the demon's twisted logic. The monster demonstrates its point by crushing other players beneath its fist. Nara and her friends can only watch as the shockwave tears through the mountain. She realizes with a sinking heart that Gyunwoo is fighting this battle alone. Elsewhere, the chaos continues as another player is cornered by a grinning killer. The axe swings down, a brutal end to another desperate attempt at survival. But a glowing pencil flies through the air, stopping the killer in his tracks. The saved student stares as the killer reverts to a rat, a pencil through its head. Well, that's one way to make your point. Her friend scolds her for helping, questioning why she'd save a competitor. She points up the mountain, reminding Nara that everyone else is climbing ahead. But Nara refuses to just watch people die, leaving Hyuna to wonder if she's kind or just a fool. Hyuna's mind flashes back to a time of despair, remembering a harsh lesson. When someone is in trouble, most people will just stand by and watch. But in the present, Hyuna shoves another student to safety, contradicting her own cynicism. She looks down at the defeated rat, a silent moment of self-reflection. Nara calls out, snapping Hyuna from her thoughts and urging the group forward. Hyuna follows, admitting to herself that she was terrified to come to this final, brutal stage. But Nara's unwavering belief in teamwork has planted a dangerous seed of hope in her mind. Hyuna admits that Nara's hope is giving her the courage to move forward. The very student Nara saved now stands at the peak, claiming victory for himself. Nara recognizes him, and her friend wonders if the game is finally over. But her kindness is met with a sharp, sudden pang of regret. She wonders if she should have just ignored him, letting the darkness take over. The bitter envy of the other players immediately swarms the new winner. His victory is short-lived as another player shoves him from the peak. Guess his 15 minutes of fame were up. With the throne empty again, one of the girls urges them to make their move. Before she knows it, Nara is swept up in the chaos, climbing for the prize. But she stops short, questioning why she's suddenly running for the throne. Her mind races, questioning if that single hole of light is the only way out. She wonders what lies beyond it, and who could have created such a cruel game. Meanwhile, Gyunwoo faces the Rat King's final form, dodging a massive, sweeping blow, but the force of the attack sends him flying, crashing through the mountain of desks. He lies in the wreckage, the wind knocked out of him as he groans in pain. The Rat King leaps from above, ready to finish the fight once and for all. The monstrous form descends like a meteor, a blur of pure, shadowy malice. With a final roar, the villain declares himself king, bringing his fist down on our hero. The blow connects with sickening force, a brutal, seemingly final strike. Guess that's game over. But as Gyunwoo lies broken, the voice of the beast returns, reminding him he can't win alone. But Gyunwoo grits his teeth, telling the beast within to stay back. The Rat King looms over him, mocking his defiant last words. With a surge of blue lightning, Gyunwoo forces himself up, vowing to win alone. He unleashes a blast of pure energy, a desperate final gambit. But the Rat King swats it aside with ease, declaring the attack useless. A single brutal swipe sends Gyunwoo flying across the rooftop. He tumbles through the wreckage, his human strength clearly not enough. The villain gloats, explaining that this world of malice makes him invincible. Guess he's powered by bad vibes. But the beast within appears, urging Gyunwoo to stop denying its power. The two sides of him are at war, a clash of humanity and instinct. The beast explains that in the end, they are two beings existing within the same sea. It reveals its name, the Thunder Wolf, a separate existence living inside him. The wolf tells Gyunwoo that he has no idea how to properly use his own power. It urges him to remember another wielder, to manifest his power physically. Looks like the inner demon is a surprisingly good life coach. The Rat King's monstrous form comes crashing down, ready to end the fight. But Gyunwoo catches the blow, lightning crackling as the villain mocks his final struggle. He finally accepts the darkness within, vowing to no longer deny this part of himself. The beast gives him one final piece of advice: don't be swallowed by the power. Instead, he must release it, and a spectral wolf's head roars into existence. As Gyunwoo throws a punch, the massive form of the Thunder Wolf manifests behind him. The spectral wolf slams into the Rat King, a devastating fusion of boy and beast. The villain's face twists in agony, completely unprepared for this level of power. A pillar of pure lightning erupts, shattering the mountain of desks in a brilliant flash. Nara and her friends can only stare, completely awestruck by the raw energy. The other players are just as stunned, their own struggles forgotten in an instant. Everyone on the rooftop is frozen, witnessing a power that defies all logic. The Rat King's form destabilizes, questioning how this is possible in his own domain. But Gyunwoo stands his ground, declaring that being king doesn't make him invincible. With lightning in his eyes, he delivers the final verdict. The game is over. Looks like someone's reign just got a shocking end. The villain's body dissolves into nothing, his own world rejecting his rule. Gyunwoo's voice is cold and final, declaring the game over and the Rat King defeated. The monster groans, admitting the attack hurt, its grotesque form still clinging to existence. But it boasts of its power to regenerate, claiming it can never truly be killed. Gyunwoo calls its bluff, but a sudden shift in the air makes him pause. A massive crack of blue lightning splits the sky, a sign that the world is breaking. The fracture spreads across the entire dimension, a spiderweb of light over the darkness. Nara can only stare up in shock as the very fabric of this reality shatters. Black ooze seeps from the cracks, confirming the space itself is dying. Well, that's one way to win a fight. She realizes this endless void is just like the prison she was once trapped in. A memory surfaces, a dying woman, a grieving man, and Nara watching from above. Nara comes to a horrifying conclusion. They're trapped inside the Rat King's soul. The scene shifts to the real world, where a man in a red hood convulses violently. He's slumped in a chair, the center of a dark ritual gone horribly wrong. Guess his subscription to Dark Arts Monthly just expired. His face twists in agony, revealing the demonic entity that has been pulling the strings. But back in the collapsing dimension, Nara readies her own makeshift weapon. She explains to her friends that she's escaped a prison just like this before. A memory flashes, showing her trapped in a similar void, bound by shadows. With newfound resolve, she declares the throne isn't the only way out. She knows there must be another exit, a true path to freedom, and she believes they can find it, just like Gyunwoo found his way in. With a new plan in mind, Nara fires her glowing pencil like a brilliant blue arrow. It strikes the very fabric of the dimension, shattering the darkness like glass. The pencil lodges itself in the void, a beacon of light in the collapsing prison. Back in the real world, the hooded man screams, the attack piercing his mind. His doll-like minions can only watch in horror as their master is torn apart from the inside. The dimension shatters completely, the Rat King's soul breaking into a million pieces. Nara's friends stare in awe, realizing a hole has finally opened in this hellish space. The Rat King's monster form looks on in despair as his kingdom crumbles around him. Well, so much for home ownership. He turns his rage on Gyunwoo, demanding to know what that girl has just done. But Gyunwoo doesn't waste the opening, delivering another brutal, energy-charged blow. Gyunwoo stands over the fallen demon, asking where it thinks it's going. His eyes glow with an unsettling light, promising the game isn't over just yet. With a final desperate roar, the Rat King lunges, calling Gyunwoo a beast. The shockwave sends Nara and her friends tumbling as the world crumbles around them. The other students panic, scrambling up the collapsing mountain of desks. Nara's group follows, desperate to escape the collapsing dimension. But Hyuna stops them, realizing the structure isn't collapsing but rearranging. A new path has formed. A bridge of desks leading to the light Nara created. Hyuna hesitates, questioning the safety of this unheard-of escape route. Guess old habits die hard. The other girls can only stare, their faces a mixture of hope and raw terror. Nara reaches out to Hyuna, urging her to take the leap of faith with them. The gesture is familiar, a hand reaching out with a simple, hopeful invitation. Hyuna is frozen, the words echoing a memory she'd rather forget. Her mind flashes back to her first day at a new school, feeling completely alone. But then, a popular and charismatic girl was the first to offer her friendship. They bonded quickly, sharing hobbies and finding a genuine connection. Soon, their duo grew into a small, tight-knit group of friends. The charismatic girl naturally became the leader, the heart of their circle. The memory shifts to Hyuna arriving home, greeted by a family member. She excitedly recounts her day, finally feeling like she belongs somewhere. The memory focuses on her friend, a charismatic girl who excelled at everything. Her admiration twisted into a desperate need to surpass her, just once. The day the midterm scores were announced, the classroom was filled with dread, but Hyuna's hard work paid off, earning her a near-perfect score. Her friends celebrate her victory, but the group's leader looks on with envy. The congratulations feel hollow, a thin veil for the resentment underneath. And just like that, the group moves on without her, the first sign of exclusion. She learns a harsh lesson. For every winner, there must be a loser. But she never imagined the loser would be the very friend she once admired. Soon she's on the outside looking in, listening to plans she wasn't invited to. Guess high school drama is its own survival game. The whispers begin, centered around a phone and a mysterious message Hyuna isn't privy to. When she asks, she's met with a cold, dismissive answer, a clear sign she's no longer in the circle. The girls huddle closer, sharing their secret and leaving Hyuna completely on the outside. Soon the secret conversations became a constant, a wall of whispers she couldn't break through. The anxiety manifests physically, her nails digging into her own skin out of stress. The exclusion escalates to petty cruelty as she finds gum deliberately stuck to her clothes. Hiding in a bathroom stall, she's consumed by self-doubt, wondering what she did to deserve this. The scratching becomes more frantic, a desperate attempt to cope with the silent treatment. But then she overhears the truth, a cruel conversation branding her as a copycat. Her former friends twist her admiration into something creepy, cementing her painful lesson in betrayal. Well, so much for the sisterhood of the traveling school uniform. The whispers claimed she was nothing, just riding on the coattails of a more popular girl. The emotional pain manifested physically, her own nails digging into her skin. She tried to deny it, to convince herself the accusations were just a coincidence. But the self-hatred won, leaving her jacket in tatters, a reflection of her own spirit. At home, her mother's concern is met with a cold wall as Hyuna tells her to throw it away. She lashes out, screaming at her mother's questions about bullying, unable to face the truth. The argument shifts, her mother now questioning her attitude and her studies. Hyuna finally turns, asking if her grades are all that matter, if her pain means nothing. But the word friends hangs in the air, a bitter and meaningless sound. In her mind, the memory of that friendship shatters, leaving only cynicism in its place. Her mother's frantic scream echoes, a desperate cry in the face of her daughter's pain. She tries to comfort Hyuna, promising that the future holds better friends. But the memory returns to the classroom, where a fake concern masks a cruel intent. Hyuna's mind is a storm of self-doubt, questioning why she was ever chosen. She desperately offers to fix whatever she did wrong, willing to do anything. Her former friend stands over her, a silent, imposing figure of judgment. A smug smile plays on her lips as Hyuna offers a desperate apology. She offers a truce, an invitation to a group chat to clear the air. But the moment she joins, the messages flood in, a torrent of cruel mockery. Ah, yes. The modern-day arena for public humiliation. Hyuna stares at her phone, the screen's glow illuminating her horrified realization. The chat starts with a seemingly innocent greeting, a digital olive branch. But the facade drops, replaced by a flood of cruel messages tearing her apart. Their sharp words were like daggers delivered with glowing, malicious intent. The psychological torment left deep scars, and soon her grades began to suffer. The numbers plummeted, a tangible result of her spirit being crushed. Pushed to the absolute edge, she found herself standing on the school rooftop. Tears fall as she's consumed by self-blame, wondering if this is all her fault. She sees their faces in her mind, questioning what she did to deserve their cruelty. Her last thought is a desperate, heartbreaking plea for a little human kindness. But her plea is answered with a sudden shove, a final, unforgivable betrayal. The hand that pushed her bears a glowing mark, player number 0. Hyuna plummets, her world turning upside down in an instant of pure shock. Her last thoughts are of regret, reaching for a life she didn't want to lose. But just as she falls, a hand catches hers, refusing to let go. Back in the present, Nara pulls her across the treacherous bridge of desks. This time, the hand reaching out isn't a betrayal, but a genuine lifeline. Nara screams for her to hold on, her voice a beacon of pure determination. Together, the group scrambles towards the light, their escape finally within reach. The others call her name, their voices pulling her from the darkness of her past. With tears in her eyes, Yuna finally asks who these people really are. Guess she's not used to the whole saving your life thing. Hyuna's tears fall, her mind racing with a single painful question. Why do they keep giving her a reason to want to live? The scene shifts to a quiet hospital room, a memory of Gyunwoo and a fragile Nara. Nara remembers a time when she had given up, yet found a reason to smile. Back in the collapsing world, Hyuna's question echoes her own past despair. But this time she takes the leap, choosing hope over the darkness. Elsewhere, the Rat King lies broken, pleading for Gyunwoo to stop. It screams that the game is over, telling them to take their chance and leave. But Gyunwoo isn't finished, his glowing eyes promising more destruction. Looks like someone's not ready to just walk away. He vows to erase this place from existence, so no one else will ever suffer here. Gyunwoo channels the Thunderwolf, vowing to shatter this entire dimension. He slams his fist down, unleashing a torrent of raw, untamed energy. The Rat King's form is obliterated in a blinding flash of blue light. The demon's final, silent scream echoes as its body disintegrates into nothing. The shockwave rips through the rooftop, a cataclysm of Gyunwoo's own making. A pillar of lightning erupts, tearing the mountain of desks apart from the inside. The entire structure crumbles, sending a storm of debris flying in every direction. Students are thrown into the air, clinging desperately to the falling throne. Below, the others can only scream as their world collapses around them. But even in the chaos, one student kicks another away, claiming the throne for himself. Priorities, I guess. The mountain crumbles, sending students plummeting into the abyss below. But Youngho is sent flying, his victory stolen at the last possible second. The student Nara saved now sits on the throne in utter disbelief that he's alive. His shock turns to elation as he's pulled towards the light, screaming that he survived. Well, that's one way to repay a favor. Below, Nara can only watch as the entire dimension shatters around them. The hole she created has become a vortex, pulling everything into its brilliant light. One of her friends realizes with dawning horror that they're being sucked in. The group clings to the debris, desperately trying to hold on as the world ends. Hyuna looks up, a flicker of hope in her eyes as she wonders if she can finally leave. The thought echoes through her mind, a desperate prayer to finally escape this hell. Hyuna pushes forward, her eyes fixed on the goal just ahead. But her determined gaze quickly turns to one of pure, sudden shock. A body plummets past them, a bloody reminder that the game isn't over. Nara screams her name, a desperate warning that comes a second too late. Hyuna collapses onto the desk, a brutal blow striking her from behind. Her friends can only watch in horror, their hope shattering in an instant. She lies bleeding, whispering a final, bitter lament about her own luck. But Nara grabs her hand, refusing to let her friend fall into the darkness. Hyuna's eyes flutter open, a flicker of life still remaining within her. She feels the warmth of Nara's hand, a small comfort at the end of the world. Nara's friend screams, begging Hyuna to hold on and stay awake. But Hyuna's last thoughts are an apology to her mother as her life fades away. Her soul drifts from her body, a wisp of blue light in the collapsing darkness. Nara screams, her blood-soaked hand reaching for a friend she can no longer save. And then, the entire world shatters in a blinding final flash of light. The remaining girls are sent tumbling through the void, their screams lost in the chaos. Every student is caught in the blast, their desperate climb ending in a fall. They are consumed by the light, their escape turning into oblivion. A hand reaches out one last time, a desperate attempt to catch a falling friend. But it closes on nothing, as the last remnants of Hyuna's soul fade into the light. Her hand closes on empty air, the last trace of her friend gone forever. Tears stream down Nara's face as the light of the collapsing world consumes her. Hyuna's body falls into the void, her soul a final fading comet. And then, Nara is back in her bed, a single beam of light connecting her to the world she left. Her eyes snap open, the memory of the game still burning bright. In a classroom, Gyunwoo jolts awake, the same strange light cutting through the room. Across the city, other survivors stir, pulled back from the brink of oblivion. One girl wonders if it was all just a terrible dream. Ah, if only it were that simple. Elsewhere, Hyuna sits alone, a ghost in a quiet room holding what's left of her life. But for those who made it back, one truth becomes terrifyingly clear. It was no dream. Nara realizes she's not alone. A piece of Hyuna's soul remained in her hand. A single tear falls, a silent tribute to the friend she fought so hard to save. In the quiet of her hospital room, she holds the glowing fragment as Hyuna's spirit appears. The ghost of her friend offers a sad smile, wondering about a different life. Nara looks up, lost in the thought of a future that can now never be. Hyuna imagines a world where they could have met under normal circumstances. A world where she was just another girl, nervous in an unfamiliar school, and where Nara could have been the one to reach out and offer a simple greeting. From that one moment, a genuine friendship could have blossomed between them. They could have shared laughter and secrets, living a life free from this hell. Hyuna's spirit laments the friendship they could have had in another life. But Nara, through her tears, refuses to accept that sad reality. She tells Hyuna's ghost that they already are friends, a bond forged in hell. A gentle, accepting smile spreads across Hyuna's face. With a final tear, she offers a simple, heartfelt thank you. Her spirit dissolves into light, her last words a tribute to the friend who saved her. Nara can only watch, tears streaming down her face as the last of Hyuna fades. But her grief is interrupted as Gyunwoo bursts into the room. He rushes to her side, his face etched with concern for her safety. Nara looks up, her voice breaking as she delivers the heartbreaking news of Hyuna's death. Gyunwoo's expression hardens, the weight of her words sinking in. She collapses against him, lamenting the promise she couldn't keep. Her voice breaks, screaming that she's the only one from her group who made it back. But Gyunwoo holds her steady, insisting that none of this was her fault. His words trigger a memory, a painful echo from his own past. He remembers his younger self, weeping over a loss he couldn't prevent. He's offering her the comfort he never received, the absolution he always craved. His eyes fill with a new, profound understanding of her pain. He repeats the words, a mantra for both of them in the quiet hospital room. He knows all too well the crushing guilt of failing to protect someone you love. He remembers the crushing loneliness of being left utterly alone in the world. And as a new villain wonders why Nara is being targeted, Gyunwoo vows to never feel that way again. Another entity's parting threat echoes, a promise to meet Nara again soon. But back in the present, Gyunwoo makes a promise of his own. No one will hurt her. He stands before her, a shield of pure resolve against the coming storm. He'll protect her, even if it means fully embracing the beast within. His voice is a low growl, his vow echoing with absolute certainty. The fire in his eyes burns brighter than ever, a promise of retribution. The scene shifts to a vast, empty space, a single hole of light breaking the monotony. And from that hole, a familiar golden throne rises. Oh good, another round. The student Nara saved celebrates his victory, believing he's finally escaped. But his relief quickly turns to confusion as he takes in his new surroundings. He's not home, but in a deserted city street, the throne a grim reminder. He finds a display of familiar, deadly weapons, his heart sinking with dread. A new sign presents his next challenge. Win the job competition. He can only stare in disbelief at the cruel, twisted words. The realization hits him. He's been thrown from one hell into another. He collapses, screaming into the empty city that this wasn't the deal. Looks like he didn't read the fine print. Meanwhile, the hooded man coughs up blood, the Rat King's defeat taking its toll. His doll-like minions gather around their fallen master, their game in ruins. The hooded man seethes, realizing Gyunwoo's attack nearly killed him. He stares at the shattered remains of his domain, wondering who was responsible. He grabs one of his minions, demanding to know who invited the wolf into his game. But his army of identical dolls can only plead ignorance. Their faces blank. One of the dolls remains silent, its eyes empty and unnervingly still. The master's rage boils over as he screams for an answer he'll never get. Suddenly, a dark projectile strikes one of the minions from behind. A lone figure stands in the doorway, its glowing eyes revealing a new player. Looks like there's a traitor in the ranks. The hooded man's eye widens in a flash of horrified understanding. The targeted minion's face begins to twist and melt, consumed by a dark power. The minion's face twists, revealing the true form of the traitor within. He emerges from the shadows, a man in a suit with an unnerving, confident stride. He declares that Gyunwoo is his target, warning the Rat King's master not to interfere. Apparently there's a line for this sort of thing. The scene shifts to another group, where a boy explains he can't use his full power yet. The traitor smirks, confident the wolf will keep his enemies busy while he targets the hunter's child. In the background, a strange doll-like boy watches the group with an unsettling stillness. He leaves a parting threat, telling the kid to survive until he's ready to be hunted. Elsewhere, another man with long, dark hair looks on with a weary expression. He stands atop a ruined building, surveying a city blanketed in snow and destruction. His gaze is steady, a silent observer in this world of chaos. Below him, a sea of bodies lies still, a testament to the carnage he's witnessed. From the dark clouds above, a massive, shadowy claw descends. The man, Pungbek, looks up as the monstrous form looms over him. A colossal entity with glowing eyes demands he uphold his end of their bargain. The creature agrees to his terms, its voice a promise of destruction. It vows to turn this land into a hell of endless great disasters. The city crumbles in a vision of the future, a world brought to ruin. Pungbek smirks, welcoming the chaos from his new business partner, the god of calamity. He holds a skull, musing on how humanity's greed makes them no better than bugs. His conclusion is simple and chilling. Humans are not worth saving. He declares his intent to wipe this corrupted land clean and begin anew. With a sinister smile, he vows to become the God King of this new world. Guess someone has a bit of a messiah complex. His plan is simple. Gather more souls, and soon his vision will be reality. Elsewhere, a young woman awakens from a terrible vision, her eyes wide with fear. She sits up in a panic, wondering if she just witnessed a glimpse of the future. Her fear turns to fury as she realizes the madman Pungbek is behind it all. Suddenly, a shadowy, bird-like entity appears in her room, glowing with an ethereal light. She confronts the creature, demanding to know if it sent her the prophetic dream. The creature's glowing eye fixes on her, its message a single urgent command. Stop him. It reveals Pungbek is collecting souls to summon the god of calamity, and he must be stopped. The woman with the vision repeats the horrifying plan in disbelief. She wonders how anyone could possibly harvest the souls of the living. The scene shifts to a crowded bus, a slice of ordinary everyday life. Passengers go about their day, completely unaware of the unseen dangers. But among them stands a young man with striking silver hair. A nearby girl is completely captivated by his almost otherworldly appearance. She thinks he looks like a sculpture, his features practically glowing. But he notices her stare, his cold gaze breaking her out of her trance. She stammers an apology, embarrassed to have been caught staring so openly. He dismisses her with a cold look, clearly annoyed by the morning's attention. Guess he's not a people person. But her morning commute is interrupted by a horrifying new passenger. It's a grotesque creature, a writhing mass of mouths and lolling tongues. The lanky, shadowy figure stands out, its dark aura filling the crowded space. But the silver-haired boy sees it too, his calm demeanor finally breaking. His gaze sharpens, a strange light reflecting in his brilliant blue eyes. The creature scuttles along the ceiling, completely ignored by the other passengers. But before he can act, the world erupts into chaos and shattering glass. A truck plows into the bus, the force of the impact absolutely devastating. He's sent flying, his expression hardening even as he's thrown through the air. The entire bus is launched into the sky, a metal coffin tumbling through the street. Guess that monster wasn't the biggest problem on this commute after all. The bus lies mangled in the street, the aftermath of a brutal collision. Inside, the scene is a grim tableau of twisted metal and fallen passengers. The silver-haired boy stirs amidst the wreckage, groaning in pain. His eyes flutter open, his gaze sharp despite the blood and chaos. But the crash was just the beginning. The real horror has now arrived. The multi-mouthed creature looms over the victims, ready for its gruesome feast. It reaches for a fallen passenger, pulling their very soul from their body. The glowing spirit can only stare in terror as the monster prepares to feed. With a sickening finality, the creature devours the soul whole. The silver-haired boy realizes the truth. This wasn't an accident, but a hunt. The soul can only scream as the monster's maw closes in for the kill. A woman with piercing purple eyes watches the carnage unfold. She smirks, declaring that the souls of the living are ripe for the picking. The scene shifts to a dark memory, a chained pig in a desolate space. A young, white-haired captive lies in the cold, wishing for an escape. But a voice cuts through the darkness, urging him to wake up. The girl from the bus peers down, her face a mask of terror and concern. The silver-haired boy looks up, his eyes dazed amidst the blood and wreckage. She's relieved he's alive, but panics when she realizes no help is coming. Guess 911 doesn't cover soul-eating monsters. He struggles to his feet, the memory of the crash slowly returning. His eyes widen as the horrifying scene registers through the haze of pain. The creature shoves another glowing soul into its writhing mass of mouths. He and the girl can only watch as the monster feasts amidst the wreckage. It finishes its meal with a sickening crunch, a truly disgusting display of gluttony. The silver-haired boy realizes they're next, urging the girl to escape with him. He pulls her down just as the monster lunges, but she cries out about her injured leg. A shadowy claw shoots past his head, narrowly missing its intended target. But the attack wasn't aimed at her body. It was aimed at her very soul. Her spirit is ripped from her flesh, held captive by the grotesque creature. Well, this day just keeps getting worse. The monster opens its maw, ready to devour the terrified soul of the girl he just tried to save. The girl's soul can only scream, trapped in the clutches of the grotesque monster, but the silver-haired boy roars in fury, lunging forward to save her. To his surprise, her spirit fights back, pushing against the creature with a burst of blue light. A strange power manifests, an aura of beauty. Guess looking good can be a weapon. He claps his hands together, focusing his own energy to crush the monster's limb. The creature's arm twists and contorts, caught in an invisible, powerful grip. Black ooze splatters as the limb is torn apart by the sheer force of his will. With a final, focused command, he prepares to detonate the attack. A massive explosion of blue light vaporizes the arm, freeing the girl's soul. The monster reels in agony as her spirit is sent flying back towards its body. The monster stares them down, enraged by the loss of its arm. But the boy's relief is short-lived as he realizes they're not alone. The creature lunges forward, its massive maw open for another attack. With a look of pure determination, the silver-haired boy prepares his counter. He unleashes a brilliant pillar of light, striking the monster head-on. The blast tears through the creature, revealing more shadowy figures in the distance. The monster's body dissolves into nothing, its form unable to withstand the attack. The girl can only stare, completely stunned by the power she just witnessed. He looks at his blood-stained hands, annoyed by the audacity of these ugly things. Guess he's got a high standard for his morning commute. The creature's remains splatter across the floor, a grim end to the battle. The girl clutches her head, desperately trying to convince herself this is all a dream. Her spirit looks down at her own lifeless body, wondering if she's already dead. A hand rests on her head, and the boy's voice confirms her worst fears. He tells her to treat this all as a bad dream, his face a mask of grim resolve. With a firm push, he shoves her soul right back into her body. Well, that's one way to handle an out-of-body experience. Her eyes fly open, the shock of re-entry jolting her back to the living world. She sits up, completely stunned and trying to process what just happened. He tells her to forget this day, to treat it as nothing more than a brief nightmare. The girl can only stare, the horror of the last few minutes still fresh in her mind. His words echo from his own past, a memory of a younger, broken boy saying the exact same thing. The girl's eyes widen as she realizes she's heard those words before. Her brother once offered the same empty comfort after a traumatic event, but she knows this isn't a memory she can simply wish away. He turns away, his silence a heavy presence in the ruined bus. He steps out, telling her to stay put, a complete reversal of his earlier warning. His expression is grim, his eyes scanning the street for a new threat. He explains that the street is crawling with the same monsters, hidden in plain sight. The crowd is oblivious, more concerned with the traffic jam than the horrors in their midst. From inside the bus, the girl can't see them, questioning if he's telling the truth. He realizes the horrifying truth. Only those who have had a near-death experience can see them. He explains that there's something even more horrifying than the monsters. A woman with piercing purple eyes smirks, impressed that he survived the crash. Her gaze is sharp and knowing, as she realizes he's no ordinary human. He grits his teeth, knowing a small-scale tragedy like this won't even make the news. He stares at her, demanding to know what kind of creature she is. She offers a chilling response, promising he'll find out right before he dies. A cold sweat breaks out across his face as the gravity of her threat sinks in. Her smile widens into a predatory grin as she reveals her love for devouring her prey. Well, everyone needs a hobby. He assesses the threat, a grim realization dawning. He can't win this fight. With his mind made up, he prepares to make a run for it, knowing escape is their only option. He can only wonder how many souls she's devoured as her monstrous form emerges. She threatens to slaughter every human on the street if he dares to defy her. He calls out her recklessness, asking if she isn't afraid of hunters finding her. Her face contorts into a grotesque grin, eager for the hunters to come to her. With a snap of her fingers, the woman activates her horrifying domain. A grid of purple light spreads across the street, trapping everyone within its bounds. The silver-haired boy's eyes widen in horrified understanding. He stands before the bus, realizing they've walked right into her trap. The oblivious crowd panics as the ground begins to tremble violently. The street shatters, plunging the bus and nearby cars into a newly formed abyss. Well, so much for a quick getaway. The silver-haired boy looks up in horror as the bus, with the girl inside, plunges into the chasm. All around them, unsuspecting civilians plummet into the darkness, their morning commute turning into a nightmare. He digs his fingers into the crumbling asphalt, desperately trying to hold on as the world is sucked in. The street becomes a vortex, swallowing cars, people, and the bus in one horrifying gulp. From below, the light of the world fades as they all tumble into an endless, dark pit. Back on the surface, a massive sinkhole has torn the city street asunder, a perfect circle of chaos. Onlookers scream in terror, calling for help as they witness the impossible disaster. They peer over the edge, their faces pale with shock, unable to comprehend the bottomless depth. All that's left is a gaping maw in the earth, a void that has swallowed every trace of the victims. The scene shifts, marking a new chapter focused on the fragment of Hyuna's soul. The small piece of Hyuna's soul that Nara brought back glows with a faint warmth. It travels from Nara's hospital room, a beacon of hope in the twilight. The light streaks across the city, a desperate prayer seeking its other half. It finds Hyuna's body, where Gyunwoo is already keeping a silent, worried vigil. The fragment of her soul is the only thing keeping her tethered to the world of the living. But even with this miracle, the doctors deliver a grim prognosis to her friends. They tell her mother to prepare for the worst, but her friends refuse to give up hope. For now, Hyuna is alive, but she's hanging on by the thinnest of threads. Her consciousness is still lost, trapped in the collapsing nightmare of the game. She's a prisoner in the mind of the hooded man, a captive in his world of nightmares. Talk about a terrible roommate. One of Nara's friends stands outside Hyuna's room, wondering if there's still a chance. Her expression hardens with resolve, silently urging Hyuna to just hold on a little longer. Alone in the quiet hospital hall, she makes a solemn vow to find a way to save her. Meanwhile, the sinkhole incident has become a major news story across the city. A reporter on the scene confirms the horrifying details. 92 citizens are presumed lost. Elsewhere, a group of people gathers around a screen, watching the tragedy unfold. But one woman reacts with suspicion, questioning if it was really just a sinkhole. At the site, police struggle to hold back a desperate crowd of grieving families. The official story is that a rescue operation is underway, but the scene is pure chaos. Rescue workers descend into the abyss, unaware they're looking for survivors in a demon's stomach. The first rescue team reaches the bottom of the massive sinkhole. They're stunned by the depth, but even more so by what they find. The entire chasm is completely empty, a barren wasteland of shattered rock. They know over 100 people fell in, but there's no sign of them. Then, one of the rescuers spots a strange structure in the darkness. It's an ancient web-covered gate standing where it has no right to be. This is definitely not your average sinkhole. Elsewhere, a phone buzzes incessantly with a flood of new messages. Government agencies and other contacts are all desperately trying to reach someone. A man in an office stares at his phone, bewildered by the sudden urgency. He and his colleague realize their services are suddenly in high demand because of the sinkhole. The woman from the news-watching group looks desperate, telling her colleague they have to take any job they can get. The scene shifts to a quiet home, where a woman in traditional garb asks Gyunwoo for his plans. He tells her to rest, but she worries if he can handle things on his own. She quickly dismisses her own concern with a confident smirk, declaring herself the strongest. As she leaves with her family, she tasks Gyunwoo with babysitting, much to the younger girl's annoyance. But the girl, Yuri, has a look of quiet determination in her eyes. She suddenly stands, insisting that she wants to join them on their mission. Gyunwoo and the man with glasses share a look of concern over her sudden resolve. The woman warns her of the danger, but ultimately leaves the choice up to her. Yuri stands firm, ready to face the risks to avoid the pain of regret. With a knowing smile, the woman agrees to let Yuri join the mission. But Gyunwoo stands, insisting he's going too, sparking a debate on who is needed. The woman and her colleague exchange a look, weighing their options. She relents, offering to pay the students for their help and asking for their price. The discussion immediately devolves into a fierce argument over fair wages. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the sinkhole, the first responders await backup. A massive crane finally appears, lowering a strange payload into the abyss. The rescue team can only stare as a portable toilet descends into the darkness. They question the bizarre choice of equipment for a disaster of this scale. Well, when you gotta go, you gotta go. The strange structure lands with a heavy thud, its purpose a complete mystery. The door to the portable toilet creaks open, and a stout man in a brown suit emerges. Flanked by two women in black, he flashes a predatory grin and asks who's in charge here. The rescue team leader steps forward, only to be ordered to evacuate everyone immediately. The man claims there's a risk of a gas explosion, but the workers have received no such warning. He reveals his identity with a sinister smile. National Intelligence Service, Division 4. With a dismissive look, he announces his team is taking over and tells them to go home. As they're lifted out, the rescuers realize they've seen this mysterious group before. Down below, the strange trio stands ready, having secured the entire disaster site for themselves. The man, team leader Gong Chae, gives a simple, chilling order. It's time to invite them. One of his agents places a strange, glowing card on the toilet door, activating a digital lock. Looks like this is no ordinary bathroom break. The portal activates, and a figure begins to materialize from the swirling blue energy. Gyunwoo's team arrives, led by the confident woman in traditional dress. They're followed by a heavily armed mercenary group, the Jangsan Ghost Team, and finally, a collection of spiritual specialists known as the Exorcism Team. Guess they're covering all their bases. The three disparate groups gather at the bottom of the chasm, a strange assembly of hunters. Yuri looks around, overwhelmed by the sudden crowd of powerful individuals. The leaders of the first two teams immediately clash, trading bitter insults. Their faces twist with rage as they dredge up old rivalries and accusations. She accuses him of stealing work, her voice dripping with contempt. He fires back, mocking her for bringing inexperienced students into the field. The mercenary leader scoffs, questioning why they brought students to a real mission. He turns to Gong Chae, mocking the team's professional standards. But Gong Chae just grins, saying all that matters is catching their target. Gyunwoo steps forward, his eyes glowing with a cold, challenging light. The mercenary leader and the woman in traditional garb turn, caught off guard by his nerve. With a low growl, Gyunwoo informs the man that his insults were heard loud and clear. The mercenary scoffs, admitting he intended for them to hear every word. Gong Chae cuts in, telling everyone to skip the introductions and get to work. His agents approach the strange gate, placing glowing cards against the web-covered surface. A sinister red light reveals the entrance as Gong Chae declares they've found the spider's lair. Gyunwoo's eyes narrow, questioning why their target would leave the entrance wide open. Gong Chae reveals the spider was behind a train derailment, urging them to act fast. He sweetens the deal with a briefcase full of cash, a 1.2 billion won bounty. The leaders of the rival teams exchange tense, calculating glances. The rules are simple. Whoever brings back the spider's head gets the prize. Gyunwoo's team leader rushes forward, her eyes fixed on the massive payday. Nothing like a little financial motivation. Her rival scoffs at the display, disgusted by her greed in such a dire situation. But she bristles at her subordinate's formal address, her pride clearly wounded. One by one, the various teams step through the glowing portal without hesitation. Yuri can only watch in awe, wondering how they can be so fearless in the face of death. Gyunwoo turns to Yuri, asking if she's ready for what comes next. Together, they step towards the glowing red portal, ready to enter the spider's domain. The portal's light washes over Yuri, her expression a mix of awe and apprehension. But that awe quickly turns to shock as she sees what lies on the other side. With a final shared look, they cross the threshold into the unknown. Her breath catches in her throat, stunned by the horrifying scene before them. Above them, cars and buses hang suspended in massive webs, a graveyard of the sinkhole's victims. They've stepped into another world, a vast cavern where the other teams are already assembled. The grim reality sinks in. This is the spider's lair, and they've walked right into it. They find a web-covered corpse in ancient armor, a sign this creature has been hunting for centuries. The ancient warrior's skull is a grim testament to the spider's long and bloody history. The mercenary leader gives the students one last chance to turn back, warning them to value their lives. But Yuri just stares back, coldly predicting that he's the one who's actually marked for death. He laughs it off as a joke, but Gyunwoo is clearly not amused by the gallows humor. The group takes in the eerie silence of the cavern, realizing this is no natural formation. The man with glasses deduces the spider has been staging accidents for years to hide its hunts. A monk from the exorcism team offers a philosophical reflection on the nature of life and death. He offers a prayer for the fallen, hoping their souls find peace in the next life. But a nearby priest has a more practical approach, spotting a gold chain on a skeleton. With a quick prayer and a snap, he pockets the loot. Guess last rites come with a finder's fee. The monk warns the priest about divine punishment for his greed. But the priest just smiles, promising to use the gold for a good cause. His sermon is cut short as the skeleton he just looted springs to life. It transforms into a grotesque monster, lunging at him with a massive, gaping maw. The priest's greed turns to terror as the creature's jaws close in. The sudden attack sends a shockwave of panic through the other teams. The monster's writhing form completely envelops the unfortunate priest. His fellow exorcists can only scream his name, watching the horror unfold. The entire group is frozen in shock, realizing the hunt has officially begun. Well, that's one way to thin the competition. The creatures' mouths clamp shut, a dark mockery of a final prayer. The man with glasses stares in disbelief at the sudden carnage. The creature finishes the prayer, its voice a grotesque mockery. But the priest's faith isn't enough to save him from being torn apart. Yuri can only watch in horror, realizing the priest has been ripped to shreds. But with a surge of holy power, the priest casts the creature back. Even his rivals are impressed by his sudden display of divine strength. But the first monster was just the beginning. An entire army now swarms them. The mercenary leader's face hardens, realizing this is a full-blown ambush. He decides to let the others act as a distraction while his team pushes forward. Guess teamwork is optional when a bounty is involved. His soldiers fade into the shadows, leaving the others to face the horde alone. Gyunwoo calmly notes the sheer number of creatures swarming above them. But before he can act, a cocky exorcist shoves him aside, telling him to stay back. Gyunwoo's patience wears thin, clearly unimpressed by the man's bravado. The blonde-haired hunter taunts the horde, eager to show off his skills. And the grotesque creatures answer his call, descending in a terrifying wave. But the monk steps forward, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to the chaos. He touches a ripple of water, unleashing a wave of pure golden energy. A massive mandala formation erupts, bathing the hunters in a protective light. The monsters are caught in the holy light, their advance momentarily halted. The priest cracks his knuckles, holy power glowing on his fists, ready for payback. Looks like someone's feeling blessed and highly favored. The priest unleashes a holy strike, his fist glowing with divine retribution. He roars a prayer, vowing to cleanse the darkness with his holy fists. He sends another wave of creatures into the Lord's embrace, one punch at a time, but an elderly archer steps forward, telling the priest to move aside. He draws his bow, a glowing sigil on his hand, and utters a single command. Burn! Yuri watches in surprise, wondering what an old man with a bow can do. He unleashes a flame annihilation arrow, a vortex of energy that rips through the horde. The creatures are vaporized in an instant, their forms dissolving in the green flames. The priest follows up, tossing a volley of glowing talismans into the fray. Each one is marked with a strange symbol, counting down to an unknown effect. The talismans rain down, sticking to the grotesque faces of the swarming monsters. A countdown begins, each paper glowing with a sinister, skull-like sigil. The blonde-haired exorcist points, giving the simple command to fire. A chain reaction of green explosions rips through the horde, each blast a screaming skull. The creatures are vaporized in the holy light, their shrieks echoing through the cavern. But the exorcist is already winded, lamenting that he's getting too old for this. His victory is short-lived as a new swarm of spider-like creatures emerges from the darkness. At the same time, the larger monsters begin to shatter the monk's golden shield. Yuri watches in alarm as the barrier cracks, but Gyunwoo seems thoroughly unimpressed. He glances back with a wry look, wondering if it's time for him to step in and help. The monk cries out that his protective mandala is about to shatter. The woman in traditional dress struggles, wondering why her summon is hesitating. A single foot steps out of the darkness, the sound of a bell echoing softly. She desperately calls upon her guardian deity, pleading for it to appear. But it's too late. The grotesque monsters smash through the holy light. The monk can only scream as his last line of defense crumbles into nothing. The blonde exorcist shouts a desperate warning to his master. She panics, screaming that she just needs a little more time to finish the ritual. The horde descends upon her, a wave of teeth and claws ready to tear her apart. But a figure appears before her, crackling with blue lightning. Looks like Gyunwoo's done watching the show. Gyunwoo's eyes narrow, his expression cold and focused as lightning arcs around him. He walks calmly towards the horde, a storm of raw power gathering in his fist. The time for watching is over. He declares that it's now the wolf's hour. He calls upon the beast within, telling it to emerge from the darkness. His command is simple. It's time to bare its fangs. A massive spectral wolf of pure lightning materializes behind him, ready to hunt. The other hunters can only stare, their jaws on the floor at this sudden power flex. With a single punch, Gyunwoo unleashes the full force of the Thunder Wolf. The blast of pure energy rips through the monster's body, a torrent of blue lightning. The creature is utterly annihilated, its form shattering into a million pieces. The spectral wolf tears through the horde, a maelstrom of lightning and fury. The wave of destruction continues, carving a path through the endless swarm. The other hunters can only stare, completely stunned by this display of raw power. They wonder how a mere rookie could possess such devastating strength. The older hunters joke that maybe it's time for them to retire. Guess the new generation is handling things just fine. But as he turns, something strange catches his eye. A glowing pencil in his back pocket. It's an ordinary pencil, yet it pulses with an unmistakable magical energy. He turns to find Yuri, who offers an awkward apology for her contribution. She explains that she wanted to help, so she fired her only available weapon, but she admits with embarrassment that she completely missed her target. Well, it's the thought that counts. Yunwoo holds up the pencil, his expression making it clear he thinks she's an amateur. Yuri's face falls, the embarrassment making her wonder if she should just go home. The man with glasses offers a backhanded compliment, saying it's okay to make mistakes, just not that kind of mistake. He glances back at the other hunters, realizing his little light show might have drawn some unwanted attention. The woman in traditional dress stares at him, her gaze sharp and calculating. She places a hand on his shoulder, warning him not to exert himself too much. She whispers that while they're allies for now, these hunters would turn on them if they knew the truth. Gyunwoo looks down at the pencil, a sudden chilling thought crossing his mind. His team leader explains an old saying, a hunter's arrow is drawn to evil energy. He looks at his own monstrous hand, realizing the pencil wasn't a miss. It was aimed right at him. He quickly hides his monstrous hand, the dark secret he can't let them see. But his expression is one of grim acceptance. He was always prepared for this. He tells himself he can endure it, that he can keep the beast contained a little longer. Turning to the others, he offers a weak thumbs up, trying to play off the moment. The other hunters see it as a taunt, a rookie's misplaced bravado. A rival leader smirks, declaring the hunt a game to see who claims the spider first. But Gyunwoo's own leader scoffs, dismissing him as the weakest one there. Guess that's one way to lower the enemy's guard. The two women trade barbs, their professional rivalry flaring up even in the face of death. They realize the mercenary team has already snuck away, getting a head start on the prize. Gyunwoo's team leader fumes, furious at the mercenaries' plan to steal the glory. The mercenary team races ahead, using the chaos as their cover. From a high vantage point, their scout finally spots their destination. Through the binoculars, they find the spider's grotesque food storage. Cocooned victims are kept alive, lost in a venom-induced haze. They're trapped in blissful dreams, a horrifying way to preserve a meal. But the mercenaries aren't just here for the spider. They have another target. A young woman with a 6 billion won bounty, far more valuable than the monster. But a familiar, chilling voice cuts through their planning, questioning their prize. The two men whip around, their faces pale with absolute terror. The purple-eyed woman reveals her true form, disappointed they found her lair. Looks like the competition just got a lot deadlier. She slams her hand down, crushing one of the mercenaries with terrifying force. Her monstrous face looms over them, a grotesque parody of her human form. The remaining mercenaries don't hesitate, unloading their shotguns at point-blank range. Their shells are specially made, glowing with some kind of magical inscription. But the Spider-Woman just laughs, declaring that their best shots merely tickle. In a blur of motion, she lashes out with a razor-sharp limb. The attack finds its mark, impaling the second mercenary in a spray of blood. The mercenary leader can only scream his fallen comrade's name in despair. With his team gone, he pulls the pin on a grenade, his last desperate gambit. Guess it's time for the big guns. The grenade glows with an ominous green light, another piece of custom-made hardware. The grenade detonates in a massive explosion of green concussive force. The mercenary leader is sent flying, caught in the backlash of his own attack. He looks up to find the Spider-Woman bloodied but very much alive. His face twists in grief and rage as he screams at her for killing his team. She mocks him from within a monstrous maw, lamenting how weak modern hunters are. She reminisces about the old days, when warriors charged in with nothing but a sword. And she fondly remembers just how delicious those warriors tasted. The mercenary leader accepts her challenge, drawing a knife to face her head-on. The Spider-Woman's smile widens, pleased that he's willing to fight the old-fashioned way. She lunges, eager for a more romantic battle. Guess dinner and a movie was out of the question. But the mercenary leader scoffs, dismissing romance as he clicks a detonator. The Spider-Woman's eyes widen as a small skull-marked device begins to beep. A green, web-like pattern of light spreads from the device, a trap years in the making. A massive wave of green, skull-shaped explosions erupts from the ground, engulfing everything. The Spider-Woman is caught in the blast, her monstrous form torn apart by the concussive force. The mercenary leader unloads his revolver, screaming for her to die as he empties the chamber. But a razor-sharp purple projectile cuts through the smoke, aimed right for his heart. The attack finds its mark, sending him flying backward in a spray of blood. She impales him with a monstrous limb, his last-ditch effort ultimately a failure. She holds him aloft, her voice dripping with disappointment at his predictable schemes. Even impaled, the mercenary leader spits a final threat. His comrades are coming for her. She just smiles, confirming that was her plan all along. She left the door wide open. Her face twists into a nightmarish grin as she admits she loves hunting hunters. They're so entertaining. She leans in, her voice a venomous whisper, wishing him sweet dreams of her. A single sharp limb descends, piercing his forehead with a drop of her poison. A strange sigil burns onto his skin as the venom courses through him. His pained grimace melts into a serene, almost happy smile. Well, that's one way to go out. The scene shifts back to the cavern, where the other hunters are still fighting the horde. One of the smaller creatures stops, confused by a strange new presence it calls the Wall of Beauty. But its confusion is short-lived as a blast of blue energy vaporizes it on the spot. The silver-haired boy unleashes his power, a vortex of energy swirling around him. But as he fights, a horrifying realization about this place begins to dawn. He looks around the cavern, his face twisting in disgust at the sheer filth. The scene triggers a dark memory of being chained, called a child of Satan. He remembers running from that abuse, desperate for any kind of escape. But the place he fled to was just another kind of hell entirely. He saw his own fear reflected in the eyes of a pig bound for slaughter. Like them, he was just another creature in line, waiting for his turn to die. He remembers the feeling of facing certain death, surrounded by the terrified, and in their screams he heard his own silent question. Why was he even here? He was forced to question his own humanity, to ask if he was even real. Surrounded by the screams of the dying, he couldn't tell their fear from his own. But on the day he was ready to surrender to despair, a woman appeared, a strange miracle asking why he was hiding from the world. She questioned if the cage he was in was one he had built for himself. She offered him a choice: live as an animal or rise and live as a human. The path forward, she explained, was entirely up to him. The memory fades and he snaps back to the present, dazed and confused. He remembers the fall, now finding himself trapped in a cavern of thick webs. But a grim smile touches his lips as he regains his composure. Guess this isn't his first nightmare rodeo. He remembers the sting of a poison needle before his world went black. He awakens to a graveyard of vehicles, realizing he's been dragged into the spider's den. His mind is clear, and his first thought is to find a way out of this hellscape. He moves through the oppressive darkness, desperately searching for an exit. But his path is blocked as he nearly runs into two of the grotesque creatures. He stumbles back, trapped as the monsters loom over the wreckage around him. A horrifying realization dawns on him. The creatures are absolutely everywhere. The spider-like monsters scuttle over the mangled vehicles, closing in from all sides. They descend upon a figure in the shadows, their many mouths open and ready to feed. Their target is a skeleton, a grim reminder of this place's previous victims. Well, at least he won't put up a fight. He moves silently through the wreckage, trying to avoid the patrolling creatures. He weighs his options, wondering if he can sneak out or if a fight is inevitable. But his eyes widen as he spots something unexpected in the distance. A massive dark sphere hangs in the air, a strange anomaly in this hellscape. He realizes with a surge of hope that it's not a monster, but an exit. Elsewhere, Gyunwoo's team surveys the cavern, a massive graveyard of bones and ruin. The team leader panics, regretting their split and worrying about her massive payday. But her colleague's attention is caught by a familiar duffel bag he's found. He explains he found it near a bus, confirming it belongs to someone named Hando. The leader's greed turns to dread as she realizes their friend might be trapped here too. The team leader's face hardens as she utters a single name: Hando. Gyunwoo's expression is grim, understanding the personal stakes have just been raised. The team knows they have to hurry. A friend's life is now on the line. Elsewhere, the silver-haired boy sprints through a dark tunnel, chasing a distant light. But doubt creeps in as he wonders if this is truly the path to freedom. He emerges from the darkness, groaning as he takes in the familiar web-covered wreckage. His eyes fall upon a cocooned man, smiling peacefully in his silken tomb. He turns to find an entire crowd of victims, all trapped in the same venom-induced dream. The horrifying realization hits him. This was never an exit. He's standing in the spider's food storage, a graveyard of the living. Well, so much for a quick escape. The smiling faces of the cocooned victims surround him, a gallery of the damned. The scene flashes to his past, the faces replaced by grinning pigs ready for slaughter. A single thought cuts through the horror. He has to get out of here now. He turns to run, adrenaline and terror fueling his desperate escape. But a familiar voice stops him cold. It's the girl from the bus pleading for help. She smiles peacefully. Lost in the dream, her whispers a haunting echo in the silence. He can only watch in horror as she begs for a rescue she can't even comprehend. He lunges forward, silencing her cries to avoid drawing any unwanted attention. But it's too late. A monstrous voice from above demands to know who's making all the noise. Well, so much for stealth. The Spider-Woman appears, annoyed that her poison wasn't enough to keep her food quiet. She casually tosses another cocooned victim aside, his face locked in a blissful dream. The silver-haired boy's eyes widen as he finally puts a name to the nightmare. The Spider Queen. Her true form is revealed, a monstrous arachnid that dwarfs the surrounding wreckage. He can only grit his teeth, stunned by the sheer overwhelming scale of the creature. Nearby, another victim's dream breaks, his laughter turning to desperate screams for help. But the Spider-Woman quickly silences him with a sharp blow from one of her limbs. She lifts him effortlessly, the webs tightening as she prepares her meal. She notes that the poison is wearing off, and her hunger is growing stronger. Well, a girl's gotta eat. With a predatory smile, she announces her menu as she rips the man's soul from his chest. Her finger touches the glowing orb of his spirit, ready to begin her feast. She drains the man's life force, leaving only a lifeless body and a blackened skeleton. The boy can only watch in horror as the skeletal remains are casually tossed aside. She turns to her next meal, announcing that it's time for a little snack. But she finds the taste of an ordinary soul unsatisfying, craving something more. The silver-haired boy is frozen in terror, knowing he's next if he's caught. He understands he's completely outmatched. His only option is to run. As more skeletons rain down around him, his resolve hardens. He has to get out. He has to escape this slaughterhouse no matter the cost. Guess the Yelp reviews were misleading. He turns away, the memory of the woman who saved him flooding back. Her words echo in his mind, asking if he's trapped by his own self-imposed limits. He sees the girl from the bus, trapped in the same venom-induced dream. The Spider Queen recognizes her prize, the girl with the 6 billion won bounty. But her gloating is cut short by a blinding flash of blue light. The silver-haired boy launches himself forward, his fist crackling with raw power. He grits his teeth, his resolve hardening. He's had enough of this nightmare. He brings his fist down, roaring at her to stop her endless feast. The Spider Queen can only look up, stunned by the boy's sudden ferocious attack. The impact sends a shockwave of energy through the cavern, shattering the wreckage. His face is a mask of pure fury, the decision to fight now irreversible. He puts every ounce of his strength into the blow, a desperate, defiant strike. The blast of blue energy tears through the junkyard of vehicles. He stumbles forward, exhausted as the Spider Queen looms behind him, completely unharmed. A wave of regret washes over him. He knows he's just made a terrible mistake. The Spider Queen rises from the dust, her monstrous limbs unfurling in surprise. He looks back, a grim acceptance on his face. His best shot wasn't nearly enough. A predatory smile spreads across her face as she finally recognizes him. She identifies him as the boy who somehow survived the initial bus crash. She's stunned he's even standing after her poison, but he claims he never felt a thing. He grabs his neck, telling her to drop the self-important act. He calls her gross, and for the first time, the Spider Queen is left utterly speechless. Well, that's one way to get under a monster's skin. The Spider Queen roars, vowing to rip him apart for his insolence. But he just smirks, giving her a simple 5-second countdown. He gathers his power, promising to end this fight before she can even blink. She's clearly amused by his confidence, a predatory smile on her face. She calls his bluff, lunging forward with one of her razor-sharp limbs. He throws up a desperate energy shield to block the blow, but her attack shatters it instantly, his defense completely useless. The limb smashes through, sending shards of energy flying as it finds its mark. The force of the impact sends him flying into the surrounding wreckage. He struggles to breathe, realizing a direct hit would have split him in two. Well, so much for that 5-second plan. He quickly reevaluates, deciding to make his barrier smaller but twice as thick. The Spider Queen mocks his bravado, saying his confidence was built on fragile glass. But he fires back that he only trusts himself, reaffirming his 5-second promise. She calls his bluff, lunging forward as she declares his time is up. He reveals his new strategy, 2 smaller, concentrated barriers on each arm. His eyes narrow with focus. His next move after they break will be his last. She's surprised he's still standing, her attacks raining down relentlessly. But she scoffs that no matter how thick, his defense is still just glass. And with a final, overwhelming strike, his barriers shatter into a million pieces. He's thrown back by the impact, but the Spider Queen is surprised he dodged the fatal blow. He strikes a dramatic pose, telling her to be dazzled by his charm. The Spider Queen is momentarily stunned by his bizarre change in tactics. He claps his hands together, declaring that she's about to be captured. A sphere of pure blue energy suddenly materializes, trapping her head. He slams his foot down, having launched the attack with a powerful kick. She roars in fury, trapped within the glowing prison of light. She grabs the sphere with her monstrous limbs, questioning if this trick will work. Her claws dig in, and the surface of the energy barrier begins to crack. The outer layer shatters, but she's shocked to find another sphere inside. He reveals his trump card. It was a double barrier all along. Guess he learned his lesson about fragile glass. The Spider Queen screams in fury, trapped within the glowing prison. He reveals the barrier was just a decoy for his real attack. He compresses the energy into a massive blade, ready to end this. He unleashes his ultimate move, the Soul Guillotine. The blade slams down, the impact forming a massive spectral skull. He watches, exhausted but confident that he's finally won. But the blade begins to crack, his attack failing to break her skin. His eyes widen in disbelief as his trump card begins to fail. The Spider Queen rises, the shattered energy falling away as she taunts him. Well, so much for the 5-second guarantee. He's left stunned, desperately wondering why his ultimate attack wasn't enough. The Spider Queen cracks her neck, mocking his pathetic final attack. He can only grit his teeth as she admits his technique was at least original. But she's seen countless hunters just like him, all convinced they were special. In the end, they all became just another meal hanging in her larder. For his 5 seconds of annoyance, she promises his head will be her new door ornament. He looks up, a cold fire in his eyes, and says it would be an honor. Then he calls her Ajuma, a grave insult to her vanity. Her smile vanishes, replaced by pure rage as she vows to tear him apart. A storm of razor-sharp limbs descends, forcing him onto the defensive. He struggles to hold his ground, his barriers cracking under the relentless assault. Guess the 5-second warranty just expired. One of her limbs finds its mark, tearing straight through his leg. He grits his teeth, refusing to cry out as the pain shoots through him. She pins him against the wreckage, impaling him with several more limbs. She taunts him, saying he should have stayed asleep, but he declares that the weak boy she sees is long gone. He remembers his past, the despair and the fear, and how he refused to break. With his last ounce of strength, he reaches out, declaring he never gave up. A glowing blue platform of energy materializes high above them. The Spider Queen looks up, confused by this strange last-ditch effort. He reveals his new ultimate move, the 1-ton truck guillotine. Well, when in a junkyard, her eyes widen in disbelief as the massive vehicle plummets towards her. The Spider Queen's human face can only look up in stunned disbelief. Her head is sent flying, severed from her monstrous body in an instant. The 1-ton truck slams down with devastating force, crushing her arachnid form. The boy and the severed head are thrown back by the sheer force of the impact. He collapses to the ground, a bloodied but triumphant smile on his face. He gets to his feet, staring at the wreckage and realizing he's actually survived. But the Spider Queen's head is still very much alive, her eyes wide with shock. Guess she's not taking this lying down. He rushes to the girl from the bus, trying to shake her out of her poisoned slumber. She wakes up, dreamily calling him handsome, a fact he doesn't bother to dispute. But as he helps her up, she points to a horrifying sight. The head is walking away on its own. The silver-haired boy can only stare back, his mind struggling to process the impossible. The Spider Queen's head has found a new body, asking if he's cheating on her with another girl. Well, this just got weirdly personal. She sneers, accusing him of being a player who takes women too lightly. He fires back that he's not a fan of girls who wear their own heads as accessories. His insult seems to amuse her as her severed head begins to morph into something new. Black, writhing tendrils erupt, consuming her human face in a grotesque transformation. A monstrous new face emerges, grinning as she notes his talent for getting on her nerves. She lunges with blinding speed, sending the two of them flying back in a wave of force. He stands protectively in front of the girl, bracing for the final desperate command. With a roar, he throws up a massive energy shield, his last defense against the monster's wrath. The Spider Queen mocks his chivalry, but he quickly denies even knowing the girl. Her patience finally snaps as she declares the fun is over. A storm of monstrous limbs descends, smashing through his final defense. The barrier shatters and a sharp limb tears through his shoulder. But instead of screaming, he just grins, a wild, defiant look in his eyes. He's sent flying into the darkness, a strange smile on his face as he falls. His world fades, replaced by a memory of himself as a small child. He realizes this isn't a dream, but a vision triggered by the spider's venom. A gentle hand rests on his shoulder as a voice calls his name, Hando. He looks up to see a smiling couple, welcoming him into their family. A woman's kind voice offers to be his mother, a promise of a new life. He was adopted by a wealthy couple, taken to a home he never dreamed of. For the first time, Hondo felt the warmth of having a real family. His bright, innocent eyes reflected the hope of a perfect childhood. And for a brief, wonderful time, everything truly was perfect. Soon after, his parents introduced him to his new baby sister. But once they had their own biological child, the perfect family began to crumble. He was pushed to the side, a forgotten relic at the end of the dinner table. Until one day, a horrifying truth was revealed in his own reflection. His parents scream in terror, seeing not a boy, but a monster. Well, that's one way to ruin dinner. Their perfect son was now a monster in their eyes, a source of pure terror. And so, The dream of a family turned into a 4-year nightmare of abuse. He was chained in a basement, a forgotten secret hidden beneath the perfect home. To survive the endless pain, he found solace in counting specks of dust in the light. Starved and dehydrated, he lies on the cold floor, his body giving out. The memory of their promise to be a family now feels like a cruel joke. He closes his eyes, but some memories are too sharp to fade away. The kind smile of the woman who promised to be his mother haunts him. A single tear escapes, a testament to wounds that never truly heal. Guess the world's best mom mug was a lie. But a voice cuts through the darkness as a young girl appears at his window, calling his name. It's his little sister, Somi, offering him a snack through the bars of his cell. His scarred hand reaches out, accepting the small act of kindness. But their mother appears, yanking the girl away and scolding her for being there. She tells Somi that the boy is not her brother, leaving Hando to clutch the snack in silence. But on another day, Somi's gift came with a hidden surprise. A key. His eyes widen, seeing not just a key, but a chance at freedom. With his shackles unlocked, a single thought consumes him. He has to run. He flees into the stormy night, the scars on his body a map of his suffering. He escapes the house, but now he's lost, with nowhere to go. Alone in the rain, the young boy is free, but utterly terrified of the world. He finds a truck full of pigs, their terrified squeals echoing in the rain. To the lost and desperate boy, this chaotic place seemed like the perfect cover. A place where he could finally hide his true self from a world that hated him. Huddled among the animals, he wondered what would become of him now. If living was this painful, he thought, maybe it was better to just give up. He'd rather be a pig. The memory fades, replaced by a cold fury for the spider. Back in the present, Hando glares, enraged that she made him relive his past. The Spider Queen is confused. Her venom isn't working on a boy with no happy memories to exploit. She pities him, but Hando's expression is pure, unyielding defiance. With a final, brutal strike, she sends him and the girl flying into the darkness. Hando is sent flying, blood and shock painting his face as the attack connects. He crashes hard into the ground, his body skidding through the wreckage. But the Spider Queen gives him no time to recover, her limbs descending once more. His final, desperate shield shatters instantly, his defense utterly useless. She lands a devastating blow, intent on crushing his will to fight. The force of the impact snaps his head back, his body finally giving out. She looms over him, her voice a cruel whisper, saying the real fun is just beginning. She asks if he's finally learned his place in her world. But Hando, barely conscious, admits he knew his place from the very beginning. A flashback reveals the truth. He recognized her as a monster the moment he saw her on the bus. He remembers choosing to cross the fence, to escape the slaughterhouse. He recalls the person who gave him the courage to make that choice. The woman who found him offered a simple, life-altering decision. And now, faced with death once again, the choice is exactly the same. Will he surrender and be slaughtered, or will he die fighting as a human? With a surge of defiance, Hando makes his choice. He will fight. The Spider Queen finds his resolve amusing, mocking his so-called noble will. She ends the game with a single brutal strike, impaling him through the chest. But a strange blue sigil forms at the point of impact, reacting to her attack. The Spider Queen seems intrigued, commenting on his strange, boneless flesh. Guess he's not the easy meal she was expecting. The sigil on Hando's shoulder glows as he accepts his fate. He lets out a final, blood-soaked scream, his life flashing before his eyes. But just as the end comes, a figure crashes down from above. A furious voice roars a warning, telling the spider to keep its hands off Hando. The newcomer slams his fist into the Spider Queen with devastating force. The monster can only stare, stunned by this sudden, violent interruption. Hando looks up in disbelief, realizing a miracle has just saved him. The Spider Queen's massive body is sent flying back by the powerful strike. Her monstrous limbs are crushed under the weight of the surrounding wreckage. Looks like the cavalry has arrived, and they're not happy. She rises from the debris, her masked face looking up in confusion. Gunwoo and the rest of the team look down at Hando, asking if he's all right. The team leader fusses over his injuries, furious that the spider messed up his face. Hando is stunned, barely able to believe they came all this way just for him. His leader smiles, saying of course they did. You always rush to save family. And the bounty, but mostly family. The word family echoes in his mind, a concept he's never truly known. A quiet resolve settles over him as he accepts he's no longer alone. The man with glasses offers a comforting arm, acknowledging the hell he's been through. Hando then turns to Gyunwoo, his ever-blunt younger brother. Gyunwoo immediately denies the sentiment, but Hando just smirks, saying he knows. He offers a fist bump anyway, a silent thank you for having his back. The memory of his sister's kindness solidifies his understanding of a strange, chaotic thing called family. But the moment is cut short as the Spider Queen looms over them, glad her prey has finally gathered. Her monstrous eyes fixate on one of them, mesmerized by a spiritual power she's never encountered. The team leader smirks, assuming the monster is complimenting her own impressive strength. But the Spider Queen's gaze looks right past her, dismissing her completely. Her true target is the hunter, standing just behind her. All eyes turn to Yuri, who is suddenly enveloped in a massive, swirling blue aura. The Spider Queen's hunger intensifies, promising to devour the girl down to her very bones. Well, that's one way to get a 5-star review. Yuri can only stare in abject terror, completely frozen by the monster's attention. But Gyunwoo steps forward, his eyes burning with rage, vowing to crush the creature with his bare hands. But the Spider Queen isn't finished, summoning a skeletal warrior on a monstrous steed. The team can only watch in horror, completely taken by surprise. She introduces her new pet, her 9th husband, who apparently made a very poor life choice. In her hand, she holds a swirling orb of corrupted, multicolored energy. She pours the viscous power directly onto the skeletal warrior's head. The creature roars as the dark energy fills its empty sockets, bringing it to life. The Spider Queen issues her final command, feast on the hunters. Her true target is Yuri, ordering her minions to bring the glowing girl to her. The reanimated warrior charges, its blade aimed right for the vulnerable team. But Gyunwoo steps forward, his eyes blazing as he declares that's not happening. Gyunwoo unleashes a storm of lightning, carving a path through the lesser creatures. The skeletal warrior, fueled by dark magic, raises its blade for a devastating strike. But Nara and her colleague intercept the blow, their combined strength barely holding it back. She grits her teeth, ordering Gyunwoo to take down the queen while she handles the husband. Gyunwoo hesitates for a moment before dashing past the clashing blades. He looks back with a worried cry, shouting Nara's name as she faces the warrior. Meanwhile, Hando throws up a barrier, protecting Yuri and the other girl from the swarm. The creatures unleash a barrage of energy blasts, hammering against his desperate defense. The girls behind him can only watch in terror, overwhelmed by the sheer number of monsters. But Hando roars with defiance, promising that his shield will hold no matter what. Guess he's not a fan of dying twice in one day. Hando tells the girl from the bus to trust him, and she agrees without hesitation. Gyunwoo looks back, his expression hardening with a sudden, intense focus. But from his perspective, the moment looks suspiciously like a budding romance. He roars in fury, calling Hando a pig for getting distracted in the middle of a fight. Gyunwoo unleashes a torrent of lightning, clearing a path through the swarm of monsters. His fist glows with raw, untamed electrical energy, ready to be unleashed. He slams it down, creating a devastating shockwave that vaporizes everything nearby. The force of the blast sends him flying, but the horde is momentarily pushed back. Hando warns the girls not to trust the pig, a grim reference to his own past. But Gyunwoo turns, his gaze cold, telling them to trust him instead. The girl from the bus tries to calm Hando, but he's too stunned to respond. Nearby, Yuri notices something is wrong, pointing out Gyunwoo's strange transforming hand. Gyunwoo's eyes glow with a cold, inhuman light, his focus entirely on the queen. He glares at his own monstrous hand, disgusted by the power he can't contain. He turns that fury on the Spider Queen, daring her to stop watching and fight. She obliges, lunging forward with a furious shriek, ready to tear him apart. But Gyunwoo's face contorts into a feral snarl, the beast within him finally unleashed. He meets her attack head-on, his fist crackling with a storm of raw lightning. His punch connects, stopping her massive limb with a surge of untamed power. The force of the blow shatters her arm, leaving her stunned and broken. Well, she did ask for it. Gyunwoo drives his fist down, lightning tearing through her monstrous limb. His eyes burn with contempt as he dismisses her strength as utterly weak. But the Spider Queen scoffs, unimpressed that he only broke one of her many arms. In an instant, she retaliates, impaling him with a volley of razor-sharp limbs. He spits blood, his eyes showing no sign of pain, only a chilling, feral resolve. His teammates cry out his name, horrified by the sudden, brutal counterattack. Even Hando is stunned, realizing their brief advantage has completely vanished. But instead of collapsing, Gyunwoo's face twists into a wide, blood-soaked grin. His human features give way to a monstrous maw as the beast within takes over. He transforms into a hulking monster, roaring as his true power is unleashed. Guess the kid gloves are officially off. A voice echoes in Gyunwoo's mind, a dark promise he always knew would be kept. The beast within reminds him that one day, he would have no choice but to accept its power. It declares that they are finally one, as Gyunwoo's body completes its monstrous transformation. The Spider Queen just scoffs, unimpressed by his new look and asking if he's some kind of dog. But the cold, burning light in his eyes shows that the boy is gone, and only the beast remains. With a furious roar, he slams his fist down, unleashing a pillar of destructive energy. The shockwave tears through the junkyard, sending wreckage flying in every direction. Hando holds Yuri back, screaming Gyunwoo's name and telling him to stop. He warns her to stay back, explaining that in this state, Gyunwoo is just another monster. Yuri stares in horror, realizing the secret he tried so hard to hide has finally been unleashed. The Spider Queen rises from the rubble, her true arachnid form finally revealed. His team can only watch in horror, screaming for Gyunwoo to regain control, but the boy they know is gone, replaced by a feral beast with burning eyes. Elsewhere, Nara curses his recklessness as she and her partner hold off the undead warrior. Gyunwoo looks down at his own clawed hand, a flicker of confusion in the monster's mind. A strange red energy web spreads across the ground, a trap laid by the queen. He's suddenly ensnared, the queen's webs wrapping tightly around his body. The Spider Queen roars, her patience for this insolent child completely gone. She lifts a massive truck, ready to crush him like the insect he's become. Well, that's one way to win an argument, but Gyunwoo's eyes narrow, the beast within him ready to meet her fury head-on. The truck slams down with devastating force, crushing the ground where Gyunwoo stood. But he's already in the air, dodging the attack as the Spider Queen looks on in shock. The beast within is in full control, its eyes burning with a cold, predatory light. The Spider Queen taunts him, amused by his sudden burst of power. He meets her next attack head-on, intercepting a thrown bus with a single, powerful punch. The vehicle shatters against his fist as he lands directly on the queen's back. She lets out a pained shriek, her monstrous body convulsing from the impact. The force of his landing sends a shockwave through the cavern, clearing the area of debris. Guess he's not a fan of her interior decorating. Gyunwoo stands over her broken form, a silent, terrifying silhouette of victory. But even defeated, the Spider Queen's mask cracks into a smile as she finally understands. She realizes he's not just a boy, but a monster just like her. She believes they share the same darkness, the same insatiable hunger. But Gyunwoo rejects the comparison with a brutal, crushing blow. The beast within scoffs at the very idea of being the same. He clarifies the dynamic between them with chilling certainty. In this fight, she is the prey and he is the predator. The Spider Queen's confidence shatters as she sees her own fate. She screams in denial, insisting she's always been the one who devours. Guess there's a first time for everything. But Gyunwoo forces the truth on her, his voice a guttural roar. With a final, devastating squeeze, he ends her reign of terror. With the queen defeated, Gyunwoo turns his attention to her undead husband. Nara and her partner can only watch as the skeletal warrior is torn to pieces. The beast then slams back into the Spider Queen, silencing her with a brutal blow. His eyes burn with a cold, predatory light. The boy completely lost to the monster. Hando and the girl from the bus look on, horrified by the carnage. The queen desperately pleads for her life, insisting they're on the same side. She speaks of a coming world where darkness will rule over humanity. She promises he'll no longer have to hide his true self, and for a moment, he pauses. She thinks her words have reached him, mentioning a Lord Pungbak. Guess she's not the final boss after all. But Gyunwoo's only response is to crush her head with a single, merciless squeeze. The Spider Queen's head dissolves into black ooze, her final moment one of utter confusion. Her very essence is pulled from her body, forming a strange, multicolored orb. Gyunwoo, in his beast form, holds the swirling soul in his clawed hand. His monstrous instincts take over, his maw opening to devour his prize. Nara screams for him to stop, horrified by what he's about to do, but it's too late. The beast consumes the queen's soul in a single grotesque gulp. She tackles him, desperately trying to break through the monster's haze. She digs her heels in, putting every ounce of her strength into stopping him. Nara grabs his monstrous arm, trying to physically restrain the beast he's become. But she's stunned to find his raw power is now greater than her own. Well, so much for being the team muscle. She screams in his face, pleading for him to get a grip before he's lost completely. But her words don't reach him. The beast just roars, ready to attack. A new plan forms as an item called Red Shackles is activated. Her colleague aims, unleashing the power of the magical item. Glowing red chains erupt from his signal, binding the beast in place. With the beast restrained, Nara roars, ready to put him to sleep the hard way. Her fist connects with a sickening crunch, a desperate act of tough love. She puts every ounce of her strength into the blow, trying to knock him out. But the punch doesn't faze him, he just grins back. Well, that's not a good sign. The feral grin fades as she gently cups his face, a moment of calm in the chaos. A vision cuts through the rage as Yuri's light embraces the darkness within him. Her voice is a gentle anchor, telling him the fight is over and he did it to protect them. The beast's glowing eyes stare back, the monster's mind struggling with her words. She pleads for him to come back, to find his way out of the darkness. A memory of his own voice echoes, a promise for her to trust him. And her reply is unwavering. She trusts him completely. Back in reality, Yuri holds him close as the monstrous form begins to recede. Guess a hug works better than a punch to the face. The cold, burning light in his eyes finally begins to fade. She watches over him, her faith rewarded as the boy she knows returns. But her relief turns to shock as the beast's power begins to surge once more. The beast within Gyunwoo stares down at Yuri, its voice a low, possessive growl. It declares her as its own, a claim that freezes her with pure terror. The monster pins her to the ground, its dark form completely eclipsing her. It questions why her presence continues to affect it so deeply. The beast demands to know her connection to the boy it has consumed, but it dismisses her as nothing more than its most tempting prey. It vows that no one, not Pungbaek nor any other monster, will ever take her. With a final, possessive roar, the beast prepares to claim its prize. Well, this is one way to ask a girl out. The team can only watch in horror, screaming for someone to stop the monster. But a countdown begins as a flash of green light suddenly pierces the chaos. An arrow with a glowing talisman strikes the beast's back, the number 1 signaling an attack has begun. The talisman explodes, engulfing Gyunwoo's monstrous form in a burst of green, purifying energy. His teammates can only cry out his name, stunned by this sudden, unexpected intervention. The beast stumbles but remains over Yuri, its feral instincts fighting against the magical assault. A new team of hunters appears, questioning the presence of a wolf in the spider's den. Well, the neighborhood is really going downhill. Gyunwoo's beast form lets out a low, guttural growl, its eyes burning with pure rage. One of the newcomers recognizes Gyunwoo, mocking the boy for his earlier bravado. The leader of the new group identifies his true nature and prepares to summon her own power. She calls forth her guardian deity, a massive spectral warrior armed for battle. The colossal spirit looms over the battlefield, a silent promise of overwhelming power. Hando and Nara can only stare in awe as she identifies the summoned warrior. The new team's leader senses the dark energy radiating from Gyunwoo's beast form. His glowing eyes and feral snarl confirm her suspicions. He's a monster. With cold certainty, she declares him a threat that must be eliminated. Her teammate prepares his talismans, ready to carry out the order without question. The rest of the new hunters look on, a mix of shock and grim resolve. But Yuri suddenly steps between them, shielding Gyunwoo with her own body. She screams that he's not a monster, but her friend, pleading for them to stop. One of the hunters scoffs, reminding her the friend was about to devour her. She stands her ground, offering the only excuse she can think of. He's just going through puberty. The new hunters are left speechless, questioning her bizarre explanation. Even Hando and his partner are completely baffled by her choice of words. But the old archer ignores her pleas, unleashing a flame annihilation arrow. Yuri can only scream in terror as the deadly projectile flies towards Gyunwoo, but a crystalline barrier erupts from the ground, blocking the attack at the last second. Hando roars in fury, demanding to know why they're attacking his teammate. The beast snarls as the barrier shatters, the attack's energy dissipating around him. Even the massive spectral warrior seems taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Well, this is getting complicated. Gyunwoo's beast form pulls Yuri behind him, shielding her from the new threat. The spectral warrior responds, slamming its massive weapon down with earth-shattering force. With Yuri in his arms, Gyunwoo's beast form leaps away from the fight. Yuri can only scream, trapped in the clutches of the monster her friend has become. He crashes through the junkyard, his feral instincts driving him to escape. Nara and her colleague immediately give chase, desperate to get him back. He moves with blinding speed, each landing shattering the ground beneath him. The man with glasses struggles to keep pace, stunned by Gyunwoo's raw power. He realizes he's powerless to stop him, pinning his hopes on Nara instead. The new hunters watch the scene unfold, questioning the bizarre turn of events. One of them can't understand why anyone would protect such a dangerous creature, but Nara turns to face them, warning them to back off or face the consequences. Guess she's not a fan of unsolicited monster hunting advice. Nara's eyes narrow with cold fury, her threat hanging heavy in the air. But the leader of the new team just stares back, completely unfazed by the warning. Her teammate, however, seems to recognize someone, his eyes wide with surprise. It seems another team has already finished the job, leaving the Spider Queen's original body behind. Onlookers are stunned, realizing the legendary hunter Kim Oran lived up to her reputation. But Hando frantically points out a critical detail. The spider's head is missing. The hunter, Kim Oran, turns back, her confident expression replaced with sudden alarm. A disembodied limb grabs her, demanding to know where its 1.2 billion won is. Guess even monsters have bills to pay. A small, grotesque spider scuttles away, leaving a trail of black ichor in its wake. It reveals its true, horrifying face, vowing to revive itself with a power called Aonkwi. Kim Oran's team looks down, unimpressed as she calls the creature more persistent than a cockroach. The Spider Queen's final form roars back, deeply offended by the comparison. But its rage is cut short as a knife plunges directly into its skull. A new hunter appears, a white-haired man who mockingly asks how it likes its own blade. He grins with sadistic glee, finding a twisted romance in this final, brutal act. Kim Oran immediately confronts him, accusing the Jangsun ghost of trying to steal her kill. But he claims his only motive was to avenge a fallen partner. He then hands over the spider's remains, insisting he's not completely unethical. She's stunned by this act of generosity, wondering if he's finally lost his mind. But his eyes shift, revealing his true target is somewhere else entirely. His true prize is revealed, Lee Sumi, the girl with the 6 billion won bounty. The Jangsun ghost decides the spider's bounty is chump change compared to this new prize. His team moves in to rescue the injured girl, their motives purely financial. She remains blissfully unaware, lost in a venom-induced sleep. The white-haired hunter's eyes are fixed on her, his focus absolute. Kim Oran's team mocks his sudden altruism, unaware of the massive payday. But their leader just smiles, deciding to help the other survivors as well. Her teammate wonders if there's more to her than just a love for money. The cavern is filled with cries for help as the scale of the disaster becomes clear. But a sudden, brilliant flash of light cuts through the darkness, signaling a new arrival. The brilliant light was a signal, as figures begin to emerge from the spider's glowing gate. Outside, a man with a smug grin watches, wondering aloud if the hunters were successful. His smile widens as he recognizes the people walking out of the darkness. But these aren't hunters. They're the dazed and confused survivors of the bus crash. One by one, they stumble forward, their eyes vacant and lost. They cling to each other for support, barely processing their newfound freedom. The man's assistants can only stare in utter shock at the unexpected outcome. A massive crowd emerges, led by a mysterious woman holding the spider's final shrunken form. The man's grin turns sinister as he calls them the strongest teams he selected. Well, that's a weird way to describe hostages. And elsewhere, the beast that saved them all roars, its power still raging completely out of control. The beast declares that with all obstacles gone, nothing stands between them. He corners Yuri in the abandoned train car, but she just pleads for him to calm down. She desperately tries to convince herself that the boy she knows wouldn't hurt her. But the reflection in the broken window shows only a monster, a terrifying wolf. With a strange mix of fear and trust, she asks if he's going to eat her. The beast growls that it can't let anyone else have her, vowing to devour her itself if it must. Well, that's one way to say, I like you. But instead of screaming, Yuri throws her arms around the monster in a gentle embrace. Her hand rests on its chest, a calm touch against the raging darkness. She pats him softly, as if trying to soothe the feral creature he's become. In the beast's glowing eye, something shifts, a flicker of humanity responding to her kindness. Instead of screaming, Yuri just smiles, commenting on how fluffy his fur is. The beast is left speechless as she rests against him, completely at ease. It asks why she isn't afraid, its monstrous mind unable to comprehend her calm. She looks at him without a trace of fear, reaffirming her complete trust in Gyunwoo. But her words only enrage the beast, which lets out a furious, threatening roar. It snarls that it is not the boy she trusts, and her faith won't save her. Yuri's patience snaps, frustrated that her fairy tale moment is going off script. The beast roars back, reminding her that in most stories, the wolf eats the girl. She pulls out a plastic ruler, ready to discipline the rampaging monster. Well, that's one strategy. The ruler begins to glow with a strange power as she screams for the real Gyunwoo to return. With a furious cry, she shoves the glowing ruler against the monster's teeth. The beast roars as the simple piece of plastic erupts with blinding blue light. It's no longer just a ruler, but a conduit for an incredible, unknown power. The energy condenses into a sphere of pure, crackling lightning. It detonates in a massive explosion, engulfing the beast in a storm of raw energy. The monster's form seems to dissolve under the sheer force of the blast. The train car at the peak of the junkyard flashes like a beacon in the night. Below, the man with glasses looks up, his eyes wide with alarm. He sprints towards the light, fearing he's arrived too late to the party. He tears open the doors, calling for his teammates, only to find Yuri standing alone. He stares, his expression a mix of confusion and concern. Inside, he finds Yuri sitting calmly, with Gyunwoo resting peacefully in her lap. The boy is unconscious, the beast within finally silenced. Elsewhere, the cleanup is already underway, the incident neatly swept under the rug. A government official presents the captured spider, explaining it's an exotic species. He reveals its origins, a monster brought to their shores during a Mongol invasion. These creatures, called Eonkwi, were weapons used to destroy a nation's spirit. He explains that behind every major war in history, these monsters fought their own battles. A secret war for territory, waged by creatures of unimaginable power. And with the threat contained, he presents the promised 1.2 billion won bounty. Guess monster slaying pays well. Kim Oren's eyes glitter, mesmerized by the sight of 4 briefcases full of cash. Her mind races with fantasies of luxury, a life free from financial worry. But the official smiles, clipboard in hand, ready to discuss the final settlement. She looks back, confused, believing the job was already finished. He casually brings up a past mission and the little matter of a destroyed food factory. With that, her first briefcase is snatched away to cover the damages. A second case is taken for repairs to a subway station she also wrecked. And a third is lost to equipment rental fees with an interest rate that would make a loan shark blush. Her billion-won dream evaporates, leaving her with just a fraction of the prize. The official departs with a smug grin, leaving her to curse the high cost of heroism. A new day breaks over the city, the red sky a quiet witness to the night's horrors. Back on the street, the girl from the bus is being escorted to a car by men in suits. She's told her father is waiting, a statement she finds impossible to believe. She calls it a lie, convinced her father never even noticed she was gone. Hando asks why she ran away, but she just wants to know why he cares. She looks at him, a flicker of recognition in her eyes, and asks if he's Hando. He turns away, his expression cold as he denies ever meeting her before. He tells her to go home, but she reaches out, begging him not to leave. She insists he looks exactly like her brother, the resemblance too strong to ignore. With tears in her eyes, she reminds him of the bread she gave him, a desperate plea for him to remember. He coldly denies her claims, refusing to even look at her. He tells her to go back to her family, trying to sever the connection. He adds that his own family is waiting, a quiet nod to his new team. His words trigger a painful memory she had long since buried. The memory of her mother's cruelty returns, calling him the child of a monster. She realizes how shameless it was for them to call themselves family after what they did. But through the pain, she's just glad to see that Hando seems to be doing well. As he walks away, she can only apologize for a past she couldn't change. Well, this family reunion is off to a great start. In the car, she accepts the heartbreaking truth. They're no longer family. The words echo in her mind, a final, painful acceptance of their broken bond. But as the car pulls away, a startling new thought dawns on Somi. If they're not family, she wonders, does that mean she's allowed to love him? Hando watches her go, bidding a silent farewell to the only kindness he ever knew. He makes a quiet promise to return, but only when he feels he's become a real human. The memory of his adoption resurfaces, the empty promise of a new family. His mother's kind smile is a memory so vivid it feels like a brand. It's a memory that drags him down into a dark, inescapable pit of despair. A flashback reveals a strange mark branded onto his skin after his escape. A voice notes his successful escape from the slaughterhouse he called home. The woman with the umbrella finds the lost boy, asking if he has anywhere else to go. He looks down, his voice barely a whisper as he admits he has nowhere to go. When asked if he has any family, tears stream down his face as he confirms he's all alone. The woman then offers him a new choice, asking if he'd let her be his mother. He looks up, his innocent eyes wide with disbelief and a flicker of renewed hope. Her gentle smile becomes a memory so bright, it cuts through the darkness of his past. The tears that fall are not of sorrow, but of a profound, overwhelming relief. It's this memory that gives him the strength to pull himself out of despair's deep pit. He realizes he can choose which memories define him as they walk away together. The flashback fades, and in the present, his team leader calls his name, her voice pulling him back. She throws her arms open, declaring the fight is over and it's time to go home. Guess this family reunion is going a lot better than the last one. Nara's bright, toothy smile is a warm welcome back to the team. Gyeonwoo, of course, maintains his usual stoic and unimpressed expression. The man with glasses offers a much warmer, more reassuring smile. Hando looks on, a quiet peace settling over him as he accepts his new reality. Nara celebrates by throwing him onto her back, already planning their victory dinner. For the first time, Hando truly believes he has a family to call his own. The scene shifts to a quiet office, a golf putter resting on the green carpet. A powerful chairman is informed that his daughter, Somi, has finally arrived. The man turns, his expression cold and calculating, devoid of any fatherly warmth. He immediately scolds Somi for her appearance, worried only about the family's image. Glad to see he has his priorities straight, Somi greets him with a strained smile, sarcastically recounting her recent brush with death. But her smile fades into a bitter sneer as she adds that he wouldn't have cared anyway. Her father's response is a sudden, violent slap across the face. He roars at her, furious that her disappearance might tarnish his precious reputation. Holding her cheek, Somi can only whisper that he's changed into someone she doesn't recognize. She asks if he even cares about her mother, who has been mysteriously hospitalized for years. But his face remains a cold, emotionless mask, offering no answer. With tears in her eyes, she reminds him of her forgotten birthday, a desperate plea for connection. His only answer is another brutal strike, his patience completely gone. He looks down on her, his voice cold as he scolds her for daring to talk back. His eyes burn with rage, questioning her audacity to speak back. He raises a golf putter, ready to strike her again for her defiance. Somi lies on the floor, bloodied, wondering how her life fell apart. But a hand suddenly stops the club, telling the chairman that's enough. A new figure, Mr. Kim, calmly disarms her father, speaking on her behalf. He tells Somi to behave, reminding her not to shame her important father. Guess he's the new favorite child. She can only stare back in horror, recognizing the man before her. Her father scolds her for disrespecting the very man who saved her. But Somi knows the truth, her eyes wide with a terrible realization. She understands that ever since this man appeared, her world has been crumbling. Somi realizes this man, Mr. Kim, is the source of all her family's pain. Elsewhere, Yuri holds a stuffed rabbit, playfully mimicking a certain monster's words. She declares that no one will ever take her precious toy away from her. Gyunwoo just tells her to shut up as he tries to treat her injuries. He ignores her question about his own pain, his focus entirely on her. She smiles, revealing the faint scratches left on her neck from his attack. A chilling thought echoes in his mind. He was the one who did that. The memory of his rampage weighs heavily on him, a silent, crushing guilt. He remembers the beast's thrill, the dark instinct to claim and possess. Guess I like you sounds different coming from a giant wolf monster. With gentle hands, he covers the scar, a quiet apology for the monster within. Gyunwoo finally apologizes for the pain he caused her, but Yuri dismisses it, saying the monster wasn't the real him. He insists they are one and the same, accepting full responsibility. She's stunned, he remembers, as he admits how close he came to truly hurting her. With a heavy heart, he vows to never let the beast take control again. She tries to reassure him, saying that in the end, everything worked out. But his intense gaze shows the guilt is still eating away at him. He notices the bandage on her neck has started to come loose. He gently reaches out, pressing it back into place. The small gesture leaves them inches apart, the air thick with unspoken feelings. Well, this is getting more intense than the monster fight. The clock on the wall ticks away, marking the quiet passage of time. In the stillness of the room, the two sit together, the chaos of the fight far behind them. But as Yuri looks up at him, a new thought begins to form in her mind. She suddenly wonders if he was always this handsome. Her heart begins to race, a feeling she can't quite understand. Gyunwoo, completely oblivious, just looks back in confusion. But then he sees her, truly sees her, and asks himself the very same question. For a moment, the world fades away, leaving just the two of them in the morning light. But their quiet moment is shattered by the sudden click of a door handle. Guess they forgot to lock it. They both turn in shock, their private moment about to be very, very public. The door creaks open as a woman peeks into Nara's darkened room. She looks on with concern, asking why Nara is in bed so early. She finds Nara sweating, claiming she's just tired from some exercise. But under the blanket, a very panicked Gyunwoo is hiding. Well, this is an unexpected development. The woman's suspicion grows, mentioning she thought she heard a man's voice. Nara quickly covers, blaming a YouTube video she was watching. Meanwhile, Gyunwoo's mind is racing, realizing hiding was the worst possible move. He's trapped in an incredibly awkward position, staring up from under the sheets. The situation becomes even more tense as he's stuck face to face with her. His wide-eyed panic says it all. He is in way over his head. The woman notes Nara's strange behavior, even pointing out her clean room. The woman smiles with an all-knowing look, declaring that a mother sees everything. Nara's eyes fly open in sheer panic from under the blanket. Her mother's suspicion is clear as she asks if Nara has a boyfriend. Nara denies it, flustered and sweating as she begs her mom to leave. But under the covers, Gyunwoo is trapped in an impossibly awkward position. His warm breath fogs against her, a sign of their suffocating proximity. Nara's eyes widen in shock as she feels the unexpected sensation. She realizes with a blush that his breathing is tickling her skin. Gyunwoo struggles to stay still, desperately trying not to make things worse. But Nara can't hold back a yelp, the tickling becoming unbearable. Well, this is one way to get close. Her mother smiles, wishing her daughter a good night before she leaves. But under the covers, Nara desperately tries to silence Gyunwoo with a punch. The sudden thud makes her mother freeze, her eyes wide with alarm. She turns back, her suspicion now fully aroused by the strange noise. Nara tries to play it cool, pretending she didn't hear a thing. But her mother isn't fooled, grabbing the blanket to see for herself. She yanks the covers back, determined to uncover her daughter's secret. Her eyes widen in shock as she asks who is in her daughter's bed. But instead of a boy, she finds a massive wolf-like creature. Well, that's one way to surprise your parents. The beast can only stare back in sheer panic, completely busted. The beast freezes in place, his mind racing as he realizes he's been caught. But Nara's panic quickly shifts into a bright, if slightly forced, smile. She pulls the beast into a hug, claiming he's a friend's pet she's watching for the day. Her mother buys the story completely, even commenting on how handsome the dog is. Hyunwoo responds with a low, threatening growl, clearly insulted by the comment. Nara quickly smacks him on the head, ordering the rampaging monster to behave. Her mother, completely oblivious, smiles and asks for the dog's name. Nara freezes, almost blurting out Gunwoo's real name before catching herself. A memory of Yuri flashes in her mind as she blurts out the first name she can think of. Munchi. The beast turns, giving her a look that promises swift and terrible vengeance. Guess he's not a Munchi. Yuri sits on the bed, calmly greeting the beast by his new, ridiculous name, Munchi. The scene shifts to a flashback, a glimpse of an ordinary family shopping together. A young boy points excitedly at a toy, asking his father to buy it for him. It's a massive castle set, a child's dream with a parent's nightmare of a price tag. The father's face pales as he sees the cost, his wallet already screaming in protest. He tries to redirect his son to a smaller, more affordable option. A classic parental maneuver. But the boy cuts straight to the heart of the matter, asking if they're poor. The question hits the father like a physical blow, his smile becoming a pained grimace. In his mind, he's suddenly alone, trapped under the weight of that innocent question. A memory surfaces as a voice calls out to him, pulling him deeper into his past. The man looks up into the darkness, seeing the spectral form of his father. The ghost roars, surrounded by a series of seemingly random numbers. He can only stare back in confusion, trying to understand the vision. His father's spirit reaches out, desperately urging him not to forget the numbers. He jolts awake with a cry, the dream still vivid in his mind. He sits up in bed, his wife stirring beside him, asking what's wrong. He explains that his deceased father appeared, shouting numbers before he vanished. A sudden realization dawns on him. They weren't just numbers, but a message. He scrambles in the dark, desperately searching for a pen to write them down. The scene shifts, questioning if a ghost just gave out winning lottery numbers. On a rooftop, a group of spirits question a man in a traditional hat about his knowledge of the lottery. But another ghost, Mr. Kim, prepares to demonstrate his own power by moving a simple can. The other spirits lean in, their ghostly eyes fixed on the can as he concentrates. He strains with every fiber of his being, his face contorting with the sheer effort. Sweat pours down his face as he pushes his spectral limits to their breaking point. His friends warn him to stop, fearing he might fade away, but he refuses to give up. With a final, desperate roar, he unleashes a wave of unseen force. The can finally tips over, clattering to the ground from his telekinetic push. Well, that's one way to get a drink. The other ghosts can only stare in utter disbelief, exclaiming that it actually moved. They crowd around him, stunned by the poltergeist act and demanding to know how he did it. The story shifts to define a poltergeist, a spirit capable of affecting the physical world. Mr. Kim explains his philosophy. If you practice to death, you can achieve anything, even if you're already dead. He believes with this newfound power, he can manipulate the lottery numbers for his son. With a heavy heart, he hopes this will finally end his son's financial struggles. But his friend, the ghost in the traditional hat, notices the immense strain it puts on him. The problem is, using his power feels like dying all over again from sheer exhaustion. Another spirit reminds him of his motivation, telling him to think of his son. With renewed determination, he roars that he can do it as his friends cheer him on. And so begins a spectral training montage, with a ghost running stairs to build his spiritual stamina. Elsewhere, a student at a nearby school overhears the strange counting, completely unaware of the ghostly workout next door. The student watches from her classroom as the ghosts continue their strange training. She wonders if this incredible effort is what a parent's love truly looks like. She comments that Mr. Kim must have been a wonderful father when he was alive. But he confesses that he was far from perfect, filled with regrets about his past. He explains that children are always aware of their family's financial struggles. His mind drifts back to a memory of a simple shopping trip with his young son. The boy had pointed to a toy rifle, his eyes full of childish desire. But the price tag was a heavy blow for a man already struggling to make ends meet. He dismisses the request, telling his son to focus on his studies instead. Classic dad move. But his son's quiet reminder cuts deeper than any argument. It was his birthday. The memory hits the father with the force of a physical blow. As a spirit, he confesses he only wanted to give his son a normal life. He never realized how difficult that simple wish would be to achieve. The student watches his sorrow, her own eyes filling with tears. In a burst of empathy, she grabs his hands and tells him not to give up. A brilliant blue light suddenly flows from her hands into his. She can only stare in shock, completely unaware of her own power. The ghost roars, his spectral form crackling with revitalized energy. He feels completely energized, his exhaustion washed away in an instant. Guess a pep talk from a stranger is all it takes. His friend realizes she's shared her spiritual power, identifying it as Nara's ability. Nara encourages him to take her power, telling him to try as many times as he needs. At that very moment, the live broadcast for the 1257th lottery draw begins. Mr. Kim's spirit erupts with a massive aura of blue energy, fully recharged. He thanks Nara, feeling strong enough to move a mountain with this new power. With a promise to return, he phases through the wall on his spectral mission. Back at the studio, the announcer prepares to start the official draw. Mr. Kim's spirit materializes beside the lottery machine, ready to intervene. Talk about insider trading. He's determined to finally provide for his son, even from beyond the grave. The numbered balls tumble and spin, their fate seemingly left to chance. But with a ghostly touch, he begins to rig the game, all for his son. But his mission is interrupted by the touch of another spirit, a presence he didn't see coming. A massive spectral warrior lifts him by the head, questioning the arrival of a newcomer. The warrior asks what he's done for his country, and Mr. Kim offers the only answer he has. He did his military service. The warrior is unimpressed, casually tossing him aside and telling him to go home. He lands before an assembly of heroic spirits, realizing this afterlife has some very exclusive entry requirements. The warrior argues with another ghost, insisting it's his family's turn to receive a blessing. Other spirits try to mediate, suggesting they should all help their descendants, but the old general isn't having it. The scholar ghost cracks his knuckles, realizing diplomacy has failed, and it's time for a more direct approach. An epic battle of the ancestors erupts as the spirits brawl over whose family gets the winning ticket. Guess holiday dinners are rough even in the afterlife. Mr. Kim can only watch in terror, completely overwhelmed by the ghostly free-for-all. But Mr. Kim refuses to give up, his resolve hardening in the chaos. He roars that he's a good citizen who deserves this all for his son. But back in the mortal world, the lottery broadcast concludes without his intervention. His son's wife stares at the ticket, her expression one of utter disbelief. She confirms the heartbreaking truth. Not a single number matched. But her husband just laughs, fondly remembering his father's empty promises. A memory surfaces of his father promising him a real gun someday. Sure, Dad. A real gun. He smiles, telling his family that his father always loved to exaggerate. He recalls that his father's work always stopped when the weather turned. And on those rainy days, he remembers his father drinking all alone. The son recalls the distance between them, how hard it was to talk to his stern father. He could only guess at the burdens his father carried while drinking all alone. But his wife suggests that even in death, his father was trying to send him a message. She points to the lottery ticket, a sequence of numbers that seems completely random. Then she realizes the truth with a smile. It's his birthday. The man is stunned into silence, the meaning of the dream finally dawning on him. The remaining numbers, 22 and 45, hold the final piece of the puzzle. A memory flashes back to the day he was born, his parents looking down at him. He sees his father's face, not stern or distant, but filled with pure joy. It wasn't just a date, but the exact time of his birth. A message from beyond the grave. His wife smiles, realizing his father's spirit truly did reach out to them. The memory of walking with his father overwhelms him, a lifetime of love in a single moment. He remembers his father buying him a toy gun, apologizing for not being able to afford more. But as a child, he didn't care about the price, only that his dad was the best. The memory of his father's warm, gentle smile is a treasure he's held onto. In the present, the weight of his absence feels heavier than ever before. He clutches the ticket, a final message from a man he deeply misses. He asks for just one more visit, one more dream to see his father again, because that connection would be worth more than any lottery prize. Meanwhile, in the afterlife, his father looks like he just lost a fight with a spectral freight train. Guess the ancestors play for keeps. His ghostly friends ask if he got beaten up, noting his efforts were in vain. But their advice is simple: eat up and train for the next round. One of them asks about the numbers, wondering if they held any special meaning. He just smiles, lost in a memory that brings him a quiet sense of peace. He explains that those numbers represented the day he truly won the lottery. The scene shifts as the Jangsun ghost receives a massive 6 billion won deposit. He remarks on the huge sum, but his companion clarifies it's a private payment. He jokingly offers his services, but the man in the suit just directs him forward. He's reminded that everything is confidential, but he claims he's not one for gossip. But his attention is caught by a dull, thudding sound coming from behind a closed door. The source of the sound is revealed: Somi, beaten and bloodied on the floor. But the Jangsun ghost simply rides the elevator, choosing to ignore her suffering. He reminds himself that for 6 billion won, he can overlook a lot. His attention is drawn to a poster of the man who hired him, Chairman Lee Seung-duke. The ad praises him as an elite businessman who built a corporate empire. He's even considered a top candidate for president, a fact the hunter finds laughable. The Jangsan ghost scoffs, disgusted by the man's blatant hypocrisy. As the elevator doors open, he steps into a long, dimly lit corridor. A lone figure waits for him at the end of the hall, shrouded in shadow. It's Mr. Kim, his expression cold and unreadable as he waits for the hunter. The Jangsan ghost can only stare in disbelief, questioning the man before him. But before he can react, Mr. Kim's fist connects with brutal, unexpected force. The hunter is sent flying, shattering the concrete wall behind him. Mr. Kim pins him against the rubble, his grip like iron around the hunter's throat. He scoffs that the spider was never the true prize and demands to know where the others are. A dark energy spreads across his hand as he tightens his grip. The Jangsan ghost can only scream as an unknown power courses through him. But Mr. Kim's attention is suddenly drawn upward by a new, descending threat. A massive spectral warrior appears, its blade cleaving through Mr. Kim's arm. Well, that's one way to make an entrance. The severed limb flies through the air, a testament to the warrior's overwhelming power. The Jangsan ghost looks up at his savior, recognizing the leader of the other hunter team. Bloodied and furious, he demands to know if she was following him all along. She explains that she knew he wouldn't give up on the bounty so easily. Her suspicions were confirmed by the immense evil aura covering the entire building. From a car nearby, her team watches the scene, questioning his motives. But Mr. Kim's arm regenerates with a swirl of dark psychedelic energy. Guess he's not a fan of being disarmed. The Jangsan ghost insists he has no idea that the man appeared from nowhere. Mr. Kim's hand morphs into dark tendrils as he scans for any other threats. The massive spectral warrior senses the shift, its attention now fixed on Mr. Kim. He unleashes a storm of shadowy claws, overwhelming both the hunter and his guardian. The Jangsan ghost grits his teeth, caught in the relentless barrage of shadows. The spectral warrior struggles to fend off the swarm of dark tendrils. Kim Oran yells for him to escape, promising to hold the line. But as he turns to flee, a shadowy claw pierces straight through his back. He can only stare in disbelief as a gaping hole is torn through his chest. The spectral warrior looks on, its master's plan falling apart in an instant. Mr. Kim leaps over the guardian, his glowing eyes fixed on his true target. He delivers a crushing kick, sending the massive warrior reeling. Guess spectral armor isn't what it used to be. The blow shatters the warrior's form, and the feedback sends Kim Oran screaming. Dark veins spread across her face as the malevolent energy begins to corrupt her. Back in the car, her teammates realize the attack has triggered a vicious counter-curse. Dark, clawed tendrils erupt from her body, a physical manifestation of the corruption. The shadows fill the car, trapping her teammates in a storm of dark energy. The tendrils burst through the car's roof, shattering glass and metal in their wake. But a pillar of purple light suddenly erupts, dispelling the darkness from within. Mr. Kim appears before them, his eyes glowing with a sinister victory. Her teammates can only stare in terror through the shattered windshield. He places a hand on the car, his dark power pulsing through the metal frame. Guess he's not a fan of their parking job. The vehicle is torn apart as he unleashes another wave of shadowy claws. He effortlessly tosses her teammates aside, his power completely overwhelming. Her teammates scream in agony as the dark energy consumes them. Mr. Kim watches with a cold smile, delivering a simple, final command. But a massive blue fist suddenly slams into him, a new challenger entering the fray. The spectral warrior roars with righteous fury, its power radiating outwards. Its punch sends Mr. Kim flying, shattering the concrete wall behind him. The shockwave sends the other hunters tumbling across the pavement. The masked hunter can only stare in shock, calling out to his master. Kim Oran, barely conscious, uses her last breath to urge them to escape. But the spectral guardian grabs Mr. Kim, declaring that no one is going anywhere. Guess this party isn't over yet. As the warrior lifts him, dark tendrils erupt to meet its power in a brutal clash. With her last breath, Kim Oran unleashes her final desperate gambit. Self-immolation. Mr. Kim's eyes widen as a volatile green energy begins to coalesce before him. The spectral warrior's face contorts, channeling its master's life force into one last attack. It detonates in a blinding flash, a sacrificial explosion of pure spiritual power. The shockwave rips through the parking lot, engulfing everything in its emerald fury. As the light fades, a heavy, unnatural silence falls over the scene. Mr. Kim stands unharmed, the warrior's final shattered form imprinted on the air. He scoffs that hunters are like flies, easily swatted away no matter how they struggle. He surveys the destruction, wondering if any of his prey managed to escape the blast. Looking down at Kim Oren, he coldly acknowledges her self-sacrifice, a tactic he hasn't seen in a while. He looks down at her broken form, promising a proper funeral for her efforts. The scene shifts to a young woman, lost in her music as she smiles to herself. She jogs through the quiet city streets, unaware of the hooded figure stalking her from the shadows. The man's eyes glow with a sinister light as he declares himself a god. Well, someone has a high opinion of themselves. A flashback reveals his bloody work, starting with a single brutal stabbing. His spree continued, his hands closing around the throat of his second victim. The body count rises to 9, a gruesome tableau of his violent past. He recalls how his victims would plead for their lives, their terror feeding his delusion. In their fear, he found his purpose, believing that murder had made him a deity. Back in the present, he closes in on his new target, savoring the thrill of the hunt. He embraces the addiction, a twisted smile spreading across his face. He reaches for his 10th victim, ready to complete his bloody collection. But his hunt is cut short by the screech of tires on pavement. A car slams into him, sending him flying through the air. Guess karma drives a sedan. His god complex shatters in a moment of pure, unadulterated shock. The scene shifts to the quiet halls of a local high school. Inside, a teacher tries to wake a student named Kim Seok-woo. The boy sleeps soundly, a smug look on his face even while unconscious. The teacher nervously insists that it's time for class to begin, but Seok-woo just tells him to mind his own business and teach. The teacher demands he get up, while another student frets over his desk being used as a footrest, but Seok-woo just brushes him off, telling him to wake him up when class is over. The teacher's face twists in pure, unadulterated rage at the blatant disrespect. He screams the boy's name, his voice echoing through the silent classroom. But Seok-woo just basks in the attention, proud of his own defiance. His classmates can only stare, thinking he's a complete and utter idiot. He thrives on the chaos, loving the sight of everyone flustered before him. In his mind, this school is a jungle, and he is the apex predator. He believes himself to be unstoppable, the strongest one in this entire school. He's clearly never met our main cast, but his moment of self-aggrandizement is cut short by a tap on the shoulder. Seok-woo turns, his face a mask of rage, demanding to know who dared to bump his shoulder, but the student just looks back, completely unfazed by the aggression. The two stand in the hallway, a clear contrast between the school's top delinquent and a boy in a uniform. Seok-woo calls him by name, Nam Gyun-woo, and demands to know why he isn't showing proper fear. Gyun-woo looks back with genuine confusion, asking why he should. The bully presses on, questioning if Gyun-woo has a death wish or if he's forgotten who runs this school. But Gyun-woo just pauses, thoughtfully asking who he is again. Ouch! Seok-woo's tough guy facade shatters, his mind reeling from the sheer disrespect. He can only conclude that this new kid must be mocking him. With a furious snarl, he grabs Gyun-woo by the collar, ready to teach him a lesson. Seok-woo leans in, promising to make sure Gyun-woo remembers his name forever. But his smug expression instantly vanishes, replaced by pure, unadulterated shock. A terrifying spectral wolf materializes behind Gyun-woo, its eyes burning with rage. The bully's bravado evaporates, the crushing pressure making it hard to breathe. With cold red eyes, Gyun-woo gives him a simple, chilling command to let go. Seok-woo's mind races, a primal fear telling him to back away immediately. But it's too late as a crowd of students gathers, phones ready to record the show. The bully yells at the onlookers, his focus split between the crowd and the threat before him. Guess his reputation is on the line. Gyun-woo repeats his command, his patience clearly wearing thin. Trapped by his own pride, Seok-woo throws a wild punch, refusing to be humiliated. But Gyun-woo doesn't even flinch as the punch comes flying toward him. In a blur of motion, he counters with a single, devastating blow of his own. The school's top dog is out cold before he even hits the ground. Gyun-woo looks at his fist, surprised by his own reflexive power. He can only conclude that for all his talk, this punk was incredibly weak. His eyes glow with a familiar rage, annoyed he was provoked so easily. But his dark thoughts are interrupted by Nara, who asks if he was fighting. He turns on the charm, giving her a sparkling smile as he denies everything. She points to the body, and he coolly explains the guy was just tired. Guess that's one way to put it. Their conversation is cut short as a familiar ghost phases through the wall in a panic. The ghost in the traditional hat cries out in alarm, telling them to hurry. He warns them that a dangerous spirit has just entered the school grounds. Meanwhile, a voice calls out to the unconscious Kim Seok-woo. His friends gather around his body, unsure if he's dead or just taking a nap. Guess that punch had more kick than they thought. But Seok-woo's consciousness awakens in a strange, foggy wasteland. He finds himself at a derelict bus stop in the middle of nowhere. Utterly lost, he looks around, trying to figure out where on earth he is. A small, strange figure suddenly appears, squatting in the dirt nearby. The child silently draws numbers in the ground, ignoring his presence. Seokwoo asks the kid where they are, but receives only silence in return. The child continues to draw a sequence of numbers into the dirt. He finally speaks, telling the stunned bully to shut up and wait for the bus. Seokwoo's mind reels, shocked to be called an idiot by a small child. He grabs the kid by the hair, trying to intimidate him with empty threats. But the child just laughs, completely unfazed by the bully's aggression. He calmly draws another number in the dirt, continuing his strange sequence. Seokwoo can only stare in confusion, the situation slipping from his control. Back in the real world, the team finds a massive, colorful number 10 on the wall. Guess this spirit is a fan of modern art. Nara looks up at the strange mark, questioning its mysterious meaning. Gunwoo realizes this isn't a normal spirit, as they don't usually leave calling cards. The child spirit asks a chilling question: has he ever killed anyone? Seokwoo can only stare back, completely thrown by the bizarre inquiry. The child's face suddenly distorts, its mouth gaping wide with hypnotic eyes. Seokwoo's own eyes begin to glow, mirroring the spirit's terrifying gaze. He looks down at his hands, a strange new awareness settling over him. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he admits he's killed before. Well, this kid's got a dark past. The spirit celebrates, reveling in the feeling of having a physical body once more. His glowing eyes narrow, already searching for his next victim. In his mind, the spirit's true form taunts him, asking who he wants to kill. Seokwoo panics, realizing his empty threats are about to become very, very real. The spirit's voice whispers that the first kill is always the hardest. Now in control, the spirit walks through the crowded hall searching for a target. Back in class, the teacher poses a complex math problem to the students. He looks out at the class, asking if anyone can solve for the unknown variable. Seokwoo, with a newfound focus, calmly provides the correct answer. His classmates can only stare in disbelief at the sudden change. The teacher, stunned, confirms that the school's biggest delinquent is right. The possessed bully wonders why everyone is so shocked by his simple answer. The spirit inside him scoffs, boasting that this is basic intelligence for a killer. Guess he's smarter than your average high school bully. His thoughts turn to physical training, noting its importance for disposing of a body. The spirit tests its new body on the soccer field, playing with a brutal intensity. With a powerful kick, he sends the ball flying straight into the net. His classmates hoist him onto their shoulders, chanting his name in celebration. The school's biggest delinquent is suddenly being hailed as a soccer prodigy. Elsewhere, two students rush up to Hondo, their faces etched with panic. But before they can even speak, he shuts them down with a flat, uninterested refusal. They're stunned by his immediate rejection, but he's not interested in hearing them out. He already knows they're here to ask for help hunting a dangerous spirit. His source, a familiar blue ghost, phases into view, calling his name sweetly. She puts on a cute act, but Hando just blushes and tells his spectral admirer to get lost. Guess even ghost hunters have their limits. The students plead with Hando, but he remains completely unmoved by their desperation. He dismisses their concerns, confident that the spirit won't just appear out of nowhere. But the girl's face is filled with terror as she imagines the worst-case scenario. She worries for her friends, knowing any one of them could become a target. The other students are completely oblivious, their laughter echoing through the halls. But from the shadows, the possessed Seokwoo watches with a sinister smile. He scans the crowd, savoring the moment before he chooses his prey. With glowing red eyes, he declares himself a god, holding life and death in his hands. Sure, buddy. Whatever helps you sleep at night. The spirit inside him relishes the return of this familiar, intoxicating sensation. His face twists into a manic grin, high on the thrill of the impending hunt. He scans the laughing faces, wondering who will be his 10th victim. The spirit inside him sees them all as a blur, just potential prey. But as he looks through the crowd, one student calls out, drawing his attention. His eyes lock onto a figure glowing with a brilliant blue aura. The girl looks around nervously, completely unaware of the predator's gaze. A manic grin spreads across Seokwoo's face. He's found his perfect target. The spirit within him rejoices, declaring this sparkling jewel will be his 10th prey. He pulls out a box cutter, the blade sliding out with a sinister click. Well, so much for a fair fight. He stalks his glowing target, mesmerized by her enchanting spiritual energy. But as he grabs her, she turns with a smile, playfully declaring that she caught him. The spirit inside Seokwoo is shocked as dark tendrils erupt from his back. He turns to find a new girl, glowing with an intense blue aura, confirming she's the source. His face twists into a monstrous grin, declaring she's the perfect 10th victim. But it's Nara who attacks first, screaming as she swings a ruler at him. A shadowy form erupts from Seokwoo's back, blocking her desperate strike. The spirit is confused, wondering what just interfered with its hunt. It fully manifests, demanding to know who dares to challenge it. But a new challenger arrives, a boy with silver hair delivering a devastating kick. Well, the welcoming committee is certainly active today. The boy looks down at the spirit, his verdict simple and cold. You're weak. The spirit's form shatters, sensing a danger that threatens to tear it apart. The spirit's bravado shatters, screaming that it needs to run. It can't comprehend why a school is filled with such powerful opponents. As it flees down the hall, it finds its path blocked by another student. The boy's eyes crackle with blue energy as he declares the spirit made a mistake. He unleashes a lightning-charged punch, striking the spirit directly. The blow knocks Seokwoo out cold, his spectral passenger splattering apart. For the first time, the hunter knows the fear of being hunted, begging for help. The team gathers as Hando dismisses it as a minor spirit. But with its last ounce of strength, it roars a final, empty threat. Guess it's a sore loser. Nara finishes the job, slamming her hand down to exorcise the last remnants. The spirit vanishes, leaving the team to wonder about the unconscious bully. Seokwoo finds himself back at the desolate bus stop in his mind. He questions his return to this strange, foggy limbo. Through the mist, a mysterious bus slowly approaches him. It stops before him, its windows filled with shadowy, silent figures. The driver is a spectral being with unnerving, glowing eyes. The other passengers are just as unsettling, a bus full of lost souls. He considers boarding, thinking it might be his only ride out of here. But a familiar ghostly hand stops him just before he steps on. The friendly spirits tell him he's not dead yet, and this isn't his ride. Well, that's a relief. Seokwoo's mind finally registers the sight before him, his face twisting in pure terror. He scrambles backward on the ground, begging the spectral figures to spare him. The ghost in the traditional hat calls out his cowardice, telling him to follow if he wants to live. As they drag him away, he screams promises to change his ways and live a better life. His desperate cries echo through the desolate spiritual wasteland. He jolts awake with a gasp, finding himself alone in the nurse's office. Drenched in sweat, he tries to convince himself it was all just a horrible dream. Still shaken, he walks through the school grounds, haunted by the vivid memory. But his teachers greet him with praise, congratulating him on his new attitude. Guess the possessed version of him was a model student. He can only stare in confusion, having no memory of these sudden life changes. His classmates suddenly treat him like a star, asking him to play soccer. Seokwoo is completely baffled. He's used to being feared, not befriended. The way everyone is smiling at him is a strange, new sensation. But as his new friends cheer him on, he realizes it doesn't feel bad at all. Elsewhere, Nara celebrates their victory, proud of her role as bait in the plan. She looks at Hando with absolute trust, saying she knew he'd be there for her. Hando turns away, trying to maintain his cool, stoic exterior. But a deep blush reveals he's not nearly as unaffected as he pretends to be. The scene shifts to a new location, a sign marking Pachin Tunnel 3, a construction site in Gyeonggi-do where a dark tunnel looms ominously. A new player enters the game, a mysterious fortune teller working for a powerful corporation. He's known only as Kim Young-tak, an alias for a man with the chairman's complete trust. From a car, a new team watches, suspecting him of orchestrating recent major disasters. They question the motive, wondering if it could be something as dark as human sacrifice. Their leader just smiles, admitting they have suspicions, but no concrete proof. That's not a reassuring smile. The motive becomes clear. Chairman Lee is in a tight presidential race with Seoul's mayor, and thanks to these disasters, the mayor's approval rating is in a freefall. A flashback reveals the train derailment was caused by a horrific, multi-headed spirit, and the sinkhole was the work of the spider, her glowing eyes filled with malice. The team leader concludes that Chairman Lee is the only one benefiting from these tragedies. The leader concludes that at this rate, Chairman Lee's path to the presidency is all but guaranteed. He declares that Division 4's top priority is to uncover the chairman's sinister plot. But their stakeout is suddenly interrupted by a knock on the window. The agents turn, caught completely off guard by the sudden presence. A construction worker with a chilling smile tells them they're not allowed to park there. Before they can react, an excavator arm smashes down onto their vehicle. The massive machine lifts the car, dragging it across the dirt like a toy. Inside, the team is thrown about, though their leader seems oddly calm. Guess this isn't his first hostile eviction. The grinning worker takes control of the excavator, ready to finish the job. With a powerful swing, he launches the car straight off a cliff. The agents scream in terror as their car plummets, though their leader remains eerily calm. The vehicle smashes against the rocks below, a mangled wreck of steel and glass. From the cliff's edge, two strange figures with glowing eyes watch the destruction. The workers grin with unsettling glee, congratulating each other on a job well done. The scene shifts to the quiet darkness of the night sky. Deep within a misty forest, the silence is heavy and foreboding. The wreckage of the car lies in a clearing, a lone survivor crawling from the debris. Bloodied and broken, one of the agents desperately whispers for help. She reaches out to a tall, shadowy figure emerging from the trees. I'm sure this will end well, but her would-be savior is a bizarre, suited spirit with a terrifying, glowing face. The spirit tilts its head, its painted face a mask of strange curiosity. The agent can only stare in horror, her last hope replaced by sheer terror. The story shifts to a quiet subway car, where our heroes are on a new mission. Nara sleeps soundly on Gyunwoo's shoulder, who looks like his brain is about to short-circuit. A title card explains that this is just another day at their part-time job. He sneaks a glance, his face burning red from the unexpected closeness. They're hunting a strange, worm-like spirit that haunts the subway's line 2. Hando complains impatiently, tired of waiting for their target to appear. But Gyunwoo has completely forgotten the mission, lost in the scent of her shampoo. Priorities, I guess. He watches her sleep, completely captivated by the peaceful moment. He's so lost in the moment, he imagines her hair is a field of lavender. Hando can only stare, completely disgusted by his friend's lovesick trance. He calls Gyunwoo out for being a creep, just as his phone alerts him that their target is here. A dark, viscous presence begins to ooze through the subway car doors. Their target materializes, a bizarre, worm-like spirit in a tattered suit. The team snaps to attention, the romantic mood shattered as they face their prey. The spirit begins to speak, its voice echoing a strange, fragmented message. It looms over them, cryptically declaring that a new world will soon open. Nara can only repeat its words, trying to understand the bizarre prophecy. The message is revealed to come from a far more terrifying source, a monstrous being that promises a world ruled by darkness. Well, that escalated quickly. Nara connects the dots, remembering the spider spirit's similar ominous words. The creature continues its prophecy, warning them to prepare for the end. But its message devolves into a bizarre insult, calling them dogs and pigs. The words strike a nerve, and both Gyunwoo and Hando erupt in pure rage. They attack as one, their combined fury overwhelming the strange subway spirit. The creature's form shatters under the force of their relentless assault. But it's caught off guard by a third attack, a blade of pure blue energy. Nara brings down her glowing ruler, delivering the final, decisive blow. The spirit's true form is revealed, a rabbit in a suit and sunglasses. Well, that's unexpected. The team looks down at the defeated creature, now just a small suited rabbit on the floor. The team stares in disbelief, their monstrous foe now just a tiny suited rabbit. The rabbit catches his breath, relieved that he managed to survive their beatdown. But his relief turns to panic as he checks his watch, realizing he's late. He rushes past the bewildered students, telling them to hurry up and follow. He slaps a golden talisman against the subway car door, a strange key to an unknown lock. The talisman erupts in a flash of blue light, its intricate design glowing with power. Nara's eyes widen in recognition, identifying the strange object as a rabbit hole talisman. The subway doors slide open, revealing not a station but a portal to a dark void. The team watches in silence as the rabbit stands at the threshold of this new world. He turns away, revealing a surprisingly fluffy and well-groomed tail. Priorities, I guess. Nara can only stare, completely captivated by its fluffy tail. But the rabbit snaps at them to hurry, warning that team leader Gong Chai is in danger. The name rings a bell. He's the agent from the National Intelligence Service. The team peers out into the void, wondering where this strange portal leads. Losing patience, the rabbit delivers a swift kick, sending Hando on his way. Guess that's one way to get things moving. The rest of the team follows, tumbling helplessly into the dark abyss. As they fall, the rabbit begs them to save his leader, while Hando screams empty threats. Nara plummets through the darkness, the world a blur around her. But through the shadows, she spots a familiar sign flashing past. It's Pochon Tunnel 3, the very place where the other agents disappeared. As they fall, Nara recognizes the name of the place where the agents vanished. Gyunwoo can only wonder just how deep this strange rabbit hole goes. Hando screams as he plummets toward a blinding light at the end of the tunnel. A beam of light slams into a desolate, war-torn landscape. Gyunwoo lands hard, finding himself surrounded by the spectral forms of soldiers. Elsewhere, another beam of light strikes a similar, barren battlefield. Hando lands in a separate location, also greeted by ghostly soldiers. Well, this is an awkward welcoming party. He looks up, completely bewildered by the sudden change of scenery. Gyunwoo is just as confused, wondering where on earth they've ended up. The ghost soldiers express their disappointment, having expected more than one new recruit. The rabbit warns them that their leader, Gong Chai, is in grave danger. Gyunwoo dusts himself off, asking the spirits if they've seen Gong Chai. But the soldier just screams at him to get a grip, calling this a battlefield. Gyunwoo can only stare back, completely bewildered by the situation. He looks around, pointing out that this is just a construction site. But his attention is drawn to a strange flag planted in the distance. It's the flag of North Korea, waving ominously in the gloom. The soldier declares they must wipe out the enemy on the other side. Looks like someone missed the memo about the Cold War ending. The kid is completely lost, unable to process the bizarre declaration. The spirit slams a helmet on his head, trying to knock some sense into him. A ghostly soldier shoves a rifle into his hands, insisting this is a real war. He's pushed into a trench, ordered to hold the line against an unseen enemy. The spirits stand ready to defend the hill, their resolve unwavering even in death. One ghost tells him not to worry, prompting Gyunwoo to wonder if they even know they're dead. The soldier proudly shows off a photo, claiming it's a charm that even bullets avoid. Gyunwoo's expression softens as he looks at the worn black and white picture. The spirit smiles fondly, explaining that the woman in the photo is his wife. He adds that she's pregnant, their first child due in the fall. The soldier gets lost in the dream of a future he never had, wondering about his child. Gyunwoo realizes with a start that the woman in the picture is barely older than he is. The woman in the photo smiles, completely unaware of the fate awaiting her husband. Gyunwoo feels like he's watching a tragedy he already knows the ending to. He wants to tell the soldier the truth, that he never made it home to his family, but he forces a smile, wishing the man a safe return instead. The soldier beams, promising they'll see each other again when it's all over. But another spirit roars that tonight is the final battle for this hill. An explosion rips through their position, sending dirt and bodies flying. Gyunwoo is left dazed and disoriented by the sudden, violent blast. Through the smoke, the enemy charges, their flag waving in the chaos. The ghost soldiers return fire, their spectral forms locked in an endless war. A spectral soldier cries out as he's hit, his form beginning to dissipate. His comrade can only watch as Sergeant Kim's spirit fades away on the battlefield. Fueled by rage and grief, the soldier pulls the pin on a grenade for revenge. The explosion rocks the trench, and Gyunwoo is caught in the terrifying crossfire. He can't believe how real it all feels, the chaos of war surrounding him. The enemy soldiers charge forward, their spectral forms filled with undying hatred. Another blast sends Gyunwoo sprawling, the battle showing no signs of stopping. He watches in horror as the spirits kill each other, their forms vanishing into dust. The fighting devolves into brutal close-quarters combat between the ghostly enemies. Guess old grudges die hard, or in this case, they don't die at all. Gyunwoo can only ask why, unable to comprehend this endless, pointless war. Amid the chaos, Gyunwoo and Hando finally find each other in the trenches. Hando questions the madness, but Gyunwoo explains the spirits are trapped in an endless war. But then, an unnatural silence falls over the battlefield, catching them both off guard. They look out to see a landscape littered with the spectral bodies of fallen soldiers. Gyunwoo finds the soldier he spoke to, his spectral form now still and broken. Even in this second death, the man clutches the photo of the wife he never returned to. The boys can only stare, realizing both sides have been completely wiped out. Well, that's one way to end a war. The soldier's body begins to glow, his spirit finally breaking apart into light. All across the battlefield, the fallen spirits dissolve, their forms rising into the air. Hando and Gyunwoo watch in stunned silence as the souls are finally set free. The boys are left standing in the dust as the spirits finally fade away. But their moment of peace is cut short as a new voice calls out to them. They find themselves surrounded by another group of spectral soldiers. The spirits seem disappointed, expecting more than just 2 new recruits. Talk about a tough crowd. Gyunwoo and Hando can only exchange a look of utter confusion. Some of the soldiers are lost in memories of a life they can no longer reach. But their commander is all business, reminding them this is a life-or-death battlefield. Gyunwoo realizes the horrifying truth. This isn't a memory. It's an endless loop. For 70 years, these two sides have been locked in a war that never ended. Meanwhile, Nara wanders through the darkness, calling out for her lost friends. She looks around the empty void, trying to understand where she is. A sickening crunch under her foot reveals she's not entirely alone. Her eyes widen in shock as she looks down at the ground. She's stumbled into a ritual chamber, filled with the skeletons of fallen soldiers. The remains are bound by glowing red sigils, their eternal rest disturbed. A massive, disembodied grin appears in the darkness above her. Well, that's not creepy at all. Before she can react, a pair of furry paws clamp over her mouth. She's dragged backward into the abyss, her muffled cries lost in the void. The darkness consumes her, leaving only her terrified eyes visible, a final look of horror as she's pulled away into the unknown. In the darkness, a cartoonish soldier marches with a disturbing, vacant grin. He's joined by a ghostly platoon, marching over the memories of their fallen comrades. They advance as one, a spectral army leaving their past behind for an endless war. Nara's mind races, identifying the spirits as rats, a code for hostile entities. She watches the ghostly procession, wondering what they're doing in this dark void. Her rescuer is revealed, team leader Gong Chai, the very man they were sent to save. He explains that the White Rabbit sent him, confirming he's an ally. Gong Chai complains about the backup, while Nara insists she didn't exactly volunteer. Guess you can't please everyone. He explains he escaped into this place, a strange maze within the tunnel. But as they look up into the oppressive darkness, he realizes exactly where they are. Gong Chai explains this place was born from the horrors of the Korean War. A powerful spirit was forged here, feeding on the hatred of dying soldiers. Nara realizes with dawning horror that this is the spirit's birthplace, a place known only as the Rat Hole. Gong Chai confirms her fears, finally understanding where they've been trapped. She can only process the fact that they're standing in the enemy's origin point. The name of this grim domain hangs in the air between them, but their grim realization is interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. A man in a red hoodie appears, ordering his spectral army to attack. Guess he's the manager of this fine establishment. He watches them with a smug grin, the undisputed ruler of this dark dimension. The spirit begins its story, born from the fires of the Korean War. A flashback shows the land torn apart by bombs and explosions. Amid the flames, a lone rat watches as the world burns around it. It witnessed humanity consumed by rage, destroying everything in their path. For 3 long years, soldiers were locked in a brutal cycle of killing. The bodies of the fallen piled up, their grudges seeping into the soil. And in this graveyard of hatred, the rat began to feed, growing stronger. Talk about a questionable diet plan. It was raised not on food, but on the pure, raw emotion of the dying. Forged from hatred, anger, and the grudges of 1,000 lost souls. Its true parent, the architect of its birth, was war itself. Gyunwoo realizes with dread that the battle is about to start all over again. The ghostly soldiers rematerialize, immediately resuming their endless, violent conflict. They scream and die once more, trapped in a cycle of mutual destruction. Hondo watches in horror, realizing this place is a literal hell of endless war. Gyunwoo looks up, sensing the source of the power fueling this nightmare. He understands now that this entire tunnel is saturated with unresolved grudges. The man in the red hoodie gathers the dark energy, harvesting the hatred for himself. He stands atop a mountain of bones, the undisputed master of this grim domain. Guess he's not a fan of minimalist decor, but he's unsatisfied, noting that the recycled hatred is losing its potency. He concludes that to grow stronger, he needs a fresh source of pure, undiluted rage. He wonders where he can find a source of hatred as potent as war itself. A single drop of concentrated malice falls from the mass of souls. It expands into a grotesque, 2-headed monster of pure hatred. The creature lets out a silent, terrifying roar, born from endless conflict. The ghostly soldiers cheer with disturbing glee, excited by the new monster, talk about a tough audience to please. The spirit smirks, musing that a new war would make things far more interesting. His spectral army chants for war, their voices echoing through the grim cavern. From their hiding spot, Gong Chai seems impressed, while Nara is horrified. He marvels at the sheer number of souls the spirit has managed to collect. Nara realizes with terror that this is the reason he's been capturing souls all along. Gong Chai explains that within that swirling mass of souls lies the spirit of a girl named Hyuna, her body trapped in a coma. She is the core of this dark energy, her life fading in the real world. Elsewhere, a strange man with cat-like hair prepares to enter the tunnel. He grins with a sinister purpose, declaring his intent to catch a rat. Back on the battlefield, the spectral war rages on in an endless loop. The ghostly soldiers fight with a fury born from decades of hatred. The reason for their war is long forgotten, leaving only the raw grudge to fuel them. Gyunwoo can't stand to watch the pointless slaughter any longer. Guess he's not a fan of historical reenactments. He resolves to stop them, asking Hando to create a barrier to separate the two sides. Hando warns that a large barrier will be as weak as paper. He unleashes his power, a shimmering blue wall rising from the ground. The massive energy barrier separates the two spectral armies in a flash of light. The ghost soldiers can only stare, completely baffled by the sudden division. They wonder if this is the 38th parallel, a sign that the war is finally over. Gyunwoo stands between them, pleading for them to end this pointless conflict. He screams the truth at them. They are already dead. The ghosts are not impressed. He reveals that it's 2025 and their war ended 70 years ago. The soldiers are stunned into silence, the weight of his words slowly sinking in. One ghost admits he thought something was strange, recalling the sight of modern excavators. Another soldier recalls seeing the strange, modern machinery on the construction site. The soldier with the photo is crushed, realizing he died before his child was even born. Gyunwoo can only watch, his heart aching for the tragedy of this lost soul. But another spirit's focus shifts, his hollow eyes locking onto the boys. He asks a simple yet earth-shattering question. Who won? Yunwoo and Hando are completely stunned by the unexpected inquiry. The other soldiers gather around, their voices joining in a desperate chorus. Separated by the barrier, both armies demand to know the outcome of their war. The boys are speechless, caught in the middle of a 70-year-old conflict. The spirits scream as one, desperate to know who won and finally ended their fight. Hando struggles to find the right words, his face a mask of unease. He finally delivers the devastating truth. Their war never truly ended. The spirits can only stare back in blank confusion, unable to process his words. Gunwoo steps forward, explaining that the conflict is now just a ceasefire. He describes a world armed with jets and missiles, a cold war that never thawed. The soldiers are stunned, questioning how the conflict could still be ongoing. After 70 years, the news that their fight continues is a crushing blow. Yunwoo looks away, the weight of their unending tragedy settling upon him. He can only offer a quiet, heartfelt apology for the world they left behind. But the spirits absolve him, their shared exhaustion finally breaking through the hate. Guest group therapy was long overdue. The soldiers' fight is gone, replaced by a single heartbreaking wish to go home. They share stories of being torn from their families, their lives cut short by the draft. The soldier with the photo wonders if his child was ever born, if his wife was safe. Animosity forgotten, one soldier asks another if they should leave this place together. Yunwoo and Hando offer them a path forward, a way to finally return home. A flicker of hope ignites in the spirits as they realize their long war might be over. United at last, the ghostly platoon follows the boys, ready to find their way back. But their path is suddenly blocked by the crushing arm of an excavator. Well, so much for a peaceful exit. The massive machine slams down, shattering the ground and their hopes of leaving. Yunwoo and Hando can only stare in shock, their rescue mission violently interrupted. The soldiers look to each other, wondering if they can finally leave together. Yunwoo and Hando offer them a way to finally go back home. The soldier with the photo dares to hope he can return to the woman he loves. His mind flashes back to a simpler time, to the day he first met her. He remembers her gentle smile and the way she wore her hair in a neat braid. It was a moment frozen in time, where he was completely captivated by her beauty. She was introduced as Sunok, his friend's younger sister. But their world was one of chaos, on the brink of being torn apart by division. Yet with her by his side, his life felt radiant and full of hope. Then, on June 25, 1950, that beautiful world was shattered by war. The news spreads like wildfire through the streets. Seoul has fallen. The capital was lost in just 3 days, a devastating blow to the nation. So he enlisted, driven by a promise to protect his country and his love. He made a vow to protect her, a promise that would fuel his every action. He fought to defend his homeland, pouring his soul into every battle. And through it all, he held on to the hope that he would survive and return. The simple dream of holding her again was the only thing that mattered. But the war was a relentless beast, a cycle of violence with no end in sight. 3 long years passed, locked in a brutal stalemate for the same patch of dirt. By day, they fought with guns, their lives measured in spent cartridges. And when night fell, the fighting devolved into brutal close-quarters combat. The only way to tell friend from foe was a grim, desperate test in the dark. Hiding in the trenches, he could only pray that the enemy wouldn't come. But every single night was a new chapter in the same terrifying story. His eyes were wide with a fear that had become his constant companion. Without fail, the darkness would be filled with the screams of the dying. Cries for help and warnings of the enemy were lost in the chaos. In the suffocating darkness, there was no time to think, only to react. Driven by pure terror, he lunged forward with his bayonet, screaming into the void. The warm spray of blood on his face was the only answer he received. In the chaos of the night, it became impossible to tell friend from foe. The soldier's mind reeled, questioning who was an ally and who was the enemy. As the sun rose, he was left with a horrifying, unanswerable question. The morning light revealed the grim aftermath of the night's brutal battle. He lay broken on the ground, his life bleeding out into the dirt. But even as his vision faded, a single desperate thought consumed him. He wanted to survive, to make it back to the woman waiting for him. Now, as a spirit, all that remains of that desperate wish is a single hollow word. A blinding light shines down, a final judgment on a soul lost to war. Gyunwoo screams, trying to stop a tragedy that has already played out. The massive excavator arm looms over the spectral soldiers. In the chaos of memory, a soldier is struck down by his own comrade. The machine slams down, a violent end to their hopes of escape. Gyunwoo and Hando can only watch in horror as their plan is shattered. The spirits are thrown back into the confusion of their final moments. The soldier's memory is a blur of sweat, fear, and disorientation. In the heat of battle, he couldn't tell who was an ally. And who was the enemy? A question answered by a new, sinister army. The ghost soldiers are baffled, wondering if these are new recruits. Talk about a hostile work environment. But these new spirits have only one command: keep fighting forever. The new spirits have a single, chilling command for the fallen soldiers. But Gyunwoo recognizes these entities, his voice filled with rage as he names them. He and Hando stand back to back, surrounded by the red-eyed army. The name triggers a primal fear in Hando, who seems to have a serious phobia. Guess we found his weakness. The spectral army charges forward, a mindless horde driven by a single command. But Gyunwoo meets their charge head-on, unleashing a torrent of blue lightning. The blast rips through their ranks, sending the entire platoon flying. In the flash of light, their true forms are revealed, an army of spectral rats. Hando can only scream as the fried rodents rain down from the sky. Gyunwoo turns on his friend, demanding to know why he's even in this place. A spectral beast of pure lightning erupts from Gyunwoo's attack, scattering the soldiers. The ghost soldiers can only stare as the charred remains of rats rain from the sky. Hando, now revealed to have a pig's head, screams for the rodent shower to stop. The soldiers are completely baffled, now identifying their ally as a pig. He yells at Gyunwoo to take it easy, clearly traumatized by the flying vermin. Gyunwoo just gives him a deadpan stare, completely unimpressed by his friend's phobia. The ghost soldiers just watch, their expressions unchanging in the face of this bizarre scene. But their strange reunion is cut short by the headlights of an approaching excavator. The White Rabbit stands atop the machine, looking like he owns the place. Well, look who decided to make a grand entrance. Hando's face twists in terror, realizing he's now surrounded by rabbits. Guess he's not a fan of the entire animal kingdom. The White Rabbit gets straight to business, asking if they've found Gong Chae. He points the way forward, ordering the boys to get on the excavator. Gyunwoo tells the ghost soldiers to wait, promising to return for them. The rabbit explains that this construction site was once a brutal battlefield. He smashes through a barricade, driving them deeper into the darkness. They enter a massive cavern, a hidden remnant of the past. The rabbit explains this was a base for guerrilla soldiers during the war. He hops off the machine, armed and ready, revealing his own mission. He's not just a chauffeur, apparently. He directs Gyunwoo's attention to a grim discovery on the cavern floor. They find the soldiers' remains bound by a dark spell to trap their souls. The White Rabbit confirms their target is close, somewhere in this dark cavern. Gyunwoo closes his eyes, focusing his senses on the lingering energy. His eyes snap open as a familiar scent cuts through the musty air. Lavender. He looks down to find a single stalk of glowing lavender at his feet. More of the ethereal flowers appear, scattered across the dark ground. The scent, the flowers. He realizes with a start that it's Nara's spiritual signature. The scene shifts away from the tunnel to a bright, modern hospital. Inside, a father sits by his comatose daughter's bedside holding her hand. He gently clips her nails, his words a quiet plea for her to wake up. He clings to hope, believing these small signs mean she's still fighting to live. He wonders what kind of dream she's having, trapped in her own mind. He gently brushes her hair back, whispering her name, Hyuna. Her spirit is lost, trapped within that swirling mass of dark energy. Back in the cavern, the rat spirit holds his prize aloft for his adoring fans. Nara's eyes widen as she realizes the horrifying truth. Hyuna is inside. Gong Chae cracks a grin, ready to go on a little pest control mission. Nara clutches her makeshift weapons, her resolve hardening as she agrees. Meanwhile, Gyunwoo stands in the darkness, guided by a familiar ethereal light. The lavender's glow cuts through the gloom, a clear trail left by Nara. Looks like someone's leaving breadcrumbs. He leads the way, following the path only he can see, his friends in tow. Gyunwoo is certain. The fresh floral fragrance is definitely Nara's scent. But another, stranger scent trail weaves through the darkness alongside hers. He realizes it's mixed with something else, a fiery, almost feline presence. He describes it as a musty, nutty odor that's deeply unpleasant. The White Rabbit immediately recognizes the description. It's Gong Chae. So the agent smells like nuts. Good to know. Their attention is then drawn to a strange marker left on the cavern wall. A dead rat has been pinned to the rock with a single pencil. Gyunwoo recognizes the weapon instantly. It's one of Nara's. The path ahead is littered with the bodies of rats, proof of a recent battle. Suddenly, a blade of pure energy slices through the cavern air. The rat spirit holds up one of his minions, a glowing pencil embedded in its helmet. He pulls the object free, recognizing it as a simple pencil, now glowing with power. From the shadows, Nara takes aim, her focus absolute. The pencil strikes true, shattering the darkness with a flash of blue light. The rat spirit reels back, his face a mask of rage as the attack connects. He glares into the darkness, realizing exactly who is responsible for the attack. With a smug grin, he calls out to them, taunting them to stop hiding. He points to the crack on his forehead, a scar he remembers all too well. Looks like someone holds a grudge. Nara can only stare back, disgusted by his complete lack of shame. She answers his taunt with another attack, sending a glowing pencil flying. The rat spirit uses one of his minions as a shield, annoyed by the relentless assault. He snarls into the darkness, demanding his hidden attacker reveal themselves. But a voice from the shadows taunts him, promising he'll never find them. A pair of glowing eyes and a massive grin appear, boasting of its ability to hide. Well, that's not ominous at all. The rat spirit just scoffs, unimpressed by another coward hiding in the dark. But the voice belongs to Gong Chai, now a massive cat spirit with Nara on his back. Fueled by righteous anger, Nara unleashes another attack, screaming Hyuna's name. The glowing pencil strikes true, hitting the spirit squarely in the back. He turns, a strange growth bulging from the wound as he questions the name. With a sickening pop, he pulls the pencil free, mockingly asking who Hyuna even is. The rat spirit smirks, asking if she means the Hyuna from the traffic accident. Nara is stunned into silence, completely caught off guard by the question. He continues his cruel game, listing other victims who shared the same name. He pauses for dramatic effect, pretending to recall another memory. He remembers another Hyuna, a victim of bullying who took her own life. He asks her to clarify which of his many victims she's fighting for. Talk about a terrible customer service experience. His callous mockery finally breaks her composure, igniting a furious blue aura. A new mask-like face emerges, daring her to come out and save her friend. Nara can only stare in horror, begging him to stop his twisted game. Her plea turns into a roar of pure power, erupting from atop Gong Chai's back. Gong Chai tries to calm her down, begging her not to fall for the spirit's taunts. But it's too late. The rat spirit spots their hiding place among the stalactites. He rips a massive rock from the ceiling, ready to bring them crashing down. The cavern ceiling explodes, sending the duo plummeting toward the ground. Gong Chai tells her to hold on, using the falling debris as a makeshift platform. They land in the heart of the enemy's army, completely surrounded. The rat spirit roars, ordering his spectral soldiers not to let them escape. Gong Chai makes a run for it, complaining that his reputation is ruined. Guess being a giant cat has its downsides. Nara fires back at their pursuers, retorting that no one would believe her anyway. Her glowing projectile blasts through the ranks, taking down 2 soldiers at once. The spectral soldiers charge forward, their faces locked in disturbing, vacant grins. Nara holds on tight as Gong Chai flees, cursing the relentless army of rats at their heels. Gong Chai lets out a furious hiss as if trying to remind himself he's a top agent and not just a giant cat. He leaps through the air, bowling over the spectral soldiers with surprising grace. With a powerful swipe of his paw, he sends another soldier's head flying. Guess this cat plays rough. But their escape is cut short as a far more terrifying spirit descends from the darkness. It slams its fist into the ground, the impact shattering the cavern floor. Thrown from her mount, Nara lands on her feet, her eyes blazing with defiance. She unleashes another attack, a pencil transformed into a bolt of pure energy. The projectile strikes the monster's face, a direct hit that explodes in a flash of light. Gong Chai leaps away, using his feline agility to dodge the monster's attack. He tells Nara they need to retreat, bounding through the cavern at full speed. But the masked creature is relentless, closing the distance with terrifying speed. Nara clings to her ride, her expression a mix of fear and grim determination. The monster catches them, delivering a brutal kick that sends Gong Chai flying. The force of the blow throws Nara from his back, sending her spiraling through the air. But even as she falls, a strange, almost exhilarated grin spreads across her face. She plummets toward a pit of jagged spikes rising from the cavern floor. Well, that's one way to ruin a good day. The sharp, unforgiving points wait below, promising a gruesome end. The thrill of the fight vanishes, replaced by the cold, hard realization of her peril. But just as she plummets toward the spikes, a familiar face swoops in to save her. Nara can only look up in shock, her world spinning from the sudden rescue. But Gyunwoo's gaze is fixed, his expression calm and focused. He lands in a crackle of blue lightning, holding her safely in his arms. Talk about a dramatic entrance. He looks down at her, gently chiding her for getting into trouble again. She asks if he's all right, and he quietly confirms that he is. But their reunion is cut short as the masked creature approaches, recognizing Gyunwoo. Gyunwoo passes Nara to Hondo, telling him to keep her safe. Guess Hondo's on babysitting duty. He turns to face the monster, his voice cutting through the tension. Gyunwoo asks the creature if it enjoys watching others fight and suffer. His eyes burn with cold fury as he offers a simple, deadly challenge. The creature's grin widens, eagerly accepting a fight to the death is just another part of war. Elsewhere, the White Rabbit checks on Gong Chai, who is being just a little dramatic about his injuries. The agent complains about the sheer indignity of being beaten by a mouse. They realize the spirit has been hiding here, feeding on the malice of trapped souls. The rat spirit turns its attention back to Gyunwoo, recognizing him as an old foe. Our boy calmly gets the monster's attention, his voice cutting through the cavern. He asks if the spirit truly enjoys forcing others into brutal, pointless conflict. He wants to know if watching this endless, tragic war is truly entertaining. So he offers a new game, a one-on-one fight until only one of them is left standing. The creature's grin widens, eagerly accepting the fight to the death. It looms over the group, declaring that this is the very nature of war. Gyunwoo scoffs, asking if the spirit is some kind of war-obsessed maniac. The spirit denies the accusation, throwing a massive punch as it calls Gyunwoo wolf. It roars that humans are the ones always itching for a fight as its fist connects. Nara can only watch in horror, screaming out Gyunwoo's name. The spirit's voice echoes over images of the past, of a nation torn in two. It speaks of a war fought between brothers, fueled by ideology and division. It lists humanity's endless reasons for conflict: race, religion, and territory. Guess it's been paying attention to history class. Gyunwoo grits his teeth, enduring the blow as blue lightning surges around him. He unleashes a torrent of lightning, blasting the creature point blank. His face is a mask of cold fury, his power surging with righteous anger. The monster is thrown backward, its body convulsing from the sheer force of the blow. It's sent flying across the cavern, crashing through the jagged landscape. The creature's mask cracks as it lets out a silent, agonized scream. It stumbles to its feet, muttering its hatred for Gyunwoo as its minions watch on. But Gyunwoo stands his ground, declaring that no human truly enjoys fighting. He asks how a creature that only feeds on hatred could ever understand that. The spirit can only roar back in denial, its twisted logic completely shattered. Even its own minions start to mock it, calling their boss weak for falling so easily. Talk about a tough performance review. The creature turns on its own minions, lashing out to silence their mockery. It consumes its own soldiers, their desperate cries lost as they're pulled into its form. Nara can only watch in horror as the creature devours its own army. Talk about a toxic boss. The monster grows larger, boasting that in this domain it can regenerate forever. It questions how long Gyunwoo can possibly last against an endless supply of souls. But Gyunwoo's expression is one of quiet, unwavering resolve. He clenches his fist, promising he has more than enough power to end this. He unleashes another furious blast of lightning, striking the creature with everything he has. He roars back, challenging the spirit's twisted view of humanity. The monster retaliates, screaming that no creature is more greedy than a human. Gyunwoo stands firm as the creature recoils from his last attack. He admits he doesn't understand all the reasons humans fight, but he knows the one reason they're willing to risk their lives. His eyes burn with conviction as he declares it's to protect the loved ones they hold dear, like the soldier and his wife, to shield the precious things in their lives from any and all harm, to defend them from twisted creatures like the one before him. He unleashes his power, a spectral wolf of lightning forming at his back. The beast of pure energy slams into the spirit in a devastating blow, but the monster just laughs, boasting that it can regenerate forever. Well, that's just not fair. The spectral soldiers turn on each other, their vacant grins a mask for mindless violence. Hando and Nara are swarmed, questioning the seemingly infinite supply of rat soldiers. Even Gongchai and the rabbits are overwhelmed, fighting a tide of spectral vermin. The white rabbit grows desperate, realizing there's no end to the enemy's numbers. But for Nara, this endless battle triggers a painful memory of another time. A flashback to the classroom, where she was once just trying to survive the daily violence. She remembers how she was eventually dragged into the fighting, just like everyone else. She realizes with dawning horror that killing these spirits only feeds the cycle of hatred. Talk about a terrible feedback loop. Trapped in their grasp, she understands this is a fight that can never be won. And in that moment, she sees the horrifying truth. This is exactly what the rat spirit wants. Her eyes widen as she finally understands the source of this endless nightmare. Deep within the cavern, a swirling mass of souls hangs in the air, the heart of this domain. This is the very hatred that created the rat spirit, the place where it was born. And at its center is the glowing silhouette of Hyuna, the core of its power. With renewed purpose, Nara knows what she must do. Destroy that core and set her friend free. Aided by the very spirits she was fighting, she unleashes a new kind of attack. The glowing pencil flies true, a tiny missile aimed at the heart of the enemy. The attack catches everyone's attention, even Gyunwoo and the monster mid-fight. The projectile embeds itself in the core, which begins to boil with unstable energy. Held aloft by her new spectral allies, Nara celebrates the direct hit. Guess team-building exercises do work. The glowing pencil strikes the core, and harmlessly bounces right off. Nara's triumphant grin fades into disbelief. Her ultimate attack did nothing. Even her spectral allies seem disappointed by the anticlimactic result. She thrashes in their grasp, screaming in frustration as her plan falls apart. But the rat spirit's voice cuts through the chaos, praising her decision. His face melts into a grotesque mask as he mocks her for her lack of power. Nara can only stare, trying to comprehend what this creature truly is. From within the monstrous form, a familiar smug eye peers out at her. Well, this just got personal. He grabs her face, confirming her strategy was sound, just poorly executed. He explains the core is his weakness, but also the source of his endless regeneration. The spirit mocks her, sneering that her power is simply too weak to succeed. It lists her failures, pointing out she was never good at studying or sports. He calls her an ordinary girl, with nothing special about her at all. Nara glares back, demanding to know how this creature knows so much about her. It reveals a horrifying truth. It's been inside her body for 17 years. It calls itself a beast that desires her, its shadowy form lunging to grab her. In a flash of terror, she recognizes the entity, screaming out its name, the Fox. But Hando crashes the party, sending the soldiers flying with a powerful kick. Guess the cavalry's here. He lands with a ground-shattering impact, shielding Nara from the spectral army. Nara can only stare, completely stunned by her friend's sudden, porcine intervention. The spectral soldiers are left bewildered, wondering where the Fox has gone. But Nara's focus is singular, pointing Hando toward the swirling mass of souls. She explains it's the creature's weakness, and Hando charges forward without hesitation. Guess he's taking his new role as a steed seriously. The spectral army immediately moves to intercept them, ordered to block their path. Their vacant grins are fixed as they scream, determined to form a wall of bodies. Hando plows through the horde, realizing their desperate defense means they're on the right track. Meanwhile, the masked creature scoffs at Gyunwoo, boasting that his efforts are useless. It declares its own immortality, its arms swelling with the faces of the souls it has consumed. The grotesque limb comes crashing down, a hammer of pure malice aimed at our boy. But Gyunwoo meets the attack, his own arm crackling with lightning as he stops the blow cold. But Gyunwoo's arm transforms, a monstrous claw meeting the creature's blow. He grits his teeth, pouring every ounce of his power into the defense. The sheer force of the blow sends him hurtling across the cavern. The creature looms over him, mocking his apparent exhaustion. It questions if the wolf inside him is finally waking up. Bloodied but not broken, Gyunwoo glares back with pure defiance. He roars back that if the wolf were truly unleashed, this fight would be over. But the monster just laughs, its grotesque arm regenerating in an instant. Gyunwoo struggles to catch his breath, realizing he can't match its healing speed. Looks like this thing has a better health plan. The creature knows it just has to outlast him, to hold on a little longer. Gyunwoo unleashes another torrent of lightning, striking the creature head-on. But the monster just laughs, declaring that the powerful attack merely tingles. It mocks him, saying even as a wolf, he's nothing special, and throws another punch. Gyunwoo digs his heels in, refusing to be pushed back by the overwhelming force. With glowing eyes and gritted teeth, he meets the blow, determined to fight on. Meanwhile, Hando and Nara are completely swarmed by the endless spectral army. Nara begs for a shield, but Hando insists his aura of beauty won't work in his pig form. He argues that pigs aren't beautiful, a piece of logic Nara finds completely absurd. She screams words of encouragement, insisting that even pigs can be beautiful. Guess that's one way to motivate a friend. The soldiers grab hold, and Hando can only scream for them to let go of his belly. Nara screams in terror, realizing they can't even get close to their target. The swirling core of souls hangs in the distance, an unreachable goal. Elsewhere, Gongchae and the rabbits are completely swamped by the endless horde. The spectral soldiers swarm Hando and Nara, their hunger turning to cannibalistic glee. Nara struggles as one of the ghouls grabs her, its vacant eyes fixed on its next meal. But a sudden flash of light strikes one of the soldiers square in the forehead. A bizarre attack cuts through the chaos, as spectral rats are fired like bullets. The dead rodents rain down on the battlefield, much to Hando's absolute horror. Guess it's a bad day to be a pig. From a nearby cave, a new platoon of spectral soldiers emerges from the darkness. They announce their arrival, a disciplined and far more menacing army joining the fray. Gongchae and the rabbits can only stare as the unexpected reinforcements arrive. The spectral soldiers charge forward, their voices united in a single command to clear the path. They unleash a volley of suppressing fire, their rifles blazing in the darkness. The cavern erupts into a full-scale war, their single goal to exterminate the rats. Hando can only watch with a relieved grin, happy to have allies who aren't rodents for once. But the masked creature is still focused on Gyunwoo, annoyed by his stubborn resistance. Gyunwoo, bloodied but defiant, declares that this twisted war game is finally over. The monster silences him with a brutal blow, sending our boy flying across the cavern. He digs his claws into the ground, skidding to a halt under the immense force. But he's not alone, as a pair of hands gently steadies his battered body. Nara rushes to his side, her voice filled with concern for his battered state. But as she gets closer, her eyes widen in shock at what she sees. His hand has transformed into a monstrous claw, the wolf inside breaking free. He knows that in this state he's a danger to everyone around him. He struggles to contain the power, clenching his fist to hold it back. With a pained expression, he warns her to stay away, to not come any closer. But his mind flashes back to a promise made long ago, a vow to always protect her. He remembers watching over her as a child, when she called him by another name. In her sleep, she had whispered her love for her furry companion, Munchi. The memory sends his younger self into a complete, blushing tailspin. Guess even future spirit wolves get flustered. The memory shifts to a quiet room, where he once watched over her as a small wolf. Her grandmother would peek in, smiling at the bond between the girl and her guardian. That promise echoes in the present as Gyunwoo accepts his fate, even if it means becoming a monster. But just as he's about to lose control, Nara's hand reaches out, grabbing his... He looks down, completely stunned by her sudden intervention. She holds on tight, unafraid of the monstrous claw he's become. She tells him he's not alone, that they'll face this enemy together. Gyunwoo can only stare in confusion as she kneels before him. Guess this wasn't part of his plan. Nara reveals her own plan, to power him up for one final, decisive blow. She grips his hand, ready to channel her energy into him, just like she did once before. But Nara's plan hits a snag. She questions why her power isn't transferring. Panic sets in as she wonders if her own nervousness is holding her back. The fox's cruel words echo in her mind, calling her an ordinary, unremarkable girl. She admits to herself that she always makes mistakes when it matters most. Talk about a confidence killer. In this moment of doubt, she believes the fox's assessment was right all along. Her spirit breaks as she questions why she has to be so utterly ordinary. But Gyunwoo cuts through her despair, and she screams that everyone thinks she's worthless. He looks at her, bloodied but sincere, and tells her she's truly outstanding. His simple, heartfelt words leave her completely speechless. He thinks to himself that he's the unremarkable one, a soul trapped between two worlds. Nara stands before the monstrous Gyunwoo, shielding him as she declares he's her friend. He remembers how she always accepted him, treating him as a human and a friend without question. He tells her she's the remarkable one, so much so that he could never look away. His heartfelt words hang in the air, leaving her completely stunned and speechless. And with that simple truth, her power finally awakens, glowing around their joined hands. A massive wave of spiritual energy erupts from them, shaking the very cavern. Nara's eyes widen in disbelief and triumph. Her power is finally working. Gyunwoo feels her warm, kind energy flowing into him, a stark contrast to his own. The masked creature can only stare, baffled by this sudden, unexpected power-up. Guess he didn't see the friendship speech coming. Even Hando and the spectral soldiers are stunned by the brilliant display of light. Their combined energy erupts in a massive vortex, blasting back the creature and its army. Nara grins with manic glee, asking Gyunwoo how the power-up feels. He confirms her success, feeling an incredible surge of energy coursing through him. The masked creature realizes the true nature of her ability, the power to transfer spiritual energy. It declares that this is the very power it must consume for itself. Nara tells the beast to get in line, but Gyunwoo's promise is far simpler. He will end this. She holds him back, coordinating a single decisive attack on her signal. The monster roars, lunging forward with the intent to devour them both. Guess it's not waiting for its turn. Nara gives the command, screaming for him to blow the creature away. But it's Nara who fires first, unleashing a massive beam of concentrated spiritual energy. Gyunwoo roars, struggling to contain the overwhelming power coursing through him. Together they unleash a massive spectral wolf of pure lightning upon their foe. The blast tears through the monster, ripping its shadowy form to absolute shreds. But the creature just laughs, declaring their desperate efforts are completely useless. It boasts of its infinite regeneration, its grotesque face reforming from the damage. Guess its warranty is still good. But its smug grin vanishes as it notices something happening to its power source. Nara's pencil, still lodged in the core, begins to glow with stolen energy. It siphons power from the core, forming a second, even more powerful wolf. The wolf turns on the core itself, detonating it in a cataclysmic explosion. Gyunwoo and Nara can only watch as their enemy's heart shatters into nothing. The monster lets out a final, desperate roar as its form is completely obliterated. Gongchae and the soldiers can only stare in awe at the overwhelming display of power. The spectral rats are caught in the blast, their squeals silenced as they're vaporized. Hando grins, realizing with relief that they've finally shattered the creature's core. From the shadows, the white rabbit watches the scene unfold with quiet satisfaction. He offers a small, smug smile, impressed by their successful gambit. But as the monster's form dissolves, a single rat falls from the fading energy. The rat spirit curses its defeat, its grand plans reduced to a bitter monologue. Guess the light at the end of the tunnel was an oncoming train. Its mind flashes back to the cruel reality of its existence. The weak are always prey. It remembers a life spent hiding in the dark, forever trapped by fear and weakness. For the rat spirit, the war was not a tragedy, but an opportunity. It watched the world burn with a twisted sense of delight. The endless carnage was a gift, a feast laid out by the gods of war. Now, as its form dissolves, it screams at the injustice of its defeat. It was so close to its goal, to finally crawling out of the darkness and ruling the world. With its final breath, it urges humanity to continue its endless cycle of conflict. But back in the present, Gong Chai holds the tiny spirit, telling it to snap out of its delusion. The entire team gathers around, questioning if the creature truly believes its twisted dream can be realized. The rat spirit just laughs, insisting that its war is far from over. It lunges at the boys, screaming that they'll soon be drafted into the army as well. Hondo realizes the grim truth. In just a few years, they'll be soldiers too. The rat spirit mocks their hope, asking if they truly believe this 70-year war will just end. It uses the trapped soldiers as proof, a testament to a conflict that has never truly ceased. It promises that the hatred will continue, and from that chaos it will rise as king. But its grand speech is cut short as Gong Chai's paw closes around its throat. The massive cat dangles the spirit over its jaws, complaining that rats sure talk a lot. Well, that's one way to shut someone up. The kids can only watch in stunned silence as the agent swallows the spirit whole. Gong Chai, back in human form, smugly warns them not to fall for a rat's empty words. The scene shifts to the mouth of a dark tunnel, the exit from the spiritual battlefield. The entire group emerges into the night, finally free from the cavern's darkness. The ghost soldiers reflect on their 70-year-long war, a conflict that outlasted their very lives. One soldier notes the bitter irony. They've escaped their prison, but their homeland is still divided. Hando offers a blunt, almost cheerful take on the situation, much to Nara's confusion. The soldier's spirit looks back on the horrors of his time, wondering if anything has truly changed. He remembers a land turned to ash by bombs, questioning if peace could ever bloom from such ruin. He assumes his home is still a barren wasteland, a casualty of the endless conflict. The soldiers are overcome with despair, believing their sacrifice was ultimately for nothing. But Hando cuts through their gloom, dismissing their despair with a confident grin. He tells them to look and see the true result of their sacrifice. Guess he's the world's weirdest motivational speaker. And from the hilltop, they gaze upon a sprawling, vibrant city that rose from the ashes of their war. The soldiers can only stare, unable to believe this dazzling world is their homeland. Nara explains this isn't even the capital, which only deepens their shock. Hando smiles, telling them the entire country has become just as brilliant. Tears stream down their faces as they're told this is the nation they protected. The living and the dead stand together, overlooking the legacy of a forgotten war. He assures them that this light, this progress, is everywhere they look. For the first time in 70 years, their sacrifice has a tangible meaning. It's a quiet, profound moment shared between old ghosts and new guardians. A single, awestruck thought echoes in the night. It's truly amazing. But another group of spirits chimes in, sure their side of the border must be even better. Well, this is awkward. The North Korean soldier is certain a paradise awaits them, built by their great leader. He asks Nara for details, and she struggles to find the right words. Yeah, surprising is one way to put it. Hondo points them north, warning them not to be shocked by what they find. But his words only fuel their excitement, eager to see the overwhelming changes. The time has come for them to part ways, to finally return to their hometowns. A North Korean soldier extends a hand, inviting his former enemy to visit his home. The South Korean soldier pauses, the weight of their long conflict hanging in the air, but he takes the offered hand. A simple gesture of peace between two souls. They share a laugh, trading friendly insults and invitations to see a unified land. With hopeful smiles, the northern soldiers look toward home, ready to finally cross the border. The South Korean soldiers accept their reality, living on their side of the line. They agree to coexist this way, as two separate but peaceful nations. Nara waves a final, heartfelt goodbye to the departing spirits. Gyunwoo and Hando watch them go, a quiet understanding passing between them. The scene shifts back to the modern world, a quiet city street at dusk. 2 days later, Nara sees the news break on her phone. The discovery of the soldiers' remains at the Potion Tunnel is now public knowledge. The chairman of the construction company holds a press conference vowing to help. Looks like someone's trying to get ahead of the story. But a reporter immediately calls him out, asking if he tried to hide the discovery. Another questions if he was trying to avoid a massive financial loss, a claim he quickly denies. The chairman tries to end the press conference, but the reporters won't let up. But behind the scenes, a new player with a smug grin seems to be pulling the strings. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Defense begins the solemn work of excavating the fallen soldiers. One of the officials notes how well preserved the remains are after 70 long years. They carefully retrieve a small, fragile item from one of the soldiers' pockets. The team looks on, hoping for a clue that will finally identify the fallen hero. It's a faded photograph of a young woman, a final memento from a life long past. On the back, a simple message gives the soldier a name and a love story. The grim statistics of the war flash across the screen, a reminder of the conflict's true cost. Back in the present, Nara walks alone, a somber thought hanging in the air. She thinks about how the land may be divided, but the sky above remains one. She imagines the soldiers now free as spirits able to travel the entire peninsula. She hopes they can, admitting she's a little envious of their freedom. A small smile plays on her lips, happy that they've finally found their peace. Her quiet moment is interrupted by Gyunwoo, who dryly points out that she's late. She snaps out of her thoughts, quickly apologizing for keeping him waiting. He brushes it off, his expression a little hard to read as he says it's fine. But then he adds that for her, he would wait as long as it takes. Well, that's one way to make a statement. The unexpected comment leaves Nara completely speechless and blushing furiously. He continues, his gaze fixed forward, explaining that waiting is easy for someone you hold dear. He says you can wait even 70 years for the ones you love. And for one soldier, that long, lonely wait is finally coming to an end. A car makes its way up the mountain, carrying a long-awaited visitor. An elderly woman steps out, her journey finally bringing her here. The soldier's spirit recognizes her instantly, despite the passage of time. Her family helps her from the car, unaware of the spectral reunion taking place. He looks at her face, etched with the lines of a life well lived. And to him, she is still just as beautiful as the day they first met. He remembers her as a young woman, the memory as clear as yesterday. And he remembers being just a boy, completely floored by love at first sight. He remembers the fear and chaos of the day he was sent to war, and the promise he made to the woman he was forced to leave behind. Her memory was the only thing that gave him the strength to endure. Now, after 70 years, she holds his remains in her hands. His spirit stands before her, finally able to say he's home. With tears in her eyes, she tells him she has waited for him all this time. She tells him of the life she lived, raising their child on her own. She worked tirelessly, doing whatever she could to provide for their family. And from that sacrifice, a large and loving family grew in his absence. The soldier's spirit smiles, a single tear of pride and sorrow falling. The two spirits embrace, finally ready to go home as they overlook the fallen. In the present, an official announces a formal ceremony to honor their sacrifice. A new generation of soldiers offers a final, solemn salute to their predecessors. Even the shady chairman puts on a show of respect for the cameras. Guess PR is everything. The spirits of the fallen ascend, their duty finally done. But back in the hospital, another long wait continues at Hyuna's bedside. Her father watches over her, his face etched with a parent's quiet desperation. He pleads with her to come back, to not give up the fight for her life. And from deep within her coma, a single tear escapes her closed eye. He sees the sign of life, his voice filled with shock and renewed hope. The story reminds us that unexplainable miracles happen all around us. And in her hospital bed, Hyuna finally begins to stir, calling out for her mother. Her father holds her close, a testament to the human will that makes such moments possible. Elsewhere, Nara and Gyunwoo visit a flower shop, preparing for their own visit. They're surrounded by a vibrant sea of bouquets, each one a symbol of hope. Nara is overwhelmed by the choices, while Gyunwoo offers his expert opinion. They're all the same. He then asks a more serious question, wondering if Hyuna will even remember her. But Nara smiles, saying it doesn't matter. They can simply start their friendship over. This time, she's determined to be the one to reach out first. With renewed hope, they walk toward the hospital, ready to build a new beginning. The scene shifts back to the quiet, familiar halls of their high school. In the bathroom, Nara and her friends go through the motions of their daily routine. But her mind is somewhere else entirely, admitting she can't stop thinking about someone. Her friends immediately jump to conclusions, offering their expert love advice. Nara tries to explain, but she's not even sure what she's feeling herself. Her mind drifts to a romantic fantasy of Gyunwoo holding her in his arms. She recalls how her heart races whenever he's near, a strange and new feeling. Lost in the memory, she admits she can't even put a name to her emotions. She remembers the moment he looked at her with such a serious expression, and the simple, powerful words he said, that she was truly outstanding. Her friends immediately call it out as flirting, teasing her with cheesy commercial lines. But Nara insists she's serious, completely baffled by what Gyunwoo is thinking. One friend smirks, easily guessing the boy in question is Gyunwoo, despite Nara's denial. They tell her it's painfully obvious, pointing out how much time the two of them spend together. Her friends physically turn her around, telling her to open her eyes and see the truth. And the truth is that Gyunwoo is currently surrounded by a flock of other female students, popular guy problems. One of her friends dryly notes that he's surrounded by foxes yet again today. One of the girls makes a deliberate move, her hand brushing against his shoulder. Nara's face darkens, her eyes wide with a sudden intense flash of jealousy. She silently judges the girl, trying to convince herself that she's not Gyunwoo's type. She silently asks him if he's really going to let that happen, but Gyunwoo's expression is one of pure, unadulterated annoyance. In Nara's mind, however, he's blushing and laughing, enjoying the attention. Her face contorts in rage as she concludes that he's having the time of his life. Well, someone's imagination is working overtime. Her friends give her a harsh reality check, telling her to get a grip before someone else snatches him up. But their words only feed her insecurity, as she convinces herself he could never like her. The distance between them feels vast and uncertain, their relationship status officially unclear. She glances around, noticing that it's not just one girl. He's got an entire fan club. The other students whisper and giggle, their interest in Gyunwoo painfully obvious. And with every passing moment, Nara's self-consciousness grows more intense. She wonders if she's just like the other foxes trying to get his attention. He glances back, and the space between them feels wider than ever. Their relationship is stuck in a state of undefined, uncertain distance. He calls for her to hurry, completely oblivious to her inner turmoil. A wave of sadness washes over her, fueled by her own insecurity. She puts on a brave face, telling him to go on without her. But their conversation is cut short by a sudden change in the weather. The sky opens up, and Nara realizes she's completely unprepared for the rain. As other students scramble for cover, the two of them are caught in the downpour. Gyunwoo seems to remember something, reaching into his bag for a solution. He pulls a small folded umbrella from his bag, but instead of opening it, he reaches out and takes her hand. Surprised by the gesture, she agrees they should make a run for it. Together, they dash through the pouring rain, splashing through the puddles. And as they run, Nara thinks that maybe this kind of closeness is okay after all. Gyunwoo's thoughts drift to their uncertain, undefined relationship. But for her, it's a friendship that feels comfortable, not awkward or tense. The rain continues to pour, flooding the storm drains around them. They finally find shelter under an awning, waiting for the downpour to ease. And even as they wait, their hands remain quietly linked together. He lets go of her hand, the moment of connection suddenly broken. He looks off with a stoic expression, while Nara is still flustered from the run. They stand together under a small awning, the world washed out by the downpour. Nara realizes she's completely soaked, from her shoes to her uniform. But being trapped here alone with him in the rain isn't so bad after all, a small smile gracing her lips. A gentle touch on her shoulder breaks her out of her thoughts. Gyunwoo tells her to move closer, worried she's still getting wet. He pulls her in, his arm wrapping around her to shield her from the rain. Well, that's one way to close the distance. She can only stare, completely stunned by his casual, protective gesture. Nara assumes his casual demeanor means he's not bothered by their closeness at all. He breaks the silence, asking her what she's thinking about so intently. He then asks for her opinion on the sausage they had for lunch. Truly, the topic of a generation. She can only sigh, completely thrown by his incredibly random question. The rain continues to pour, trapping them in their small, temporary shelter. But her attention is suddenly drawn back to him, her eyes widening in surprise. She realizes his shirt is completely soaked from shielding her from the rain. He tells her to move closer, insisting his broad shoulders can take the hit. She argues back, pointing out that he's getting drenched, but he just brushes her off. But as she moves to argue further, her foot slips on the wet pavement. He stumbles back, his eyes wide as she pulls him down with her. She falls right into his arms, the two of them pressed together under the awning. They're frozen in the moment, her hands clutching his shirt as they stare at each other. She tries to rationalize the situation, blushing as she says, "At least they're both dry now." Gyunwoo can only agree, his gaze averted as he tries to hide his own flustered reaction. He feels that same nervous energy again, a feeling he can't quite place. Nara is just as confused, wondering why her heart is racing like this. The rain slowly drips from the leaves, the world outside their shelter quiet for a moment, and just like that, the downpour stops, breaking the spell between them. Well, that's convenient timing. They wave a slightly awkward goodbye, parting ways on the now damp street. Gyunwoo watches her walk away, the distance between them feeling vast once more. But inside, he's floating on air, completely lost in a blissful daze. He sets off with a spring in his step, splashing through the puddles. He remembers the umbrella he brought, opening it against the lingering drizzle. With a goofy grin, he walks through the rain, his world filled with heart-shaped ripples. He's so happy he starts swinging around a lamppost, lost in his own musical number. But his joy causes his power to surge, blue lightning crackling from his fingertips. A massive bolt of lightning is drawn from the sky, striking the pole with explosive force. He just smiles, completely unfazed by the sparks raining down around him, and his romantic moment is abruptly ended by a falling streetlight to the head. Guess you could say he was thunderstruck. Gyunwoo's eye snaps open, his mind a haze of confusion and throbbing pain. He finds himself on a dark street, a broken lamppost sparking ominously above. He rises, but not as himself. He's now a wolf with a cartoonish bump on his head. His mind is a complete blank, questioning his own identity. He can't remember who he is or how he got here. Looks like that head injury was worse than we thought. His sudden appearance draws a crowd, onlookers stunned by his massive size. The giant wolf wanders the streets, a leashless mystery to everyone he passes. People wonder if he's a stray, completely unaware of the boy trapped inside. But a flicker of his old self seems to return in his determined gaze. He catches his reflection and recoils in shock, finally seeing the beast he's become. He stares in horror, unable to comprehend his new, furry appearance. He sees the fear in their eyes, wondering why everyone is so afraid of him. He snarls at the onlookers, trying to convince himself that he's not a monster. But his ears perk up as he overhears a familiar name, Gyunwoo. The name echoes in his blank mind, but the memory attached to it remains a blur. Nearby, two girls chat at a cafe, one confidently claiming a certain boy is already hers. She boasts that Gyunwoo only had eyes for her, unaware the subject of her fantasy is sitting right there. With a smug smile, she declares her intention to make him hers, certain of her own charms. The two squeal with excitement, completely lost in their plan to win Gyunwoo's heart. Her eyes gleam with a slightly unhinged determination. Well, this should be interesting. The amnesiac wolf stares blankly at the girl who claims to know him. His sudden appearance startles them, and they recoil in disgust from the dirty dog. Enraged by the interruption, the girl screams at him to get lost. She hurls a soda can, which connects squarely with his head. Well, that's one way to get his attention. But the blow seems to awaken something, his eyes glowing with a sudden cold fury. The girls are terrified by the change, wondering if the animal is rabid. He turns away, his mind branding the girl as cruel and rotten. As he leaves, they continue to panic, talking about calling the police. He scoffs to himself, thinking this Gyunwoo must be pathetic to like such a person. But another thought cuts through the haze, a memory of Nara and how different she is. The name Nara echoes in his mind, but the face attached to it is a blur. But her scent is unmistakable, a familiar fragrance cutting through the fog. He follows the trail, a single thread of memory in a world of confusion. The scent pulls him through the city streets, a nostalgic ache in his chest. He knows instinctively that if he follows this path, he might just find the answers he's looking for. But his quest is interrupted by a different smell. He looks down, his focus completely broken by the strange object on the ground. For a moment, it seems to greet him with a cheerful wave. Okay, the head injury was definitely serious. But the reality is far less charming. A small dog trembling in the middle of its business. He recoils in disgust, but the little beagle seems proud of its street-side offering. The small dog approaches, asking the wolf where he's from. It wonders aloud if Gyunwoo has lost his owner, or worse, if he was abandoned. Gyunwoo insists he's looking for someone, and the beagle claims it's just waiting for its owner to return. The little dog boasts about its incredible hearing, but Gyunwoo is in no mood for small talk. It explains how it listens to every footstep, waiting patiently in the dark. It can pick out its owner's unique walk from any other sound in the world. The memory of that sound brings a rush of pure, unadulterated joy. It's a love so strong that it could wait an eternity by the door. The beagle leads him to an empty house, certain its owner will be back soon. As it settles in to wait, it wishes the wolf luck on his own journey. Gyunwoo offers a quiet farewell, wishing the little dog well on its own vigil. With a final look back, he continues his journey down the lonely street. But his quest is interrupted as the sky suddenly opens up in a downpour. He watches in horror as the rain washes away the faint scent he was following. The trail is gone, leaving him stranded and alone in the middle of the street. Panic sets in, and he breaks into a desperate sprint through the rain. He races through the puddles, trying to outrun his fading hope. But it's no use. His only connection to his past has vanished. Well, this is just great. He stops, defeated, until a familiar scent cuts through the rain-soaked air. A single glowing flower holds the fragrance he's been searching for. He recognizes the scent, a sense of relief washing over his lupine features. It triggers a warm, nostalgic memory of two figures standing together in the rain. The vision leads him to a small shop, the very source of the glowing flower. And just like that, the pieces of his shattered mind begin to click into place. He remembers standing here with someone, a girl, taking shelter from the storm. He recalls secretly hoping that the rain would never, ever end. He remembers the feeling of his heart pounding wildly in his chest. Her scent was intoxicating, a fragrance that filled him with a strange excitement. All he wanted in that moment was to close the small distance between them. Meanwhile, the little beagle has an idea, deciding to wait patiently just like that other dog. He wonders if waiting here will finally bring him back to her. So he settles down on the steps of her home, a silent, furry guardian. He's prepared to wait an eternity, if that's what it takes. But his long vigil is cut short by a familiar voice. It's Nara, and she recognizes him instantly, calling him by a name from long ago, Munchi. Later that night, the rain continues to pour over her quiet home. Inside, Nara washes away the grime and confusion of the day. She hums a happy tune, completely oblivious to her new house guest. For a moment, she's just a normal girl enjoying a moment of peace. Guess amnesia wolves don't get the same luxury. Her mother calls out, and Nara yells back, demanding a little privacy. Her mother's response is a single, incredulous question. She tells Nara to wash the stray she brought home, much to the girl's confusion. Gyunwoo in wolf form can only drip and glare with pure, unadulterated annoyance. Her mother plays dumb as the giant wolf scratches himself in the middle of the living room. His soaked school uniform lies in a heap, the only clue to his human identity. As the warm water runs, Nara's mind begins to wander. Her thoughts drift back to Gyunwoo and the intense moments they've shared. A small, happy giggle escapes her lips as she relives the memories. She breaks into song, belting out a dramatic tune in the privacy of the shower. Guess it's concert time. The lyrics speak of a temporary parting, a strangely fitting choice for the moment. The song continues, a plea to not forget their love. She uses the shower head as a microphone. Lost in her own private concert, she belts out a dramatic declaration of love to her imaginary audience. With a flourish, she finishes her song, completely unaware of the chaos outside. But her performance is cut short by her mother's voice from beyond the door. Her mother tells her to stop messing around and come wash him. Nara asks who she's talking about, while the giant wolf makes himself at home. She peeks out, insisting she's busy, but her mom is not taking no for an answer. Guess chores wait for no one. As she argues, a furry head peeks around the door, sniffing curiously. Her mother finally gives a name to their unexpected guest, Munchi. A furry body brushes past her leg, and Nara freezes in confusion. She turns, completely baffled by the sudden intrusion into her private space. Her eyes land on the wolf, and a single, impossible name comes to mind, Gyunwoo. Her mother shoves the giant wolf into the bathroom, explaining she found him in the rain. But Gyunwoo is lost in her scent, the very fragrance he's been chasing. In a flash of clarity, he realizes he's finally found the person he was looking for. Nara, however, is having a slightly different reaction, mortified by the situation. She screams for him to get out, but her mom's orders are clear. Wash the dog first. Guess family chores trump personal boundaries. Sometime later, the whir of a hairdryer fills the room. Nara lectures the silent wolf, completely unaware she's blow-drying her amnesiac classmate. Her mother seems completely unfazed, certain the stray can find its own way home. She glares at the wolf, telling the troublemaker to stop fooling around and go home. But the wolf just shakes himself dry, sending a spray of water all over the room. He looks up at her with a massive, goofy grin, clearly enjoying all the attention. Her mother smiles warmly, observing that Munchi seems to have taken a real liking to her. The thought sends Nara's mind into a tailspin, wondering if this means Gyunwoo likes her. Her mother explains that with dogs, you can always tell by their wagging tail, and sure enough, his tail is wagging uncontrollably, a happy reflex whenever she's near. She wonders if he's just acting, but then considers the possibility that it's a genuine reflex. The realization hits her. Is this Gyunwoo's way of flirting? Guess tail wagging is the new pickup line. She playfully asks if he really likes her that much, and his inner wolf screams an enthusiastic yes. He can't control himself, hopping around her as his mind races with a simple, undeniable truth. He likes her. But Nara has had enough of the act, grabbing him and demanding he change back to his human form. The wolf just stares back, his blank expression a clear sign that he has no idea what she's talking about. He responds in the only way he knows how, with a giant, slobbery lick right across her face. She freezes in shock, dripping with saliva as she questions his sudden, very un-Gyunwoo-like actions. He tackles her onto the bed, barking with pure, unrestrained joy. The giant wolf proceeds to lick her face relentlessly as she screams for him to stop. Guess personal space isn't in his vocabulary right now. She tries to fight back, but he easily pins her down with a single massive paw. Her frantic struggles are useless as the amnesiac wolf continues his slobbery assault. Nara protests as the giant wolf climbs right into her bed, rustling the sheets. He pins her down and she screams, questioning if he's completely lost his mind. He begins sniffing her intently, and she recoils in absolute horror. But his curiosity quickly turns into a very unwelcome, slobbery lick. A shiver of pure shock and disgust runs through her entire body. The wolf burrows under her shirt, his tail wagging with unrestrained glee. Overwhelmed and blushing, she can only whisper Gyunwoo's name. He pulls his head out, looking completely satisfied with his investigation. But Nara has had enough, grabbing him by the scruff and demanding he stop. The wolf is completely baffled by her sudden violence, unable to understand what he did wrong. Guess the honeymoon phase is over. He tilts his head, genuinely confused by her anger while Nara tries to process what's happening. But she quickly decides he's just being cheeky, grabbing a pillow to teach him a lesson. He looks up at her, his glowing eyes filled with a sincere, worried question. Did he make her angry? Before she can attack, he flops onto his back in a gesture of total submission. He looks at her with the saddest puppy dog eyes, offering a silent, heartfelt apology. The pillow drops from her hand, her anger completely melting away at the sight of his cuteness. She thinks of the real Gyunwoo, cool and aloof, and decides this can't possibly be him. Her mind reaches a firm, undeniable conclusion. This is just a regular dog. Case closed. Detective Nara. The wolf rolls around playfully, and she mutters that the sneaky jerk totally fooled her. But then he sits up, paws spread wide, and the two of them share a silent, intense stare. Nara covers her eyes, mortified by the wolf's completely shameless behavior. But she realizes something is off. He's only been barking, not speaking a single word. A horrifying thought begins to dawn on her as she looks at the creature before her. She asks if he's truly become a wolf, and his only response is a simple bark. The next day, they've brought him to a more familiar, traditional headquarters. A little girl hugs him tightly, finding his new wolf form absolutely adorable. Gyunwoo, however, is not amused. The entire team gathers, observing that he doesn't recognize any of them at all. Hando wonders if he overexerted himself during their battle with the rat spirit. The glasses-wearing agent suggests his humanity was consumed by the wolf after an accident. Guess getting hit by a lamppost counts as an accident. Nara's face falls as she asks the terrifying question, is he trapped like this forever? The agent insists they must try everything, refusing to give up hope. Hando wonders if rest will help, but the woman suggests a more mythological approach. She compares the situation to a classic fairy tale, Beauty and the Beast. The solution, according to the story, is the transformative power of love. Nara leans in, ready to test the theory on the amnesiac wolf. She gives him a gentle kiss, a simple act of affection. And just like that, a miracle happens, fueled by the power of love. Guess fairy tales were onto something. The light fades to reveal Gyunwoo, human once more, holding her close. Nara is completely flustered, realizing the truth of the matter. It's now clear that she is the only one who can save him. Her mind flashes to a romantic fantasy of the two of them. She realizes with dawning clarity that she's the only one who can save him. Steeling her resolve, she vows to do whatever it takes to bring Gyunwoo back. But Hando cuts through her daydream, calling out her very suspicious expression. Meanwhile, the little girl argues to keep him as a wolf, finding him adorable. She hugs him tightly, complaining that she's the only one without a puppy. Hando tries to shut down the idea, his expression firm and serious. He warns her about the mess, earning a sharp insult for his trouble. Kids these days have no respect. Nara can only sigh, wondering if she's the only one taking this seriously. The agent offers a new plan. Take him for a walk to retrace his steps. The agent suggests they visit places they went to together to stimulate his memory. And so, their journey to reclaim his past begins on the quiet city streets. Nara wonders where to start, while Gyunwoo is just thrilled to be on an adventure. Even he can't quite understand the source of his own boundless excitement. Their first stop is a convenience store, a place of shared history. She reminds him of the time they ate cup noodles here after their battle with the fox. Lost in the memories, she smiles, recalling how he saved her life that day. But their quiet moment is interrupted by a passing cat, and Gyunwoo freezes in place. The cat seems just as surprised by the sudden tension in the air. A primal, instinctual terror takes over as his mind screams at the sight of the feline. He bolts in the opposite direction, dragging a very surprised Nara with him. She hits the ground hard, splashing into a puddle left by the rain. The cat makes a hasty retreat as Gyunwoo continues to panic. Soaked and stunned, Nara can only stare up at the source of her trouble. She gets to her knees, scolding him, but his mind only registers her anger as a threat. But her lecture is cut short as a new voice calls out his name. A familiar girl from school approaches. asking if the dog's name is really Gyunwoo. Nara's eyes widen as she recognizes one of the foxes who was all over him at school, and Gyunwoo remembers her too, as the violent girl who threw a can at his head. Well, this is awkward. The girl smirks, condescendingly asking if this stray belongs to Nara. The girl sneers, calling them a filthy stray and a nobody owner who are perfect for each other. Nara fires back, hugging the wolf protectively and insisting his name is Munchi. She then clarifies that she's not the owner. The dog actually belongs to Gyunwoo. The girl's demeanor instantly shifts, and she suddenly finds the handsome wolf fascinating. She tries to pet him, calling him cute, but Gyunwoo snarls, remembering her as the one who attacked him. Ignoring his clear hostility, she leans in and plants a kiss right on his snout. Nara can only watch in stunned silence as the girl continues her unwanted affection. Her mind flashes back to the agent's theory about love's kiss breaking the curse. A horrifying thought dawns on her. What if this fox's kiss is what turns him back? But Gyunwoo reacts with pure disgust, gagging at the very thought. Well, I guess that answers that question. Nara can't hide her smug satisfaction at the other girl's complete and utter failure. The girls watch as Gyunwoo continues to gag, clearly repulsed by the unwanted kiss. With a sly smile, Nara leans in and asks her rival if she happens to be a smoker. The accusation sends the girl into a rage, her friendly facade completely shattering. But Gyunwoo steps between them, a low growl rumbling deep in his chest. His eyes glow with a cold, protective fury, fixed on the threat to Nara. The other girl recoils in fear, suddenly wondering if this animal is dangerous. Nara pats his back, cheerfully confirming that he's very protective of her. Guess she's marking her territory. A memory flashes through his mind, a promise made in a quiet moment to keep her safe. He remembers facing down a terrifying monster, with her life in his hands. He remembers the raw power he unleashed, a desperate act of protection. He'd become a monster if it meant keeping her safe, a vow now echoing in his lost mind. The wolf stares up at Nara, confused by these fragmented, powerful memories. The other girl sneers, completely disgusted by the sight of them. She storms off in a huff while Nara smirks, her suspicions confirmed. So much for that innocent act. Nara gives the wolf a grateful pat, calling him by his old nickname Munchi. She thanks him with a genuine smile, grateful for his constant protection. He looks up, his simple animal mind processing her praise with confusion. But his body betrays him, his tail wagging uncontrollably with pure joy. Looks like some instincts are hard to shake. With the bully gone, Nara suggests they continue their walk, their mission far from over. Their journey continues with a quiet walk through a park, lit by a single street lamp. The night air is cool and crisp, washed clean by the earlier downpour. Nara takes a deep breath, a gentle smile on her face as she soaks in the moment. Her mind drifts back, imagining what this walk would have been like with the real Gyunwoo. She admits to herself that just being near him, even like this, makes her heart flutter. She turns to the wolf, deciding it's time for a confession about what happened earlier. She recalls the moment they ran through the rain, his hand holding hers, and she admits that she actually had an umbrella in her bag the whole time. Well, that's one way to manufacture a romantic moment. Sitting on a quiet bench, she finally reveals the reason for her little white lie. With a deep breath, she looks him in the eyes and admits that she thinks she's in love with him. She explains that she's only saying this now because he can't understand her. Blushing, she admits it's still too embarrassing to say to his actual face. But the wolf's eyes widen, her words clearly striking a chord deep within him. Her mind flashes through their shared moments, realizing every ordinary day felt special with him. With a heartfelt plea, she tells him she wants the real Gyunwoo to come back. The words echo in his mind, a flicker of understanding in his confused state. Leaning in, she gives him a gentle kiss, pouring all of her feelings into the gesture. She pulls back, asking hopefully if he feels any different. He just stares back with a completely unimpressed, deadpan expression. Well, so much for the fairy tale ending. Nara slumps in defeat as he internally scoffs at the idea of a miracle. But then, something inside him begins to stir. A familiar energy crackling in his chest. A memory surfaces. A small girl sleeping peacefully, guarded by a loyal pup. More memories flood his mind. Holding her, protecting her, the moments that defined them. The dormant power within him erupts, lightning arcing around the two of them. His eyes snap open, the fog of amnesia finally beginning to clear. The surge of energy is too much, and the street lamp above them explodes in a shower of sparks. The world goes dark and silent, leaving them alone on the bench under the night sky. Darkness seems to swallow the wolf, his form dissolving into swirling shadows. And from within the beast, Gyunwoo finally emerges, shedding his furry prison. Nara can only stare in disbelief, realizing it worked just like a real fairy tale. Well, that's one for the storybooks. She looks up at him, her voice filled with relief as she confirms he's finally back. Without a word, he leans in, closing the last bit of distance between them. Her eyes widen in shock, the world narrowing to this single unexpected moment. As he kisses her, her mind races, wondering about the nature of first kisses. A deep blush spreads across her cheek, a silent testament to her racing heart. She wonders if they're always this electrifying. Well, with him, it's quite literal. He pulls back, only to place a gentle kiss on her forehead, leaving her completely baffled. But the tender moment is shattered as he suddenly collapses onto the bench. She looks down at him, now unconscious in her lap, her voice filled with concern. Alone in the dark park, she calls his name, the romantic reunion taking a worrying turn. As Gyunwoo lies unconscious, his mind drifts into a deep, dreamlike state. He finds himself walking a lonely path toward a forgotten home from his past. He approaches the dilapidated house, a sense of unease and wonder filling him. He remembers sitting on this very porch as a child, waiting for a father who never returned. But tonight, someone else is waiting for him in that familiar spot. A man with a gentle smile welcomes him home, calling him son. Gyunwoo can only stare, a single heartfelt word escaping his lips. Dad. His father places a comforting hand on his shoulder, seeing the weight he carries. Gyunwoo admits that he's been lost, unsure of who he is or where he's going. But his father reassures him that this uncertainty is part of finding his way. His father offers a piece of wisdom: those who are lost are the ones who draw the maps. He asks his son about school, a simple question that cuts through the dreamlike haze. Gyunwoo admits he's made a special friend, someone he considers truly outstanding. He explains that with her, he feels like himself, even when he's a monster. His father smiles, realizing Gyunwoo has found someone as special as his own mother was to him. He recalls telling a young Gyunwoo that destiny is an unchangeable force. He promised his son that one day he would understand the feeling of meeting the one. Gyunwoo asks if it was love at first sight, a fated meeting written in the stars. But his father admits he was just as lost, only realizing what he had after it was gone. He tells his son that destiny isn't a single moment, but something that grows stronger with time. He tells his son that one day, he'll know for certain that they were meant to be, and with a final, heartfelt plea, he warns Gyunwoo not to miss that moment. He encourages his son to get lost, to wander, and to find his own way. The message is simple. He must create his own path, not follow a pre-written destiny. With this newfound clarity, Gyunwoo turns away from the past, ready to face the future. He offers a final, silent farewell to the father he could only meet in dreams. And just like that, Gyunwoo's eyes snap open, his mind crashing back into reality. He's no longer in the park, but back at the familiar, traditional headquarters. The morning sun streams through the paper doors, the world outside waking up. He lies there, wide-eyed and confused, trying to piece together the night's events. Guess I was a dog is a weird memory to process. He questions his surroundings, wondering how he ended up in this room. He clutches his head, trying to piece together the events after he left Nara. His thoughts are interrupted by the arrival of the agent and the little girl. The little girl bursts in, her face alight with pure, unfiltered excitement. But her joy quickly turns to disappointment as she asks where her new pet wolf is. Gyunwoo can only stare back, completely lost by her strange question. The agent asks him directly if he remembers his little lupine transformation. Gyunwoo denies it, but the seed of doubt has already been planted. And just like that, the memories come flooding back in a mortifying rush. He's left blushing and breathless, realizing every embarrassing moment was very, very real. He desperately hopes the entire mortifying ordeal was just a bad dream. The next day at school, Nara steels herself for a difficult conversation. She knows that despite her fear, she has to find out for sure. The scene shifts to the school hallway where the interrogation begins. She presses him, asking if he truly, really has no memory of the past day. She recounts his very ungentlemanly behavior, from sniffing her clothes to crashing her shower. She grabs his face, demanding he look her in the eyes and deny it. But he knows that admitting the truth would probably be a fatal mistake. Selective memory is a powerful tool. She asks one last time, her voice softening with a hint of hope. And to her immense relief, she realizes her heartfelt confession remains a secret. He wonders what could have happened that makes her so relieved he forgot. He apologizes, asking if his actions were truly that embarrassing. Nara pauses for a moment, considering her answer carefully. She smiles, admitting that his behavior was surprisingly honest. But their conversation is cut short by a sudden, unwelcome interruption. The same girl from the street latches onto his arm, greeting him cheerfully. She gets between them, asking if she can visit his adorable dog, Munchi. Nara fidgets nervously, trying to shut down the idea, but the girl persists. She even comes prepared, pulling out a bag of dog treats to sweeten the deal. But Gyunwoo blurts out that dog treats don't taste good. Well, the cat's out of the bag now. Nara plays along with a smug smile, confirming that Munchi has indeed tried them. The girl completely misreads the situation, gushing that they're kindred spirits. She lunges for him again, but Gyunwoo dodges her advance with practiced ease. Her hand freezes in the air, her expression one of pure, dumbfounded shock. With a smooth, deliberate motion, Gyunwoo raises his own hand. He stops her cold, his arm a firm barrier between them. He explains that his dog doesn't like being touched by just anyone. Nara peeks over her shoulder, barely containing her laughter at the girl's expense. Gyunwoo adds that the dog also dislikes the smell of cigarettes. Ouch, that's gotta sting. He and Nara walk away, leaving their rival fuming in the hallway, utterly defeated. She fumes, insisting it's a vape, her excuse falling on deaf ears. As they walk on, Nara stares at him with a thoughtful, knowing expression. He notices her intense gaze, asking what's on her mind. She smiles, observing that his dog has very particular standards. Her mind flashes back to how calmly he accepted her touch as a wolf. The unspoken implication brings a nervous blush to Gyunwoo's face. She leans in, playfully pointing out that he only seems to let her get close. Busted. But their moment is interrupted by the sound of frantic barking down the street. A small beagle races past them, its tail wagging with pure excitement. The dog leaps into the lap of its owner, a man in a wheelchair finally reunited. The little dog's long wait is finally over. Its owner, a kind-faced man in a wheelchair. Nara asks how he knew, and Gyunwoo calmly explains the dog found the person it was waiting for. But then he stops, questioning how he could possibly know any of that. His mind races, trying to remember when he could have met this dog. A memory surfaces of the beagle, waiting faithfully by a closed door. He recalls the pure joy of their reunion, a bond of unwavering loyalty. The scene shifts to a montage of connections that span across time. It shows the quiet, enduring love between a mother and her soldier son. It shows the simple joy of strangers becoming a family over a shared meal. And it shows the moment two young girls became friends, a bond forged in a classroom. The montage ends with a simple, heartfelt wish, that every long wait ends in a reunion. It's a reminder of what it means to be human, to love, to help, and to connect. And with a single, whispered confession, destiny itself grows stronger. As Gyunwoo walks away from the past that defined him, he steps into an unknown future. For the first time in his life, a desperate, powerful desire takes root in his heart. He finally wants to be human, not for himself, but for the person standing beside him.